The cultivation techniques of immortality are exceedingly difficult to acquire, are they not? I have read Journey to the West 18 times. Is it truly impossible to master the 72 transformations? In the year 208 of the New Era, within the Great Xia Dynasty, at Northwest University College of Arts, in the boys' dormitory, room 403, at 10 p.m. Brothers, who among you has read Jinping Mei? Jinping Mei? What is that? You must be referring to the ancient text excavated by the archaeology department last month, correct? Indeed, that very book. To be candid, a high school classmate of mine participated in that archaeological dig, and I managed to procure a copy of Jinping Mei. This book is simply extraordinary. It truly deserves its title as the foremost among the four great novels of the Ming Dynasty. I wish to read it too. Lao Ji, may I borrow it? Wow, this book has some substance. Just glancing at the contents makes one's blood surge. Did writers of the old era possess such high levels of skill? Yu Yang, in a daze from sleep, vaguely heard a conversation drifting into his ears. Feeling somewhat irritable, he turned over, wishing to return to his sweet dreams, but suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment flitting across his face. Did I mishear? Jinping Mei? Ancient text? Old era? What on earth is happening? Nuclear war? Wasteland? Resurgence of spiritual energy? A new epoch? Could it be that I have traversed into another world? Suddenly sitting upright in bed, Yu Yang gazed at his three roommates, who were huddled together, occasionally bursting into strange chuckles while perusing Jinping Mei, leaving him utterly bewildered. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, Yu Yang murmured, "It appears I have indeed crossed over." The memories in his mind could not be mistaken. Through these few minutes of organizing his recollections, Yu Yang had gained a rough understanding of the world in which he now found himself. This was still Earth. It was not the familiar year of 2022, but rather 500 years hence. In the year 2210, the Third World War erupted. This conflict, after 5 years, culminated in nuclear warfare. Civilization collapsed, and the Earth was reduced to a wasteland, with billions perishing in the carnage. Due to radiation and nuclear winter, the climate of Earth underwent drastic changes, forcing the surviving humans to subsist within underground bases. However, it was soon discovered, the animals that endured the nuclear winter outside, perhaps due to radiation or other causes, had mutated, transforming into terrifying beasts. The frail bodies of humans, along with ordinary firearms, posed no threat to these monstrous creatures. Additionally, the nuclear war obliterated much technology, rendering many powerful technological weapons entirely inoperative. In such dire circumstances, humanity struggled for nearly 80 years until the resurgence of spiritual energy gave birth to formidable superpowered awakeners and warriors, altering the situation. 208 years ago. That year is also referred to as the year one of the new era. Apocalypse? Resurgence of spiritual energy, superpowers, martial arts, ferocious beasts? Yu Yang rubbed his temples, feeling as though he were caught in a fantastical tale. After enduring 208 years of warfare and development, humanity has now established a foothold on the surface, creating 5 major allied nations and 36 base cities. However, the calamity of the ferocious beasts has not been eradicated. Beyond the city lies a wilderness, where these beasts run rampant, frequently launching devastating assaults on human settlements. Fortunately, after 2 centuries of vigorous promotion and development, martial arts have become widespread, and humanity has given rise to numerous formidable warriors who can fend off these beasts and safeguard their homeland. The awakening of superpowered individuals is exceedingly rare. Thus, the prevailing societal trend today is that of the martial artist. Once one becomes a martial artist, they can swiftly ascend to prominence, venturing into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts and amass immense wealth. Be it in commerce or politics, martial artists enjoy certain privileges. In this world, every individual yearns to become a martial artist. Countless souls have toiled since childhood in pursuit of this aspiration. Yet, not everyone possesses the potential to become a martial artist without sufficient talent. One cannot cultivate their abilities. Take Yang, for instance. He has aspired to be a martial artist since his youth, but reality is a harsh mistress. After failing the rigorous martial examination, He was relegated to the liberal arts track, becoming a freshman in the College of Liberal Arts at Northwest University, where he is studying economic management. Wait a minute. Is my mode of transmigration incorrect? In novels, protagonists who traverse into such worlds typically do so on the eve of critical examinations, unlocking extraordinary abilities and ascending to greatness. Yet here I am, starting off with a failure? Yu Yang silently lamented. He leapt from his bed to relieve himself, at which point his three roommates noticed his awakening. Yu Yang, you're awake? We're aware of your situation. Don't be disheartened, that woman, Yu Xiaoli, is nothing but a green tea BTCH. If for the best that you parted ways. Indeed, with your good looks, how could you possibly struggle to find a girlfriend? What's the big deal about being with someone from the Martial Arts Academy anyway? We, as liberal arts students, can also make significant contributions to society and achieve prominence. Yu Yang thought to himself, and I have to endure this? However, that was all before my transmigration. It has nothing to do with me. Who is this Yu Xiaoli? I don't even know her. As for these three roommates, Tian Wei, Lu Long, and Ji Xinan within my memory, the camaraderie among us is quite harmonious. Although we have only known each other for a little over 2 months, we have already formed a close-knit bond. Chuckling, Yu Yang reassured them, rest easy. I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for concern. That's good to hear. Ji Xiaonan stepped forward to pat Yu Yang on the shoulder. He stood around 1.7 meters tall, half a head shorter than Yu Yang, sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that lent him a scholarly appearance. In reality, however, his personality was rather lewd. The copy of Jean Ping May he possessed was borrowed, and he said with a grin, Yu Yang, I know you enjoy ancient texts. I happen to have a copy. I'll lend it to you to peruse. Yu Yang initially intended to decline. Yet, upon reflection, he had only heard of Jean Ping May in his previous life without delving into its intricate details. Now, with the hour being 10 p.m. and having just awakened, it might be a good idea to read this classic during the long night. Before long, the copy of Jean Ping May found its way into Yu Yang's hands. Being a reproduction, the book was in pristine condition. Yu Yang skimmed the table of contents before diving into the main text. Is this the vernacular version of Jean Ping May? Jean Ping May stands as the first personal creation in the realm of Chinese long novels, encompassing a staggering length of 1 million characters. It exists in both the verse and vernacular forms, and throughout the ages, it has undergone various revisions, resulting in over a dozen adaptations. Yu Yang was uncertain whether he was perusing the original edition by Lan Ling Xiaosheng. However, the vernacular text posed no challenges to his comprehension. Initially, he intended to merely skim through the pages, yet as he delved deeper, he found himself ensnared in its intrigue. This novel chronicles the life of Shimin Qing and the rise and fall of his family, illustrating a sweeping narrative of prosperity to decline. Centered around Shimin Qing, it radiates into the realms of both the common folk and the officialdom, unfolding a vast panorama of an era while unmasking the sordid and grotesque aspects of humanity. Moreover, a considerable portion of the text elaborates on the family activities of Shimin Qing and his wives and concubines. Wives and concubines in abundance. Shimin Qing's physique is truly remarkable. Before long, Yu Yang encountered the scene where Pan Jinlian collapsed beneath the grape trellis. The two indulged in wine while playing a game of throwing pots after several rounds. Pan Jinlian found herself unwittingly intoxicated, utterly fatigued. Spring May brought over a cool mat and pillow, setting them under the grape trellis, and Pan Jinlian lay down, swiftly falling into a deep slumber. As Yu Yang became engrossed in the narrative, suddenly, a crisp ding resonated in his mind. He then saw a line of minuscule text that only he could perceive materialized before him. Reading Jean Ping May grants strengthening. Yu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? He remained in a daze for several minutes before abruptly turning over, rousing the already slumbering Ji Xiaonan, and inquired, Nange, besides Jean Ping May, can your archaeology classmates procure any other ancient texts? Ji Xiaonan, still half asleep, responded, Ancient texts? How about the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Chapter 2. The Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber, the Nine-Yang Divine Art. The Legend of the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber? With a surge of spirit, Yu Yang tugged at Ji Xiaonan, urging her to rise. Brother, uncle, Yu Yang, you are my dear uncle. But it is only 2 in the morning. Where do you expect me to find books for you? Ji Xiaonan, half asleep, protested, moreover. The ancient text The Legend of the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber has been unearthed decades ago. You can simply borrow it from the school library. With that, she turned over, presenting her back to Yu Yang, and resumed her snores. Yu Yang, however, was filled with delight. So, it was possible to borrow it from the library? That was splendid. Yet, was the scene he had just witnessed merely an illusion? Could it be tested? Subconsciously glancing at Ji Xiaonan's back, a shiver coursed through him. This was rather bizarre. If an experiment were to be conducted, it would be better to involve a girl. Of course, at this late hour, there was no way to find one. Thus, Yu Yang picked up Jin Ping Mei and resumed his late-night reading. The vernacular version of Jin Ping Mei was a hefty 1,000,000 words long. He read until dawn, having covered scarcely half of it. Just then, the alarm clock rang. Ji Xiaonan, Tian Wei, and Lu Long successively arose, and upon seeing Yu Yang still engrossed in his book, they were astonished. Yu Yang, you haven't slept all night? Indeed, Yu Yang replied, turning another page. The literary merit of this book is profound. I was so captivated that I lost track of time. Ding! That crisp sound resonated once more in his mind. A string of small characters reappeared before his eyes. This must be my external aid. Reading grants me abilities from within the texts. Yu Yang's heart soared with joy as he closed Jin Ping Mei. After freshening up, he addressed his 3 roommates. I need to make a trip to the library. Please help me request an absence. He jogged along the way, arriving at the library just as it opened. Following the library's catalog, Yu Yang located The Legend of the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber. I hope my conjecture holds true. To be honest, Yu Yang felt quite apprehensive. Jin Ping Mei was Jin Ping Mei, while The Legend of the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber was entirely different. These 2 works were of disparate genres. Whether he could acquire the skills and powers from The Legend of the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber through reading was merely a hypothesis, and its veracity could only be confirmed through experimentation. If it were true, I would be prosperous. Reassuring himself, Yu Yang took a deep breath and opened the first page of The Legend of the Heavenly Sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber. He had seen many adaptations of the tale, yet this was his first encounter with the novel. The opening lines, white brocade without patterns, fragrant and splendid. Jade trees and snowy blooms piled high, introduced a poem titled No Mundane Thoughts, penned by Qiu Chuji, one of the 7 disciples of Qiuanjin. On the surface, the poem extolled the pear blossoms, but its true intent was to praise the little dragon girl, likening her to the celestial being Gaijinren. With a heavenly grace and noble spirit, exuding an aura of ethereal talent and remarkable distinction. By this time, Qiu Chuji had long since passed away, and the little dragon maiden had married the valiant Yang Guo, the divine eagle hero. Yet, upon the mountain path of Mount Shaoshi in Hunan, another young maiden was softly reciting these words. This girl, aged between 18 and 19, donned a pale yellow garment and rode a green donkey, ascending the mountain trail at a leisurely pace, reflecting inwardly. Only someone as extraordinary as Sister Long could be worthy of him. Having read The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and being well-versed in the trilogy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Yu Yang naturally recognized this maiden as Guoxiang. Guoxiang had come to Shaolin Temple with the intention of inquiring about Yang Guo's whereabouts. However, upon witnessing Master Jue Yuan being punished, his feet shackled by iron chains and forbidden to speak, she sought to confront the temple, leading to a heated argument and a second encounter with Zhang Jubao. Eager to validate his suspicions, Yu Yang, despite knowing the plot, read every word meticulously. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber comprises an impressive 950,000 characters, now published in 9 volumes, each containing roughly 100,000 words. Goodness! Yu Yang, have you truly procured the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Just to Ji Xiaonan, returning to the dormitory for a midday rest. I heard that this work was penned by an author surnamed Jean from the old calendar. Alongside the return of the Condor Heroes and the Legend of the Condor Heroes, collectively known as the Condor Trilogy, which epitomizes the genre of martial arts novels. You wouldn't be considering writing a novel yourself, would you? With my literary prowess? Hardly, Yu Yang chuckled. I am merely conducting some research, and by the way, Jin Yong is not actually surnamed Jin. His real name is Chao Ya Yong. Jin Yong is merely his pen name. I can't get into these stories. Compared to martial arts novels, I prefer Jin Ping Mei, Ji Xiaonan remarked. Are you attending the counselor's class this afternoon? No, he replied. By the way, Yu Xiaoli contacted me today, saying she has something to return to you. I told her to find you herself. Oh, Yu Yang responded vaguely, flipping through the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Ji Shaonan laughed. It appears you truly are a scoundrel. Just 2 days ago, you were heartbroken over your breakup with Yu Xiaoli, and today you act indifferent? Is she merely a woman? Does it matter so much? Yu Yang laughed heartily. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Now, off you go to class, and please continue to excuse me. Once Ji Shaonan and her companions left the dormitory, Yu Yang furrowed his brow. I have already completed 3 volumes of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, yet the martial arts within are countless. Why is it that I cannot attain even a single technique? Have I miscalculated, or is the acquisition of martial arts inherently more challenging? With a heart full of trepidation, he continued reading until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon finishing the 5th volume of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, a notification chimed. Congratulations! By reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, you have acquired the martial art, 9 Yang Divine Skill. A jolt coursed through Yu Yang's form as a voice resonated within his mind. He is strong by his strength, the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He is unruly by his unruliness, the bright moon illuminates the great river. He harbors his own malice, yet I possess a resolute spirit. The mantra and cultivation techniques of the 9 Suns Divine Art vividly manifested in Yu Yang's mind, transforming into his indelible memory. Chapter 3. Talent is insufficient. Hard work must compensate. The 9 Yang Divine Art. A surge of joy filled Yu Yang's heart, and his face radiated with excitement. My conjecture was not mistaken. I truly can comprehend martial arts techniques from these texts. This technique originates from Jin Yang's seminal work, The Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, and was previously recounted by Master Zhu Yuan of the Shaolin Temple at the conclusion of the Return of the Condor Heroes. Now, the 9 Yang Divine Art has transformed into a part of his memory. Yu Yang has gained a deeper understanding of the 9 Yang Divine Art. The 9 Yang Divine Art represents an ultimate martial arts philosophy, specifically designed to counteract all forms of dark and chilling martial arts energy. It is also a sacred scripture for healing injuries, and upon reaching its zenith, one becomes impervious to harm and immune to all toxins. Moreover, the 9 Yang Divine Art possesses a unique characteristic. Once mastered, one's inner energy can regenerate autonomously, and its growth rate is astonishingly swift. During combat, the recovery of inner strength is equally rapid, and one's defensive capabilities become immensely robust. Most importantly, the 9 Yang Divine Art harmonizes the myriad martial arts systems of the world, allowing the practitioner to utilize techniques from various styles upon its completion. Yu Yang recalls that in his past life, there was a ranking of martial arts techniques and inner strength philosophies from Jin Yang's novels, with the 9 Yang Divine Art securing the top position. Of course, this ranking is highly contentious. Many assert that the I Jin Jing is the most formidable martial art within the realm of Jin Yang's works. Regardless of who claims the title of the strongest, it is undeniable that the prowess of the 9 Yang Divine Art is formidable. If I can master the 9 Yang Divine Art, does that not mean my ascension to martial prowess is merely a matter of time? Yu Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes focused on the nose and nose on the heart, adopting a pose of 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, preparing to commence his practice. At that moment, the dormitory doors swung open. Ji Shaonan, Lu Long, and Tian Wei entered the room, shoulder to shoulder, and upon seeing Yu Yang in such a posture, Ji Shaonan remarked, "What on earth are you doing, Yu Yang?" His gaze swept over the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber resting on Yu Yang's bedside and continued, "You're not seriously thinking of training in the martial arts from that novel, are you? Haha, if the techniques from novels could be cultivated, I would have been invincible long ago." Yu Yang thought to himself, I can indeed cultivate the techniques from the novel. However, there is no need to disclose this. Even if I did, no one would believe me. After casually responding, Yu Yang stood up, retrieved the 9 volumes of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber from his bedside, and said, "Old Ji, I need to step out for a bit. Please remember to help me request a leave of absence tomorrow. It's already past 6. Upon leaving the dormitory, Yu Yang checked into a local inn near the school. After receiving the room key and entering the room, he locked the door behind him. Yu Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, following the guidance of the 9 Yang Divine Art, adopting the 5 hearts towards the heavens posture, and began to attempt the cultivation of the 9 Yang Divine Art. The 9 Yang Divine Art is a martial arts philosophy. The cultivated true energy is referred to as 9 Yang true energy. To practice, one must attune to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding it through one's acupoints and pores into the meridians, transforming it into one's own cultivation. In this world, martial arts are flourishing. The martial way has even permeated the 9-year compulsory education system. From an early age, individuals embark on their journey of understanding martial arts theory. delving into the intricacies of the human body's acupoints and meridians. By high school, under the tutelage of specialized instructors, they honed their foundational martial arts skills to refine their bodies. With the residual memory of Yu Yang, he is well acquainted with the fundamental theories of martial arts, such as acupoints and meridians, and does not harbor concerns about his ability to cultivate. Yet, 2 hours later, Yu Yang, seated in meditation, gradually opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity crossing his face as he furrowed his brow and murmured, "What is happening?" After 2 hours of practice, I cannot even sense the most basic flow of qi. Could it be that my aptitude is lacking? Yu Yang held no significant doubts regarding his innate talent. If his aptitude were exceptional, he would have long since entered a martial arts academy. Without the ability to sense qi, how could he even begin to cultivate? After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly illuminated his eyes. He recalled a particular martial art, the muscle transformation technique. Its renowned rivals that of the 9-yang divine skill. This martial art's greatest merit lies in its capacity to transform one's muscles and bones, unblocking the body's meridians, and possessing the ability to cleanse and elevate one's innate talent. Should he master the muscle transformation technique, he could alter his own aptitude, making remarkable strides in martial arts. In Demigods and Semi-Devils, the character Yutan, originally a mere underling, ascended to become a top martial artist in the realm solely due to acquiring the muscle transformation technique, even managing to contend with Qiao Feng. Having already comprehended the 9-yang divine skill from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he pondered whether he could grasp a second martial arts philosophy. Even if he could, it might not necessarily be the muscle transformation technique. Perusing other texts for the muscle transformation technique, who knows when he would be fortunate enough to uncover it? In this perilous world, where fierce beasts roam and malevolent forces wreak havoc, Yu Yang lacked the luxury of time to leisurely seek out the muscle transformation technique. His thoughts raced, and with a deep breath, determination surged within him. Clenching his fist, he resolutely declared, "If talent is insufficient, I shall compensate with effort. I refuse to believe that without innate talent, one cannot make progress in martial arts. As long as I invest sufficient sweat and diligence, rewards will surely follow. I can enhance my proficiency in the Golden Lotus with Jin Ping Mei. Thus, reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber should also bolster my mastery of the 9-yang divine skill." Yu Yang opened the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and began to read intently. He resolved to forego sleep that night. To him, studying through the night was akin to cultivation. However, having already pulled an all-nighter the previous day and being well acquainted with the plot of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he soon began to feel drowsy. Indeed, just like cultivation, learning requires a balance of labor and rest. Relentless toil yields no benefits and may even harm the body. Yu Yang closed the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, lay down on his bed, and mused, "I shall take a brief slumber. Once I have replenished my energy, I can return to my studies." Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke naturally, it was already noon the following day at 11 o'clock. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, a series of characters materialized before Yu Yang. Ding! Upon perusing the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he acquired the martial arts technique, the 9-yang divine skill. As he engaged with the text, a crisp notification resonated in his mind. He felt a surge of warmth coalesce within him, a fervent energy coursing through his body in accordance with the cultivation methods of the 9-yang divine skill. Throughout this process, he distinctly sensed a transformation occurring within his physical form. Under the nurturing influence of this vital energy, his flesh, sinews, and skin grew increasingly robust. After a complete cycle of this energy, it settled into his dantian. A glimmer of joy illuminated Yu Yang's face. In addition to cultivating this vital energy, he found himself endowed with the intricate manual of the 7 injuries fist in his mind. Once he had calmed his tumultuous emotions, Yu Yang turned his attention to the 7 injuries fist. This technique bore significant renown within the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, being a hallmark of the Konggong sect. The golden-haired Lion King, C.S. Sun, had once mastered this art, employing it to vanquish the eminent Shaolin monk, Master Kong Jian. The potency of this fist technique was formidable, encapsulating 7 distinct types of striking force, some fierce, others gentle, some embodying strength within softness, and others softness within strength, executing strikes both lateral and direct, or retracting inward. Yet, its drawbacks were stark. Unless a practitioner reached a profound level of internal mastery, the technique could inflict harm upon oneself before it could impact an adversary. Each practice of the 7 injuries fist inflicted further damage upon the practitioner's internal organs. The 9-yang divine skill, renowned as a healing scripture, not only rendered its practitioners immune to myriad toxins, but also allowed them to counteract various cold internal energies, facilitating rapid recovery from injuries. Yu Yang pondered. If he were to first cultivate the 9-yang divine skill before attempting the 7 injuries fist, could he mitigate the latter's detrimental effects? A contemplative expression crossed his face. Should this method prove ineffective, the 7 injuries fist would be of no use to him, and indeed, it could be perilous. What if, during his reading of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he inadvertently amplified his proficiency in the 7 injuries fist, as a novice in martial arts? Would he not be courting immediate demise? Thus, he refrained from attempting to practice the 7 injuries fist and continued to delve into the text. A sleepless night ensued. Approximately around 3 in the morning, as he embarked on his second reading of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, the familiar string of characters resurfaced. Upon reading, he acquired the martial arts technique, the 7 injuries fist. The moment the crisp system notification echoed in his mind, Yu Yang felt a warm rush in his throat, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. His internal organs throbbed with excruciating pain, yet within his mind, an extraordinary sensation blossomed. It was as if he had already mastered the 7 injuries fist. Chapter 4, Journey to the West, a work of immense historical research value. The circulation of the 9-yang true qi somewhat alleviated the internal injuries caused by the proficiency gained in the 7 wounds fist. Indeed, the 9-yang true qi proves effective in healing the internal wounds inflicted by the 7 wounds fist. However, my current cultivation level is too low, and the healing process is painfully slow. Nevertheless, I can continue to study to enhance my mastery of the 9-yang divine skill, thereby swiftly alleviating the injuries caused by the 7 wounds fist. Thoughts flickered in Yu Yang's mind. He clenched his fist tightly, sensing his own strength. Previously, my punching power was nearly 400 kilograms. Now, it should reach around 600 kilograms. It appears that the 9-yang true qi also has the effect of refining the physical body. This reflects merely the physical strength. Now that Yu Yang has cultivated the 9-yang true qi, once this energy erupts, his punching power may very well reach 1,000 kilograms. A punching power of 1,000 kilograms. This is the minimum standard for a martial artist. This is no exaggeration. As Yu Yang is aware, at his peak, the boxing champion Tyson could achieve a punching power of 800 pounds, equivalent to 360 kilograms. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy and the widespread practice of martial arts, as long as one is not frail or ailing, a normal adult male can almost reach 500 kilograms in punching power, surpassing even the peak Tyson. However, to advance further and become a true martial artist, one's innate talent must come into play. For individuals like Yu Yang, lacking sufficient aptitude and without any sense of energy, how can one hope to cultivate? Without the ability to harness internal energy, becoming a martial artist is exceedingly challenging. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent or resorts to external forces to pursue the path of body refinement, one might become a body-refining martial artist. Yet, this path requires daily immersion in medicinal baths, application of ointments, and consumption of elixirs to enhance vitality. It also necessitates seeking out highly skilled martial artists to stimulate the body's acupoints and meridians with their true energy, promoting blood circulation and resolving the hidden ailments left from cultivation. Such methods of training demand financial resources that are far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Having cultivated true energy, I can barely consider myself a martial artist. Yet, this is still woefully insufficient. Due to the integration of memories, Yu Yang possesses a general understanding of the martial arts system within this world. The path of martial cultivation is classified into 9 grades. Grades 1, 2, and 3 represent the lower realm. Grades 4, 5, and 6 denote the middle realm, and grades 7, 8, and 9 signify the higher realm. Based on the martial theories learned during high school, Yu Yang knows that the current classification of martial arts grades is a reorganization derived from the ancient martial cultivation levels. The 9 grades correspond to the postnatal and innate realms. As for what lies beyond the 9 grades, that remains a mystery. Regarding awakened ones, they are exceedingly rare, and how their levels are classified or how they cultivate is not common knowledge. Relevant information is scarce online. Adjusting his mindset, Yu Yang resumed reading the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. At that moment, he suddenly heard 2 distinct sounds behind him, and 3 figures rushed forward at great speed. Upon a fleeting glance, Zhang Wuji beheld 3 individuals clad in immaculate white robes. Among them, 2 figures stood tall, while the one on the left was a woman. They stood against the moonlight, their faces obscured, yet each robe bore an unmistakable flame emblem, revealing them to be members of the Ming sect. As Yu Yang read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, a thought crossed his mind. If one could derive martial abilities from literature, why not seek out a fantasy novel or a tale of celestial beings? Moreover, could one extract other treasures from these texts, such as elixirs or weaponry? Furthermore, if the Golden Lotus and the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber are regarded as ancient texts in this world, would contemporary literature hold any value for me? Soon, dawn broke, and the clamor of the streets filled the air. Ding! Upon reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he acquired the martial arts technique, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. Reading further, he gained the martial art, 7 Injuries Fist 1. The crisp sounds resonated in Yu Yang's mind, and he felt a surge of true energy manifest within him. The internal injuries from practicing the 7 Injuries Fist healed instantaneously, and his cultivation strengthened in a blink. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of profound understanding surged forth, deepening his comprehension of the 7 Injuries Fist. Accompanying this revelation, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling, as excruciating pain radiated from his innards, prompting him to clutch his abdomen and mutter, "Damn, this fist technique is truly treacherous." Thankfully, the internal cultivation he gleaned from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber was the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Had it been any other technique, the combination with the 7 Injuries Fist might have proven fatal. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yang circulated his true energy to mitigate the injuries inflicted by the 7 Injuries Fist. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that if he sought leave from his teacher now, he would undoubtedly be granted it. After organizing the 9 volumes of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he entered the school gate, only to be intercepted by a girl. "Yu Yang, why are you avoiding me?" The girl donned a white sweatshirt adorned with cartoon designs, paired with tight-fitting jeans and white sneakers. Her short hair framed a delicately made-up face, yet it was her peach-shaped posterior, accentuated by the snug jeans, that caught Yu Yang's eye. "Are you Xiaoli?" Yu Yang recognized her. Wasn't she his ex-girlfriend? However, hadn't she found a boyfriend at a martial arts academy? Why then did she appear with red, swollen eyes, as if mourning a loss? Yu Yang replied with a smile, "Since we have parted ways, it is perhaps best we do not meet again. Besides, why would I avoid you? You did say we could remain friends after our breakup." At this, Xiaoli burst into tears. She produced an exquisite gift box, inside which lay a golden necklace. With tears streaming down her face, she said, "I have received the gift you entrusted to someone, and I am deeply touched. I have decided to grant you a chance to pursue me once more." "Pursue you?" Yu Yang snatched the gift box away and retorted angrily, "Get lost. Your mere presence irritates me." He strode towards the school, but due to the internal injuries sustained from practicing the 7 Wounds Fist, he couldn't contain a cough of blood in his agitation. Xiaoli wiped her tears and murmured while gazing at Yu Yang's retreating figure, He must be speaking out of anger. He spat blood. His heart must be in great pain." Yu Yang headed directly to the administrative building, seeking out his advisor, old Wang. Coughing blood, he said, "Teacher Wang, I need to take a leave of absence." The advisor, only in his 30s but with a receding hairline, was taken aback. With a wave of his hand, he granted Yu Yang a week off and inquired if that would suffice, even offering to accompany him to the hospital. Coughing. After leaving the office, Yu Yang proceeded to the library. The library of the College of Liberal Arts at Northwest University housed numerous books, most of which were modern texts covering literature, philosophy, economics, and warfare, while there were only about 80 ancient texts from earlier eras, predominantly in the realm of literature. Among them, he found merely 2 martial arts novels, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and Demigods and Semi-Devils. He borrowed Demigods and Semi-Devils and approached the librarian, inquiring, "Sir, does our library not possess any ancient texts on fantasy and martial arts?" The librarian, a gray-haired gentleman engrossed in Jean Ping Mei, shook his head and replied, "Our school does not have such books. However, I have heard that the archaeology department may have a few ancient texts under organization, but I am unaware of their genres. Kyoto University, on the other hand, holds a valuable ancient text from the earlier era, one of the 4 great classics, titled Journey to the West. It was unearthed by the archaeology department 17 years ago." Journey to the West? Yu Yang's eyes lit up as he pressed on, "Sir, is there an electronic version of this book available online? Can it be borrowed?" "Such a book? Where could one possibly find an electronic version?" The librarian chuckled. "It is said that this book possesses immense historical research value. Whether that is true or not, I cannot say as I have not read it." "Journey to the West? Historical research value?" Yu Yang paused, then laughed. Aren't these novels merely fabrications by their authors? What historical value could they possibly hold? The librarian regarded Yu Yang with a peculiar expression and replied, "Novels are derived from reality. The content within them is not necessarily entirely fabricated. Perhaps they are inspired by real events. At least some accounts in records of the search for spirits have been corroborated." What? Yu Yang's expression shifted slightly. The librarian then returned to his reading of Jin Ping Mei, saying, "All right, if you wish to borrow any book, please register it yourself. Do not disturb me while I appreciate this great work of ancient literature. Some records and records of the search for gods have been confirmed? How could this be possible? Records of the Search for Gods is merely a mythical novel. Could it be that the legendary myths truly existed in the world? Just as he was lost in such thoughts, the dormitory door was pushed open. Oh! Upon seeing Yu Yang, Ji Xiaonan's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "I have delightful news to share. Yu Xiaoli's new boyfriend, that green tea, has passed away." Yu Yang looked up, his expression filled with confusion. Pa. Ji Xiaonan realized his blunder and quickly corrected himself. How could this be considered good news? The sacrifice of every talented warrior represents a tremendous loss for humanity. Yu Yang, you may not be aware, but just last night, a gifted student from the Martial Arts Academy was assassinated by a nefarious force. Yu Xiaoli's boyfriend happened to be with that talented student at the time and was caught in the fray, struck down by a single blow on the street. Chapter 5. Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities, Live Streaming of Tribulations. Homicide in broad daylight. How audacious these malevolent forces are? Regarding such evil entities, Yu Yang is well aware, having studied them in elementary, middle, and high school. Following the cataclysmic nuclear war of the old era, the remnants of humanity were forced to seek refuge underground for survival. These formidable individuals valiantly defended against the monstrous beasts, safeguarding the surviving populace and rekindling the flicker of hope amidst the desolate wasteland. However, not all are inclined to embrace a life of order. Some, upon acquiring immense power, find their latent malevolence and desires unleashed, recruiting rogues to forge sinister factions, constructing cities of vice upon the ruins of old cities, or retreating into the depths of remote mountains and forests. In the early days of the new era, the peril posed by these nefarious forces rivaled that of the monstrous beasts, with countless innocents falling victim, directly or indirectly, to their malevolence. Despite numerous crackdowns, a significant number of these wicked factions have been eradicated. Nevertheless, those that have survived the relentless assaults of the authorities are formidable adversaries. Remnants of the vanquished factions often resurface to wreak havoc every few years. Lu Long expressed his deep concern, while Tianwei remarked, "I heard that elite students from both the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy have mobilized, along with 3rd and 4th year students from the Martial Arts College. This time, the cult infiltrating our city will likely find it impossible to escape." Ji Xiaon suggested, "Speaking of martial arts academies, tomorrow is Saturday. Does anyone wish to train at the academy?" Both Tianwei and Lu Long agreed. Turning their gaze to Yu Yang smiled. "That sounds good. Let us all go together tomorrow." Within the Martial Arts Academy, there exists a dedicated assessment department for martial artists. Those who pass will receive relevant credentials, granting them numerous advantages. Even if Ji Xiaonan had not mentioned it, Yu Yang had already planned a visit. The Jiuzhou and Thunder Academies are the 2 largest martial arts institutions in the Daxia realm. Currently, the founder of Jiuzhou Academy, Lin Jiuzhou, is hailed as the foremost expert of Daxia and serves as the speaker, while the founder of Thunder Academy is recognized as the premier legislator. The admission criteria for these 2 esteemed academies are even more stringent than those of the Martial Arts College, making them the sanctuaries of martial artists' dreams. In the dormitory, the 4 engaged in light-hearted conversation when Ji Xiaonan, ever the bearer of news, dropped a bombshell. "By the way, a new awakener has emerged from the Martial Arts College today. Did you all hear about it?" "No way, is that true? An awakener? What abilities has this person awakened?" Lu Long and Tianwei inquired eagerly, with even Yu Yang's spirits lifted. Ji Xiaonan replied, "It seems to be fire-based. I heard that this guy is also a freshman, performing poorly academically, ranking near the bottom of his class. According to the college's regulations, if a freshman does not become a martial artist by the end of the first semester, they will be forcibly expelled. Isn't it nearly December? The final assessments are approaching, and I heard that he was already marked for expulsion by the college instructors, but in a moment of excitement, he awakened." Ji Xiaonan, filled with envy, sighed, "This truly is a transformation from a sparrow to a phoenix, soaring to great heights in an instant. Well, exclaimed Lu Long in astonishment. Is it really possible to awaken like this? Brothers, why don't we try getting expelled too? You can try it if you want. Tian Wei rolled his eyes and replied with exasperation, what if I get expelled and don't awaken? My father would surely break my legs. Although all of them were liberal arts students, their discussions frequently revolved around martial arts. Clearly, they all aspired to become warriors. Even now, they had not given up. Otherwise, they wouldn't be training at the martial arts gym on weekends. After some idle chatter, Ji Xiaoyan and the others lay on their beds, scrolling through short videos on their phones, while Yu Yang continued reading The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. As his cultivation level rose, his reading speed had significantly increased, and he soon finished the 9th volume of the book for the second time. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in his mind, announcing, reading The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber grants martial arts technique, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. Yu Yang sensed that the 9 Yang true energy within him had thickened a few degrees, as the true energy circulated automatically. The injuries he sustained from the 7 injuries fist healed rapidly. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Yu Yang opened the first volume of The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber again, beginning his 3rd reading. Suddenly, Tian Wei let out a strange shout. Rolling off the bed and staring at his phone screen, brothers, big news. In neighboring Xia City, someone is live-streaming the tribulation. I've sent the link to the group. Hurry up and watch. What? Someone is undergoing tribulation in Xia City? Could it be that Master Hong from the Master Ranking? Lu Long and Ji Xiaoyan immediately entered the live stream. Yu Yang quickly pulled out his phone, found the live stream link in their dormitory group, and clicked to join. Inside the live stream, the number of online viewers displayed in the upper right corner was 100,000, and the screen was flooded with comments. After closing the comments, Yu Yang realized that in the night sky of the live stream, fierce winds howled and dark clouds gathered, with arcs of lightning flashing within the clouds. Below the ominous clouds stood a small hill. As the lightning flickered, he could vaguely make out a man holding a battle sword, standing with his hands clasped behind him on the peak. A swordsman? It certainly appeared to be Master Hong. Ji Xiaoyan laughed heartily. Master Hong ranks 8th on the Great Xia Master list. He is a renowned swordsman in our northwest. With his strength, he will surely pass the Thunder Tribulation. It seems that today we will gain another formidable warrior above the 9th grade in our northwest. Currently, there are 5 major allied nations on Earth, which have constructed 36 base cities. Among them, Great Xia has 9 base cities, and In-City is one of them. Moreover, In-City is the only base city in the northwest, reportedly built upon the foundations of the ancient city of Xi'an from the old calendar. Additionally, centered around In-City, there are 5 satellite cities: Xia City, Qing City, Yang City, Qi City, and Wu City. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning split the night sky in the live stream. Yu Yang fixed his gaze upon the screen of his phone, and at the moment the lightning illuminated the surroundings. The man standing with his hands clasped behind his back drew his blade. A surge of sword energy tore through the darkness, slicing toward the formidable lightning. Chapter 6. Dark Arts, Stone Statues, Martial Arts Mystique. In the realm of martial cultivation, does one truly need to face tribulations to transcend the 9th rank? How did Ji Xiaoyan come to possess such knowledge? The mysteries surrounding the realms beyond the 9th rank are not widely disseminated, and Yu Yang harbored little understanding of this domain. Yet, at this moment, there was no opportunity to inquire further. Boom. In the live streaming room, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the night sky and descended. Even from behind the screen, Yu Yang felt an overwhelming celestial might. Upon witnessing that bolt of tribulation, he could not help but feel a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness. Could mortal strength truly contend with such divine power? A thought surged within Yu Yang's mind. However, before he could dwell on it, he witnessed a blade of energy rising to meet the lightning, and with a single strike, it shattered the tribulation into fragments. The crackling purple arcs of electricity spread outwards into the night sky, dissipating after traveling several dozen miles. The man atop the mountain, wielding a long knife, laughed heartily and boldly proclaimed, "This mere heavenly tribulation is nothing. Bring it on." Boom. The second bolt of lightning struck once more. This time, the man required 3 strikes to dispel the tribulation. The mountaintop beneath him shimmered with a layer of lightning. Oh no. In dormitory 403, Ji Xiaoyan gasped. Master Hong cultivates the Kai Tian Jiu Dao from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. This knife technique is fierce and domineering, relying on strength to overcome strength. But the drawbacks are evident. The consumption is tremendous. Having already expended 3 strikes for the second tribulation, facing the 3rd and 4th may prove perilous. What is there to fear? replied Tian Wei with a chuckle. Since Master Hong dares to stream his tribulation, he must possess absolute confidence. The third bolt of lightning soon descended. This time, Master Hong required 5 strikes to vanquish the tribulation. The mountain beneath him erupted, losing a meter in height. Though Yu Yang did not know Master Hong personally, he held his breath, his heart racing. Boom. The fourth bolt of lightning fell. This tribulation was significantly more formidable than the previous 3. In the live stream, Master Hong let out a long howl, shouting, "To all my loyal viewers in the stream, witness as my blade shatters this heavenly tribulation. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Damn the heavens, break for me." His long knife erupted with a dazzling blade aura, and he leaped into the heart of the lightning storm. This proclamation left Yu Yang in a state of bewilderment. The imposing image of Master Hong he had just formed crumbled unexpectedly. Why did this feel reminiscent of watching a past internet celebrity's live stream? Boom. Suddenly, the lightning scattered in disarray. In midair, a dark figure plummeted from the sky. The figure landed on the mountaintop with a crash, sending stones flying. And with a weak yet triumphant laugh declared, "Haha, I survived. Haha, I made it." Ji Xiaonan and the others erupted into laughter. And even Yu Yang let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Within the live broadcast, a mass of dark clouds suddenly drifted in from the distance at an astonishing speed, and above the clouds, a towering figure emerged, striking downwards with a palm. Boom. From atop the mountain, Master Hong suddenly surged forth from a cluster of rocks, wielding a long knife, displaying no trace of weakness. Surrounding him, bolts of lightning flickered. And with a swing of his blade towards the descending giant hand, he laughed heartily, "Evil spirits, do you truly dare to attempt my assassination? I have been waiting for you. Brothers, arm yourselves, and slay this wretched fiend." Whoosh. 3 figures shot forth from the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, the screen of the live broadcast transformed into a void. A message appeared, indicating that the broadcast had ended. Damn it. Ji Xiaonan smashed his phone in fury, exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense is this? I had just removed my pants, and you cut off the broadcast?" Tian Wei and Lu Long also erupted in curses. After venting their frustrations, they urged, "Quick, let us check various forums and social media for any reports on this matter." Meanwhile, Yu Yang sat on his bed, his gaze vacant, his face a mask of shock. That was a statue? Yu Yang observed that the towering figure above the dark clouds was not a human, but a statue, standing 4 to 5 meters tall. But how could a statue fly? Why would a statue attack Master Hong? Evil spirits, could it be that the statue was not merely a statue, but a master of some nefarious force? After several minutes of stunned contemplation, just as Yu Yang prepared to search for related news online, he heard Ji Xiaonan exclaim once more. "The official announcement from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy has been released, everyone. Go take a look." Yu Yang entered the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy's official website and clicked enter. Indeed, a notification promptly appeared on the homepage. The announcement was brief, encapsulated in a few short sentences. On November 27th, 2008 of the new calendar, at 23:18, Master Hong Qiuyang of Summer City encountered a surprise attack from the evil Black Sky sect during his tribulation. The experts of the Black Sky sect have been vanquished, and Master Hong has successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation. The Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, along with all its members, congratulates Master Hong on entering the realm of martial arts transcendence. Is the realm above the 9th grade referred to as the transcendent realm? Yu Yang murmured. Beside him, Ji Xiaonan nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Above the 9th grade lies the realm of martial arts transcendence, where one can condense martial arts abilities. The Black Sky sect is an embodiment of evil. That statue must be a deity revered by them." A deity? Yu Yang was taken aback and pondered, could it be that there really are gods in this world? In today's age, are there truly divine beings among us? Ji Xiaonan shook her head and remarked, "It is merely the lingering remnants of deities, seducing those wicked beings to reconstruct their golden forms, receiving offerings from these malevolent entities, and thereby condensing some divine consciousness and spiritual power. These deities seek to exert control over the mortal realm. The cataclysmic nuclear war of the ancient calendar was instigated by them, and now, like a rekindled ember, they audaciously aspire to manipulate humanity's fate. Truly a delusion." What? Yu Yang's heart trembled violently. Tian Wei and Lu Long also gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it true? Didn't the textbook state that the nuclear war of the ancient calendar erupted due to Earth's scarcity of resources, as the great powers vied for dominance? The deities exerting control. None of this was covered in our studies." "Of course," Ji Xiaonan scoffed. "I read this in a novel. It's merely the fanciful concoction of the author, naturally absent from our textbooks. A novel? Isn't that absurd? Lu Long and Tian Wei muttered in disbelief. Yet, Yu Yang furrowed his brow, casting a contemplative glance at Ji Xiaonan, pondering silently. What she said might not be entirely false. She surely knows something. Nuclear war. Deities. Is it possible that in this world, there truly exist divine beings? Yu Yang recalled the resurgence of spiritual energy. What does resurgence signify? It must imply that something once existed, then became desolate, only to now be termed as revival. So, in ancient times, could there have existed martial arts, superpowers, or even the legendary chi refiners? Martial arts, when cultivated to formidable heights, could allow one to soar through the skies and cleave mountains with ease. To the ancients, such formidable beings were indistinguishable from deities. And among the superpowered, there were those awakened to various elemental forces such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Might the thunder god, wind god, and rain god from mythology be potent individuals among the awakened? In that moment, Yu Yang's mind raced with myriad thoughts. He felt as if he were enveloped in a thick fog, rendering the earth profoundly unfamiliar. After a lengthy pause, Yu Yang took a deep breath, opened the heaven sword and dragon saber, and smiled to himself. Whether gods or immortals, these matters are beyond my grasp. Once my strength is sufficiently formidable, I shall naturally uncover these mysteries. Chapter 7. The 9 Provinces Martial Arts School, Remnants. Young Master Zhang, would you care to practice the profound skill of the Qian Kuan de Nuoi? Perhaps your extraordinary intellect will allow you to master it in no time. Zhang Wuji chuckled, stating, the former leaders of the Ming sect dedicated their entire lives to this art, yet few succeeded. Given their brilliance, how could I, in but a moment, surpass those esteemed predecessors? Xiao Zhao whispered, a single day's gain is worth a day's endeavor. Even a brief practice is beneficial. Wuji smiled faintly, taking the sheepskin scroll and reciting its contents softly. The scroll detailed methods of energy circulation and force application, and to his surprise, he effortlessly executed the techniques. It read, this first tier of the skill may be mastered in 7 years by those of exceptional insight, while others may take 14. Wuji was perplexed. What is the difficulty? Why must it take 7 years to master? Late at night, in the Northwest Literature Academy, room 403, Yu Yang sat under a desk lamp, engrossed in reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, undisturbed by any distractions. This was his 3rd reading of the novel, and he had just reached the scene where Zhang Wuji and Xiao Zhao inadvertently stumbled into the forbidden passage of the Ming sect and accidentally acquired the Qian Kuan de Nuoi. The writing of Old Master Jin was truly remarkable. It subtly portrayed Zhang Wuji's impressive persona. Yu Yang couldn't help but sigh, reflecting inwardly, indeed. Zhang Wuji possesses extraordinary martial talent, and with the cultivation of the 9 Yang divine skill, he can easily grasp any martial art. His learning is swift and precise. Yet, I am not so fortunate. My talent is lacking. Without any external aid, I doubt I could ever become a martial artist. After a few moments of contemplation, Yu Yang resumed his reading. The following segments represented the pinnacle of the narrative within the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhang Wuji, having mastered the Qian Kuan de Nuoi, fought valiantly against the 6 major sects under the alias of Zhang Niu, thereby making a name for himself in the martial world. Ding. As Yu Yang read, he received the martial arts skill, 9 Yang divine skill. Furthermore, he obtained the weapon, the Heaven Sword. At that moment, a crisp sound resonated in his mind once more, feeling the surge of 9 Yang true energy within him. Yu Yang's gaze was drawn to the sword that had suddenly appeared at his bedside, and he was greatly astonished. The Heaven Sword. I never anticipated that reading this novel would not only grant me skills, but also bestow a weapon. Yu Yang reached for the hilt of the Heaven Sword, flicking it with his finger, and the blade emerged in a flash of cold light within the dormitory. A splendid sword indeed, he thought, plucking a hair from his leg and placing it upon the blade. With a gentle breath, the hair was effortlessly severed. He then took a stainless steel thermos belonging to Ji Xiaonan and lightly sliced it with the Heaven Sword, cleanly dividing it in 2. With a mere breath, I can sever hair and slice through steel. This legendary S-class alloy weapon is no mere myth, is it? Today's martial artists wield nothing but alloy weapons. This alloy weapon was forged by human scientists in the 17th year of the new era, utilizing a newly discovered or alongside a unique substance extracted from the bones of fearsome beasts. A fine S-grade alloy weapon can command a staggering price of several hundred million. Within the two major martial arts academies, there are assessment projects for martial artists. Passing these evaluations allows one to carry swords and blades into the streets. Tomorrow, when I visit the martial arts academy, I shall seize the opportunity to participate in the assessment. After toying with it for a while, Yu Yang sheathed the heavenly sword and concealed it beneath a mattress, returning to his reading. Before long, dawn broke. Ji Xiaonan, still drowsy, rose from her slumber and, upon picking up her thermos, exclaimed in shock, "What happened to my thermos?" Her startled cry jolted Lu Long and Tian Wei from their dreams. Ji Xiaonan held the thermos, now shattered into two pieces, her eyes gleaming with astonishment as she remarked, "My thermos was severed by a sword, such a formidable blade. Capable of slicing through metal like mud, it must be at least an A-grade weapon." Yu Yang remained focused, immersed in his reading of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Ji Xiaonan glanced over and inquired, "Yu Yang, did you read all night? Did someone enter our dormitory last night?" Yu Yang shook his head. Lu Long couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Ji, you're overthinking it, aren't you? Only a 6th-grade martial artist would wield an A-grade weapon. Do you truly believe such a master would sneak into our dormitory in the dead of night to slash your thermos? Surely my thermos didn't just break on its own?" Yu Yang remained silent, continuing his reading. Suddenly, a chime echoed. Ding. By reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, you have acquired a martial arts technique. 7 injuries fist 1. As the crisp sound resonated in his mind, Yu Yang felt as if a massive iron hammer weighing hundreds of pounds had struck his chest. A warmth surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ji Xiaonan and the others were startled. Tian Wei, in the midst of relieving himself, rushed out without even pulling up his pants upon hearing the commotion. Yu Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reassured them, "There is no need to worry. I merely caught a chill and have a slight cold." "A mere cold, you say? What kind of cold makes one spit blood?" With that, Yu Yang jumped up to wash himself. Seeing his behavior, the three finally ceased their concerns. After finishing their morning routines, around 9 o'clock, the four set off, visiting a breakfast shop outside the school for a meal before taking the bus to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. As they approached the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, Yu Yang felt a profound sense of awe. In terms of area, the academy was even larger than the College of Literature. The main entrance revealed towering buildings within, including classrooms for martial arts students, training rooms, gravity training facilities, teacher-s offices, staff dormitories, indoor training arenas, assessment rooms, a hall for purchasing materials from fierce beasts, and a task distribution hall. Among the structures, there stood a 6-story building specifically designed for individuals like Yu Yang, who were neither martial artists nor formal members of the academy, to engage in their training. Many individuals have yet to achieve the status of a martial artist, yet they diligently strive to attain this goal. The martial arts school provides a convenient venue, equipped not only with professional training equipment, but also with resident instructors available for complimentary consultations regarding any training-related inquiries. Upon entering the training hall, one can observe a bustling atmosphere, particularly due to it being the weekend. The first floor is abuzz with animated discussions surrounding the recent live stream of Master Hong Qiuyang's tribulation and subsequent ambush. Yu Yang carried a bag containing 9 volumes of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Exiting the training hall, he made his way to another building, the assessment hall of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School, where individuals seeking to undertake martial artist evaluations typically proceed. Upon entering the assessment hall, Yu Yang filled out his personal information on the first floor and paid a fee of 100 yuan. The young lady at the front desk informed him, "Sir, please proceed to the second-floor assessment hall and wait briefly. The assessors will arrive shortly. Your information will be forwarded, and you will be called when it's your turn." The second-floor assessment hall comprises 3 evaluation rooms, with several rows of chairs arranged outside. By the time Yu Yang arrived, 6 individuals were already seated and awaiting their turn. Casting a glance at the 6, he selected an empty chair and took out the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber to peruse. After only a few pages, a voice interrupted his reading. "Brother, are you a student?" Yu Yang looked up to see a young man with a buzz cut, clad in a white tracksuit, standing beside him. He, too, appeared to be there for the assessment, yet unlike the quietly waiting others, he radiated confidence, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon noticing Yu Yang nod, he continued, "From the School of Arts, I presume?" Surprised, Yu Yang inquired, "How did you know? Do you know me?" The youth casually took a seat beside Yu Yang, unable to suppress a laugh. "I don't know you, it's merely a guess. Only students of the arts would be foolish enough to come to a martial arts school to read." Yu Yang frowned at the young man's demeanor and tone, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. By the way, aren't you art students known for your love of research? Why are you here to take the martial artist assessment? The young man continued to chatter. Do you feel confident about your assessment? To be honest, both my parents are martial artists. My current prowess is actually quite. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Jojo Martial Arts School, in the office of the schoolmaster, a middle-aged man clad in training attire stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the entire facility. In his hands, he idly twirled a pair of walnuts and remarked, with the right protector now deceased, "It is an opportune moment to eradicate their influence. What were the results of your overnight search?" Behind the middle-aged man stood a martial artist with an aura of profound depth. A silence enveloped the office. This is indeed the most troublesome matter. Those individuals possess a remarkable talent for swaying the hearts of the people. They infiltrated the city and secretly developed their plans, leaving no one aware of their manipulations over certain individuals. Despite the thorough preparations made by the two major martial arts schools to counter this threat, it remains challenging to acquire all pertinent information. Should these individuals descend into madness and recklessly massacre innocent civilians, the consequences would be unimaginable. We enlisted the expertise of an extraordinary hypnotist who managed to extract some intelligence from a few individuals through hypnosis. It appears that these remnants intend to sink the ship with all aboard, launching a suicidal assault. The martial artist pondered for a moment and added, "I fear that there may be remnants who will strike at the martial arts schools." Chapter 8. Dare to kill before me? Assessment Building. Second floor assessment hall. Yu Yang's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists alternately loosening and clenching. Beside him, a young man prattled incessantly, boasting about his remarkable prowess. Even those waiting nearby for the assessment were drawn to his words. Unable to restrain himself, Yu Yang retorted, "If you are so formidable, why have you not undergone the martial artist assessment sooner?" The young man lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke, his fingers snapping as he chuckled. "Ah, you wouldn't understand. Once I pass the assessments of the two major martial arts academies, my identity will be uploaded. For a genius like me, exposure brings great trouble. The scum of evil factions, like the Black Heaven sect, relish hunting talents like myself. Now that my cultivation nears the second rank, and I have mastered my ancestral boxing technique, only then did my parents consent for me to participate in the assessment." Unbeknownst to him, among those waiting was a man who had remained silent with his head bowed. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of malevolence flashed in his eyes. A glimmer of cold light emerged from his sleeve as a sharp dagger silently materialized in his hand. He stealthily rose, concealing the dagger behind him, and approached the loquacious young man. Yu Yang, oblivious to this unfolding drama, struggled to suppress his impulse to pummel the young man, opting instead to focus on his book. The young man then exclaimed, "Oh, is that the Legend of the Condor Heroes? Brother, I just realized. You are reading an old martial arts novel. Oh, by the way, you liberal arts students may lack talent, but you all harbor dreams of becoming martial artists. Lack talent? How dare you?" At that moment, Yu Yang finally understood why the character Sun Bukong in Stephen Chow's version of A Chinese Odyssey yearned to eliminate Tang Xing. His incessant buzzing was unbearable. Unable to endure further, Yu Yang darkened his expression and swung a punch at the young man. Bang! The punch landed squarely on his face. Ouch! Damn! The young man cried out, sent sprawling to the ground. Yu Yang leaped forward, pinning him down and unleashing a flurry of punches. The young man attempted to resist, but he soon realized that this seemingly pale and breathless liberal arts student, who appeared to be suffering from internal injuries, possessed astonishing explosive power. After a few punches, he was seeing stars, unable to muster a single breath of true energy. This was still Yu Yang refraining from using the 7 injuries fist. Otherwise, the chatterbox would likely have met his demise. Of course, with his current injuries, Yu Yang dared not employ such a self-harming technique recklessly. Others might just be annoying, deserving of a beating, but not death. Moreover, given his current internal cultivation level, overusing the 7 injuries fist could very well lead to his own downfall. This scene drew the attention of everyone in the assessment hall, who turned to witness the commotion. Even the man concealing a dagger behind him halted his steps. His sinister gaze flickered, revealing a glimmer of joy as he shouted towards Yu Yang. "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger." The dagger-wielding man exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, you are a brother of the divine sect. Brother, are you here at the Jojo Martial Arts School to kill as well? What a coincidence, we are of like mind." Those young individuals daring to partake in the martial arts assessment are all potential warriors. If we join forces to eliminate them, even if we perish, it would be worth it. When the divine light illuminates the world in the future, you and I shall be reborn in its radiance. Yu Yang was taken aback. The divine sect? Killing? What nonsense is this? Before he could ponder further, the youth, who was being pinned down and had already suffered a bruised face, bellowed, "Are you cultists of the Black Heaven sect?" "Nonsense!" Yu Yang panicked and shouted. "I am not. Don't spout such absurdities." The two martial arts schools imposed severe penalties on all kinds of evil forces, ranging from the death penalty to life imprisonment. He certainly did not wish to bear such a stigma. Haha. The sinister-faced man laughed heartily. "Brother, since you have come to the Jojo martial arts school like me, you must have resigned yourself to death. Your ability to speak the secret language of our divine sect surely cannot be false. There is no need to conceal your identity. Let's act. Otherwise, when the masters of the Jojo martial arts school arrive, we shall have no opportunity left." He cackled coldly, glancing at the youth pinned beneath Yu Yang, and let the dagger drop. This young man, barely of age, was already nearing the second tier of martial prowess, showing some talent. Let us deal with him first. The youth, terrified to the core, shut his eyes and cried out, "Daddy, save me." The opportunity to clear the stigma had arrived. Yu Yang's mind raced. He kicked the fallen youth away, ensuring he avoided the fatal blow. The dagger-wielding man missed his strike, his eyes widening in disbelief as he abruptly turned to Yu Yang, exclaiming, "Why? Why did you save him? The evil ones must be eradicated. How dare you kill before me? You have great audacity." Yu Yang regarded the dagger-wielding youth calmly, speaking softly. Yet, in truth, he felt a swell of anxiety within. He could even sense his body trembling, his heartbeat racing, an extraordinary sensation filled with fear, yet more so with exhilaration. Yu Yang understood clearly. He was facing a desperate outlaw, one long brainwashed by evil forces, resigned to his fate. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled the Juyang true chi to its utmost limit. The dagger-wielding man regained his senses, and in that instant, many thoughts crossed his mind. Could it be that the Jojo martial arts school had anticipated his movements, deliberately sending someone to lie in wait? He let out a furious roar, lunging forward with his dagger, shouting, "You are not of my divine sect. Then how do you know the secret language of my divine sect family? Damn it! Could it be that someone has betrayed the divine lord and leaked the secrets of the divine sect?" The sound of a dagger slicing through the air resonated in his ears. The dagger-wielding man, a formidable second-tier martial artist, unleashed his full power, closing the mere distance of a few meters between them in an instant. However, to Yu Yang's astonishment, every movement of the dagger-wielding man appeared riddled with flaws in his perception. What was happening? Was it an illusion? As thoughts raced through his mind, Yu Yang had no time to ponder further. He launched a punch with unrestrained vigor. This was his first strike against an opponent who was a desperate man resigned to death. He dared not hold back. With a resounding thud, Yu Yang's fist struck the dagger-wielding man's chest with unerring precision. The man's pupils dilated in shock. He felt an exceptionally bizarre force penetrate his body, tearing through his internal organs. In the next moment, he was propelled into the air, a spurt of blood escaping his lips as he crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters further. What an eerie punch! The dagger-wielding man managed to utter a few words with great difficulty, convulsing slightly before closing his eyes, his life extinguished. The examination hall fell into an eerie silence. "I have taken a life. I have killed." His cultivation was too weak. Having already suffered internal injuries from practicing the 7 injuries fist, he now exacerbated his wounds by forcibly employing the technique, leading to his unconsciousness. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the hall as several figures rushed up the stairs. They were staff from the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, having identified the issue in the examination hall through surveillance. Chapter 9. The Heavenly King covers the earth. The pagoda subdues the river demon. In the training hall of the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, before the punching power testing device, Lu Long clenched his fists and unleashed all his strength in a powerful strike. Bang! The device trembled slightly, and a series of numbers flashed before finally settling at 283 kilograms. He struck again with 2 more punches. 279 kilograms. 288 kilograms. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Lu Long couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "Old G, your technique for generating power is indeed effective. My punching strength has increased by nearly 50 kilograms. I too have seen an increase of nearly 50 kilograms, remarked Tian Wei, standing nearby. However, I am still unskilled in mastering this technique and cannot unleash it consistently. Old G, why don't you give it a try? I will pass." At that moment, several individuals clad in training attire passed by the punching power testing device. Have you heard? Over at the assessment hall, a member of the Black Heaven sect infiltrated and, in a desperate attempt, tried to massacre the participants, but was shot dead on the spot by a young contender. It is said that this young man hails from the College of Arts at Northwest University. What? A cultist from the Black Heaven sect has the audacity to come to the Jojo Martial Arts Academy? ISNT that courting death? These cultists, having been thoroughly brainwashed. Fear nothing. That does hold some truth. Wait a moment. You just mentioned that the one who shot the Black Heaven cultist is from the College of Arts, not the Martial Arts Institute. As the group moved further away, their voices diminished until they were inaudible. The three occupants of dormitory 403 exchanged glances. Lulong suddenly said, "Do you think it's possible?" "Impossible? How could that be?" Tianwei replied. "It can't possibly be Yu Yang." Meanwhile, Ji Shaoning gazed at the departing figures, deep in thought. In the office of the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, the academy head reviewed a dossier along with 9 volumes of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber placed upon the coffee table. A middle-aged martial artist reported. The individual who was shot dead was indeed a remnant of the Black Heaven sect. Several witnesses in the assessment hall can attest to this. As for the young man named Yu Yang, at this point, the middle-aged martial artist hesitated slightly before continuing. Though it was confirmed that he killed the Black Heaven remnant, whether he is a cultist of the Black Heaven sect remains uncertain, especially since he responded to the cult's secret code. You are aware, esteemed head, that even we at the Jojo Martial Arts Academy expended considerable effort to uncover that phrase. The academy head remained focused on the computer screen, which displayed the events unfolding in the assessment hall. After reviewing the surveillance footage once, he began a second viewing. When Yu Yang leapt up to strike the loquacious youth, he pressed pause, pointing at the screen and inquiring what prompted these two to engage in conflict. Due to the distance of the surveillance equipment, the visuals were visible, but the audio remained unheard. The young man is named Feng Xiaoyu, the son of the renowned duo known as the Black and White Swords. I inquired, yet he too is oblivious to the reasons behind Yu Yang's aggression towards him. However, based on the accounts of the other individuals awaiting assessment, it appears that Feng Xiaoyu's incessant chatter provoked Yu Yang's ire. The Black and White Swords are a couple of considerable repute in its city. The Black Sword, named Feng Gaoyuan, is an esteemed 8th-tier martial artist, while the White Sword, Xiang Mulan, is a 7th-tier martial artist and the head of the Jojo Martial Arts School, undoubtedly familiar with this illustrious pair. The head of the Jojo Martial Arts School in City resumed his scrutiny of the surveillance footage. He replayed the 3-second clip in which Yu Yang struck down the remnant of the Black Heaven sect. Pondering aloud, is this Yu Yang truly a student of the College of Liberal Arts? His timing in delivering that blow was remarkably astute, deftly evading the dagger's assault. Furthermore, to slay a 2nd-tier martial artist with a single punch indicates a strength that must be at least 3rd tier. He picked up the documents on his desk and began to review them. Yu Yang, a freshman from the College of Liberal Arts at Northwest University, age 19. His parents were railway employees. 13 years prior, they perished during a ferocious beast attack while maintaining the railway. At the age of 6, he began living with his grandfather. A former martial artist, his grandfather had suffered an injury while hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness, losing a hand, and passed away 3 years ago. The dossier was exceedingly detailed. After perusing it, the head of the Jojo Martial Arts School chuckled, stating, to possess such strength at the age of 19, yet to falter in the martial arts examination. Quite intriguing. Come, let us meet this Yu Yang. Exiting the office, the two made their way to the medical building of the Jojo Martial Arts School, where they found the unconscious Yu Yang in a hospital room. The middle-aged martial artist approached and took Yu Yang's pulse. His expression turned perplexed as he remarked, such severe internal injuries. His vital organs have sustained considerable damage. Resembling the wounds of the remnant from the Black Heaven sect he defeated. Oh, at that moment, Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes. However, this movement exacerbated his internal injuries, and he involuntarily coughed up blood. His gaze was wary as he scanned the two individuals before him, asking in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The middle-aged martial artist, seeing his distress, replied with a smile, "You are gravely injured. Do not agitate yourself. This is Master Liu, the head of our Jojo Martial Arts School, and I am Zhou Tong." Master Liu, Master Zhou? Yu Yang scrutinized them closely, immediately recognizing their esteemed identities. Liu Yunlong, the head of the Jojo Martial Arts School in City, is a pinnacle expert above the 9th tier, while his assistant Zhou Tong is a grandmaster of the 9th tier martial arts. In City, those unfamiliar with them are indeed a rarity. as their visages frequently grace television news and online platforms. What brings such distinguished figures to visit me? Yu Yang's heart stirred. He attempted to rise from the bed but heard Lu Yunlong say, Yu Yang, you are injured. Do not move about recklessly. I merely wish to see the young hero who struck down that remnant of the Black Heaven sect. Hero? Yu Yang chuckled bitterly and said, I cannot accept such praise. Master Lu and Grandmaster Zhou have guarded in city for many years. You are the true heroes. We have aged, and the future belongs to the youth. Lu Yunlong gazed at Yu Yang and inquired with a smile, Yu Yang, how did you come to know the secret code of the Black Heaven sect? Yu Yang was taken aback. The secret code of the Black Heaven sect? The Heavenly King covers the earth, the pagoda pacifies the river demon. That phrase, so widely known, was something anyone could recognize in my past life. However, considering this is a new era, one that has endured nuclear war and nearly 3 centuries of brutal conflict with monstrous beasts, much of the culture and technology from those times has vanished in the wake of that catastrophe. After pondering for a few moments, Yu Yang replied, Master Lu, to be frank, I am actually a liberal arts student, and my greatest passion lies in perusing ancient texts and studying the old calendar. I recall this phrase from a novel of the old calendar. It seems to originate from the era of the old society, a clandestine jargon among bandits. Clandestine jargon? Lu Yunlong raised an eyebrow, clearly unfamiliar with the term in this new era. In an effort to clear himself of any suspicions of being associated with the Black Heaven sect, Yu Yang patiently explained. Clandestine jargon refers to expressions created by various underground groups in the old society, born out of cultural customs and social interaction needs, often using euphemisms and coded language. For instance, the Heavenly King covers the earth essentially means you have quite the audacity to provoke your ancestors, while the pagoda pacifies the river demon implies, if that is the case, let me perish from a fall or drown in the river. At this point, Yu Yang could not help but laugh. It seems the members of the Black Heaven sect must not have received much education. Their lack of culture is evident in their use of such jargon as a secret code. It is truly laughable. Chapter 10. Is 2 sentences of secret language enough to be well-versed in history? Secret society lingo. Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of perplexity. In their pursuit to uncover the clandestine phrases of the Black Sky sect, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy had expended considerable human and material resources, only to discover a mere relic of antiquated secret society jargon. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Tong appeared to recall something, uttering, the earth stabilizes high hills, a picturesque landscape, eternal. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunlong's gaze shifted, intrigued by Yu Yang. Facing the vast ocean, the waters of the Sanhe River flow endlessly. Without hesitation, Yu Yang interjected, Master Zhou, this too is a form of secret language, originating from the Qing dynasty, utilized by an organization known as the Tiandehui. It is derived from a couplet at a temple. The original words being, the earth stabilizes high hills, a picturesque landscape eternal, facing the vast ocean. The waters of the Sanhe River flow endlessly. Zhou Tong's spirit soared as he turned to Lu Yunlong, who nodded slightly in affirmation. He promptly exited the ward. Inside, Lu Yunlong remarked with a smile, truly commendable, a distinguished graduate of the Academy of Literature. At such a tender age, you are already well-versed in a wealth of knowledge, both ancient and modern. Yu Yang, would you be interested in joining our Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy? We have invested significantly in establishing a research institute dedicated to ancient science and culture. With your abilities, you could undoubtedly shine brightly. Yu Yang's lips twitched. Well-versed in knowledge, both ancient and modern, I have merely indulged in an abundance of films and television series. Moreover, how could these 2 sentences of industry lingo be equated with profound knowledge? He initially contemplated declining the offer, but then reconsidered. The collection of ancient novels in the school library was woefully scarce. What about the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy? As the premier martial arts institution in the Great Xia and indeed the world, it must possess numerous research findings given its establishment of a science and culture research institute. If he could join, he might access unpublished ancient novels. After a brief pause, he replied cautiously, Director Lu, you are aware that I am still a student. That is of no concern, for now. Your primary focus should be on your studies. This weekend, you may begin working at the academy. We will provisionally sign an external contract with you. And once you complete your studies, you may transition to a permanent position, enjoying all the benefits afforded to research personnel at the academy. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Yu Yang found it difficult to refuse. He readily agreed. Lu Yunlong then said with a smile, "Very well, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, report to Assistant Zhou. I have other matters to attend to." As Lu Yunlong prepared to depart, Yu Yang hastily called out, "Director Lu, what is it? Do you have additional requests?" Lu Yunlong turned back, intrigued. "I would like to inquire about the books I left in the martial artist assessment hall. I have instructed someone to deliver them to you." Lu Yunlong replied with a hint of amusement. No wonder this young man possessed such profound knowledge. It appeared he had a genuine passion for learning, having spent his time in the assessment hall engrossed in reading. Even while bedridden from his injuries, he continued to think about studying. Such talent is indeed rare in this day and age. In this contemporary era, the aspiration to become a martial artist is a source of pride for all. Most individuals begin their pursuit of martial arts knowledge and foundational training from a tender age, honing their bodies and strengthening their physical forms. This has, however, resulted in a persistent scarcity of talent in the fields of science and culture. Although he had only known Yu Yang for a brief moment and exchanged a few words, Lu Yunlong found himself inexplicably fond of the young man. Upon exiting the hospital room, he instructed someone to locate and deliver the book that Yu Yang had left behind, while he made his way directly to the office. Inside, Zhou Tong had just concluded a phone call. Lu Yunlong inquired, "Old Zhou, what is the situation?" "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon," is the secret code of the Haitian sect. 2 years prior, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Institute had decoded it. The Black Lotus sect, active in the Jiangnan region, possesses even greater influence than the Haitian sect. Over the years, the two martial arts schools, along with the military, have launched several offensives against the Black Lotus sect, suffering countless losses of elite fighters, yet they remain unvanquished. As for the secret phrase of the Black Lotus sect, Zhengao Gang, a landscape of eternal beauty, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Institute has yet to decipher it. Upon hearing Yu Yang refer to the Haitian sect secret code as an archaic association's jargon, Zhou Tong instinctively inquired further, never expecting Yu Yang to provide such an articulate response. He solemnly remarked, "Director, if the Black Lotus sect's secret phrase truly aligns, then this young man is undoubtedly a prodigy. Our institute's research on archaic technology and culture may benefit from exploring these old folktales. We might stumble upon unexpected discoveries." 20 minutes later, a phone call reached Lu Yunlong's office. As soon as the phone rang, Zhou Tong answered it promptly and activated the speaker. An excited voice resonated from the other end. "Ha! Old Zhou, this lad is truly remarkable. We've been deciphering the Black Lotus sect's secret code at our Jiangnan branch for years without success. How did you come by this information?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong and Lu Yunlong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Zhou Tong quickly asked, "Is that phrase correct?" "Indeed," replied the caller, a hint of pride in their tone. "The scoundrels of the Black Lotus sect are quite resilient. We've had that little leader in prison for over 2 months, yet we couldn't extract anything substantial. His cultivation is formidable, and we dared not use forceful hypnosis. But just now, upon uttering that secret phrase, he was visibly shaken, allowing our branch's hypnotist to seize the opportunity and succeed in an instant. From his lips, we pried loose a wealth of information, even uncovering 3 hideouts of the Black Lotus sect in the Jiangnan base city. Well then, I must go arrange for the capture of those rascals. By the way, this achievement will be credited to you." The call ended abruptly. Zhou Tong and Lu Yunlong exchanged astonished looks. After a lengthy pause, Lu Yunlong finally burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Well done. For this alone, Yu Yang deserves significant recognition. Old Zhou, Yu Yang has agreed to join our branch's Institute of Science and Culture. You are responsible for liaising with him. Your previous proposal was quite commendable. Shortly, I will apply for a grant from above specifically for the study of traditional folk customs. If Yu Yang performs well, this project could even be entrusted to him." At this point, Lu Yunlong couldn't help but remark, "It's a pity that this lad is currently bedridden due to severe injuries. It seems he won't recover for at least a couple of months. Old Zhou, please go to the Martial Arts Hall's elixir storage and, in my name, procure a few healing potions for Yu Yang. Let him focus on recuperating and recovering swiftly." Meanwhile, at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall, within the medical building's patient room, Yu Yang was sipping the exquisite health porridge provided by the hall while perusing the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Just then, he received a call from Ji Xiaonan. "Old Ji." "Huh? I merely dispatched a member of the Black Heaven sect, yet you all are already aware? Injured? It's just a minor injury. I shall be healed shortly." "Thermos? What thermos?" Just as he ended the call, A notification chimed. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber has granted you the martial arts skill, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. Feeling the surge of 9 Yang true energy within him and the rapid healing of his internal injuries, Yu Yang couldn't help but ponder. Previously, the hall master asked me to report to Assistant Zhou this weekend. Today is Saturday, which is indeed the weekend, isn't it? Chapter 11. When did I reach the 5th rank? No way. While I was unconscious, they must have assessed my injuries. I cannot just rush to find Assistant Zhou. What if he notices that my wounds have healed? Yu Yang lifted the covers, initially intending to get out of bed to seek out Assistant Zhou. However, upon reflection, he burrowed back under the blankets. He picked up the heaven-slaying sword and read intently, contemplating. I shall first immerse myself in this book. Once I enhance my proficiency in the 7 injuries fist, I can afford to sustain injuries once more. By that time, visiting Assistant Zhou will not be too late. Zhou Tong and Lu Yunlong have safeguarded in city for many years, providing protection to the region, which surely reflects their good character. Yet, human nature is inscrutable. For now, Yu Yang preferred to keep his secrets hidden from prying eyes. In the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, outside the training hall, Lu Long and Tian Wei stood in astonishment. They gazed at Ji Xiaonan, struggling to believe the revelation, repeatedly confirming. Old Ji. The one who eliminated the remnants of the Black Heaven sect in the assessment hall was indeed Yu Yang? Ji Xiaonan nodded. To be honest, he found it hard to believe as well. Having known Yu Yang for nearly 3 months since the beginning of September, he had seldom witnessed him train. Who would have thought he concealed such depths? Could it be that after his breakup with Yu Xiaoli, he was spurred to reveal his capabilities? The medical building of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy was specifically designed for the staff and injured warriors returning from the wilderness, serving as the academy's internal hospital. In terms of medical facilities, it was even superior to the in-city People's Hospital. Lu Long suggested visiting Yu Yang in the medical building. While Ji Xiaonan remarked, neither non-combatants nor patients' family members are permitted to enter the medical buildings of the 2 major martial arts academies. It would be best to wait until Yu Yang is discharged. The news of the assault on the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy by the Black Heaven sect rapidly circulated within the academy. Some members and warriors arriving to undertake missions or sell beast materials found the incident quite intriguing. Those who had long been brainwashed and deeply affected by extremist ideologies had previously committed assaults on the academy, even using rocket launchers against it. Yet the absurdity of a freshman from the liberal arts department slaying a member of the Black Heaven sect was beyond comprehension. I heard that the individual from the Black Heaven sect was a 2nd-rank warrior. To kill a 2nd rank with a single strike must mean he was at least 3rd rank, right? Are contemporary liberal arts students truly that formidable? I was told that the member of the Black Heaven sect was actually 3rd rank. 1 strike to eliminate him? Surely, there has been a misunderstanding. A friend informed me that the 4th-rank member of the Black Heaven sect fought desperately, yet that liberal arts student's strength was overwhelming, striking with a mere flick of his fingers. As the tale of Yu Yang's confrontation with the Black Heaven sect grew increasingly outlandish, he himself remained blissfully unaware. In the medical building, in a private room, Yu Yang closed the heaven-slaying sword, rubbed his temples, and pondered. I have read the heaven-slaying sword 4 times. Why can I not uncover any other martial arts techniques? The 9 Yang Divine Skill. The 7 Injuries Fist, the heaven-slaying sword. The 9 Yang skill embodies the essence of martial arts philosophy, while the 7 Injuries Fist falls under the category of techniques. The heaven-slaying sword serves as a weapon. Could it be that one can only acquire a single martial philosophy, a solitary technique, and one weapon from a single tome? The likelihood of such a scenario is indeed substantial. After all, having completed 4 cycles, it seems implausible that no other techniques could be obtained. To verify this, it would be quite simple. One merely needs to peruse the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber a few more times. Alas, this time I arrived at the martial arts dojo armed only with the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and the plum in the golden vase, neglecting to bring demigods and semi-devils. If only I had brought it, I could have tested it by reviewing demigods and semi-devils first. In terms of both the quantity and quality of unique martial techniques, it is indisputable that the demigods and semi-devils from Jin Yang's series boast the most. Techniques such as the wave-gliding steps, the 6 meridian swordplay, the Northern Darkness skill, the 18 dragon subduing palms, the muscle change classic, the lesser formless skill, and the esteemed techniques of the Murong clan, along with the unparalleled 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique to me by the Tianshan Old Woman, are all exceptional martial arts. As for the Taishan classic featured in the Knight Errant's Journey, it transcends the realm of martial arts. Moreover, It appears this book has not been thoroughly explored. I possess the 9 Yang skill as my philosophy. If I can acquire the muscle change classic from demigods and semi-devils, that would be splendid. Regarding techniques, both the 6 meridian swordplay and the 18 dragon subduing palms are particularly striking. Either would suffice. Setting aside the heaven sword and dragon saber, Yu Yang then picked up the plum and the golden vase. Reading should not be a monotonous endeavor. One must strike a balance between labor and leisure. While repetitively engaging with the heaven sword and dragon saber serves the purpose of cultivation, indulging in the plum in the golden vase offers relaxation. Just as Yu Yang became engrossed in his reading, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him, followed by the entrance of a battered figure. With a package of fruit in his left hand and a carton of milk in his right, he bowed and smiled, saying, "Brother Yu Yang." "No. Big brother Yu Yang, I was in the wrong earlier. I shouldn't have chanted scriptures near your ear, disrupting your reading." This individual was none other than Feng Xiaoyu, the son of the black and white twin swords, who had been soundly beaten by Yu Yang for his incessant chatter in the assessment hall. Upon seeing Feng Xiaoyu, Yu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation and could not help but inquire, "What brings you here?" Of course, he was unaware of Feng Xiaoyu's name. "If it weren't for you, big brother Yu Yang, I might have perished at the hands of those remnants of the Black Heaven sect." Feng Xiaoyu placed the fruit and milk on the bedside and continued, "Big brother Yu Yang, I, Feng Xiaoyu, am confident in my talents in martial arts, having reached the 2nd rank at the tender age of 18. Yet, upon meeting you today, I realize there are always those who surpass us truly. You are a freshman at the Academy of Arts? Outside, rumors abound that you have achieved the 5th rank." "What nonsense!" Yu Yang exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. "When did I reach the 5th rank?" Subsequently, Feng Xiaoyu once again demonstrated his gift for incessant chatter. For every sentence Yu Yang spoke, he would respond with 10. The crux of the matter was that among those 10 sentences, there was seldom a single useful one. His words meandered aimlessly, filled with frivolous banter. Nevertheless, as this person was a visitor, Yu Yang initially endured the onslaught of words. Gradually, it felt as though a multitude of flies were buzzing incessantly in his ears. The veins on his forehead began to protrude, and Yu Yang clenched his fist tightly. Just as he was about to strike, Zhou Tong arrived, bearing a delicate porcelain vial. "Yu Yang," he said, "this is a treasured healing elixir from our Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. It should prove quite beneficial for your internal injuries. The vial contains 3 pills. You should take them in 3 doses, 1 each day, and refine them accordingly." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Yang snatched the vial and, tilting his head back, consumed all 3 pills in one swift motion. He closed his eyes, assumed a posture of tranquility, and pretended to refine the pills for 3 minutes. Upon opening his eyes, he exhibited an exuberant demeanor, leaping from the bed with joy and astonishment. "Master Zhou, what manner of elixir is this? It is remarkably effective. My internal injuries have healed by a significant margin in mere moments." Zhou Tong responded, "Master Zhou instructed me to report to you once I recovered. I am already well. Shall we proceed at once?" Yu Yang cast a disdainful glance at Feng Xiaoyu, apprehensive that if he continued to prattle on, he might be compelled to silence him permanently. Chapter 12. To which era do the ancient Qi practitioners belong? Zhou Tong felt somewhat bewildered. The Yang Yuan Dan indeed possesses remarkable efficacy in treating internal injuries, with a staggering price of 200,000 per piece at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall. Many seasoned warriors, accustomed to traversing the wilderness, often procure several for unforeseen circumstances. However, could this remedy truly be as potent as rumored? His recovery from internal injuries surely must follow a process. Is it necessary, like Yu Yang, to consume 3 at once for optimal results, rather than adhering to the expert's recommendation of 1 every 3 days? Or perhaps, this lad possesses a unique constitution, one that allows for easy absorption of elixirs? As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Zhou Tong, a 9th-grade grandmaster, quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Very well. I shall assist you in completing your employment paperwork right away." "Employment paperwork?" Wen Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother Yu Yang, are you joining the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall? From now on, we shall be like family. My parents both hail from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall, and my initial plan was to join after passing the martial artist assessment today." He extended his hand towards Yu Yang. "Brother Yu Yang, we will be working together henceforth, and I hope you will guide me. How about we exchange contact information? I would like to treat you to dinner this evening." "Yu Yang." Zhou Tong's brow twitched. He had long heard of the peculiar son of the black and white twin swords, and quickly thought, this rascal wishes to join the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall. I cannot refuse him, lest I lose face for the black and white twin swords. However, I can arrange for him to be placed in the law enforcement department, specifically to handle the interrogation of criminals and cultists. Seeing Wen Xiaoyu about to ramble on again, Zhou Tong hastily interjected, Young Xiaoyu, do you not wish to join our martial hall? You should report to the Human Resources Department now, and I shall give them a heads up. Yu Yang and I have some matters to attend to. Come, Yu Yang, I will take you to complete your registration. Yu Yang was both amused and exasperated. It seemed even a ninth-grade martial artist could not withstand Wen Xiaoyu's incessant chatter. Wuqing. Wuqing is one of the 5 major satellite cities of Anqing Bay City. Located in the northwest direction of Anqing, approximately over 100 miles away. In the old calendar, the northwest harbored 5 provinces, Xixia, Xizjiang, Ming, Shan, and Qh. Following the dawn of the new era, the authorities first established Anqing Bay City on the ruins of the ancient city of Xi'an, and subsequently developed 5 major satellite cities, Xiaqing, Wuqing, Qicheng, Yangcheng, and Qingcheng, centering around Anqing to commemorate the former 5 provinces of the northwest. Among them, Wuqing derives its name from the character Wu in WLMQ of Xizjiang province. Much like the apocalyptic cities depicted in novels and films, Wuqing is vast, housing over 5 million inhabitants, with towering skyscrapers. Surrounding the city is a high-voltage electric fence, with military forces stationed within, and weapons fortifications and surveillance cameras scattered throughout. Beyond the electric fence lie expansive fields of farmland, where even the peripheries of these fields are monitored by numerous cameras to prevent crops from being ravaged by ferocious beasts. In truth, this layout is typical of bay cities and satellite towns across the globe today. To the northwest of Wuqing, approximately 100 miles away, lies a desolate town, a remnant of the past. This town, a relic of antiquity, has transformed into a landscape of crumbling walls and ruins following the cataclysmic events of nuclear war and the beast wars. Nature has reclaimed the area, with towering vegetation flourishing amidst the debris, and fierce creatures now inhabit the remnants. While only the scattered bricks and stones serve as a testament to the once thriving human settlement that existed here. Unbeknownst to many, beneath the ruins of this town lies an intact underground parking facility, its entrance shrouded in overgrown weeds, rendering it almost invisible. Inside, numerous vehicles, long rusted and corroded, stand abandoned, while the floor is littered with decaying bones. Within this parking lot, there is an open space where a flickering candle flame dances in the darkness. Seated cross-legged on the ground is a man with a sallow complexion, his demeanor foreboding. He appears gravely injured, his breath shallow and weak. Before him stands a 3-foot-high stone statue, its likeness strikingly similar to the towering statue that once graced the outskirts of Xiaqiang. At this moment, a figure clad in a black robe approaches the man. The robed individual first kneels before the statue, offering a reverent bow, before addressing the man. Elder Jiao, our stronghold in the northwest's 6 cities has been besieged by the 2 formidable martial arts sections. Our brethren have suffered grievous losses. Years of planning have been shattered. However, there is no need for despair. The sect master has performed rituals and prayers, reporting this matter to the divine being, and soon divine power will descend to aid our sect in cultivating a new cohort of skilled practitioners. The grim-faced Elder Jiao glances at the kneeling figure and remarks, You have now reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Should the divine being bestow favor upon you this time, you may ascend to the realm of the Grand Master and perhaps even gain access to the cultivation techniques passed down by the divine being. The black-robed figure, filled with excitement, responds, I humbly request Elder Jiao's guidance. That can be arranged, Elder Jiao replies. You were originally under the command of Elder Heir. But with his and the right protector's demise in Xiaqiang, you shall bring Elder Heir's remaining followers to me, and I will petition the sect master to secure a fragment of divine power for you. Do you dare disobey my command? The black-robed figure kneels and proclaims loudly, I am willing to serve Elder Jiao with utmost loyalty. Do not serve me. Elder Jiao's tone shifts as he bows to the statue, stating, We are all in service to the divine being. Now, what further intelligence do you have? The martial enthusiast from Qingcheng has entered the realm of the Grand Master. Additionally, both Qicheng and Yangcheng have produced numerous prodigies. Moreover, a genius by the name of Yu Yang has emerged from the Northwest University's College of Arts in Anqing. He is a freshman and has slain one of our brethren from the divine sect. A series of reports unfolds. The Heaven's Black sect has developed its roots in the Northwest for over 2 centuries, embedding countless operatives within the 6 cities of the Northwest. Although the recent actions against the 6 cities have dealt a heavy blow to the Heaven's Black sect, they have not entirely eradicated the remnants of the sect from within the 6 cities. Elder Geo closed his eyes in contemplation for a few moments before speaking, devise a method to disseminate the information regarding those young prodigies. An ancient saying holds true. To receive without giving is not etiquette. Arrange for personnel to monitor these talents, seize the opportunity, and eliminate them. Assassinating prodigies has been a favored pursuit of these malevolent forces over the years. After all, it is no easy feat to vanquish the strong. By snuffing out these talents in their cradle, we can extinguish the future of the Great Xia. At that moment, Yu Yang had accompanied Shou Tong to the Old Calendar Technology and Cultural Research Institute at the Anqing branch of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School. Our Anqing's Old Calendar Technology and Cultural Research Institute has been established for several years and has made numerous discoveries. The institute comprises 6 floors, 4 above ground and 2 below, with the primary research facilities located in the subterranean levels. Zhou Tong led Yu Yang to the second underground level of the institute. In a research room cluttered with various drafts and ancient texts, they encountered an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat, sporting spectacles, and having disheveled hair. Zhou Tong introduced him, saying, "This is Professor Su, our expert in ancient history." Professor Su lifted his gaze and scrutinized Yu Yang, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Zhou Tong, have you brought in another connection-based recruit? I have made it clear that I seek genuine scholars, not these haphazardly affiliated individuals." "Professor Su, Yu Yang is not a connection-based recruit," Zhou Tong replied, unfazed by the old man's harsh words. With a smile, he continued. "Yu Yang is a bona fide top student from the Academy of Literature. He possesses a profound understanding of ancient history and has extensively studied various folklore and legends." "Oh." Professor Su paused his activities. Meanwhile, Yu Yang's attention roamed over the ancient texts on the shelves. So many ancient volumes. Among them, there might be novels. Even if novels are absent, perhaps I could glean insights into the historical developments post-2022 and understand the reasons behind the outbreak of nuclear war. With a shift in thought, Professor Su remarked, "I shall not make it difficult for you. Let me pose a simple question. In which era did ancient qi refiners belong? Why did qi refiners vanish from history?" Yu Yang. Chapter 13, The Burning of Books and Burying of Scholars. And the disappearance of qi refiners initially filled with confidence. Yu Yang found himself somewhat bewildered. What on earth is this outrageous question? "Professor Su, is this inquiry not beyond the syllabus?" Zhou Tong, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "The existence of ancient qi refiners has yet to be conclusively proven. This hypothesis remains undisclosed, so how could Yu Yang possibly be aware of it? The relics and ancient texts unearthed over the years vaguely document the existence of ancient qi refiners. How can we further validate such matters?" Professor Su retorted, "Must we unearth an ancient qi refiner to provide evidence? Those malevolent entities have even mastered the art of qi refinement. Is that not sufficient proof?" In that moment, Yu Yang felt even more perplexed. He initially believed that Professor Su was deliberately trying to challenge him with such questions. Yet now, it seemed there might indeed be some truth to it. Moreover, the fact that these malevolent forces had already grasped the methods of qi refinement suggested that some evil factions had begun their pursuit of immortality. In the current era of the Great Xia, where martial arts dominated, how could martial practitioners contend with those who sought enlightenment? A flurry of thoughts raced through Yu Yang's mind. Recalling numerous web novels he had once read that featured descriptions of qi refiners, he tentatively inquired, "Professor Su, could it be that ancient qi refiners existed during the pre-Qin period?" Professor Su, who was in the midst of a debate with Zhou Tong, glanced at Yu Yang in surprise. "You actually know about this?" "However," he continued, "although this matter is not publicly acknowledged, capable factions and families should be aware of it. Tell me, how did the qi refiners of the pre-Qin era disappear? In recent years, the Old Calendar Institute of Cultural and Technological Research had become more formalized and made significant discoveries. Thus, various factions sought to place their agents within, hoping to reap benefits or gain early insights. Unfortunately, those dispatched were often clumsy martial artists, capable of causing chaos but little else." Professor Su, seeing Yu Yang's youth, assumed he was akin to those previously dismissed by him. Asking such questions undoubtedly carried an air of difficulty. Did I truly guess correctly? Yu Yang pondered in astonishment. Had qi refiners from the pre-Qin era genuinely existed? As for their disappearance, how would I know? After a moment's contemplation, he fabricated a response. I once read an ancient text from the old calendar titled Records of the Grand Historian. In Volume 121, the Biographies of the Confucians. It states, by the end of the Qin dynasty, the first emperor burned books and buried scholars, leading to the loss of the 6 arts. The old calendar refers to this as the burning of books and burying of scholars. However, some ancient texts interpret this as the burning of the methods of Qi refinement and the burying of scholars as the execution of practitioners of external arts, which we refer to as Qi refiners. Professor Su's expression shifted slightly. Even Zhou Tong cast a surprised glance at Yu Yang. The text records of the grand historian had been unearthed over a century ago, and he was well aware of the tale of the burning of books and burying of scholars. Moreover, Zhou Tong was aware that a few years prior, Professor Su had posited a conjecture. He speculated that the account of the burning of books and the burying of scholars in the records of the grand historian actually referred to the incineration of practitioners of the Qi refining arts, who were executed alongside those adept in esoteric practices. Consequently, following the Qin dynasty, the discipline of Qi refinement gradually declined, with its lineage nearly severed. This conjecture was not mere conjecture. It was derived from Professor N's meticulous analysis of numerous ancient texts and relics. However, this theory remained undisclosed to the public, and even within scholarly circles, knowledge of it was scant. Professor Su's expression grew somber as he rose to inquire, "You mentioned that your information was gleaned from ancient texts. Which texts?" "I've forgotten," Yu Yang replied. "I have a penchant for delving into ancient literature, perusing various works, but I cannot recall the specifics." Professor Su turned to Zhou Tong and declared, "I shall take this individual." "That is splendid," Zhou Tong replied, not lingering in Professor Su's research room for long before departing. Once Zhou Tong left, Professor Su posed several questions to Yu Yang. To his astonishment, these inquiries were related to poetry, specifically from the esteemed 300 Tang poems. Without hesitation, Yu Yang responded accurately to each one. This significantly altered Professor Su's perception of him, prompting him to extol, "The 300 Tang poems is a cultural gem of antiquity." Despite being widely available online, few possess the inclination to study or memorize it. Your proficiency in recalling so many poems attests to your profound understanding of ancient culture. Inwardly, Yu Yang mused that even a random elementary school student in 2022 could recite these verses, and even preschoolers could manage a few lines. Among a pile of draft papers, Professor Su discovered a key and said, "This is the key to the adjacent office. Please tidy it up. I will inform you of any tasks that require your attention." Yu Yang took the key and proceeded to the neighboring room, which spanned approximately 30 to 40 square meters. At the center stood a desk, upon which a laptop was situated. The walls were lined with bookshelves, cluttered with an array of books. Such an abundance of books? Yu Yang thought, his heart leaping with joy as he approached the shelves to organize them one by one. As he sorted through the tomes, he perused their contents, hoping to uncover the ancient novels he sought. Among the titles, he encountered 300 Tang poems, Postpartum Care for Sows, War and Peace, and Dream of the Red Chamber. While some of these were indeed ancient texts, they proved of little utility to Yu Yang. However, he did discover a modern novel titled Ling Tian Wuxing, comprising 12 volumes, each nearly 200,000 words, culminating in an epic of over 2 million words. Yu Yang briefly scanned the synopsis of Ling Tian Wuxing, set in a new era, recounting the tale of an orphaned youth who, upon unexpectedly acquiring the legacy of a relic, confronts calamities wrought by ferocious beasts, eradicates various malevolent forces, and ultimately attains the title of martial saint, reigning over the world. "The plot is rather cliché," mused Yu Yang with a chuckle. "This presents a perfect opportunity to test my external abilities, whether I can acquire skills and powers from the novels of the new calendar." He gathered all 12 volumes of Ling Tian Wuxing and set them aside. After spending half an hour organizing the bookshelf, he finally seated himself at the desk, immersing himself in the first volume of Ling Tian Wuxing. Just as he was nearing the end of the first volume, Professor Su entered the room. Clad in casual attire, he inquired, "Yu Yang, can you drive?" "Yes," Yu Yang replied with a nod. Professor Su tossed him a set of keys and said, "My daughter is arriving in city today, and I need to pick her up from the train station. However, I haven't slept in 3 days and nights, so I cannot drive while fatigued. Would you kindly drive me to the train station?" Chapter 14, Confronting Deities with Mortal Flesh. Anqing stands as one of the 9 base cities of the Great Xia, its population and prosperity far surpassing those of the 5 major fortified cities. According to the national census conducted in the year 200 of the new era, the Great Xia boasts a population of 700 million, with approximately 30 million residing in Anqing. While the most populous of the fortified cities, Yangqing, houses over 8 million, and the least populous, Wuqing, contains around 5 million. The pace of human development has indeed been astounding. At the moment, Yu Yang, serving as a temporary chauffeur for Professor Su, maneuvered the vehicle onto the bustling streets. Observing the congested traffic and the throngs of pedestrians, he could not help but express his astonishment. It is worth noting that when humanity returned to the surface to rebuild the Great Xia, the population was merely around 200 million. In just 200 years, it has surged to 700 million. This rapid growth was somewhat curtailed by the threat posed by ferocious beasts and the implementation of a series of policies by the state 60 years ago. Otherwise, the current population of the Great Xia might have reached a staggering billion. However, this pales in comparison to what Yu Yang knew. At the time of liberation, the national population was a mere 540 million, yet in less than a century, it blossomed to 1.4 billion. In the back seat, Professor Su, who had been dozing off, chimed in after hearing Yu Yang's reflections. This is not unprecedented. During the peak of the old calendar, the total population exceeded 1.4 billion. However, the circumstances are now vastly different. Outside the base cities and fortified cities, the threat of ferocious beasts looms large, rendering the environment perilous. The populations of the major base cities and fortified cities are nearing saturation, and the state lacks the capacity to establish new base cities. Hence the implementation of reproductive policies. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yu Yang inquired, Professor Su, as an expert in ancient history of the old calendar, what are your thoughts on that nuclear war? The outbreak of the nuclear conflict was abrupt, and available documentation is scant. Professor Su pondered for a moment before responding. However, based on the information we possess, it appears that prior to the nuclear war, spiritual energy had already begun to resurge. Some deities awakened from their slumber, seeking to manipulate certain high-ranking officials in various nations, aiming to control the fate of humanity. The outbreak of the nuclear war may be linked to this. Yu Yang's heart raced, and he spoke solemnly. Professor Su, are you suggesting that the nuclear war was covertly orchestrated by those deities? Within the academic circle, there are indeed numerous scholars who share this perspective on the ancient history of the old calendar. Professor Su smiled, but his expression suddenly turned grave as he continued. Yet, I believe that while the nuclear war was instigated due to those deities, it was not under their direct control. Rather, it was humanity's own desire to slay the gods. What? Yu Yang abruptly slammed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Indeed, the notion of slaying gods is chillingly audacious. Professor Su murmured softly and began to speak. In ancient times, the common folk were ignorant, and divine authority reigned supreme. Ordinary people, throughout the year, were left destitute, devoid of adequate clothing and sustenance. Yet they were compelled to offer tributes to temples and sacrifices to deities, even going so far as to surrender their own children to the mountain and river gods. Should they fail to do so, the wrath of the gods would unleash calamity upon them, leaving the populace in despair, living in a haze, with their lives and deaths dictated by forces beyond their control. I have devoted over 30 years to the study of ancient history and various relics and texts. Upon surveying the annals of history, it is evident that humanity has continuously resisted, waging a struggle against the divine. Ancient humanity knew of the three sovereigns, of Ho-Yi shooting down suns, and of Jingwei filling the sea. Subsequently, the first emperor unified the realm, burning books and burying scholars, hoarding gold and iron artifacts, forging 12 golden figures to suppress the great pathways of the earth, thereby severing the lineage of the Qi refiners and cutting off the greatest pawns of the gods in controlling the world. Yet, humanity birthed martial arts anew. The deities, seeking alternative paths, constructed various temples, amassing the power of belief to dominate the world, while imperial authority enslaved the masses, relegating the common folk to a life worse than that of dogs. Until a millennium ago, when Lu Ji severed the dragon vein, wielding his sword to extinguish martial prowess, silencing the great pathways of humanity and draining the essence of spiritual energy, allowing humanity to flourish. Later, superstition was dismantled. The gods within the hearts of men were vanquished, and the populace began to pursue knowledge and technology, ushering in an era where everyone could aspire to greatness. Professor Su sighed deeply. He smiled wryly and said, Alas, such a splendid era was short-lived. The spiritual energy has revived, and the great pathways have re-emerged. The deities, awakened from their slumber, seek to reclaim dominion over the world, which has led to the outbreak of nuclear warfare and the slaying of gods. Even now, The shadows of divine beings loom behind those malevolent forces. The universal practice of martial arts among humanity is a rebellion. It is a desire to seize one's own destiny. At this juncture, Professor Su's tone suddenly grew resolute. I believe that one day, an unparalleled champion will arise among humanity, driving the gods from our realm. This world must be governed solely by us, the humans. Yu Yang felt a tumult in his mind. He realized that his worldview had been utterly shattered and rebuilt by Professor Su's words. He whispered, to resist the gods with a mortal body. Professor Su, why is it that such events are not recorded in the history I know? To resist the gods with a mortal body? To resist the gods with a mortal body. Professor Su repeated the phrase twice, then suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming with excitement. Excellent, excellent. Yu Yang, your words resonate profoundly. Is this not the very state of the world today? He continued. Of course. All of this is based on my conjectures derived from ancient history and some ambiguous records unearthed from relics. It is quite normal that you have not encountered such accounts, otherwise. How could people in the olden days have dispelled the notion of divine beings if they were aware of their existence? He glanced at the time and said, all right. Hurry to the train station, my precious daughter is about to arrive. In this era, ferocious beasts roam freely. The skies belong to predatory birds. Hence, civil aviation is a concept that simply does not exist. In general, transportation relies heavily on trains, which typically operate between specific locations. For instance, there exists a railway line connecting the base city of Anqing in the northwest and the 5 major cities. While attempts have been made to construct railway lines to various regions, they have ultimately failed due to the vast distances involved and the rampant presence of ferocious beasts in the wilderness. The tracks, once laid, were swiftly destroyed by these creatures, leading to the abandonment of the project. The train station in Anqing is situated to the north of the city. Yu Yang's parents were formerly employees of the railway. During his childhood, he often played here. Parking in the lot outside the train station, Yu Yang gazed at the familiar buildings before him. A wave of inexplicable emotions surging within him. Wait here for me. My daughter has arrived, and I shall go to meet her, Professor Su instructed, hastily entering the station. Following him was a young woman dragging a suitcase. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, clad in a white tracksuit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and wearing a subtle touch of makeup that lent her an air of serene elegance. Yu Yang's mouth fell agape as he glanced between Professor Su and the young woman, incredulously exclaiming, Professor Su, is this your daughter? Good heavens, you must be at least in your 50s. How can your daughter be so young? And moreover, so strikingly beautiful? Professor Su rolled his eyes in response. Isn't that a redundant question? I just mentioned that I was here to pick up my daughter. At that moment, the young woman extended her hand with a smile, saying, Hello, you must be Yu Yang. I am Li Shiqing. My father just mentioned you. Yu Yang mechanically reached out his hand, his face a canvas of confusion. Wait, Li Shiqing? She bears the surname Li? How is Professor Su's daughter named Li? Chapter 15. In my youth, I was a distinguished pupil at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. By the age of 24, I had already ascended to the intermediate level, with a future brimming with potential. On that fateful day, had it not been for the valiant efforts of our team's vice captain, who risked everything to protect me, I might have perished, suffering far worse than mere damage to my qi and the loss of my cultivation. The subsequent events are, of course, all too clear. 18 years ago, that noble vice captain and his wife courageously sacrificed their lives during a battle against a beast tide, leaving behind their daughter, Li Shiqing, who was scarcely 3 years old at the time. Professor Su took her under his wing. Rubbing his reddened eyes, Professor Su remarked, as one ages, it is common to reminisce about the past, but enough of sorrowful matters. Little Qing, how did your archaeological expedition to Yanqing fare? Li Shiqing appeared remarkably serene as she shook her head and replied, the excavation of the tomb of Emperor Gaozu of Han was vast in scale, yet we uncovered little of significance. Professor He, who led the team, suspects that the tomb may have been previously excavated during the old calendar. It is said that a grand mausoleum was discovered in the wilderness outside Yancheng, believed to be the burial site of the legendary poet-swordsman Li Bai, potentially containing his legacy. Whose tomb? Yu Yang thought he misheard. He interjected, to my knowledge, Li Bai's tomb was discovered long ago during the old calendar, reportedly located in Taibai town, Tuxian of Province. How did it end up in Yancheng? Yancheng is one of the 5 fortified cities of Anqing, built upon the ruins of the ancient Xianyang. Province was situated in the eastern part of China, over 800 kilometers from Yanqing. How could Li Bai's tomb have moved there? Furthermore, Li Bai the poet swordsman? What an absurd title. Historical records do indicate that Li Bai practiced swordsmanship, having been a disciple of the renowned swordsman Pei Min. Some claim he was the second greatest swordsman of the Tang dynasty, and he himself boasted of his exceptional sword skills. However, there is no substantial documentation to corroborate these claims. Experts suggest that such assertions are mere embellishments by later generations, positing that the sword techniques he practiced were akin to sword dance, a form of performance art. Li Shiqing shook her head, saying, "I am not well versed in the specifics, but I trust that our archaeology department will organize a team to participate in the excavation of the poet swordsman's tomb." This statement was directed at Professor Su. Li Shiqing is a student in the archaeology department of the College of Arts. As Yu Yang drove, a flicker of recognition stirred within him. He vaguely recalled hearing Li Shiqing's name, as she was reputed to be the belle of the College of Arts. Is the poet swordsman Li Bai the same Li Bai I am familiar with? Yu Yang's thoughts began to wander. Professor Su had mentioned that historical records are tailored for the common folk, and the true history may not be as we perceive it. Could it be that Li Bai, while appearing to be merely a poet, was in fact a master of swordsmanship in secret? Very well. Professor Su nodded and remarked, "The Master Lu has called me regarding your situation. You must prioritize your studies and endeavor to acquire knowledge. Of course, do not neglect your martial arts training. Your innate talent surpasses even my own during my youth. Do not forsake martial arts merely because of your passion for reading." He had suffered damage to his energy center in the past, resulting in the loss of his martial prowess, which compelled him to delve into literature and ancient history. Perhaps, initially, he sought to discover a secret method for restoring his energy through the study of ancient texts, for deep within, he still harbored an obsession with martial arts. In the dormitory, Yu Yang's 3 roommates were present. Lu Long sneered, cornering Yu Yang against the wall. "Yu Yang, you certainly know how to keep a low profile. Tell me, when did you become a martial artist? What else are you hiding from us? Confess quickly, or I shall unleash my formidable martial arts technique." The exploding egg hand. Yu Yang cleverly responded, "In truth, I became a martial artist during my high school years. However, I prefer reading and delving into ancient history over martial training. I intentionally failed the martial arts examination to gain admission to the College of Literature." His reasoning was sound. And he added sincerely, "As for concealing my identity as a martial artist, it was a necessity. The forces of evil have launched numerous covert attacks against the young talents of the great Xia. If they were to discover my identity, I fear I would soon be buried beneath a mound of grass." The 3 exchanged glances. Lu Long declared, "That won't do. Your excuses are insufficient to convince us. Unless you treat us to a meal." "Not a problem," Yu Yang acquiesced, and the 4 of them immediately left the campus, heading towards a nearby hot pot restaurant. It was not uncommon for someone to abandon martial arts in favor of academic pursuits. Before long, Ji Xiaonan drifted into a slumber. In a haze, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself and promptly sprang from his bed. After finishing, he turned around and exclaimed, "Oh my, Yu Yang. The book you're reading is Jinping Mei? What on earth are you doing awake at this hour with such material?" Ji Xiaonan was taken aback. Yu Yang's face flushed slightly as he closed Jinping Mei and picked up the heaven sword and dragon saber from his bedside, smiling as he said, "Reading requires a balance of work and rest. I read Jinping Mei for relaxation and to appreciate its cultural ambience." "Did you not understand that?" Ji Xiaonan, blushing, replied, "I see that now. All right, you continue reading. I shall head to bed." Soon, dawn broke. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber granted the martial arts skill, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber granted the martial arts skill, 7 Injuries Fist 1. Yu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Noticing that Ji Xiaonan and the others were still asleep, he tidied up the bloodstains and exited the dormitory. Outside, Yu Yang dialed the counselor, Mr. Wang, and said, "Teacher Wang, I wish to change my major." Chapter 16. I just caught a cold. Nothing serious. Yu Yang. What is going on with you? In the cafeteria, old Wang hurried over from the staff's dormitory. You were doing so well in the management studies. Why suddenly consider changing your major? Teacher Wang, as you know, I have a profound passion for ancient history. Yu Yang had already prepared his words. I've heard that students in the archaeology department have opportunities to participate in excavations of ancient relics and tombs. Hence, I wish to transfer to the archaeology department to immerse myself more deeply in ancient history. Well, old Wang pondered for a moment. It's commendable that you have your own interests and aspirations. The teacher supports you. However, our school has regulations that must be met to change majors. In university, it is not simply a matter of deciding to transfer. Yu Yang had already researched the transfer requirements. 1. Students with notable strengths in a particular subject. 2. Those who, due to health reasons certified by a designated medical institution, are unable to continue in their original major but can still pursue studies in other programs. 3. Students whose transfer will promote independent learning and personal development, provided they participate in the school's selection process and qualify. Meeting any one of these criteria allows for a transfer application. Additionally, one must complete the first year of university courses and apply before entering the second year. However, the times have changed. Competence is paramount in every field. As long as one possesses sufficient strength in any area, exceptions can be made. Yu Yang produced a credential and placed it before old Wang. Teacher Wang, I have joined the Institute of Ancient Technology and Culture at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School. Studying under the renowned ancient history expert, Professor Su, investigating the development of ancient history. I have heard that a new ancient tomb has been discovered in Yang City, and our school's archaeology department might be involved in the excavation. Participating in this event would certainly provide me with a clearer understanding of ancient history. I hope you can assist me by submitting an application to the school. Old Wang glanced at the credential, his expression one of astonishment. I've heard of the Institute of Ancient Technology and Culture at Jiuzhou Martial Arts School. The recruitment standards are exceedingly high. Even some professors from our archaeology department do not meet their criteria. How on earth did you manage to get in? As a freshman in the Management Studies department. Being part of such an esteemed institution is an honor not just for you, but for me as your advisor and for the school as well. Old Wang thumped his chest and declared, I will take care of your transfer application. I'll hold on to this credential for now. He hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast before rushing out of the cafeteria, heading straight for the archaeology department's office building. Today is Sunday. Yet, the department chair, the deputy chair, and several well-known professors in the archaeological circle were present. After understanding Yu Yang's situation, the department chair waved his hand and stated, We want this Yu Yang in our archaeology department. To let such talent slip away from archaeology would be a travesty. Regarding the matters of the archaeological team, old Wang inquired once more. Upon his utterance, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. The deputy director of the archaeology department remarked, logically speaking, Yu Yang's inclusion in the Ancient Science and Cultural Center of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Institute is indeed a significant achievement. It would be quite proper for him to join this archaeological team. However, the troubling aspect is that the team heading to Yang City is already at full capacity. We are merely awaiting the completion of the selection of accompanying students from the Martial Arts Academy before we depart for Yang City. The slots allocated from above are limited. Teacher Wang, if Yu Yang were to join our archaeology department, there would be ample opportunities for archaeological endeavors in the future. Is there no way to make an exception? Yu Yang, your transfer to our department has been finalized, yet the archaeological team heading to Yang City is already full. Yu Yang's eyes flickered as he asked, Teacher Wang, are there any requirements regarding the strength of the accompanying martial artists in the archaeological team? Old Wang replied, That depends on how the Martial Arts Academy conducts their selection. As this is a training exercise, they will undoubtedly bring along a few first and second-year students. I have a plan, Yu Yang declared. Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. He rose and dashed outside. Old Wang observed Yu Yang, burdened with a bulging backpack and wielding a sword, and exclaimed in surprise, Yu Yang, what are you doing? Was it not stated that the archaeological team requires accompanying martial artists? Yu Yang replied with a smile, if the accompanying martial artists are from the Martial Arts Academy, why should I, as a student of the archaeology department, be excluded? Old Wang was at a loss for words. Yu Yang, do not be foolish. The Grand Tomb is located in the wilderness beyond Yang City, a region rife with ferocious beasts. The primary purpose of the accompanying martial artists is to protect the archaeological team members. How would you provide such protection? Moreover, you are not a martial artist and cannot carry weapons in public. Yu Yang chuckled. Rest assured, Teacher Wang, I have a permit. This statement was not made in jest. Although Yu Yang had not participated in the martial artist assessment at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Institute, he had vanquished a remnant of the Black Heaven sect with a single blow, a feat that far exceeded the assessment standards of the institute. Following his awakening in the medical building of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Institute the previous day, the assessment department had promptly issued him a martial artist's identification. This was indeed a special arrangement. A permit? What sort of permit? A sword permit? But you are not a martial artist. Even with a sword, you would not be able to wield significant power. It would be better to have a gun permit instead. Old Wang pondered in confusion, unable to dissuade Yu Yang. He reluctantly accompanied him back to the archaeology department building. Upon seeing Yu Yang, The department head, deputy director, and several professors exhibited great enthusiasm. So this is Yu Yang? Indeed, a remarkable talent. Haha. Yu Yang, welcome to the archaeology department. You have yet to select a class, have you? How about joining our class? Oldly. Have some decency. You are representing the third-year students. Yu Yang is a first-year newcomer. He should join our class. Nonsense. What of being a third year? Yu Yang's recognition by Professor Su and his subsequent placement at the Institute of Ancient Cultural Technology at Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy is a testament to his genuine talent and expertise. However, I have heard whispers that certain instructors, who had applied for positions as researchers at the institute, unfortunately failed even the written examination. It is unwise to speak ill of others. Oldly, whom do you imply? Meanwhile, I observed several professors from the archaeology department engaged in a fierce contest for supremacy among themselves. Yu Yang promptly cleared his throat, yet this action exacerbated his internal injuries, prompting him to cough up blood. The office fell into a sudden silence, with all eyes turning toward Yu Yang. He retrieved a tissue from his pocket to dab the blood from the corner of his mouth, and calmly reassured the gathered professors. There is no need for concern. Esteemed teachers, I merely caught a chill and am experiencing a slight cold. To be candid, I have come here with the intention of joining the archaeological team heading to Yangcheng as a martial artist. Chapter 17. My apologies, teacherly. Upon uttering these words, the professors from the archaeology department were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, one of the instructors furrowed his brow and remarked, Yu Yang, we can understand your eagerness to partake in this archaeological endeavor. However, the presence of martial artists is not a trivial matter. It concerns not only your safety, but also that of all the students and faculty within the archaeological team. Yu Yang frowned and retorted, if the students from the Martial Arts Academy can participate, why should I be excluded? Those students are martial artists, equipped with real combat experience against ferocious beasts. Seeing Yu Yang's insistence, a teacher known as Oldly stepped forward and stated, however, denying you a chance may render our archaeology department rather heartless. Stand firm. He assumed a hoarse stance and struck his chest with a resounding thud, declaring, if you can land a punch on me that forces me back even a step, I shall take it upon myself to allow you to accompany us. Yu Yang hesitated. Teacherly, this may not be appropriate. Oldly laughed heartily. Young man, do you underestimate me? This is not mere boasting. I have simply chosen archaeology over the Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, with my prowess, securing a teaching position there would be no challenge at all. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang felt a surge of respect. He had always claimed that his absence from the Martial Arts Academy was due to a love for literature, but that was merely a fade. This teacher had genuinely forsaken martial arts for the sake of archaeology. It was rumored that instructors at the Martial Arts Academy needed to be at least of the fourth tier to teach. Thus, Old Li's strength must surely exceed that level. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yang's expression grew solemn as he resolved, for the sake of the Levite tomb, I must give my all. However, I cannot harm anyone. The 7 injuries fist is too ruthless, injuring both the opponent and myself. I shall set it aside. Boom. In an instant, Yu Yang's internal energy, the 9 Yang True Qi, erupted forth. His aura transformed dramatically, creating a gust that sent papers and documents scattering across the office. Old Li's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth to shout, Yu Yang, no. Stop. But it was too late, for as he spoke, Yu Yang also called out, Teacherly, my apologies. This declaration drowned out Old Li's voice. And Yu Yang paid no heed to the teacher's warning. Bang. With a powerful punch, Old Li barely managed to exclaim in shock before being propelled backward, crashing violently against the office wall. Boom. The entire archaeology building trembled ominously. The sturdy wall indented in the shape of a human figure, and cracks resembling a spider's web spread several meters outward. Old Li, pressed against the wall, slowly slid down to the ground. He suppressed the urge to cough up blood, and, amidst the astonished gazes of his colleagues, stated calmly, such formidable cultivation, such domineering true energy. Your punch is already comparable to that of a third-tier martial artist. You should accompany us on our archaeological expedition to Yang City. The accompanying martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy are probably arriving soon. I shall go check. Teacher Li exited the office, rubbing his chest as he hurriedly made his way out of the administrative building. What a remarkable young man. A freshman from our Liberal Arts Academy. Yet such an impressive martial artist. Had it not been for my training in the Golden Bell Shield, that punch would have left me bedridden for half a month. Once outside the building, Teacher Li ducked into the greenery to avoid prying eyes and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He then stood still, circulating his true energy to calm the turbulent flow of his blood before re-emerging. Inside the archaeology department's office, a group of teachers took some time to regain their composure. Yu Yang. The most astonished was none other than old Wang. He stared wide-eyed at Yu Yang, exclaiming, "When did you become a martial artist?" Yu Yang withdrew his fist and replied, "Teacher Wang, I was already a martial artist during high school." He recounted the story from his dormitory. In his heart, admiration for Teacher Li blossomed. "Although my cultivation has yet to reach the third-tier level, I practice the 9 Yang divine skill, which endows me with powerful and aggressive inner strength. It's truly impressive that Teacher Li managed to withstand my punch without a scratch." Before long, he spoke again. "The Martial Arts Academy just called. Their students have been selected and are on their way to the train station. Let us inform the members of the archaeological team that we should also set off." This archaeological team organized by the school comprises 18 individuals, including 2 professors from the archaeology department, Teacher Li, and another female teacher named by leading the group. There are 14 students, mostly in their 3rd and 4th years. Li Shiqing is among them, and upon seeing Yu Yang, she expressed her surprise and asked, "Yu Yang, you're also in the archaeology department? I haven't seen you before." "I just transferred to the archaeology department today," Yu Yang replied, engaging in conversation with Li Shiqing. "By the way, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. How did you determine that the tomb discovered in the wilderness outside Yang City belongs to Li Bai? As far as I know, Li Bai was a poet, referred to as the immortal poet by people of the old calendar. Although he practiced swordsmanship, he wouldn't have reached the level of a sword immortal, would he?" The school arranged for a bus, and naturally, Yu Yang ended up sitting beside Li Shiqing. She answered his questions one by one. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I only heard that there is a poem by Li Bai inscribed at the entrance of the tomb. Based on my understanding of ancient history, the historical records of the old calendar conceal numerous truths. Among the ancient relics excavated by Su Ba, there are sporadic mentions of Li Bai, describing him as a man of chivalry who upheld justice and wielded a sword with unparalleled skill, renowned throughout the realm. He was also fond of wine, earning him the titles of Immortal of Wine and Poetic Sword Immortal. Furthermore, the ancient texts indicate that Li Bai had a penchant for traveling the world. In times of turmoil, one could hardly traverse the land without some measure of strength to uphold the weak against the strong." As the two conversed about ancient history, their laughter echoed along the way. Before long, they arrived at the train station. The students from the Martial Arts Academy had arrived 10 minutes early. There were 13 of them, some carrying swords, others bearing knives, and a few hauling metal cases containing disassembled sniper rifles. One student went so far as to cradle an AK-47, adorned with bright orange ammunition, a grenade at his waist, and 2 small handguns tucked into his military boots. Accompanying them was a commanding teacher, whose remarkable presence was accentuated by the alloy battle blade slung across his back. This was Chen Mingyuan, the head of the swordsmanship department at the Martial Arts Academy, a master of the 7th rank. Yu Yang recognized the esteemed teacher at once. As a martial arts master and the department head, Chen Mingyuan held a prestigious position at Northwest University, one worthy of being honored on the school's wall of fame. Although Yu Yang was a student of Northwest University and not directly affiliated with the Martial Arts Academy, he had heard of Chen Mingyuan's reputation and had seen his photograph. When Chen Mingyuan cast a glance at Yu Yang, a flicker of surprise crossed his deep-set eyes. Indeed, he was at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, his cultivation profound, rivaling that of an ordinary 3rd-rank practitioner. "However, your breathing is erratic. It seems you bear some internal injury?" "A minor wound, nothing to worry about," Yu Yang thought in alarm. The mere gaze of Chen Mingyuan made him feel as though he had been seen through. Yet, Chen Mingyuan did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he smiled and said, "I heard from Teacher Li that you are a freshman, just 19 this year? You were the one who eliminated the remnant of the Black Sky sect with a single palm strike at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall yesterday, am I correct? Such talent is wasted in the liberal arts college. Yu Yang, would you consider joining our martial arts academy?" Teacher Li, however, was not pleased. "Master Chun, this Yu Yang is a treasure of our archaeology department. He has even garnered Professor Su's attention. Such a person, delving into ancient history and unearthing the secrets hidden within the annals of time, has a brighter future than merely becoming a fighter in your martial arts academy." Chen Mingyuan refrained from arguing with Teacher Li and instead replied with a smile, "Yu Yang, should you ever entertain such thoughts, you are welcome to seek me out at the Martial Arts Academy." His tone shifted to one of gravity as he continued. "Though you are a student of the archaeology department, since you are accompanying us as a martial practitioner to Yang City, You must adhere to my commands. Should any mishap occur due to your personal actions, even if you are a rare martial talent, I shall personally ensure you face the consequences in court. The group boarded the train bound for Yang City. Soon, the train began to move. Yu Yang opened his backpack and retrieved demigods and semi-devils, preparing to immerse himself in its pages. Are you Yu Yang? At that moment, a voice pierced the air. It belonged to a student from the Martial Arts Academy, who approached Yu Yang with piercing eyes. With a disdainful smirk, he declared, "Since you have taken a spot at our Martial Arts Academy, do not hinder our progress. Otherwise, I, Wang Ting, will be the first to object." Chapter 18. 1,000 Cups Without Intoxication, the Muscle-Transforming Scripture. Wang Ting, a prodigious student at the Martial Arts Academy of Northwest University. He is currently in his second year, yet his cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the third rank, with the potential to break through to the fourth rank at any moment. It is still only the first half of the second semester. One can only imagine that during his second year, he will undoubtedly achieve the fourth rank in martial arts. It is worth noting that among the 9 martial arts academies nationwide, students capable of breaking through to the fourth rank in their second year are exceedingly rare. Recently, Yu Yang has secured a position as a martial artist in an archaeological team from the academy, which has displeased some of his peers, leading to the comments made in front of Wang Ting. Wang Ting? Yu Yang muttered the name without paying it much heed, focusing instead on reading demigods and semi-devils. He is exceedingly familiar with this novel. In his previous life, it had been adapted into television dramas, films, games, and comics, gracing the big screen numerous times. Perhaps due to age, Yu Yang's favorite adaptation is the version featuring Hu Jun, where the character Qiao Feng is portrayed with unparalleled charisma. The battle at Zhu Xianzhuang, where Qiao Feng drinks and breaks ties with the heroes, single-handedly suppressing much of the martial world, remains vividly etched in Yu Yang's memory. Anqing is less than 40 kilometers from Yanqing. The train journey from Anqing to Yanqing takes less than 30 minutes. Upon exiting the train station, a bus was already waiting in the parking lot. Yu Yang, clutching demigods and semi-devils, casually found an empty seat. Qiao Feng walked over 10 miles and spotted a small temple by the roadside. He entered and leaned against the wall in the hall, napping for over 2 hours. Feeling rejuvenated, he continued northward for another 40 miles, arriving at the vital Longai Pass in the north. The first order of business was to find a hotel, where he ordered 10 jin of white wine, 2 jin of beef, and a plump chicken, indulging in self-service drinking. After finishing the 10 jin of wine, he ordered an additional 5 jin. Just as he was enjoying his drink, footsteps approached, and in walked a familiar figure, Az. Upon reading this, Yu Yang could not help but inwardly scoff. Is the old man Jin being too exaggerated? Can Qiao Feng really drink that much? Ding. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a crisp sound echoed in his consciousness. Immediately, a series of words visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Reading demigods and semi-devils has granted the ability, 1,000 cups without intoxication. Yu Yang was taken aback. What? Such an ability exists? Humph. Just as Yu Yang was preparing to continue his reading, a cold snort interrupted him. Turning to look, he discovered that sitting beside him was none other than Wang Tung from the Martial Arts Academy. Feigning sophistication, reading in the wilderness. If you were so fond of books, why come to the wilderness? Wang Tung sneered. With that time, you would be better off practicing your swordplay. The wilderness is fraught with danger. Aside from ferocious beasts, those cultists also like to lurk in the wild, ambushing our warriors of the Great Xia. You, a mere bookworm. Even if you become a martial artist, do you possess any real combat experience? I have heard that after you vanquished that cultist at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall, you sustained grave injuries yourself and fell into a coma for several hours before regaining consciousness. There's no need for you to worry about that. Yu Yang, engrossed in his book, chuckled. Within the pages of a book, one can find a treasure trove. Within the pages of a book, one can encounter beauty. Just then, his body quivered suddenly, and a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Reading demigods and semi-devils. Acquired martial arts technique. Jing Jing. Yu Yang's eyes sparkled, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Wang Ting, observing him, couldn't help but exclaim, "You're acting like a lunatic. It's just a book. Why are you so elated?" As the bus departed from its city and traversed the electric fence, the road became increasingly rugged. However, the students paid it no mind. Engaging in lively conversation, many of them excited as it was their first venture into the wilderness. In stark contrast, Yu Yang remained absorbed in his book, feeling distinctly out of place. Wang Tung continued to surreptitiously observe him, even stealing glances at the text. At that moment, Yu Yang was engrossed in the scene of Qiao Feng's fierce battle at the Gathering of Heroes, and even Wang Ting, who typically shunned reading, found himself captivated. As Yu Yang turned the page, Wang Ting grew anxious and murmured, "Why are you reading so quickly? I read faster than most. What is the matter?" Yu Yang replied, taken aback. Wang Ting had intended to express his frustration that he had finished the previous page, but given his temperament, he couldn't bring himself to voice that thought. Instead, he sneered, skimming through, hardly absorbing anything. "There's simply no way to read like you do." Yu Yang frowned and tossed Jin Ping Mei from his bag in Wang Tung's direction. "I just want to read quietly and study martial arts techniques. But your incessant chatter is truly annoying. I have no interest in your wretched book." Wang Ting scoffed. He initially meant to return Jin Ping Mei to Yu Yang, but his gaze was drawn to the illustrations on the cover. Stealing a glance at Yu Yang, who was intently focused on his book, he quietly opened Jin Ping Mei. It wasn't long before his face flushed and his heart raced. After approximately 40 minutes of navigating the rugged terrain of the wilderness, the bus came to a halt. Chen Mingyuan rose and announced, "The road ahead has been obstructed by ferocious beasts. We are still about 4 kilometers from our destination. Everyone, please disembark, gather your belongings, and proceed on foot." Upon exiting the bus, under Chen Mingyuan's direction, 4 students from the Martial Arts Academy forged ahead, clearing the path, while the archaeology students, professors, and instructors followed closely behind, flanked by disciples from the Martial Arts Academy. As a martial artist accompanying the group, Yu Yang was naturally duty-bound to protect the archaeology students. He stowed his book in his bag, grasped his heaven-slaying sword, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing sound reminiscent of a cat's cry pierced the air. Moments later, a towering, pitch-black giant cat, standing 2 meters tall, appeared ahead, wielding a metallic combat knife. It replaced the foremost martial arts academy student and commanded, "I shall lead the way. Everyone, stay close." Wang Ting possesses not only commendable intentions but also formidable strength. In the rear, Yu Yang pondered silently, reflecting, "He speaks the truth. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and without sufficient power, one is always at risk of demise. Upon reaching the destination and setting up camp, I must dedicate the night to studying, striving to elevate my abilities to a higher echelon." Chapter 19. The Poet Swordsman Li Bai. In the wilderness, dense jungles abound, enveloped by towering vegetation. Wang Tung forges ahead, leading the team, accompanied by Chen Mingyuan, a master of martial arts. The archaeological team traverses 4 kilometers of untamed land without incident, arriving at their destination, a desolate town. Adjacent to this town lies a tomb, discovered 5 days prior. Excavation efforts have already commenced in Yang City. Surrounding the tomb, martial artists stand guard, and a battalion is even stationed nearby. Upon the arrival of the archaeological team from Anqing, several esteemed experts from Yang City immediately approached. Professors Zhang, Huang, and Teacher Li. "At last, you have arrived." The 2 professors accompanying the archaeological team are renowned within the field, their expertise far surpassing that of the Yang City scholars. "Old Zhou, Old Feng, how is the excavation progressing?" The entrance to the tomb has been cleared, yet the interior remains under exploration. Old Feng, the Yang City expert, can hardly conceal his excitement. "Based on the current information we have, this tomb indeed belongs to the poet swordsman Li Bai. Moreover, powerful energy fluctuations have been detected within. This could very well be a relic, perhaps even housing the legacy of the poet swordsman." The 2 professors from Northwest University exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. If it truly is a relic, its significance is immense. Should it merely be a burial site, we might unearth some artifacts, serving only to validate historical accounts. However, if it is a relic, the implications are extraordinary. There must be some form of legacy present. The development of martial arts in the Great Xia is profoundly linked to the relics that have been excavated. The experts engaged in fervent discussion at the entrance of the tomb, even retrieving items unearthed from within for meticulous examination. Meanwhile, the students of the archaeological team set about erecting tents around the tomb. Although tents had been established nearby, they were designated for the professors and experts. The remaining structures served as a temporary command post for the stationed troops and a repository for the excavated artifacts. Yu Yang glanced at the students constructing tents before turning to Wang Ting. "Why are you looking at me?" Wang Ting replied nonchalantly, "We, as martial practitioners, are accustomed to enduring the elements. Besides, we must keep watch at night. By the way, you will be in my group tonight, so do not slack off." "Are we not descending into the tomb?" Yu Yang was taken aback. "I came here specifically to explore the tomb of the poet swordsman Li Bai. If I am not allowed to descend, then what is the purpose of my presence?" There may be dangers within the tomb, and it is essential for martial artists to accompany the archaeological team for protection. Very well, I shall scout the surroundings for any potential threats. With that, Wang Tung disappeared into the dense thicket, his sword slung over his back. After advancing approximately 100 meters, he leaped into a tall tree, nestled among the canopy, and took out a book to indulge in its pages with delight. Yu Yang hurried to the entrance of the tomb, which was marked by an arched door nearly 3 meters wide and almost 2 meters high. Beside it stood a stone tablet, inscribed with an elegant poem. The verses read, "Zhao Ke dons a colorful tassel, while the Wu hook gleams like frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, galloping like a meteor. 10 steps to slay a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Once the task is complete, I brush off my robes and conceal my name and body." This poem was none other than Li Bai's Xia Ke Xing, and at the bottom, it bore the inscription Xinglian Jushi, along with the year of the 4th year of Zhenyuan. Noticing Yu Yang's fascination with the tablet, Mr. Li approached with a smile and inquired, "Yu Yang, having gained Professor Su's recognition, you must possess unique insights into ancient history. What is particularly noteworthy about this poem?" At Mr. Li's question, several archaeological experts from Yanqing exchanged surprised glances. Professor Zhang from the Archaeology Department of Northwest University explained with a smile, "This is a freshman from our department, exceptionally knowledgeable in ancient history, and has caught the attention of Professor Su from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy in Anqing. He has since joined the Ancient Cultural and Technological Research Institute there." This revelation further astonished the Yanqing experts. As scholars within the field, they were well aware of Professor Su's esteemed reputation and his temperament. To be valued by him indicated genuine talent and scholarship. They immediately approached, eager to hear Yu Yang's interpretation of the stone tablet. Gazing intently at the tablet, Yu Yang mused. The poem inscribed here is flawless, and the signature Xinglian Jushi. That refers to Li Bai, but the year Zhenyuan 4. What does that imply? What about the year Zhenyuan 4? Given that the attendees were all experts in archaeology, although not as deeply versed as Professor Su in ancient history, they had some knowledge. Professor Zhang explained, Zhenyuan is the era name of the Tang dynasty under Emperor Dizong, and Zhenyuan 4 corresponds to approximately the year 788 in the old calendar. Precisely, Yu Yang responded. According to ancient historical records, Li Bai was born in the year 701 and passed away in 762. Although the signature here is Xinglian Jushi, how could it reference the year Zhenyuan 4? The faces of the experts reflected deep contemplation. Yu Yang continued, "Moreover, according to the old records, Li Bai's tomb has been discovered. Located in Taibai Town, Tuxian County, Province, over 800 kilometers from our Yanqing. Could it be that this tomb is a false one? Did Li Bai not actually die? Is this tomb the true resting place?" In that moment, Yu Yang's mind raced with possibilities. What if the truth of history deviated from what he had known in his previous life? What if the poetic immortal Li Bai truly was a poet swordsman? Then perhaps this tomb could be justified. He read Xia Ke Xing several more times, lamenting, "Alas, it seems that one poem alone cannot unlock the secrets of martial arts. If only I could glean the essence of the Tai Xian Jing from Xia Ke Xing, that would be a fortune indeed." In the realm of Jin Yang's martial arts novels, the Tai Xian Jing undoubtedly stands as the supreme martial art. Due to this profound technique, it has transcended the realm of martial arts. The primordial essence possesses a natural law. The gateway to myriad wonders is profoundly enigmatic. This has evolved into an ethereal art. Stepping aside, Yu Yang retrieved the heavenly dragon in 8 parts and resumed his perusal. Beside the ancient tomb, a large iron cauldron and a bonfire had been set up. By the time everyone had feasted and quenched their thirst, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Professor Zhang led the members of the archaeological team into the tomb. Chen Mingyuan called the roll, requesting Yu Yang and 6 students from the Martial Arts Academy to accompany them into the tomb for the protection of the archaeological team's safety. This ancient tomb had lain buried underground for nearly 2 millennia, and no one could ascertain what lay at its depths. Chen Mingyuan's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "As we descend for the first time, I will accompany you. Remember, you must heed all instructions. Do not wander aimlessly, touch, or disturb anything within the tomb." Passing through the arched doorway, a staircase leading downwards appeared. The walls of the staircase were adorned with installed lights, casting a dim glow that illuminated the walls, which were encrusted with dark moss resembling clusters of hair, evoking a sense of unease in those who beheld it. Following the staircase, they walked for a considerable time before reaching a sudden expanse. A grand hall revealed itself before them. The archaeological experts from Yang City had already ventured this far, illuminating the hall with powerful lights, rendering it brilliantly lit. The hall was square, measuring approximately 500 meters in length and width, with walls intricately adorned with vivid murals. The onlookers gazed intently, captivated by the lifelike depictions, one of which displayed a man performing a sword dance. Chen Mingyuan's gaze flickered, and he exclaimed, "What exquisite swordsmanship! Could this be the legacy left by the poet swordsman Li Taibai?" Meanwhile, Yu Yang's attention was drawn to the forefront of the mural, which depicted a poem titled The Heroic Journey. Simultaneously, in the external world, within the treetops, Wang Teng suddenly perked up, his ears twitching as he focused on the scene below. He observed two figures cloaked in black, lurking behind the underbrush, stealthily watching the distance. Chapter 20. The Azure Serpent of Sword Qi and the Spectral Demon Escript. At the bottom of the tomb, several archaeologists from Yang City exchanged glances. They had only descended into the grave the previous day, and the illumination lamps had already been installed, yet no murals had been discovered on the walls. Professor Zhang fixated on the vividly depicted murals, gradually approaching them, murmuring, "How exquisite! Is this the swordsmanship left behind by the poetic sword immortal Li Bai?" He extended his hand, intending to touch the mural. "Professor Zhang, be cautious." Chen Mingyuan hastily called out to stop him, but it was too late. The moment Zhang's fingertip made contact with the mural, whoosh, a serpent of azure sword Qi burst forth from the mural, and Zhang's finger shattered and fell to the ground. However, the two martial arts students named by Chen Mingyuan remained motionless. Turning his head, Chen discovered they were staring wide-eyed at the mural as if petrified. He then glanced at the other students from the martial arts academy, realizing that, apart from Yu Yang, they were all similarly entranced. This is not good. They have become ensnared by the sword technique within the mural. The swordsmanship passed down through this mural is too profound. It is beyond the reach of anyone but a martial arts master. Forcing themselves to practice it could lead to madness. Chen Mingyuan felt a surge of urgency, his voice booming like thunder. "Awaken!" With his command, the martial arts students gradually emerged from their stupor. They felt a tumultuous surge of true qi within them, their blood boiling, and they began to cough up blood. Among them was a highly gifted student, a sophomore. Although his cultivation was not on par with Wang Ting's, he had reached the third tier of mastery, carrying a sword and exhibiting extraordinary swordsmanship, ranking among the top 3 in his entire sophomore class. Upon regaining consciousness, he collapsed to the ground, coughed up blood several times, and fell unconscious. It seemed that due to his superior swordsmanship, he suffered a greater backlash than the others. The martial arts students hurriedly assisted their unconscious classmate and Professor Zhang. Turning his gaze, Chen Mingyuan noticed that Yu Yang remained. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Yu Yang, why haven't you moved?" Though they were both on the road of chivalry, Yu Yang discerned that the rendition of chivalrous journey at the tomb's bottom possessed a unique charm that the inscription on the stone tablet outside lacked. This essence was enigmatic and ineffable, yet Yu Yang could distinctly feel it. Chen Mingyuan lifted his gaze to the poem, reciting it from beginning to end. He then closed his eyes to sense it more deeply, noting, "This poem is indeed different from the one outside. Like the mural, it harbors the essence of swordsmanship." Is this it? Yu Yang felt somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that this artifact would serve as a comprehensive guide to the sword techniques depicted in the mural, hoping to glean insights from it akin to the profound scriptures in Elder Jin's novels. Yet, it now seemed to be mere idle talk. Yu Yang turned his attention back to the mural. The artwork was alive with detail. The figure within it, wielding a long sword, executed each move, portraying an unparalleled sword technique. Yet, Yu Yang's current cultivation was solely based on theoretical understanding gleaned from books. During his high school years, he practiced basic boxing techniques and fundamental body movements, yet he was utterly ignorant of swordplay, resulting in his inability to discern any meaning after observing for quite some time. Chen Mingyuan was taken aback by the scene before him, his mind racing with questions. What is happening? The students of the Martial Arts Academy were entirely captivated by the sword techniques depicted in the mural, seemingly entranced to the point of injury, yet Yu Yang remained unscathed. At that moment, Chen Mingyuan's ears perked up, and his expression shifted abruptly. Gunfire? This is not good. Something has occurred outside. He swiftly dashed towards the tomb's exit, and Yu Yang could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his blurry silhouette. Professor Feng then addressed the group, urging them to leave. "Everyone, we must exit. Given that this tomb contains the legacy of the poetic swordsman Li Bai, what lies ahead may be beyond our capacity to explore. As for the specifics, we shall await further instructions from above." He led the group toward the tomb's entrance. Yu Yang lingered at the rear, unable to resist casting a few more glances at the mural's sword techniques. Li Shiqin, walking among the group, glanced at Yu Yang, slowed her pace, and quietly inquired, "Yu Yang, have you discovered anything?" "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head with a sigh. "I am merely struck by the realization that Li Bai secretly practiced martial arts." Li Shiqing was bewildered. She could not comprehend Yu Yang's sentiments. In a past life, even kindergarten children were familiar with Li Bai's poetry. From an early age, parents and teachers taught us that Li Bai was the immortal poet, a romantic figure of the Tang dynasty, known for his jovial nature and love for wine and poetry. Adorned with various literary titles such as Li Hanlin, Li Gongfeng, and Li Shi. Yet now, it became apparent that Li Bai not only enjoyed composing poetry while indulging in wine, but also wielded a sword, mastering techniques that were profound and elusive. This revelation was akin to discovering that a childhood friend, once scruffy and awkward, who wet the bed at 10 and struggled with hygiene at 18, had suddenly transformed into a domineering CEO. How could one not be astonished? Upon entering, Yu Yang had focused solely on the poem The Heroic Song and regretted not exploring further, contemplating whether there were any travelogues or novels pinned by Li Bai within the tomb. Just then, his heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of a small azure snake darting away. What was that? Yu Yang rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Is it sword energy? Or an actual snake?" Uncertain, he chose to remain silent, recalling how the strand of sword energy that had severed Professor Zhang's finger resembled the swift azure serpent. Soon, they reached the ground level, where numerous students from the Martial Arts Academy and several martial artists from Yang City stood, weapons drawn, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Soldiers stationed nearby also held their arms at the ready, with shell casings scattered about, indicating recent conflict. What has transpired? Inquiring further revealed that just moments ago, Wang Teng had encountered two martial artists from the Black Sky sect in the jungle. While pursuing them, he had inadvertently drawn out a master from the Black Sky sect, resulting in a fierce battle. "Where is Master Chen?" someone asked. "Master Chen has gone to pursue the enemy." "What about Wang Teng? Is he all right?" The expressions of several martial arts academy students were laden with bitterness. "Wang Teng is in the tent. He was struck unconscious by a powerful expert from the Black Heaven sect." "Wang Teng, what has become of you?" Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from within the tent. The crowd rushed inside, only to find that the unconscious Wang Teng had regained consciousness. However, he lay upon the bed, his body encased in a layer of white frost, with ice formed in his hair, eyebrows, and even in his nostrils, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, upon tearing open Wang Teng's garment, they discovered a pitch-black handprint emblazoned across his chest, from which a chilling energy emanated, causing the temperature within the tent to plummet. The spectral ghost palm. Qinming Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he intoned gravely, "This is dire. It is the ultimate technique of the Black Heaven sect. The palm's force is both icy and tyrannical. Wang Teng's cultivation is far too weak. His own vital energy cannot possibly contend with this frigid palm force. Unless a practitioner of the 9th rank or above, or a martial artist with exceptionally pure and potent vital energy, intervenes to suppress the palm's power. Otherwise, if the palm force penetrates his internal organs." Qinming Yuan ceased his discourse at this juncture. The others, of course, comprehended his implication. "I shall contact the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy in Yang City and request their assistance." Professor Feng retrieved a satellite phone, but was halted by Qinming Yuan. "It is too late. Setting aside whether we could even locate a martial artist with the requisite pure and potent vital energy or an expert of the divine realm in time. Even if we did find one, it would be futile." Qinming Yuan offered a wry smile. "The assailant is a 7th rank master, and the palm's power is formidable. Were it not for the fact that it was a distant strike, Wang Teng might not have even endured this long. Given Wang Teng's current condition, even if I were to use my vital energy to suppress his injuries, I fear he would not last a mere few minutes." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew somber. Yu Yang, however, raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, saying, "Master Chen, allow me to give it a try." Chapter 21. The 3rd rank of martial arts. No sense of breakthrough? Upon hearing Yu Yang speak, numerous gazes turned towards him. Yu Yang remarked, "The martial arts technique I practice is unique. Perhaps it can dispel the chilling power lingering within Wang Teng." Qinming Yuan's eyes flickered with interest as he regarded Yu Yang. He perceived a blazing force akin to a fiery flame within Yu Yang's body, a manifestation of true energy as fervent as fire. What kind of technique is this young man practicing? His true energy is astonishingly intense. In a moment of contemplation, Qinming Yuan quickly rose to grant Yu Yang space, saying, "Your cultivation is still weak, and your true energy is limited. It is worth attempting, but do not overexert yourself. As long as you can temporarily suppress the chilling power within Wang Teng, I will contact the principal. He will arrive within 20 minutes at most. The discovery of the poetic sword Immortal Li Bai's legacy within the tomb is indeed a significant matter. It is not only the principal of the martial arts academy who will come, even Lu Yulong is likely to appear. I shall do my utmost. Yu Yang, however, did not overstate his capabilities. After all, Wang Tung had been struck by a master of the 7th rank from a distance. And with his own cultivation merely at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, whether he could suppress Wang Tung's injuries remained uncertain. He approached the bedside and placed his hand upon Wang Tung's chest. Yu Yang felt an intensely cold force seeping through his palm, rendering his hand and arm with a sensation akin to frostbite. What a domineering ghostly palm! He mused silently. Activating the 9 Yang True Qi, the numbing sensation vanished instantly. The 9 Yang Divine Art is specifically designed to counteract all forms of chilling martial arts. Such claims are not mere words. He channeled his true energy, continuously infusing it into Wang Tung's body. Gradually, a white mist began to rise from Wang Tung, and the frost enveloping him began to melt away. This process lasted approximately 10 minutes. What a formidable true energy Yu Yang possesses. Is he truly only at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank? I suspect even a 3rd rank martial artist would pale in comparison. A group of martial arts academy students stood in stunned silence, particularly a few first-year newcomers. Selected to accompany the archaeological team as martial protectors, their cultivations were indeed formidable. Having already reached the 2nd rank, they were recognized as talented students within the academy. Normally proud and self-assured, they now felt a pang of inferiority in Yu Yang's presence. What they did not realize is that the endless vitality is one of the defining characteristics of the 9 Yang Divine Art. 3 minutes later, the frost on Wang Tung had completely melted away, and his body ceased to tremble, entering a state of tranquil slumber. The imprint left by the palm strike remained on his chest, though it had slightly faded. Yu Yang, how is Wang Tung? Several students from the Martial Arts Academy inquired urgently. Yu Yang sighed. Indeed, the martial arts masters are formidable. The power of that palm strike from a distance is truly overwhelming. I am currently only able to suppress that force with pure Yang true energy. I cannot completely expel it. However, did not Master Chen mention that the principal of your academy would be coming? Once the headmaster of your martial arts academy arrives, Wang Tung's life will undoubtedly be secure. The students of the academy displayed smiles, expressing their gratitude to Yu Yang. Any previous resentment they harbored toward him had vanished without a trace. Just then, Chen Mingyuan entered, his expression grave as he lamented, "The headmaster cannot come." Not only the headmaster but also the esteemed Master Lu and other experts from Yang City and Qing City have all been mobilized. It is said that the Black Heaven sect has suffered significant losses and is thus conducting a ritual to beseech the divine for power to create a new batch of masters. The headmaster, along with Master Lu and other formidable warriors, have gone to disrupt the sacrificial rites. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the academy's students instantly froze. Yu Yang furrowed his brow and reassured them, there is no need to worry. The cold poison within Wang Tung has already been suppressed by me. He can hold on for at least a day and night. I will now practice diligently to strive for a breakthrough to the 3rd tier. At that point, I may have the chance to completely expel the cold poison from his body. Is that true? The students of the Martial Arts Academy rejoiced. Yu Yang, however, found himself at a loss for words. Were they merely playing with expressions? Chen Mingyuan produced 3 pills and handed them over, stating, "These are enhancement pills. Consuming them may help elevate your cultivation level, which could assist in your breakthrough. By the way, if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them." Without hesitation, Yu Yang replied, "I need a tent. Also, who has a lamp? Could I borrow a desk lamp as well?" Chen Mingyuan was bewildered. While a tent was understandable for creating a quiet environment to practice, what was the need for a desk lamp? Soon, the tent and lamp were prepared. At this moment, the sun had set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yu Yang crawled into the single-person tent, sitting cross-legged on the ground, palms facing upwards. And after circulating his vital energy through 2 cycles of the 9 Yang Divine Skill, he slowly opened his eyes, unable to resist a complaint. My aptitude is truly lacking. After 2 cycles, I can hardly feel any increase in my vital energy. He zipped up the tent and turned on the desk lamp. Retrieving the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, sitting beneath the light to begin his nocturnal reading. After approximately 4 hours of reading, ding! A crisp notification echoed in his mind as he read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, granting him the martial art, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. As a string of numbers materialized before him, Yu Yang felt a surge of vital energy within him. And then his form trembled as if he had broken through some unseen barrier. Did I just Breakthrough? He mused, perplexed. But I felt nothing at all. He sighed, lamenting his own lack of aptitude. If only my talent were better. I could experience the exhilaration of a breakthrough rather than have it pass without any sensation. He adjusted his mindset and continued his diligent reading under the lamp. Meanwhile, not far away, Chun Mingyuan, seated in a meditative posture with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and cast a glance at the tent where Yu Yang was situated. With astonishment, he remarked, "This young man has truly achieved a breakthrough? A freshman, at the third rank." His eyes flickered with contemplation, and he thought to himself, this talent cannot be allowed to languish in the archaeology department. Once the dean returns, I shall seek him out, urging him to personally request the transfer of this prodigy to the College of Literature. Chapter 22. Targeted by the Black Sky sect. The following morning, as dawn began to break, Yu Yang stepped out of the tent. Noticing Master Chun Mingyuan standing outside Wang Tung's tent, Yu Yang approached him and inquired, "Master Chun, how is Wang Tung faring?" "The cold poison within Wang Tung has not relapsed. He awakened at 5 o'clock and is currently in a relatively stable condition," Chun Mingyuan replied, casting a surprised glance at Yu Yang. To his perception, Yu Yang's aura was solid and unwavering, entirely unlike that of a martial artist who had just broken through to the third tier. Instead, he seemed as though he had cultivated in this realm for quite some time. Indeed, his observation was astute. Yu Yang had enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. After breaking through to the third tier the previous night, he continued his studies until dawn, subsequently practicing the Nine Sun Divine art once more, thereby solidifying his cultivation. Wang Tung was still unwell. He resided in a tent specially prepared by the archaeologists from Yang City for Professor Zhang and his team. The spacious tent was equipped with office furniture. Upon entering, Yu Yang found Wang Tung seated on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. "Ah, Master Chun, Yu Yang. You've come," Wang Tung said, his face flushing slightly. Yu Yang responded, "I heard about what happened yesterday. I am grateful for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished." Wang Tung thumped his chest, declaring earnestly, "You saved my life. Should you ever need anything, just command me, and I, Wang Tung, will face any peril without hesitation." However, he had struck his chest with too much force, and something went awry. The cold poison within him erupted suddenly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, frost rapidly spreading across his face and hair. He attempted to circulate his true energy to resist it, but to his dismay, his energy seemed to freeze under the influence of the cold poison, rendering him nearly incapable of movement. "It's so cold." Wang Tung's teeth chattered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yu Yang chuckled softly and stepped forward, placing his palm on Wang Tung's back. A surge of blazing Nine Sun true energy flowed from Yu Yang's palm into Wang Tung's body. Ah, Wang Tung, on the brink of freezing, could not suppress a cry. Today, he was fully alert, with heightened awareness. Initially, the explosion of cold poison had threatened to encase his entire body in ice. Yet, Yu Yang's true energy surged like a wave of warmth, rapidly dispelling much of the chill that enveloped him. Gradually, the icy sensation began to recede. At that moment, noticing that Wang Tung's energy had become erratic, Yu Yang's expression darkened as he admonished, "Focus your mind, circulate your true energy, and expel the cold poison." "What are you doing? How can you lose focus at such a critical moment, causing your energy to become disordered?" Wang Tung promptly gathered his thoughts and began to circulate his true energy, guided by Yu Yang's Nine Sun true energy to expel the cold poison within him. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Tung expelled a mouthful of black blood. The blood, reeking horrifically, immediately froze into shards upon hitting the ground. Yu Yang retracted his hand and exhaled a breath of murky air, instructing, "Wang Tung, loosen your clothing." "What?" Wang Tung, taken aback, felt his face flush with crimson. Hesitatingly murmured, "Is that appropriate? Director Chun is still here." Nearby, Chun Mingyuan chuckled, oblivious to Wang Tung's thoughts, assuming he was simply embarrassed, and turned to exit the tent. "Remember, until the cold poison is entirely dispelled, do not engage in cultivation or combat, lest you exacerbate your injuries and unleash the cold poison. Then it would be dire." Yu Yang cautioned before preparing to leave the tent. "Yu Yang," Wang Tung called out to him. "Yesterday, I overheard a conversation among the cultists of the Black Heaven sect. They have suffered significant losses in this encounter, yet they do not plan to retreat or hide. Instead, they intend to send assassins to eliminate the Daxia's brightest. And you are on their assassination list." "What?" Yu Yang was taken aback, incredulous. "I have always been low-key. Few are aware of my cultivation level. Even if I killed a remnant of the Black Heaven sect, it was within the confines of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. They cannot possibly know." Why would they target a mere liberal arts student from an academic institution? They not only know you have killed a remnant of the Black Heaven sect, but they are also aware that you have joined the Cultural and Technological Research Institute of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, Wang Ting cast aside all frivolous thoughts. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he spoke solemnly. The Black Heaven sect's ability to ascertain your information so swiftly indicates that their minions have not been completely eradicated. And there may even be their agents within the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Agents of the Black Heaven sect within the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy? Yu Yang's expression shifted. Wang Ting, whose father was a martial arts master and himself no weakling, continued, "This is not uncommon. Those wicked entities worship deities and see themselves as divine servants, attempting to control all of humanity. Among humankind, there are inevitably some black sheep who believe that human strength cannot defy the heavens, convinced that we cannot overcome the divine. There have even been high-ranking Daxia officials who, at the level of council members, colluded with these malevolent forces. In summary, you must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's expression darkened considerably. He took a deep breath and replied, "Thank you. I will be vigilant." As he exited the tent, Yu Yang gazed skyward. The rising sun began to radiate brilliant light across the horizon. Yet, his heart felt heavy. Damn it, these scoundrels of the Black Heaven sect truly deserve their fate. I merely wish to study in peace. Why have I become their target? He stood there for several minutes, his expression hardening as he clenched his fists tightly. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must enhance my strength swiftly. By then, when the Black Heaven sect believes I am merely at the second tier, I will suddenly reveal myself as fifth tier. When they think I am fifth tier, I will already have ascended to the level of a martial arts master. Thus, all assassination attempts will be thwarted. Casting a glance at the nearby arched entrance of the tomb, Yu Yang strode forward, contemplating the significant emergence of Li Bai's swordsmanship legacy within the grave. This was an event of great import that would undoubtedly be cloistered in the future. Seizing the moment, he resolved to delve deeper and uncover any potential discoveries. Professor Zhang had suffered injuries to his fingers, and following an attack from a formidable adversary of the Haitian sect the previous day, the archaeological team had refrained from entering the tomb today. The martial artists guarding the tomb entrance in Yang City recognized Yu Yang and, seeing him descend alone, did not impede his passage. As he traversed the lengthy staircase leading into the depths of the tomb, Yu Yang had just entered the vast burial chamber when a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Turning his head, he beheld a slender wisp of azure sword energy, akin to a serpent, lunging toward him. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting an instinctive reaction as he reached out to grasp. Astonishingly, he caught the azure energy serpent in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was no mere sword energy, but rather a genuine azure snake, measuring approximately 1 foot in length and as thick as a finger. The snake writhed and thrashed wildly, yet Yu Yang held it firmly by the neck, rendering its struggles futile. Goodness! Yu Yang marveled at the creature in his grasp, exclaiming, "Such a diminutive creature possesses such strength? Had I not advanced to the third tier, I doubt I could have subdued it." To his astonishment, the azure snake opened its mouth and spat at him, cursing, "You wretched spawn, if you have the guts, let me go." Yu Yang was left utterly flabbergasted. What on earth? This snake can talk? And in a dialect no less? Chapter 23, The Travels of Li Bai, The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. In a cemetery, it is quite ordinary to encounter snakes, insects, and vermin. To be honest, when a snake suddenly emerged, Yu Yang was not particularly astonished. The small serpent possessed considerable strength, which did not surprise him either, for in this era, ferocious beasts that could soar through the skies and vanish into thin air were not uncommon. However, it was rather astonishing that this snake could speak. In Yu Yang's memory, knowledge of ferocious beasts had been introduced in textbooks from elementary to high school. These creatures evolved from wild animals and, compared to regular beasts, possessed significantly greater intelligence. The mightier the beast, the higher its intellect. It was not unusual for powerful ferocious beasts to articulate human speech. Yet, this little snake, which did not even qualify as a third-grade ferocious beast, was capable of such an ability? Yu Yang widened his eyes, fixated on the small serpent in his grasp. "What are you doing?" The small snake, sensing his gaze, raised its head and cursed, "You fool, what are you staring at? Do you believe I can throw you over my shoulder and end you?" Amused by its audacity, Yu Yang tightened his grip gently around the serpent's midsection. "Ah!" The snake screeched, "I'm going to die. What are you doing? Why are you gripping so hard? I was merely joking. Let go, please." Indeed, if he were to crush it, it would lose all value. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden wave of dizziness and nausea washed over him. Is your saliva poisonous? Yu Yang's complexion changed, and his body swayed slightly as a tingling weakness spread throughout him. He clenched the small snake tighter, closed his eyes, and channeled his 9 suns true qi. The feelings of dizziness and nausea lessened considerably. Ha! The snake flicked its tongue and boasted arrogantly, "Kid, do you now understand the power of Snake Lord? My venom is unmatched. A single drop is enough to incapacitate not just a mere third-grade warrior like you, but even those of the 4th and 5th grades. Let go quickly, or I shall cause your immediate demise." It bared its tiny fangs, attempting to intimidate Yu Yang. Yet soon, the little snake found itself at a loss for words. It watched in disbelief as the warrior, who should have succumbed to its venom, opened his eyes, seemingly unharmed. "How can this be?" the snake exclaimed, its body stiffening in shock. "You've been poisoned by my venom. How are you unscathed?" Unbeknownst to it, Yu Yang was feeling a sense of dread. The world was perilous. Even a small snake could be so treacherous. Its saliva was indeed poisonous. Had he not cultivated the 9 suns divine art, he might have truly met his end here. He tightened his grip on the snake once more. And upon hearing its pitiful cries, Yu Yang coldly declared, "Your venom is ineffective against me. Now, I shall ask, and you will answer. If you speak one falsehood, I will have you killed and brewed into soup." "Please, gentle sir," the snake pleaded, its bravado fading. "Ask away. I assure you, I shall speak nothing but the truth. You, a formidable beast of the 2nd tier, how is it that you are capable of speech? I cannot fathom it myself." The little snake, with a hint of grievance, replied, "After my birth, I was quite bewildered, wandering about aimlessly. By chance, I entered this tomb, which harbors a stone chamber deep within. Inside, there are some books. Out of sheer boredom, I began to peruse these volumes, and gradually, I felt my mind sharpening and my intelligence blossoming. Then, one day, I found myself able to speak." "Oh," Yu Yang expressed his surprise. "You gained wisdom through reading? How intriguing." He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you recognize characters?" "I did not before, but after reading extensively, I can somewhat recognize a few." The snake replied, "Could it be that the tomes left by the poet sword immortally by possess some extraordinary qualities?" As thought swirled in his mind, Yu Yang continued, "Where were you hiding when we entered the tomb? Why did you wait until I was alone to launch your ambush? Is there something unique about me?" "Unique? My foot." The little snake chuckled. "When you all came in a throng, how could I possibly contend with you? As the saying goes, a wise man does not rush into danger. One must pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. 2 fists cannot overcome 4 hands, and besides, I, the snake, have no hands." Yu Yang suppressed the urge to crush the little creature and asked, "When you ambushed me, it felt as if an aura of sword energy had struck. Can it be that you beasts can learn our human sword techniques?" "This is something I gleaned from the murals. I cannot explain it further," the snake replied. "Enlightenment from the murals?" Yu Yang glanced at the mural, feeling a twinge of astonishment. The students from the martial arts academy who attempted to comprehend the sword techniques depicted in those murals often found themselves unable to cultivate and instead suffered injuries. Yet this seemingly foolish little snake could extract some understanding from the mural? Not wishing to dwell on it, Yu Yang asserted, "Where is that stone chamber? Let me there." He tossed the little snake to the ground, causing it to yelp in protest. The snake contemplated escaping but paused, realizing, "This human seems to perceive me as quite exceptional. If I flee now and am discovered by others or by other beasts, I would surely be skinned alive for the examination of my divine prowess. This individual appears rather naive. Perhaps I can play along and find a way to make him my loyal servant." With this thought in mind, the little snake slithered towards the mural inscribed with the poem Xia Kexing. Beneath the mural lay a very concealed mechanism. With a flick of its tail, rumble, a stone door unexpectedly rose from the wall. Behind the door lay a stone chamber approximately 5 meters in length and width. Inside the chamber were a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. Upon the table rested several books, all bound in blue covers, though devoid of any titles. Upon opening one, Yu Yang discovered a gentle, flowing sword intent emanating from its pages. The essence of this sword is devoid of any aggression, rather. It serves as the reason why the books have remained unscathed for nearly 2 millennia. There are 4 volumes in total. 3 of them encapsulate the poetry of Li Bai, while the 4th is an account of travels. This travelogue resembles a diary, chronicling Li Bai's adventures across various lands, vanquishing demons, indulging in wine and poetry, and perfecting his swordsmanship. Within its pages, there is a mention of the sword technique depicted on the outer frescoes. This technique, known as the Qinglian sword song, bears the name of the poet sword immortal Li Bai, who also composed a poem entitled Qinglian sword song. The travelogue stirred something within Yu Yang. A travelogue is a genuine narrative that records one's experiences, serving as a vessel for storytelling. I wonder if I might glean the essence of the Qingnian sword song from this travelogue? Yu Yang tucked the volume into his bosom. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. The little green serpent hastily exclaimed, "This is not good. Someone is approaching. I shall borrow your clothing to conceal myself." With a swish, the serpent transformed into a stream of azure sword energy and slipped into the collar of Yu Yang's garment. "Ah, there lies a stone chamber. Yu Yang, did you discover this?" Shortly after, Teacher Li, along with several archaeological experts and a team from the archaeology department, arrived at the tomb chamber. Chapter 24. A penny can defeat a hero. The discovery of the stone chamber invigorated the members of the archaeological team, particularly the esteemed archaeologists from Yangqing. They had previously explored several tombs, yet the vast burial chamber was devoid of treasures, save for the sword techniques depicted in the murals, which held little research value for them. A poetry collection? A collection of poems penned by the legendary poet and swordsman Li Bai. My goodness, how astonishing! The paper of this collection appears ordinary, yet it has remarkably preserved well over nearly 2 millennia since the 4th year of the Zhenyuan era. A trace of sword intent flows through it, an effect of this very essence. The archaeologists carefully placed the poetry collection into a bag. They continued their search, but alas, the stone chamber was limited in size and yielded no further discoveries. Professor Feng from Yangqing remarked, "This must have been the residence of the poet swordsman Li Bai. Let us continue searching for any additional stone chambers." As the group exited the stone chamber, Yu Yang felt a gentle tug as the little green snake's head emerged from his collar, sneering, "Nonsense. I, the Snake Lord, have lived here for over 3 years. And aside from this stone chamber, there are no other findings." Just as the words left its mouth, a voice of excitement echoed, "Professor Feng, Professor Huang. There is a mechanism." A student from the archaeology department, while exploring the mural wall, discovered something remarkable. He pressed gently, and a brick in the mural receded. Suddenly, with a rumble, another stone door rose. The little green snake stared in disbelief, muttering, "This is impossible. Why is there another stone chamber here? How did I not notice it?" Yu Yang promptly tucked the snake's head back into his collar and followed the archaeologists into the newly revealed chamber. This stone chamber was comparable in size to the previous one, with conspicuous sword marks on the stone walls, unmistakably carved by the sword of the poet swordsman Li Bai. At the center stood a stone coffin, upon which rested a book. Professor Huang from the College of Arts approached cautiously to open the book. Reading aloud, "I have practiced for over 60 years, having served in the court and traveled the world, witnessing sights that are breathtaking. The imperial power consumes men, and the divine consumes men. The flourishing age is but an illusion. The common people are left starving and cold, numbed and confused." The text continued for several hundred words, vividly illustrating the grim realities faced by the populace of that era. "In the first year of Baoying, 762 AD, I feigned death to escape, wielding my sword across the world, slaying 37 corrupt officials and vanquishing 34 malevolent spirits. Now, having attained mastery in the way of the sword, I seek to enter the heavenly gates and inquire of the celestial beings why mortals cannot seize control of their own destinies." Following this was the poem The Heroic Ballad. The inscription read, by the Qingshan scholar, composed in the 4th year of Zhenyuan. Upon finishing the reading, Professor Huang trembled with emotion. He appeared exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent as he spoke in a low voice. "To the myriad deities and immortals, if you do not regard us as human, then you are but malevolent immortals, malevolent gods, deserving of death." He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. "I apologize. I seem to have lost my demeanor." It was evident that he had been influenced by the sword intent within the text. Unexpectedly, the poetic swordsman Li Bai had ultimately plunged into the celestial gate with his sword drawn. Thus, this tomb may merely serve as a ceremonial resting place he left for himself. The sword techniques depicted in the mural outside were likely left by the poetic swordsman Li Bai, who wished to preserve his legacy from fading into obscurity. Professor Huang opened the coffin lid. Inside lay a neatly folded white garment. Resting atop it was a sword. The sword appeared unremarkable, yet it emanated a flow of sword intent. Otherwise, after nearly 2 millennia, it would have decayed. "Close it," Professor Huang instructed. "Do not disturb the contents of the coffin. I will submit a request report to the authorities. The tomb of the poetic swordsman Li Bai should not be left to languish in the wilderness. It deserves a place in the martyrs' cemetery." The members of the archaeological team resumed their search, but to no avail. Clearly, apart from the 3 poetry collections, a travelogue, the coffin, and the sword techniques depicted in the mural, nothing else remained. The travelogue had already been concealed by Yu Yang, unbeknownst to the others. The archaeological team began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. What is going on? Is that it? Yu Yang expressed his confusion. He found himself both amused and bewildered. This archaeological endeavor felt akin to a game. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. This was merely a ceremonial tomb, devoid of any burial artifacts, and the sword techniques in the mural were not something ordinary martial artists could cultivate, rendering their presence ultimately futile. Master Qin and several experts from Yang City did not accompany them. They remained to guard the tomb and await the transfer. Along the way, they encountered 2 ferocious beasts, easily dispatched by the students from the Martial Arts Academy. Around 3 p.m. on this Monday, the dormitory was empty, likely because everyone had gone to class. He unzipped the bag and released the little green snake. Finally, I'm free, it exclaimed as it emerged, immediately beginning to exude a delightful aroma. It slithered around, curiously surveying the dormitory, then coiling itself upright like a stick, playfully bouncing on Yu Yang's bed before lounging back and exclaiming, "So this is where you humans sleep? Quite comfortable. That damn stone bed in the tomb was far too hard. I was nearly worn out." After frolicking for a while, the little snake coiled on the bed, opened its mouth, and began to breathe rhythmically. A strand of azure sword energy swirled around it, creating an astonishing spectacle. Good heavens! This little creature can actually cultivate. Yu Yang thought, contemplating. Living in this dormitory is no longer an option. Setting aside my studies and cultivation for now, who knows what kind of trouble this little one would cause if it stayed with me here. Buying a house? I have no funds. Even when it comes to renting, Yu Yang feels that the few hundred yuan he has left is somewhat insufficient. Alas, truly, a single penny can thwart even the most valiant hero. However, I am now a warrior, fully capable of venturing into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain their materials to exchange for money. Chapter 25. Oh my, this meat is toxic. Most martial artists earn their livelihood by hunting fierce beasts. The materials derived from these creatures hold substantial value and can be quickly converted into wealth. Furthermore, slaying fierce beasts hones one's martial skills, enhances personal strength, and diminishes their numbers, effectively preventing large-scale beast tides from emerging, truly a threefold benefit for the nation, the populace, and oneself. While immersing oneself in books and cultivation can indeed expedite the enhancement of one's abilities, the absence of practical combat experience is a significant drawback. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Yang resolved to embark on a solitary journey into the wilderness. By hunting fierce beasts during the day, he would gain invaluable experience while simultaneously earning some income. At night, he would delve into his studies to elevate his cultivation, thus not neglecting either pursuit. It seems I must also acquire a vehicle, otherwise, traversing the wilderness would be quite cumbersome. Yu Yang paid the fare and passed through the entrance of the electric net, stepping into the wild expanse. Meanwhile, in Yang City, at the tomb of the poet sword immortality by the head of the In-City Jiuzhou Martial Arts School, Lu Yulong, the head of the In-City Thunder Martial Arts School, Shenwei, the esteemed principal of the In-City Martial Arts Academy, along with a cadre of formidable warriors assembled to thwart the Black Sky sect's sacrificial rites under the guidance of Qinming Yuan, arrived before the mural in the tomb. What exquisite swordsmanship! An expert in sword techniques expressed in awe, immediately sitting cross-legged to comprehend the sword techniques depicted in the mural. These individuals were all formidable practitioners, with the weakest among them being a 7th-grade martial arts master. Among them were also Lu Yulong, Shenwei, and the principal, who were transcendent beings beyond the 9th grade, ensuring that such a scene would not resemble the martial academy students who practiced to the point of exhaustion. One method mastered leads to the understanding of 100. A warrior bearing a large blade gazed at the mural, his eyes twinkling with barely concealed excitement. He laughed heartily, saying, "Although I practice the art of the blade, the sword intent contained within this mural has inspired me. Perhaps I may glean insights into the essence of the blade from it." Initially, it was the 7th-grade martial arts masters who were captivated by the mural. Soon after, the 8th-grade practitioners joined in. In but a moment, even the few 9th-grade martial arts grandmasters seated themselves upon the ground, engrossed in comprehending the sword intent illustrated in the mural. Witnessing this scene, Shenwei of the Thunder Martial Arts School furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Lu Schoolmaster, while this sword technique is indeed exquisite, we must remain cautious. Given our mobilization of powerful warriors from various cities to counter the Black Sky sect, Our city defenses are currently weakened, making us vulnerable to their incursion. No worries. Let them ponder for a day, Lu Yulong replied. The Black Sky sect has suffered significant losses. It is unlikely they can muster high-end forces in the short term. However, we must remain vigilant against those brainwashed followers of the Black Sky sect, lest they resort to desperate measures and launch suicide attacks. Such incidents have occurred in history before, presenting a challenge in eradicating various malevolent factions. The leaders, elders, and guardians of these evil sects are formidable. But it is the ordinary followers hidden within the populace that are exceedingly difficult to apprehend. Moreover, in this era, many firearms can be acquired merely with a martial artist's credentials. Should those concealed within the cities initiate suicide assaults, countless innocent civilians may suffer the consequences. The group of transcendent beings deliberated extensively, formulating a series of countermeasures. At the Thunder Martial Arts School, is there still any stock of Ziyudan? Lu Yunlong did not linger in the tomb. In terms of swordsmanship, he is undoubtedly the foremost in the 6 cities of the Northwest. The allure of the sword techniques depicted in the mural is immense. However, as the leading figure in the Northwest, he bears a heavy burden, tasked with guarding the city. And there are numerous affairs within the martial arts school that require his approval to proceed. Stepping out of the tomb, Lu Yunlong soared into the sky, transforming into a beam of sword light that vanished in an instant. Seated on the sofa in his office, he brewed himself a cup of tea, and after a moment of meditation, summoned Zhou Tong. How did this operation fare? Did that old wretch of the Haitian sect meet his demise? Lu Yunlong chuckled. If the leader of the Haitian sect could be so easily dispatched, we would have eradicated them long ago. Please contact headquarters. I have matters to report to Chairman Lin. On the surface, Zhou Tong and Lu Yunlong maintained a subordinate relationship, yet their friendship runs deep. Typically, Zhou Tong handles all the affairs of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School. He presented a tablet computer, initiated a video call, and handed it to Lu Yunlong. Soon, the video connected, revealing a young man clad in training attire. Lu Yunlong promptly sat up from the sofa, respectfully addressing, Chairman. This young man is none other than Lin Jiuzhou, the recognized foremost martial artist of the Great Xia. Though he appears youthful, he has actually surpassed 2 centuries in age. It was he who once led the people of Great Xia from the underground, rebuilding their homeland. Lu Yunlong meticulously reported the details of the operation against the Haitian sect's rituals and the discovery of the tomb of the sword Immortal Li Bai. The swordsmanship legacy left by the sword Immortal Li Bai? Lin Jiuzhou chuckled, quite intriguing. To dare wield a sword and break into the heavenly gate. It seems Li Bai had indeed reached that pinnacle in his time. I happen to have some free time in the coming days. I shall visit the legacy he left behind. By the way, you mentioned the fellow who deciphered the Black Lotus sect's secret language last time. What was his name? Yang, right? That young lad is rather interesting. In our Great Xia, many study ancient history. Yet he is the first to have unraveled the secret language of the Black Lotus sect in all these years. Just in time. As I will be heading to Yang City, I shall meet him as well. After exchanging a few more words, the young man ended the video call. Zhou Tong, who had been standing nearby, approached Lu Yunlong again. He said, Master Lu, an issue has arisen. What is the situation? Lu Yunlong's brow furrowed slightly. Zhou Tong explained, during the archaeological team's expedition to Yang City, they encountered an attack from the Haitian sect's followers. Old One's son, Wang Ting, was struck from a distance by the Haitian sect's martial arts master using the ghostly palm of the underworld. Lu Yunlong's expression shifted. Old Wang's late-in-life son. I've heard he treasures that boy dearly. Is he unharmed? Having dealt with the Haitian sect for so many years, Lu Yunlong was well aware of the ghostly palm's formidable nature. Zhou Tong Dao, the ghostly palm of the underworld exudes a chilling and tyrannical aura. And Wang Tung seemed destined for demise. However, with Yu Yang fortuitously present within the archaeological team, he intervened to dispel the frigid poison afflicting Wang Tung. What? Lu Yunlong's expression shifted, astonished as he remarked, the ghostly palm of the underworld can only be countered by pure Yang true energy. Yet, Yu Yang is merely at the 2nd tier, even if he has cultivated pure Yang true energy. It seems implausible to eradicate the cold poison left by a martial arts master. Could it be that the martial arts he practices is of divine caliber? This thought unsettled even Lu Yunlong. Over the years, martial arts have evolved significantly, with numerous techniques unearthed from relics, ancient traditions passed down through history, and various masters creating new styles. Many have achieved the divine realm through exceptional martial arts. However, only one martial art in the entirety of Great Xia is known to cultivate pure Yang true energy. the 5 Thunder Morning Technique from the Thunder Martial Arts School. Yet, mastering the 5 Thunder Morning Technique is notoriously difficult, with many struggling for years without even achieving the basics. Lu Yunlong took a deep breath and inquired, what happened next? Both the College of Literature and the Martial Arts Academy are abuzz with rumors that Yu Yang has mastered a profound technique capable of countering the ghostly palm of the underworld. Even on the campus forum of Northwest University, relevant posts have emerged, with many urging Yu Yang to share his method to contribute to the fight against the Black Heaven sect. Zhou Tongdao, this news is spreading at an alarming rate. I suspect there may be unseen hands at work behind the scenes. Moral coercion, perhaps? Lu Yunlong chuckled, stating, frankly, I too am curious about the technique Yu Yang practices. But the Black Heaven sect has endured through more than just the ghostly palm of the underworld. If merely a pure Yang martial art could obliterate the Black Heaven sect, it would be a grave underestimation of their strength. Indeed, Zhou Tong nodded, suggesting, perhaps there is indeed a manipulator from the Black Heaven sect involved. If so, members of the archaeological team, students from the Martial Arts Academy, and even a few archaeological experts and martial artists from Yang City may be implicated. I shall instruct the intelligence department to conduct a thorough investigation. Contact Yu Yang and discuss with him not to concern himself with the online chatter. The rapid escalation of this matter online is undoubtedly due to that individual stirring the pot. I am eager to see if he will reveal his true colors this time. I just attempted to reach out, but the call couldn't connect. Yu Yang might have ventured into the wilderness. Meanwhile, in a city, within a villa, Wang Tong, having finished reading Jin Ping Mei, found himself in a state of lingering unrest. He paced around his home, feeling somewhat agitated. Practicing martial arts was futile, and training with the sword proved ineffective. He was uncertain when Yu Yang would administer the final detoxification. Wang Ting switched on the television, but soon found it utterly uninteresting. He then mused, why not seek out another novel to read? Those ancient tales are rather intriguing. He departed the villa and drove to a bookstore. Excuse me, do you have any ancient novels? He inquired. What genre are you interested in? Wang Ting found it rather challenging to categorize Jin Ping Mei, so he decided to search the bookshelf himself. After a thorough exploration, his gaze was ultimately captivated by a particular tome, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The title certainly piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Yu Yang remained oblivious to these events. At that moment, he was weary from travel. Having arrived in the desolate wilderness over 40 miles from Anqing, he sat before a crackling fire, skewering a large piece of meat with the heavenly sword to roast it. Beside him, the little green snake was drooling profusely. It boasted, a mere second-grade pig demon dares to act brazenly before me, the Snake Lord? With just a single bite, I could bring it to its demise. Yu Yang, is the meat ready? Let me have a taste. I have never eaten cooked food in my life. A vein throbbed on Yu Yang's forehead. The loquacity of this wretched creature rivaled that of Feng Xiaoyu. Cursing under his breath, Yu Yang, now irritated by the incessant chatter, tore off a piece of meat and tossed it to the little green snake. The little snake devoured it ravenously, finishing off a chunk 3 times its size in no time. It swayed unsteadily, then suddenly toppled into the fire, grumbling, damn it. This meat is poisonous. Chapter 26, The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. With remarkable speed and agility, Yu Yang seized the tail of the small green snake, yanking it from the fire. The snake, feeling dizzy and disoriented, lay limply on the ground, cursing, Yu Yang, you wretched scoundrel, dare you poison the great serpent? Yu Yang cast a glance at the roasted meat skewered on the heavenly sword, recalling the snake's recent words, and retorted, is it possible that the poison was administered by you? The small green snake remained silent. Yu Yang discarded the meat from the sword, chuckling. I suddenly find myself pondering a rather intriguing question. If a venomous snake were to poison another venomous snake, would the latter succumb to the toxin? What a perplexing inquiry. The small green snake vigorously shook its head, feeling Yu Yang's figure grow increasingly blurred, its head growing heavier. Eyelids feeling as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, refusing to open. Could it be that a venomous snake poisoning another would indeed lead to its demise? With a tilt of its head, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Casting the small green snake aside, Yu Yang retrieved some bread from his backpack, consuming a few slices, followed by half a bottle of mineral water. He then rose to gaze at the enormous corpse of a second-grade pig demon nearby. Its massive form resembled that of a tank, covered in a thick layer of coarse black fur. This layer of fur was exceptionally resilient, particularly the bristles, which were as hard as iron. A mere mortal wielding blades would struggle to penetrate it. The creature possessed a pair of tusks pure as jade, extending over 1 meter in length. In Yu Yang's mind, Echoes of his studies on identifying fierce beast resurfaced. The second-grade ferocious beast, known as the iron-furred wild boar, was known for its ferocity, its rarity, and its exquisite meat. If memory served correctly, the iron-furred wild boar meat was highly sought after in the city's restaurants, fetching several hundred yuan per pound. A sense of regret washed over Yu Yang. The iron-furred wild boar was arguably the most valuable among second-grade beasts. Its worth surpassed that of many fourth- and fifth-grade beasts. Yet now, it was rendered worthless. Its most prized flesh was toxic. What a pity. The iron-furred wild boar had been hunted to near extinction by various warrior squads. The chance of encountering one was akin to winning the lottery. Had I known, I would have taken action myself. With tears in his eyes, Yu Yang wielded his sword and severed the tusks of the iron-furred wild boar. These tusks were the most valuable materials on its body aside from its meat. Selling them to the Beast Material Procurement Department of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy should yield tens of thousands of yuan. However, upon removing the tusks, he realized he could not carry such hefty specimens. He sought a secluded spot, dug a hole, and buried the tusks for safekeeping. He pondered whether online novels had been unearthed since then. If so, perhaps he could find a book to enchant a storage ring, making future travels far less cumbersome. As the sun began its descent, Yu Yang leaned against a tree, opened his backpack, and took out Li Bai's travelogue, perusing its pages with great interest. In the first year of the Zhenyuan era, AD 785, on the 7th day of the 8th month, the sky was overcast. Due to years of drought and locust plagues, the populace suffered greatly. I journeyed across the land, passing through Xingqing Prefecture, Yinshuan, Ningxia. Li Bai's travelogue resembled more of a diary. Yu Yang meticulously perused the travelogue, and in a hazy vision, he seemingly beheld a free-spirited swordsman traversing the world with his sword in hand. Whenever he encountered injustice, he would unsheath his blade to lend aid. When faced with impoverished families, he would generously open his purse. Confronted by corrupt officials, he would wield his sword to exact retribution, and when malevolent deities wreaked havoc, he would strike them down with his sword. Initially, the travelogue contained amusing anecdotes of Li Bai reveling in brothels and enjoying melodies at bustling taverns, occasionally recording an impromptu poem. However, as Yu Yang delved deeper, he discerned that Li Bai had ceased visiting brothels or listening to music in taverns. His journeys revealed a world ravaged by suffering, and within the travelogue, Li Bai quoted a line from Du Fu's poetry, "The cosmos is rife with wounds. When will the burdens of sorrow cease?" The travelogue, though modest in length, comprising merely around 100,000 words, took Yu Yang a full 2 hours to complete. He began to comprehend why Li Bai might have plunged into the gates of heaven wielding a sword. It was likely that in his earthly existence, he had lost all hope amidst the tyranny of imperial power and the rampant influence of divine authority, where the common folk were neither human nor ghost. Lost in a haze of confusion, unaware of the need to resist. As night fell, Yu Yang closed the travelogue, pondering whether Li Bai had ever composed a poem titled The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. The engravings on the walls of the tomb indeed referred to a sword technique known as the Song of the Azure Lotus Sword, a fact reiterated multiple times within the travelogue. However, the poem itself was never mentioned. Yu Yang found himself uncertain, recalling that in his past life, he had stumbled upon an entry online regarding Li Bai's The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. Yet he had never encountered its content. He switched on the desk lamp and, under its illumination, began to read the travelogue for a second time. This time, he finished in merely an hour. Furrowing his brow in surprise, he wondered, what is going on? The travelogue, indeed, serves as an alternative vessel for narratives. Yet why had he not unlocked any martial arts techniques upon reading it? After deep contemplation, he concluded that there could only be one possibility. The level of the Song of the Azure Lotus Sword was far too elevated, greatly surpassing that of the 9 Yang divine skill, and merely reading it twice was insufficient for enlightenment. Nevertheless, he remained hesitant in his certainty. He set aside the travelogue and took out the demigods and semi-devils, reflecting that, after all, a travelogue of a mere 100,000 words required just over an hour to read. Thus, dedicating a couple of readings daily would not be a waste of time. At that moment, the little green snake stirred from its slumber. Noticing Yu Yang engrossed in reading, it promptly slithered onto his shoulder, eyes wide with curiosity as it gazed at the book. As Yu Yang turned the pages, the little green snake interjected, expressing its discontent. "Yu Yang, why are you flipping through so quickly? I am thoroughly captivated." Yu Yang cast a skeptical glance at the little green snake and inquired, "Can you truly read?" The snake confidently nodded. Yu Yang found this hard to believe. Even if the little green snake had been influenced by the gentle sword intent left by the poet swordsman Li Bai in the travelogue and poetry collection, inadvertently awakening its intelligence. The notion that a snake could read and comprehend without any formal learning was utterly inconceivable to him. He pointed to a prominent character in the book and inquired, "How is this character pronounced?" The little green snake, with an air of arrogance, replied, "This character is pronounced RN, as in human." This was indeed impressive. Yu Yang's lips twitched as he then pointed to another character and asked, "And this one?" The little green snake became flustered. "This is R, as in 1, 2, 3, 4. Get lost," Yu Yang exclaimed, roughly pulling the small snake off his shoulder and tossing it to the ground, scolding, "You can't even recognize a single character, yet you feign interest. How on earth did you manage that?" The little snake, feeling wronged, murmured, "It's impossible. This cannot be. Could it be that I truly cannot read?" The realization of its illiteracy struck it deeply. With its head hung low, it slithered into the thicket. Yu Yang paid no heed to the little green snake and continued to peruse demigods and semi-devils. Suddenly, ding! A crisp notification chimed in his mind, and a familiar string of text reappeared before him. Reading demigods and semi-devils grants martial arts, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The methods of cultivating the 18 dragon-subduing palms transformed into his memory. Whoosh! Before Yu Yang could revel in his newfound knowledge, the little green snake suddenly burst forth from the jungle, panicked. Yu Yang, trouble. There are 2 men in black robes over there, and they want to capture me for soup." Chapter 27. The Assassination List. The black robe? Could it be someone from the Black Heaven sect? Yu Yang's ears perked up as he turned towards the direction of the little green snake. Indeed, the sound of footsteps began to emerge. He swiftly extinguished the lamp, seized his backpack and the heaven-subduing sword from the ground, and hurriedly plunged into the pitch-black thicket. The little green snake trailed closely behind him, still shaken, murmuring, "Humans are utterly terrifying. I merely wish to take a stroll to alleviate my irritation. Yet now they seek to turn me into soup?" "Silence," Yu Yang hissed, concealing himself behind a dense cluster of grass, refraining from making any movements. He was certain that the black-robed individuals mentioned by the little green snake were indeed members of the Black Heaven sect, for in the Northwest, it was rare for anyone to don a black robe in the wilderness. Such attire could easily lead to a fatal case of mistaken identity. Of course, it was also plausible that someone was deliberately masquerading as a sect member. There had been precedents where a group of martial artists disguised as Black Heaven sect followers carried out assassinations and ambushes in the wilderness, plundering other warriors for 2 years until they encountered a formidable opponent, nearly facing annihilation, which ultimately exposed their scheme. The hurried footsteps grew increasingly audible. Soon, 3 figures clad in black robes appeared at the spot where Yu Yang had previously roasted meat. Their presence was not overwhelmingly powerful. 2 of them were roughly at Yu Yang's level, at the 3rd rank, while the remaining one seemed slightly stronger, likely a 4th-rank warrior, a tall one, a short one, and a rotund one. The tall, black-robed figure, a 4th-rank warrior, stood approximately 6 feet tall and was quite lean, his loose black robe draping over him like a garment hung on a stick. The short one was around 5 feet tall, at the 3rd rank, while the final one, portly and presumably weighing around 300 pounds, caught Yu Yang's attention. He shot an exasperated glance at the little green snake. This creature was not only illiterate but also numerically challenged. How could it refer to these 2 black-robed figures? As for the 3 black-robed individuals, their gazes were soon drawn to the corpse of the iron-haired wild boar and the ash scattered on the ground. The iron-haired wild boar's carcass? A martial artist must have rested here. Judging by the traces left behind, there should have only been one person, with strength likely ranging from the 3rd to 4th rank. The ashes on the ground had cooled, indicating that the individual had departed several hours earlier. "Brother, how do you ascertain the strength of that person?" "The meat of the iron-haired wild boar holds great value, yet that person left the carcass behind, indicating limited capabilities." The black-robed man replied nonchalantly, "This is one reason. Secondly, the tusks of the iron-haired wild boar have been removed. If they were indeed a powerful warrior, why would they covet such trifles? A pair of tusks is hardly worth much." "Brother, your reasoning is astute. How is it that your mind works so cleverly?" "Nonsense. If I weren't clever, would I be the elder brother?" "Third brother, go gather some firewood. Since the person did not take the iron-haired wild boar, it seems we shall benefit. The meat of the iron-haired wild boar is truly delicious." "Second brother, weren't we supposed to pursue that little snake?" "Pursue what? That serpent is hardly larger than the esteemed brother's appendage. In the dead of night, in this desolate wilderness, it could easily find a hole to conceal itself. How could one possibly locate it? The diminutive figure in the black robe scolded. Moreover, a mere serpent speaking. It is utterly absurd. It is well known that only demon lords of the 9th rank and above possess such capability. If this were indeed a demon lord, what chance would we have of survival? Behind the grass, Yu Yang, initially prepared to make a hasty escape, paused. He discreetly observed as 3 disciples of the Black Heaven sect kindled a fire and roasted meat. In hushed tones, he inquired, "Little serpent, can your venom incapacitate a 4th-rank warrior?" The little green serpent scoffed, "My venom ranks 9th in the world. A mere 4th-rank warrior would fall at the mere touch." Then, with a curious tone, it continued, "Yu Yang, what is this appendage? Why did that short one claim I am not as large as his esteemed brothers?" Yu Yang stifled a laugh, remaining silent. The little green serpent, puzzled, scratched its head with its tail and muttered, "By the heavens, could that be an unwholesome term?" Its speech was usually eloquent with a hint of ancient charm, yet it occasionally indulged in local dialect, which was rather amusing. Yu Yang steadied himself, his ears attuned to the discourse of the 3 black-robed figures. From their conversation, he discerned that they were disciples of the Black Heaven sect stationed in City. Originally, they were simple folk from City, but through a twist of fate, they were brainwashed and joined the Black Heaven sect, becoming the targets of public disdain as cultists. They had thus benefited and been granted divine favor, rising from ordinary citizens to warriors. Almost all major outposts in City had been taken in one fell swoop. The Black Heaven sect was known by this name in the Great Xia. The members of the Black Heaven sect did not regard themselves as cultists in their eyes. They were disciples of the divine, servants of the gods, the spokespersons of the deities on earth, and those who dared to rebel against the gods were the true heretics. Before the campfire, the stout warrior turned the meat and expressed his concern. "Previously, we were under the leadership of the 2nd elder. Yet now we have pledged allegiance to the 9th elder. Does this not constitute betrayal? Shall we suffer divine retribution? We all serve the divine, regardless of whom we pledge to," another replied. "Third brother, is the meat ready?" "Almost done, almost done." "Brother, please, you eat first." "Second brother, this is yours." "Ah, this meat is truly fragrant." "Good heavens, brother, this meat is poisoned." Bang! The stout warrior, weighing 300 pounds, collapsed to the ground. The short warrior's face turned ashen as he hastily spat out the roasted meat, but it was too late. His complexion turned green, his lips purple, and foam erupted from his mouth. He convulsed once before collapsing as well. The elder brother quickly sat cross-legged, circulating his vital energy to suppress the poison within. Ha! The little green serpent transformed into a streak of light, darting forth with an arrogant laugh. "A few worthless fools thought they could consume my flesh? This time, they have fallen into my grasp. Yu Yang, come forth. I have already incapacitated them." The tall, slender figure clad in a black robe, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of terror crossing his gaze. His younger brother had not been deceitful. This little serpent could indeed speak. A thought flickered through his mind as he glanced at Yu Yang, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. This youth. How familiar? Yu Yang. Yu Yang. Yes, he was on the assassination list provided by Elder Gio, a freshman from the College of Arts at Northwest University. Grant me 3 minutes, and I can temporarily suppress the toxins within my body. Then I shall strike suddenly, eliminating this Yu Yang and capturing the loquacious serpent, thus achieving a significant feat. His mind raced, contemplating. These heretics, having captured us, surely seek to extract information from our lips, hence they would not slay me immediately. At that moment, Yu Yang approached, wielding the heavenly sword, and proclaimed, "The heavenly king covers the earth tiger." The tall warrior was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively responding, "The pagoda subdues the river demon." "Yu Yang, you are one of my brothers from the divine sect." "No. If you were truly a brother of the divine sect, how could you be on the assassination list?" Before he could finish his sentence, a glimmer of sword light suddenly reflected in his pupils. Normally, with his cultivation, even poisoned, he would not be utterly defenseless. Yet, due to this moment of distraction, thud, a severed head soared into the air. Yu Yang sheathed the heavenly sword, exhaling deeply, casting a sidelong glance at the small green serpent. Thinking, this wretched creature appears far from trustworthy. Its poison could not even vanquish itself, let alone a 4th-grade martial artist. It would be prudent to eliminate it swiftly. Chapter 28. The Dragon's Regret. The Outburst of Public Opinion. A martial artist of the 4th rank is indeed perilous, particularly one hailing from the Black Heaven sect. The notion of interrogation had never even crossed Yu Yang's mind. The professionals at the 9 Provinces Martial Arts School struggled to extract confessions from these Black Heaven cultists. As a mere liberal arts student, his knowledge of the infamous 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty was limited to what he had perused in books. He possessed scant understanding of the ancient tortures such as lingqi, li, decapitation, dismemberment, skinning, and other gruesome methods. What could he possibly use for interrogation? Keeping them alive would only transform them into a ticking time bomb. It would be far simpler to end their lives with a single sword strike. Yu Yang, why are you so swift in your killings? The little green snake expressed its discontent with Yu Yang's decisiveness, murmuring, I still wanted to inquire about what his bull is. To compare and see who is greater. No worries, if he is dead, the bull remains. You can compare at your leisure. The bull is still intact? Where? The little green snake glanced around. Perplexed. Are you genuinely unaware? Or are you feigning ignorance? Yu Yang was astonished. Did you not say you wanted to seize my bull for a shoulder throw? After some explanation, the snake finally comprehended and was instantly enraged. It soared and lashed its tail against the face of the short, black-robed figure, delivering several resounding blows. Despite its diminutive size, merely the thickness of a thumb and about a foot long, this creature was a second-rank ferocious beast. Those furious tail strikes left the short martial artist's face a bloody mess, jolting him from his stupor. Son of a tortoise, you dare insult me? I will crush you. As the short martial artist opened his eyes, he was met with a surge of azure sword energy, promptly leading to his demise. Yu Yang observed this and hastily declared, Do not kill the remaining fat one just yet. I have use for him. He stepped forward and struck the fat man's chi-si with a palm. A muffled sound echoed as the fat man's chi-si tore apart, his true energy dissipating like sand through an hourglass. Immediately, the fat man began to convulse, first frothing at the mouth, then spewing forth a jet of black blood before his head tilted, and he breathed his last. The little green snake was astounded. Did you not claim he would be useful? Why then has he perished? Yu Yang, his face darkened with confusion, muttered, I merely intended to cripple his cultivation. How did he end up dead? In the moonlight, he noted the fat man's face had turned a ghastly shade of black. It dawned on him that the fat man had been poisoned by the snake. However, as a third-rank martial artist, while he had succumbed to the venom, his internal true energy had initially prevented an immediate fatality. With Yu Yang's disruption of his chi-si, the dissipating true energy could no longer withstand the poison, and thus he succumbed. Yu Yang retrieved his mobile phone, activated the lamp, and adjusted the lighting to capture photographs of the 3 corpses. The 2 major martial arts schools had placed substantial bounties on the Black Heaven sect's adherents. Any information leading to their discovery would yield a handsome reward upon verification, especially in the case of direct kills. After taking the photographs, he proceeded. Yu Yang began to rummage through the 3 corpses. The act of murder and corpse inspection is an indispensable trope in online novels. Often, protagonists, after casually dispatching a minion, find an array of elixirs, profound cultivation techniques, fragments of celestial artifacts, and remnants of treasure maps or keys to secret repositories upon their bodies. Yu Yang approached the task with great anticipation. However, upon completion, he spat out in disbelief. What the hell? Are the people from the Black Heaven sect all impoverished? The total cash on these 3 bodies barely amounts to 200 yuan, more precisely, a mere 186. Moreover, Jiang he discovered a small notebook hidden within the clothing of a tall, lean 4th-grade martial artist. The notebook contained a list of names. Intrigued, Yu Yang glanced over the names. Could this be an assassination list compiled by the Black Heaven sect? The individuals on this list included esteemed researchers like Professor Su and young martial arts prodigies such as Feng Xiaoyu and Wang Ting. Upon realizing this, Yu Yang scrutinized the list again. It comprised 27 individuals, each entry meticulously detailed. Besides their names and occupations, there were photographs, strength annotations, and even clear family backgrounds. Indeed, Wang Ting's assertions were not mistaken. There must be members of the Black Heaven sect within the upper echelons of the Great Xia. Otherwise, the intelligence on this assassination list would not be so comprehensive. Yu Yang's expression grew grave as he took a deep breath. It appeared that until he acquired sufficient strength for self-protection, he must remain low-key. Otherwise, attracting the attention of the powerful members of the Black Heaven sect would spell trouble. Turning to the little snake, he instructed, Please dispose of the iron-haired wild boar's carcass. Be cautious, as it could be mistakenly consumed by wandering martial artists in the wilderness. If someone were to be poisoned and perish, that would be disastrous. Currently, Yu Yang had already acquired the techniques of the I Jin Jing and the dragon subduing 18 palms from demigods and semi-demons. Yet he had not begun his training. He had learned from experience that upon receiving the first notification of acquiring a martial art, it was akin to having obtained the technique. The second notification would display a 1, indicating an increase in proficiency, suggesting that he had commenced his cultivation. 2 hours later, ding, having read demigods and semi-demons. He acquired the martial art, dragon subduing 18 palms 1. A faint dragon's roar resonated within Yu Yang, and a unique realization dawned upon him. Gradually closing his eyes, he contemplated for a moment. Suddenly, Yu Yang sprang to his feet, bending his left leg slightly, curling his right arm inward, and tracing a circular motion with his left palm, thrusting outward with a whoosh. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar erupted. Yu Yang's internal energy surged through his right arm, transforming into a dragon-shaped palm force that shot forth. Crack! A large tree 5 meters away snapped in response, its massive crown crashing to the ground. Yu Yang continued to experiment, filling the night sky with echoes of dragon roars as leaves danced in the air. However, when the third great tree fell, Yu Yang felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He exclaimed in surprise, "The 18 dragon-subduing palms are indeed formidable. Yet they are excessively draining on my vital energy. With the unique characteristic of my 9 Yang divine skill, I can currently execute, at most 3 palms. If I were an ordinary practitioner of the 3rd rank, a single palm would likely leave me completely drained. Unfortunately, this 18 dragon-subduing palms seems somewhat unusual, as my proficiency is at level 1, and I have only managed to learn the technique Kong Long Yu Hui. If I wish to master all 18 techniques, I would need to read demigods and semi-devils at least 18 times." He sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his breath for a moment before picking up demigods and semi-devils to read. Upon finishing a single read, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Reading demigods and semi-devils has granted you the martial art, Yi Jing Jing level 1. As the sound resonated in his mind, Yu Yang immediately sensed a subtle transformation in his bones and fascia, as if his entire being had undergone a cleansing. Becoming extraordinarily clear. Is this the effect of Yi Jing Jing's bone forging and marrow washing? Yu Yang silently circulated his vital energy and discovered that, although the quantity of his vital energy had not increased, it now flowed much more smoothly under the influence of bone forging and marrow washing. Moreover, the quality of his vital energy seemed to have improved. There was an enhancement, albeit not markedly obvious. After all, this was merely the first instance of bone forging and marrow washing. Yu Yang was quite satisfied with this transformation. He felt that if he continued to cultivate in this manner, there would come a day when his aptitude would improve, allowing him to truly experience the exhilaration of a breakthrough. At this moment, dawn had broken. A small green snake emerged from the depths of the wilderness, flicking its tongue and languidly slithering at Yu Yang's feet, complaining, "Yu Yang, you are quite ungrateful, leaving Lord Snake to deal with those corpses alone. I didn't sleep all night. I'm utterly exhausted. By the way, Yu Yang, it seems there are dragons in this wilderness. I vaguely heard the sounds of dragon roars last night." Yu Yang smiled but offered no explanation. He rose and said, "All right, the sun is up. Let us set forth. Venture deeper and seek out fierce beasts to practice our skills." Meanwhile, in Anqing, at the College of Arts, Northwest University, Dormitory 403, are they attempting moral coercion? They are actually urging Yu Yang to contribute his martial arts to combat the Black Heaven sect. What a bunch of fools. Do they really believe that one martial art can obliterate the Black Heaven sect? Tian Wei also skipped class, though he spoke in this manner. Ji Shaoan felt a tinge of doubt in her heart. With such widespread public opinion, how could the 2 major martial arts schools remain uninvolved? Could it be that they intend to fish for a big catch? Chapter 29. Has my mastery of the 9 Yang divine skill been exposed? In the depths of the wilderness, approximately 60 miles from its city, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, followed by a chilling howl. A colossal gray wolf, measuring over 5 meters in length, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The 4th grade Gale wolf possessed an astonishing speed. Had it not been for my mastery of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, I might not have been able to vanquish it. Before the wolf's head lay Yu Yang, his chest subtly rising and falling. This marked the 3rd ferocious beast he had slain that day. The first was a 1st grade beast, which Yu Yang effortlessly dispatched with a casual strike. The second was a 3rd grade beast, easily overcome by him as well. The 3rd beast was the formidable 4th grade Gale wolf before him, renowned for its speed. The Gale wolf's explosive velocity could rival that of an ordinary 6th grade beast. Fortunately, in comparison to its swiftness, its strength and defense were relatively mediocre. After enduring just 2 of Yu Yang's powerful strikes, it succumbed. Chuckling, The little green snake perched on Yu Yang's shoulder expressed its disbelief. This snail-like speed dares to call itself a gale wolf? If I were a fourth-grade being, I could easily evade it with a mere flick of my tail. Yu Yang, what is the name of your palm technique? The 18 dragon-subduing palms. How utterly formidable. Alas, if only I had limbs, I would undoubtedly learn it. By the way, since you carry a sword, why do you never use it? I see now, you wish to refine your palm technique, do you? Refine my palm technique? Nonsense. I simply do not know swordplay. As the days passed, Yu Yang increasingly realized that this little green snake was quite the eccentric, a boastful chatterbox with a penchant for flowery language and cowardice. For instance, when he was engaged in battle with the gale wolf, it had mysteriously vanished, only to reappear the moment the wolf was defeated. Glancing at the wolf's lifeless body, Yu Yang shook his head, beginning to comprehend why those warriors who hunted ferocious beasts for profit preferred to form teams. Such collaborations maximized their benefits. Typically, a warrior team would designate individuals for logistics, responsible for gathering beast materials and transportation, allowing the members to focus solely on hunting. Moreover, his backpack was brimming with books. Just as Yu Yang contemplated tearfully discarding items worth 600,000 to 700,000, he suddenly heard a noise. The little green snake on his shoulder also perked up, glancing attentively in a certain direction. Yu Yang, someone is approaching. Before he could respond, Yu Yang swiftly darted into the nearby thicket. As he slipped into the underbrush, a burly warrior wielding a battle sword emerged from another direction. Following him were 4 others, 3 men and 1 woman, each armed with weapons. The bearded warrior cast a glance at the swift-wind wolf sprawled on the ground and remarked, judging by its size, this must be a 4th-tier swift-wind wolf. He crouched down, gently pressing his palm against the wolf's corpse twice, his expression shifting as he exclaimed in astonishment, what a formidable force. The bones and internal organs of this wolf are utterly shattered. Wolves are known for their tough physiques, and a 4th-tier swift-wind wolf's bone density could rival that of D-grade alloys. The female warrior, who bore a gleaming alloy longsword on her back, interjected upon hearing the bearded man's assessment. Was it the work of a 5th-tier warrior? No. From the traces of battle, it appears not to be the handiwork of a warrior. If it were a 5th tier, dispatching a 4th-tier swift-wind wolf would not require such effort. This tall female warrior donned a fitted leather attire that accentuated her figure perfectly. Years of traversing the wilderness had endowed her skin with a sun-kissed hue. She surveyed the surroundings and cupped her fists towards the direction where Yu Yang was concealed, inquiring, might I ask which esteemed brother vanquished this swift-wind wolf? Could you kindly step forth for a conversation? After waiting a few seconds without seeing anyone, she added, do not be concerned, esteemed brother. Our Hurricane Warrior squad is not so petty as to trouble you over the carcass of a 4th-tier swift-wind wolf. From behind a clump of grass, Yu Yang felt a jolt at her perceptive actions, realizing that he had evidently been discovered. Upon hearing her introduction, he finally sighed in relief, shouldering his backpack. Grasping the Etienne sword, and tucking the little green snake into his collar as he emerged from the thicket, the Hurricane Warrior squad is renowned in its city, led by a 6th-tier warrior with a cadre of 20 to 30 brothers. The criteria for joining this squad reportedly require at least a 3rd-tier rank or exceptional skills in firearms or other specialties. So young? As Yu Yang stepped out, the female warrior and her 4 companions were momentarily taken aback. These skilled individuals had encountered younger warriors than Yu Yang before. Yet a youth capable of slaying a swift-wind wolf was indeed exceptional. The bearded warrior could not help but exclaim, brother, how old are you? 19. Yu Yang replied with a smile on the surface while harboring a sense of caution within, adding, by April, after the new year, I shall turn 20. Trust is a rare commodity in such lawless wilderness areas where anything can transpire. Although Yu Yang was aware of the Hurricane Warrior squad's respectable reputation, he could not afford to lower his guard. Damn, the bearded man cursed. The martial arts world is becoming increasingly challenging. A 19-year-old at 4th tier is simply monstrous. What does that leave for us old 4th tiers? However, the female warrior kept her gaze firmly fixed on Yu Yang and stated, he is not a 4th tier. He is a 3rd tier. A 3rd tier? The bearded man chuckled. A 19-year-old at 3rd tier is somewhat acceptable. Wait a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he reacted swiftly, his eyes widening in astonishment. 3rd grade? You single-handedly defeated a 4th-grade gale wolf with nothing but your bare hands? I only achieved that by sheer luck, Yu Yang modestly replied. However, the demeanor of these individuals brought him a sense of relief. When one is away from home, encountering such boisterous and carefree people is not frightening. What truly instills fear is the kind who approach with smiles, showering you with compliments, their intentions veiled beneath a facade of congeniality, while harboring dark and sinister thoughts within. Yet, in the next moment, the warrior woman spoke a sentence that caused Yu Yang's heart to race once more. She fixed her gaze on him and inquired, 19 years old, 3rd grade. Are you Yu Yang? Yu Yang's expression shifted slightly as he replied in a low voice. Do you know me? Yu Yang? The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as well. The burly man scrutinized Yu Yang from head to toe before exclaiming in surprise, You are that liberal arts student from Northwest University? The freshman in the archaeology department who possesses the pure Yang divine martial arts technique? What? Yu Yang's heart raced with shock. What is going on? Has the fact that I practice the 9 Yang divine skill been exposed? Chapter 30. The Ruins of Jailing Collaboration. In that fleeting moment, Yu Yang's mind raced with thoughts. He cast a wary glance at the 5 members of the Hurricane Warrior team and asked in a low voice, Gentlemen, what is the situation? What is this pure Yang divine level martial arts? How do you know about it? Are you not aware? The bearded warrior looked somewhat astonished. This matter first surfaced on the campus forum of your Northwest University. Somehow, it caught the attention of the internet and trended online. It was reported that a freshman from the archaeology department of the College of Arts at Northwest University mastered a divine-level pure Yang martial art and, with merely a 3rd-tier cultivation level, was able to neutralize a 7th-tier martial arts master from the Black Heaven sect with a ghostly palm technique. By the way, I recall there were even photos circulating online. He pulled out a phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and retrieved a picture. Comparing it to Yu Yang, he confirmed. Indeed, it's you though you seem less photogenic. You appear even more handsome in person. He continued, Moreover, you need not be so guarded, despite our reputation. The Hurricane Warrior team does not stoop to murder for treasure. Yu Yang did not lower his guard, but instead inquired, May I borrow your phone for a moment? Of course. The bearded warrior readily tossed the phone to him. The unlock code is 1357. This was a satellite phone, capable of internet access and calls even in the wilderness. In contrast, Yu Yang's phone was merely a conventional one, losing signal completely after 5 kilometers outside the base city or the city walls. The cheapest satellite phone costs over 50,000, a sum far beyond Yu Yang's means. As he had only a few hundred on him before leaving the city, he input the code, unlocked the device, and navigated to the official forum of Northwest University. The first thing that caught his eye was a post highlighted in bold, red text, adorned with a small flame icon, indicating it had garnered significant attention and engagement. The title read, A divine-level pure Yang martial art emerges. A freshman from the archaeology department neutralizes a 7th-tier martial arts master from the Black Heaven sect with a 3rd-tier cultivation level. What a farce. Yu Yang's expression darkened as he muttered, The total number of students, faculty, and graduates from Northwest University over the past 3 years can't even reach 100,000. Can it? He clicked on the post and read it word for word, his face gradually growing more ominous. The content detailed the process by which Yu Yang assisted Wang Tung in neutralizing the ghostly palm. Yet it deliberately omitted the fact that Wang Tung had been injured from a distance by that Black Heaven sect martial arts master. While it is common for martial artists to inflict damage from afar, this particular instance was different. Generally, a 7th-tier martial arts master could maintain their attack's potency up to 20 meters. Beyond that, their true energy dissipates, significantly diminishing the attack's effectiveness. At the time, Wang Ting and the 7th-tier martial arts master from the Black Heaven sect were separated by a full 40 meters, meaning the force he could endure was equivalent to that of a 4th-tier attack. With a stern expression, Yu Yang continued reading through the latter part of the post, which began to delve into themes of national duty and righteousness. The poster opines that since Yu Yang possesses the divine-level pure Yang martial arts capable of countering the shadow ghost palm, he ought to share this knowledge, enabling more martial artists to learn and thus liberate practitioners from the fear of the Black Heaven sect's shadow ghost palm, ultimately leading to the sect's annihilation. However, others contend that the Black Heaven sect's enduring presence is not solely reliant on the shadow ghost palm. The notion that a single divine-level pure Yang martial art could obliterate the sect is sheer folly. Numerous voices clamored for the greater good of the Great Xia, for the lives and futures of millions in the 6 cities of the Northwest, urging Yu Yang to contribute this divine-level pure Yang martial art. Yu Yang's countenance darkened as he scoured various forums and news websites, discovering that the discourse surrounding this matter was ubiquitous, which only deepened his frown. He chuckled bitterly, acknowledging the truth in what the bearded man had said. But what of the ordinary citizens? How could they fathom the intricacies at play? observing Yu Yang's troubled expression. The bearded man placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Brother, it seems the Black Heaven sect has set its sights on you. But fret not. Let the online discourse fade. In time, the waters will calm. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Fei, a member of the Hurricane Warriors' second team. At the late 4th rank." Zhang Fei warmly introduced the others to Yu Yang. The middle-aged warrior with a goat-like beard and a metal-curved blade was named Bachalu. Also at the late 4th rank, there were 2 other male warriors, both at the early 4th rank, who bore a striking resemblance to each other. The elder, Luo Feng, carried a metal broadsword, while the younger, Luo Yu, wielded a metal longsword. "Brother Bat, Brother Luo." Yu Yang clasped his fists in a gesture of respect customary among martial artists. "This is our vice-captain of the Hurricane Warriors, Sister Lu Piaoyun. She leads our second team and is a formidable expert at the mid-5th rank." Zhang Fei emphasized Lu's prowess. "Greetings, Captain Lu." The materials from the Swift Wind Wolf were valued at around 6 to 70,000, granting 15% to the Hurricane Warriors. Yu Yang would still retain at least 500,000, a far better outcome than discarding the spoils. Without hesitation, he declared, "Agreed, it's a deal." Lu Piaoyun exchanged glances with Zhang Fei and Bachalu, who promptly advanced to efficiently gather the valuable materials from the Swift Wind Wolf, stowing them into a large mountaineering backpack. "Not necessary. It's quite acceptable." Gaoling, during the previous calendar, was a county under the jurisdiction of Xi'an, situated in the heart of the Guangzhou Plain, approximately 70 li north of present-day An City. Following the devastation of the old calendar's nuclear war and the calamity of ferocious beasts in the new calendar, Gaoling had long since transformed into a city of ruins, with only a handful of buildings remaining standing, due to its proximity to both An City and Yang City. Martial artists from these 2 cities favored resting in the ruins of Gaoling while hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Before departing, the bearded man approached Yu Yang. Winking conspiratorially, "Yu Yang, my young brother, don't take it to heart. Our Lu team treats everyone this way, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Well, I won't keep you. See you tomorrow." Before Zhang Fei could finish his sentence, he sensed Lu Piaoyun's piercing gaze upon him, prompting him to hastily turn and follow. Once the 4 members of the Hurricane Warrior squad departed, the little green snake emerged from Yu Yang's collar, expressing its dissatisfaction. "Yu Yang, I am aware that there is a saying among humans. A person's heart is hidden beneath their belly. Have you truly entrusted your spoils to them? Are you not concerned that they might abscond with your gains? If they had intended to betray me, they would have acted long ago," Yu Yang replied with a smile. "Now that afternoon has arrived, we must swiftly seek out the fierce beasts and endeavor to slay a few more before darkness falls. It is fortuitous that the Hurricane Warrior squad is willing to assist us in transporting the beast materials. We must seize this opportunity to maximize our profits." With that, he led the little green snake deeper into the wilderness. However, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Those despicable members of the Dark Sky sect are utterly intolerable. Not only have they concocted an assassination list aimed at me, but they have also resorted to employing online trolls to spread malicious rumors." Chapter 31. The Book-Loving Yu Yang. Deep within the wilderness, amidst the ruins of Gaoling, the once thriving county town has now transformed into a desolate wasteland, where remnants of crumbled walls and broken structures lay scattered. In the heart of the ruins, a dozen forlorn and dilapidated buildings stand tall. At 10 p.m., outside the ruins, Yu Yang, laden with a backpack and wielding the Etian sword, trudged forth, a bulging sack made of snake skin thrown over his shoulder. Gasping for breath as he emerged from the dense wilderness, the sack, swollen and larger than a pickup truck, dangled humorously on his shoulder. Yet, Yu Yang paid it no mind. He raised his gaze towards a 9-story building at the center of the ruins, where flickering flames illuminated several windows. It appeared that the members of the Hurricane Warrior team were indeed within those walls. With the snakeskin sack slung over his shoulder, Yu Yang strode purposefully towards the heart of the ruins. Peeking out from the collar of his shirt, the little green snake poked its head, flicking its tongue in complaint. "Yu Yang, the wilderness is vast. Why must we seek out that ridiculous Hurricane Warrior team? We could rest anywhere else." It grumbled, clearly reluctant. "Once we find them, I'll have no choice but to curl up inside your clothes to sleep. You haven't bathed in days. You reek. You want to venture into the wilderness? Be my guest. I want to stop you." Yu Yang retorted with a scowl. He had brought the little green snake out of the tomb of the poet sword immortally by due to its peculiar nature, even at the 2nd tier. It could articulate human speech and practice the sword techniques depicted on the tomb's murals. However, after several days together, Yu Yang realized that aside from those two traits, the creature was rather unremarkable. Its incessant chatter rivaled even Feng Xiaoyu's, proving to be quite unbearable. If it wished to leave, Yu Yang would gladly oblige. Yet, the little green snake merely spoke in jest. Casting a wary glance at the distant wilderness, it timidly retracted its head, laughing. I was merely joking. No need to take it seriously. Besides, you are my companion. How could I abandon you? You're simply cowardly, afraid to enter the wilderness alone. So stop with the excuses. Yu Yang scoffed. Dare to call me a mere companion again, and I shall roast you on the spot. Good snakes do not quarrel with humans. As the little green snake fell silent, Yu Yang began to scrutinize his surroundings. Everywhere, the remnants of collapsed buildings formed a jagged landscape, and the once broad roads had long been buried. However, over the years, martial artists had frequently rested in the Gaoling ruins, managing to carve out a bumpy path amidst the debris. As he approached the center of the ruins, the firelight within the building became increasingly conspicuous. Lighting a fire in the wilderness at night was a grave mistake, as it would attract the attention of ferocious beasts. However, for the Hurricane Warrior team, unless they caught the interest of a high-tier beast, they had little to fear. They held the advantage of terrain. Should a foolish beast dare to attack, it would likely meet its demise. Yu Yang glanced at the dilapidated building, contemplating the flickering flames visible through the windows. The term high-grade ferocious beast refers to those ranked at the 7th tier and above. Beasts of this caliber possess remarkable intelligence and have developed a strong sense of territory. Typically residing deep within the wilderness, seldom venturing within 100 miles of urban areas. Suddenly, Yu Yang's steps faltered, and in that instant, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious predator, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. However, in the next moment, that inexplicable feeling of threat dissipated. From the nearby building, the voice of the bearded Zhang Fei resonated. Is that you, Brother Yu Yang? It's me. The bearded Zhang Fei chuckled. Ha ha, it truly is Brother Yu Yang. Lao Ba, what are you doing? Why haven't you put down that broken gun yet? It turned out he had just been targeted by a sniper. Yu Yang, upon hearing this, was taken aback. I am nearly 1,500 meters away from that building. Is it possible for a sniper at such a distance to pose a threat to my life? Yet, upon further reflection, he felt reassured. In this modern age, to better combat ferocious beasts, the Great Xia has invested considerable resources into the development of advanced weaponry. Ordinary sniper rifles and ammunition no longer pose a significant threat to 3rd or 4th tier beasts, nor do they pose much of a danger to martial artists of the same rank. However, certain specialized heavy sniper rifles, equipped with unique ammunition, can be lethal if they strike a vital area, even capable of killing 4th or 5th tier beasts. Such heavy sniper rifles are often too cumbersome for an average person to wield. The recoil alone could incapacitate an ordinary person's shoulder with a single shot. Yet for martial artists, this is hardly a concern. He strode confidently toward the building, where Zhang Fei and the 2 brothers from the Luo family were already waiting outside. Brother Zhang, Brother Luo. Yu Yang greeted them. The bearded Zhang Fei fixated on the enormous snakeskin bag slung over Yu Yang's shoulder, exclaiming, Is that the skin of a 4th tier beast, the black-striped viper? You have a keen eye, Brother Zhang. Yu Yang let the snakeskin bag drop to the ground, producing a dull thud that caused the earth to tremble slightly. Zhang Fei and the Luo brothers looked at him with astonishment, exclaiming, Yu Yang, you have slain another 4th tier beast? This black-striped viper is far more formidable than the swift wolf. The venom of a 4th tier black-striped viper is potent enough to kill a 5th tier martial artist. By the way, what else is in that snake's skin? Yu Yang unfurled the skin, revealing a plethora of beast materials within. After you all departed, I roamed the vicinity and managed to hunt down several more ferocious beasts. Zhang Fei was rendered speechless. You referred to this vast array of beast materials as merely a few? He approached to examine the contents of the snake's skin, murmuring, the fur of a 3rd tier beast, the red fox. Teeth and claws from a 4th tier beast, the golden-backed mastiff. And this bone, if I'm not mistaken, should belong to a 4th tier beast as well. He meticulously took stock of the situation, inhaled deeply, and turned to Yu Yang, giving him a thumbs up. Yu Yang, my friend, over the years I've traversed the wilderness and encountered many formidable warriors. But the only one who has truly won my admiration at the 3rd rank is you. Remarkable young man, in just one afternoon, you've slain 4 4th tier ferocious beasts and 6 3rd tier ones. Your efficiency rivals that of our entire 2nd team. The Luo brothers were equally astonished. The Hurricane Warrior team boasted over 30 members, and when including logistical personnel, the total exceeded 100. Their warriors were divided into 3 groups, each consisting of 12 individuals, with Lu Piaoyun leading the second team. Soon, the entirety of the second team of the Hurricane Warrior team was drawn in by Yu Yang's extraordinary achievements, each expressing their profound respect. Even the typically stoic Lu Piaoyun showed signs of surprise. After some conversation, Yu Yang quickly bonded with these boisterous warriors. Among them, a middle-aged man known as Old Eight caught Yu Yang's attention. Unlike the others, Old Eight appeared somewhat dull-witted, being the sole second-tier warrior in the group, cradling a sniper rifle more formidable than a bam-bam. When others jested with him, he merely smiled in response. Before long, the clock struck 12. Lu Piaoyun announced, "All right. Everyone, get some rest. We'll divide into 3 groups for night shifts to rejuvenate our spirits. After breakfast tomorrow, we shall set out to hunt that beast." At her command, the 11 male warriors promptly complied, discussing their groupings before settling down to rest. As Yu Yang approached to speak, Lu Piaoyun coolly interjected, "We'll assist you in transporting the beast materials, and you will pay the commission. You are the boss, after all. It would be right for the boss to stand watch at night." With that, she turned to her night duty. Yu Yang shook his head, seated himself on the ground, and retrieved a lamp and Li Bai's travel notes from his bag, settling in the corner of the room to read earnestly. 2 hours later, having completed 2 readings of the travel notes without uncovering any techniques, he put them away and took out demigods and semi-devils to read instead. Lu Piaoyun observed this scene and couldn't help but reflect. No wonder he possesses such martial talent, yet studies in the Academy of Literature. Even while hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness, he carries books with him to read by lamplight. It seems he truly has a passion for reading. Chapter 32. Comprehending the Azure Lotus Sword Song. Returning to In City. Ding. Upon reading the Heavenly Dragon 8 parts, I acquired the martial art, 18 dragon subduing palms. A crisp notification echoed in my mind. Faintly, a dragon's roar emerged from within Yu Yang, and an extraordinary realization blossomed in his heart. Yu Yang closed his eyes, savoring the moment. This was the second palm of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, flying dragon in the sky. It appeared, as I had surmised, that this technique could only be comprehended 1 palm at a time. With a shift in thought, Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes, only to find the members of the Hurricane Warriors team staring at him. Even the sleeping Zhang Fei and Bachelor had been roused. A dragon's roar? The bearded Zhang Fei, with eyes wide as copper bells, fixated on Yu Yang, inquiring with astonishment, "Brother Yu Yang, what is happening? Why does a dragon's roar emanate from you?" Yu Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Caught up in reading and cultivation, he had forgotten this detail. He promptly explained, "This is not a genuine dragon's roar. It is merely a manifestation of my breakthrough in cultivation. I apologize for disturbing everyone's rest." The members of the Hurricane Warriors team finally relaxed. The bearded Zhang Fei remarked, "A cultivation technique that produces a dragon's roar. Could it be that you are practicing a divine-level martial art, the invincible dragon-seizing skill?" Invincible dragon-seizing skill? Does such a ridiculous name for a martial art truly exist? Seeing Yu Yang remain silent, Zhang Fei ceased his inquiries. After all, every warrior possesses their own secrets and fortuitous encounters. There is no need to pry too deeply. However, the 12 members of the Hurricane Warriors team were perplexed as to how Yu Yang, who had been engrossed in reading, could achieve such a breakthrough in his cultivation. At this moment, it was already the latter half of the night. After the Hurricane Warriors team completed their night watch rotation, they began to rest again. To avoid further disruptions while comprehending the 18 dragon-subduing palms, Yu Yang set aside the Heavenly Dragon 8 parts and took out the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. Soon, the distant horizon began to lighten with the first light of dawn. Ding! Upon reading the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, I acquired the martial art, 9 Yang Divine Skill. Yu Yang's form trembled as he felt the surge of his cultivation, reflecting, "Indeed, the path of cultivation grows increasingly arduous. I have broken through to the 3rd rank, having only perused the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber for 4 days. Yet, to reach the 4th rank, I will need at least 7 days. This is even longer than the total time it took me to ascend from 0 foundation to the 3rd rank. Unless I forego sleep and devote 24 hours a day to reading, perhaps I could shorten this to 3 days. If breaking through to the 4th rank is this challenging, what of the 5th and 6th ranks?" Yu Yang sighed deeply, silently lamenting the hardships of cultivation. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the dilapidated building, a fragrant aroma wafted in from outside. The members of the Hurricane Warriors team on duty had taken out a large iron pot and kindled a fire to prepare breakfast for everyone. Within the building, The resting members of the warrior team gradually awakened. Zhang Fei, the burly warrior, opened his eyes and turned to see Yu Yang still engrossed in his studies. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Brother Yu Yang, have you been reading all night? Goodness, you geniuses are truly beyond reason. At merely 19 years of age, with such a passion for reading, your time for cultivation must be scarce. How then have you reached the third rank in your training?" Yu Yang turned a page of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and smiled. Within books lie treasures and beauty. Indeed, reading is a form of cultivation as well. Zhang Fei widened his round eyes in comprehension. "I see. You mean to say that you can cultivate while reading?" Just as he finished speaking, Yu Yang concluded the story of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Ding! Having read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he gained the martial art, 7 injuries, fist 1. With a sudden cough, Yu Yang spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling significantly. Zhang Fei hurried forward. Concern etched on his face. "Brother Yu Yang, are you all right? I told you, multitasking is not advisable. Has your training gone awry?" Yu Yang, sensing Zhang Fei's sentiment, felt no need to fabricate an excuse. He promptly assumed a meditative posture, feigning the circulation of his internal energy for healing. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Despite the bloodshed, it seemed that the injuries from this enhancement of the 7 injuries fist were not as severe as those from previous occasions. My internal organs do not ache as intensely. Have I truly deepened my cultivation, or have I merely grown accustomed to the pain? After feigning the healing process for 20 minutes, Yu Yang rose and stepped outside the building. The 12 members of the Hurricane Warrior squad were gathered around a large iron pot, heartily consuming meat. "Brother Yu Yang, are you feeling better? Come, join us for some meat." Zhang Fei offered him a generous portion, stating, "As warriors on the road, our conditions are quite harsh. Our meals consist mainly of meat. It's enough to make one nauseous. How I long for the spicy hot pot of a city." "Ha!" Barchela teased, "Old Zhang, you're not yearning for the hot pot, but rather for the widow who runs the hot pot shop, aren't you?" As the subordinates prepared to depart, Lu Piaoyan shot a piercing glance at them. Instantly, they fell silent, focusing intently on their meals. The somewhat slow-witted sniper suddenly inquired, "Brother Zhang, where exactly is that hot pot shop you mentioned?" Laughter erupted among the group. Even Yu Yang couldn't suppress his amusement. The sniper's face flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, he quietly added, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to taste the hot pot and see if it's as delicious as they say." With that, even Lu Piaoyun couldn't hold back her laughter. The sniper's face grew even redder as he stammered, "No, wait, that's not what I meant. I just want to see if the hot pot is good. All right, let us finish eating quickly, take a short rest, and then prepare to return to the city." After breakfast, Lu Piaoyun led the group out of the ruined city. Before long, the distant jungle echoed with the sounds of sniper fire, the roars of ferocious beasts, and the clamor of battle. Within the dilapidated building, a small green serpent slithered out from Yu Yang's collar. Astonished, "Yu Yang, why did you not join them?" "Why should I join the martial artist squad in their endeavors?" Yu Yang leaned against the wall, sitting atop a pelt of a 4th-grade ferocious beast, the golden-backed mastiff. Legs crossed, he yanked the small green serpent from his shoulder and flung it 50 meters away, scolding, "Go find your own food and do not disturb me while I read." In just an hour and 20 minutes, Yu Yang had completed the reading of the extensive travelogue by Li Bai. "What on earth is happening?" he muttered darkly, exasperated. "I have thoroughly mastered the 4 martial arts techniques: 9 Yang Divine Skill, Easiest Muscle Change Classic, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and 7 Wounds Fist. Even though the travelogue contains the esteemed Qinglian Sword Song, I've perused this wretched account over a dozen times. Why is there still no sign of progress?" His temper flared. Yu Yang stubbornly opened the travelogue once more, gritting his teeth. "I refuse to believe this. Today, I shall confront this pitiful sword technique." He read the Li Bai travelogue repeatedly. Having committed the extensive text to memory, his reading speed accelerated, from over an hour initially to merely 40 minutes by the end. He continued reading from morning until just past 2 in the afternoon, contemplating giving up. Ding! You have read the Li Bai travelogue and acquired the sword technique, Qinglian Sword Song. A surge of azure sword energy flickered around Yu Yang momentarily. In his mind, the method of cultivating the Qinglian Sword Song transformed into an indelible memory. A smile spread across Yu Yang's face. Having mastered the Qinglian Sword Song, he felt elated, choosing not to stoop to the level of the small green serpent. Chapter 33, My Sincere Gratitude to Wang Ge, the esteemed leader, including update plans. A must-read for readers. Just moments ago, as I opened my writing assistant to review the back-end data, I was astonished to discover I have acquired a leader. To be candid, I was utterly bewildered. In this realm, the title of leader is typically reserved for the distinguished, and here I am, a humble author, receiving such an honor? Particularly considering that my work has yet to reach 80,000 words. My heartfelt thanks to Wang Gu. I am immensely grateful. The excitement is overwhelming. Currently in the hospital, upon witnessing your support, the gloomy sentiments of recent days have dissipated entirely. This necessitates an additional update, I assure you. Not even Jesus could deter me. Now, let us discuss the updates from the past few days. The recent developments have been quite chaotic. On Wednesday, I visited the hospital where the doctor ordered a chest x-ray and conducted examinations, diagnosing pneumonia. I was advised to administer another round of medication, with the possibility of hospitalization if conditions did not improve. Those with children will understand the complications that pneumonia can pose. By Friday, my eldest daughter was admitted to the hospital. Due to pandemic restrictions, once admitted, children are not permitted to leave the ward. So my wife remained there to accompany her while I stayed home with our younger daughter. Unfortunately, that very evening, our little one also began to cough and develop a fever. Consequently, today, she too has been hospitalized. I find myself in the hospital as well. It is anticipated that I will remain here for approximately 7 days. However, today's treatment has shown some promise. After 2 sessions of intravenous fluids this morning and afternoon, along with 3 nebulization treatments, both children seem to be in considerably better spirits. Moreover, in light of Wang Ji's generous support, I am compelled to provide additional updates. I shall endeavor to deliver 5 extra chapters. Yet, being in the hospital entails numerous challenges. Typing on my phone is slow, and I must frequently attend to the children. So the updates may be staggered. I hope Wang Gu and all esteemed readers can extend their understanding. Additionally, I humbly request your continued support for my work. The current recommendation system on the platform is contingent upon 24-hour tracking, and without it, the story may falter. Thus, I beseech everyone not to abandon the book. Thank you kindly. In conclusion, my deepest gratitude once more to Wang Gu 688. Your presence is formidable. Wishing you prosperity. Chapter 34. Do I still have a salary card? For the Alliance leader, Wang Gu, the little green snake immediately wilted, cowering within the backpack, afraid to even breathe, terrified of being sent to the Research Institute for dissection. Yu Yang stuffed the desk lamp and Li Bai's travelogue into the bag, gripping the sword in his left hand and the bag in his right, as he made his way outside the building. In the ruins ahead, Liu Piaoyan and his entourage of 12 returned triumphantly. The burly Zhang Fei, Bachelot, and the others were laden with materials from fierce beasts, while Luo Yu alone bore the weight of his injured brother, Luo Feng. Yu Yang approached. Noticing Luo Feng covered in blood, his leg immobilized with several branches. Concerned, he asked, Luo Yu, is your brother hurt? Luo Yu appeared unfazed. He unceremoniously dropped Luo Feng onto the ground, completely indifferent to his brother's grimaces of pain. It seemed he had merely broken a leg and received a scratch from a third-tier Dark Knight cat demon on his chest. Luo Feng lay back, staring vacantly at the sky, his expression one of utter despair. At that moment, Liu Piaoyan approached. The life of a martial artist traversing the wilderness was inherently perilous. Soon, 9 heavy-duty pickup trucks rolled into the ruined city. In the wilds, no luxury car could rival the utility of a heavy-duty pickup. These modified trucks boasted high chassis and powerful engines, perfectly suited for various terrains, making them ideal for the wilderness. The drivers, all martial artists, though only of the first tier, were significantly stronger than ordinary people. They were also equipped with firearms and blades to safeguard against wild beasts encountered along the way. Furthermore, 2 fourth-tier martial artists accompanied the convoy for added security. Bundles of fierce beast materials were loaded onto the pickup trucks as the 12 members of the Hurricane Martial Team boarded. Yu Yang shared a vehicle with Bachelot and Zhang Fei, engaging in light-hearted banter about anecdotes from martial arts masters and discussing the intricacies of martial arts manuals. Around 6 o'clock, the convoy entered In City, heading straight for the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. As soon as they crossed into In City, Yu Yang's phone regained connectivity and buzzed incessantly. Text messages and chat notifications flooded in. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, spotting messages from his advisor, Old Wang, 3 doormates, as well as Wang Ting and Feng Xiaoyu. Yet, the majority came from an unfamiliar number. Upon closer inspection, a smile broke on his face. This number belonged to Yu Xiaoli. She had sent a staggering 80 messages, along with dozens of chat notifications, all essentially apologizing for her mistakes and seeking reconciliation. After reassuring Ji Xiaonan with a phone call, Yu Yang promptly selected all of Yu Xiaoli's messages for deletion and added her number to his blacklist. Upon arriving at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, the convoy drove directly to the entrance of the Fierce Beast Material Acquisition Department. The Hurricane Martial team had already coordinated with the supervisor of the Academy's Material Acquisition Department, who arranged for staff to meticulously assess the value of the materials. Yu Yang's hall was set aside for separate evaluation. Is this Yu Yang? The supervisor of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy's Fierce Beast Material Acquisition Department inquired. He was a stout, middle-aged man with a jovial demeanor. He greeted Yu Yang with a smile, accepting the list of beast materials and their prices handed over by his subordinate. From his pocket, he extracted an old calculator, roughly the size of his palm, and began calculating with a flurry of keystrokes. Captain Liu, it appears your Hurricane Warriors team has made quite a substantial harvest this time. The total value of these beast materials amounts to 8 million. Allow me to round it off to 87 million. What do you say? That is acceptable. Liu Piaoyan replied indifferently with a nod. Manager Bai wrote out a receipt and handed it to his subordinate, instructing, "Go to the finance department and have them transfer the funds to the public account of the Hurricane Warriors team." He then looked over Yu Yang's list of beast materials, a hint of astonishment appearing in his eyes. 5 fourth-tier beasts, 6 third-tier. Yu Yang, did you single-handedly slay all of these beasts? Upon Yu Yang's nod, Manager Bai chuckled, truly deserving of the genius that Master Liu holds in such high regard. A third-tier martial artist bravely venturing into the wilderness. Achieving such remarkable feats is simply astonishing. Yu Yang humbly replied, I owe it all to the support of the Hurricane Warriors team. This was merely a polite remark. As for the extent of their support, the members of the Hurricane Warriors team were well aware. Manager Bai continued his calculations, the calculator emitting sounds of 666 and resets, stating, the total value of these beast materials is 2 million. Yu Yang, shall I have the finance department transfer this amount to your salary card? Salary card? Yu Yang was taken aback, responding incredulously, as a student, where would I have a salary card? You have joined our Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy's Old Calendar Technology and Cultural Research Institute, so naturally, you will receive a salary. Assistant Zhou should have taken care of this for you. I will issue an order for finance to handle it. Then I must thank you, Manager Bai. Old Zhang. Meanwhile, at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, in the master's office, Liu Yunlong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at Yu Yang outside the Beast Materials Procurement Department building. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Old Zhou. At this moment, night had fallen. Liu Yunlong, positioned over 2,000 meters away from Yu Yang, could see him clearly. For a master of his caliber, such a distance was trivial. Zhou Tong approached, inquiring, Master, what is it? Good. Zhou Tong complied, beginning to make phone calls. Simultaneously, in a city, within a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of authority, received a phone call. The man abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashing within them. He calmly stated, proceed according to the plan. Remember, there is no need for direct action. Find a way to guide the media to interview Yu Yang, and subsequently let the online army steer the narrative. He is merely a young man. Once we place him at the center of public opinion, he will inevitably falter, even if we cannot obtain his divine-level pure yang martial arts. Tarnishing his reputation in the Great Xiao will not be a loss. Pausing, the middle-aged man added, try to leave no traces. Liu Yunlong is quite astute, and we must not allow him to grasp any incriminating evidence. Cooperate? Fish? Yu Yang chuckled, assuring Master Zhou, rest assured, such trivial matters online hold no sway over me. After hanging up the phone, he had just stepped through the school gates when a voice filled with surprise called out from behind, Darling, is that really you? As she reached out to grasp Yu Yang's arm, he deftly took a step back, evading Yu Xiaoli's advance. With a composed demeanor, he replied, Madam, it is customary to maintain a respectful distance between men and women. Moreover, his tone shifted sharply as he added coldly, I implore you to cease your persistent pursuit of me. Chapter 35 Media Interview. Has Yu Yang been maligned? My dear, I realize my mistakes. Yu Xiaoli's eyes brimmed with tears. This was her usual tactic during her relationship with Yu Yang. A single tear would ensure that Yu Yang would acquiesce to her every whim. However, little did she know that the Yu Yang of today was no longer the same as before. Immersed in her performance, she feigned innocence, saying, Darling, I am aware of everything concerning you. I never imagined you had already become a martial artist during high school. You possess a supreme martial arts technique, far surpassing those students from martial arts academies. I have seen the public discourse online. I even rallied my girlfriends to help you post. Those keyboard warriors are outrageous, demanding that you share your techniques for free. I have inquired with students from martial arts academies, and a mere ordinary supreme technique costs hundreds of billions. The supreme pure young martial arts you master is even more exceptional. If you were to sign a profit-sharing agreement with the two major martial arts schools and sell it through them, the profits would be enough to sustain several lifetimes. Our son, grandson, and even great-grandson could live without worry thanks to this technique. As she spoke, Yu Xiaoli's eyes glimmered with avarice. She seized Yu Yang's arm and declared, "Yu Yang, this is a true family heirloom. Once you sign the profit-sharing agreement, I will immediately agree to be your girlfriend again. We could even go get our marriage certificate first, and after graduation, we would hold a grand wedding." Yu Yang regarded Yu Xiaoli coldly. This woman, has she lost her mind? What nonsense are you spouting? The word struck at Yu Xiaoli's pride. She found it hard to accept that the once compliant backup option would treat her in such a manner. Yu Yang, Yu Xiaoli retorted sharply, "You scoundrel. What happened to the promises you made? Now you wish to discard me? Humph, not a chance." At this moment, it was just past 8 p.m., the liveliest hour on the university campus. On the playground, the basketball court, under the streetlights, and in the small woods. With Yu Xiaoli's sharp cry, numerous gazes turned in their direction. Yu Yang? Is that him? He looks just a tad more handsome than ideal. Is he really as extraordinary as they say online? Wait a moment, I seem to have stumbled upon a major scoop. Yu Yang, a freshman in the archaeology department at Northwest Liberal Arts University, has just gained fame and has already abandoned his girlfriend. Stop fabricating stories. Just because you've dabbled in social media for a few days doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. I know that woman. She's Yu Xiaoli from the management department. A real siren, probably has one foot in many boats. In an instant, a cacophony of mixed opinions erupted. Yu Yang had initially intended to ignore Yu Xiaoli, but upon hearing her words, he retaliated with a swift slap. Smack! Yu Xiaoli was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching her face in disbelief. Bah! Yu Yang cursed vehemently. Shameless wretch, utterly devoid of decency. Get lost, or I shall strike you down with a single blow. You dare to hit me? Yu Xiaoli sobbed, attempting to voice her thoughts, but upon witnessing the murderous glare from Yu Yang, she could only turn and flee in tears. Such a woman deserves a beating. Without administering a proper thrashing, one cannot find peace. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Yu Yang was immediately surrounded by his roommates, Ji Xiaonan, Lu Long, and Tian Wei, each clamoring to inquire about his solitary ventures into the wilderness. Their palpable yearning for the wild was evident, yet the wilderness was fraught with peril, and Lu Long and the others were not even martial artists. They could only dream of such escapades. Should they truly venture into the wild, they would likely become fodder for ferocious beasts in no time. Yu Yang recounted his experiences in the wilderness, detailing his encounters with the nefarious Black Heaven sect and his hunts of ferocious beasts. However, he refrained from mentioning the incident with the little green snake, merely stating that he had eliminated 3 members of the Black Heaven sect. Seriously? That's incredible! Lu Long and Tian Wei exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration, wishing they could instantaneously transform into martial artists and follow in Yu Yang's footsteps, sword in hand, to brave the wilderness. After a brief period of boasting, they finally turned to more serious matters. Yu Yang, have you seen the online discussions? What are your plans? Ji Xiaonan asked. Having already conversed with Zhou Tong, Yu Yang was not overly concerned about the matter. He looked at the trio and countered, Old Ji. What are your thoughts? Lu Long, filled with righteous indignation, replied, Yu Yang, don't pay attention to those keyboard warriors. So what if someone possesses a divine-level pure yang technique? Each individual has their own fortune. Who says one must share it? Exactly. The notion that everything should be for the greater good of the Xia is nothing but moral coercion. Tian Wei added. Just ignore them. Can they really compel you? Ji Xiaonan nodded in agreement, stating in this regard, both the 2 major martial arts schools and the 5 major allied nations have issued regulations. No one can force you to relinquish your techniques. Personal fortune, why should it be sacrificed? The opportunities and techniques acquired by the likes of Chairman Lin and Senator Xia were also revealed only after they reached a certain level of mastery. Disregard the online discourse. Do not let it weigh on your mind. Clearly, this is the work of the Black Heaven sect. It's just internet chatter. I can't be bothered with it. However, this matter will not simply fade away. After charging his phone, Yu Yang turned it on and received a message from the bank indicating a deposit, prompting him to exclaim with a smile, it's still early, my friends. Let's indulge in hot pot, beer, and crayfish, my treat. The 4 of them made their way to the hot pot restaurant. Shortly after entering, Yu Yang was recognized. Is that Yu Yang? Indeed. I've seen his photo. He looks rather spirited, but is so selfish over a mere martial arts technique. A flurry of whispers erupted. Initially, the four paid no heed, but as the murmurs grew louder, Lu Long slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily. What the hell are you lot babbling about? Why should Yu Yang share the martial arts he has acquired with you, a group of inept individuals? Has the Black Heaven sect thrived for generations solely on the spectral grasp of the netherworld? Do you truly believe that possessing Yu Yang's techniques will allow you to annihilate the Black Heaven sect? Young man, your words are rather reckless, interjected a middle-aged gentleman. To my knowledge, the netherworld grasp of the Black Heaven sect is formidable. Countless warriors have perished beneath its shadow over the years. If Yu Yang's techniques can indeed counter the netherworld grasp, sharing them would contribute significantly to combating the Black Heaven sect and potentially avert much bloodshed. Indeed. You can continue to practice your own techniques without loss. At worst, you could create an account and charge a fee, with 700 million people in the Great Xia. If each contributed 10 yuan, you would have financial security for the rest of your life. Within the hot pot restaurant, many voices chimed in. These individuals shared a common trait. Most were ordinary citizens, with only a few low-ranking martial artists among them. Their limited understanding of the martial arts world made them susceptible to the sway of public opinion. Tianwei rose and joined the fray, but Yu Yang intervened. Halting both Tianwei and Lu Long with a smile, why engage in such trivial disputes over a meal? Waiter, please, let us move to a private room. The online discourse seemed to have no bearing on Yu Yang. He immersed himself in study until 4 in the morning, reviewing the 9 Yang divine skill, enhancing his muscle alteration technique, and perusing Li Bai's travelogues thrice before finally succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Yu Yang was roused from his deep sleep by the insistent ringing of his phone. Even the small green serpent resting at the head of his bed was startled into a leap of 3 feet. Groggily, he answered the call. On the other end, he heard Ji Shunan's voice. Yu Yang, a media reporter has interviewed Yu Xiaoli. That wretched woman is slandering you. Check the campus forum. The interview video is there. Yu Yang. He logged into the Northwest University campus forum and located the video. Reporter, miss you. Is it true that you are Yu Yang's girlfriend? Yu Xiaoli. Yes, Yu Yang and I have been childhood sweethearts, having begun our relationship in high school. Yu Xiaoli. He hit me. Reporter, but Yu Yang is your boyfriend. How could he strike you? Yu Xiaoli choked back tears, gazing into the camera. Last night, I went to find him, hoping to persuade him to contribute that martial arts technique, and he just hit me. Sob, sob, sob. What the hell? Yu Yang's sleepiness vanished in an instant. Just as he exited the campus forum, another call came through. Hello, is this Mr. Yu Yang? I'm a reporter from the New Century Cultural Entertainment Company in Anshan. My name is Triple X. Beep. Yu Yang abruptly hung up the phone. The reporter, persistent, called several times, and Yu Yang, now infuriated, tossed his phone aside. 3 minutes later, the phone rang again. Yu Yang answered. Fuming. Are you ever going to stop? Ah. On the other end, Wang Ting timidly replied. Yang Ge. Am I interrupting you? Wang Ting? Yu Yang discerned the voice of Wang Tong. It's me, Wang Tong responded, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yang Ge, when will you assist me in dispelling the poison? I have been confined at home for several days, unable to practice martial arts or engage in vigorous activities. I am nearly bored to death. I have read the Jinping May 3 times. I even borrowed a copy of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer from the bookstore and finished it as well. Yu Yang's gaze shifted slightly as he inquired. What did you just say? The Smiling, Proud Wanderer? Yang Ge, have you read The Smiling, Proud Wanderer too? The author of that book is extraordinarily talented. He even managed to invent martial arts techniques like the Sunflower Manual. Ha ha ha. Yu Yang laughed heartily, saying, Where do you live? I shall come over immediately to assist you in dispelling the poison. Chapter 36. The Solitary Nine Swords, the Sunflower Manual. Within the opulent villa. On a plush bed, Wang Ting sat cross-legged. Yu Yang positioned himself behind him, his palms resting on Wang Tung's back, continuously channeling the invigorating energy of the 9 suns into Wang Tung's body. As the waves of scorching warmth surged into him, Wang Ting felt his cheeks flush with excitement. Reflecting, no wonder so many covet my brother Yang's technique. This art is simply extraordinary. The accumulated cold poison within him was gradually expelled. Wang Tung felt as though he might transcend into the air. The profound comfort emanating from his core was indescribable. Suddenly, a sweet taste filled Wang Tung's throat, and he spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Upon touching the ground, a chill enveloped the room, and a layer of white frost swiftly emerged around the dark blood. Such a formidable poison. Observing this, Wang Tung's father could not help but remark, such sinister techniques could likely only be mastered by those of nefarious intent. Master Wang, you flatter me, Yu Yang replied humbly. Until today, he had been unaware of Wang Tung's background. It was only upon arriving at Wang Tung's villa and meeting his father that he discovered. This fellow had a father who was an 8th grade master. Wang Ting's father, Wang Beiyuan, was a rugged man of imposing stature, a notable figure in Anqing, renowned alongside Feng Xiaoyu's parents as the Black and White Sword, and famously known as the Overlord Blade. Wang Beiyuan continued, I have also been following the trending news about you online. This matter is likely orchestrated by the Black Sky sect. He provided Yu Yang with his contact information, stating, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. You are my son's savior. And if anyone dares to harm you, even if it were the king of heaven himself, I, Wang Beiyuan, would not hesitate to strike him down thrice. The bond between the Wang father and son was undeniably sincere. Yu Yang, reflecting on this, spoke, Uncle Wang, since you address me as your esteemed nephew, it is only natural that I aid Wang Tung. I have forged an instant camaraderie with him, since he calls me Brother Yang. It is only right that I do not stand idly by. Brother Yang. Wang Ting, who was recuperating on the bed, felt his heart swell with emotion upon hearing these words, his eyes glistening. He earnestly declared, from this day forth, you are my true brother. Should you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west. Wang Beiyuan, amused, playfully smacked the back of Wang Tung's head, admonishing, you rascal. What are you dawdling for? Quickly bow to your brother Yang. Yu Yang, both amused and exasperated, hastily intervened to prevent the father and son from continuing. Wang Beiyuan called for Wang Ting's beautiful stepmother, instructing her to prepare a feast to celebrate with Yu Yang. Uncle, perhaps another time. I have pressing matters to attend to today. Yu Yang quickly excused himself. Wang Beiyuan's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Upon learning from Wang Tung of his sister, Yu Yang suspected that if he lingered any longer, Wang Beiyuan might consider arranging a marriage for his daughter. With the rugged and imposing demeanor of the Wang father and son, he feared that Wang Tung's sister might resemble a tank. A shiver ran down his spine. He borrowed the smiling, proud wanderer from Wang Ting and hurriedly departed from the Wang villa. After escorting Yu Yang out of the villa and watching him depart, Wang Beiyuan chuckled, son, remember to engage more with Yu Yang. I have a hunch that this lad will surely soar to great heights. Noticing Wang Tung's foolish expression, Wang Beiyuan could not help but deliver a playful slap to the back of Wang Tung's head, exclaiming, how is it possible that I, who have been astute all my life, have given birth to such a dimwit? With my connections, finding a martial arts master skilled in the 5 Thunder Morning Origin technique at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy would be a trivial task. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Yang went online to peruse the trending topics and various posts about himself. To claim that he was not upset would be a blatant falsehood. Initially, there was a national outcry for Yu Yang to share his techniques, but now some had begun to hurl insults. He turned off his phone and took a deep breath. After sipping some water to calm his nerves, Yu Yang picked up the first volume of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer and began to read intently. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer is also a work by the esteemed Jin Yong. The entire text comprises over 970,000 characters and portrays the harrowing struggles for power among various martial arts sects through the experiences of Ling Hu Chong, the chief disciple of the Huashan sect. Like the Condor trilogy, this novel features an array of martial arts techniques, such as Ren Wuxing's star-absorbing great method, Dongfang Bubi's sunflower manual, Lin Pingzhi's evil repelling sword spectrum, Feng Qingyang's Duga 9 swords, Shaolin Temple's Yi Jin Jing, and the unique skills of various sects. As with Jin Yang's other works, Yu Yang had watched numerous adaptations of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, yet this was his first time delving into the original novel. He read each word with utmost seriousness. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away until it was 3 in the afternoon. Ding! By reading The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, you have acquired the sword technique, Duga 9 swords. As the crisp notification echoed in his mind, Yu Yang realized that the method for cultivating the Duga 9 swords had seamlessly integrated into his memory. His eyes lit up at the mention of Duga 9 swords, but he immediately shook his head. In my first reading, I merely acquired the technique. I have not yet begun to practice. The Duga 9 swords are so enigmatic. With their myriad transformations, who knows if I can master them? Certainly. Continuing to read The Smiling, Proud Wanderer would undoubtedly enable him to perfect the Duga 9 swords. Whether he could proceed with this endeavor would depend on what other techniques might reveal themselves as he continued to read. Yu Yang ordered takeout to satiate his hunger and resumed his reading. Before long, nightfall enveloped the outside world. Having reached the final chapter of the 970,000 word, the smiling, proud wanderer, Yu Yang closed the book. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in his mind. By reading the smiling, proud wanderer, you have acquired the martial art, Sunflower Manual. As he gazed at the string of small characters appearing before him, he closed his eyes to deeply contemplate the cultivation method of the Sunflower Manual. In a hurry, he cast aside the 9 volumes of the smiling, proud wanderer, refraining from daring to read a second time. The first time I encountered the teachings, I merely grasped the fundamentals. Should I delve into the material a second time and uncover the secrets of the Sunflower Manual, my journey into cultivation shall commence. Yu Yang recalled his experiences training in the 7 injuries fist, and a shiver ran down his spine. I hope I don't end up losing my masculinity in the process. I swear, in this world of martial arts, I shall never watch it a second time. Nevertheless, the Sunflower Manual has always been my objective. With that goal now attained, my spirits are quite elevated. After pondering for a few moments, Yu Yang retrieved his phone and searched for the number of the journalist who had called him multiple times that morning. He dialed back. After a few rings, the call connected. On the other end, a groggy voice inquired, "Who is this? Are you the XXX reporter?" Yu Yang replied straightforwardly, "This is Yu Yang. You called me earlier this morning. Mr. Yu?" The voice on the other end instantly became more alert. "Yes, it's me. You mentioned wanting to interview me. I am offering you the opportunity for an exclusive interview. The time and location will be determined by me." Chapter 37, The Revelation of Martial Arts. After finishing the phone call, Yu Yang felt elated. Although the little green snake was diminutive in size, its appetite was formidable. It devoured pieces of roasted meat, each the size of a palm, with remarkable zeal. After consuming 6 or 7 chunks, it reclined against the headboard, using the tip of its tail to pick at its teeth, contentedly remarking, "You humans do have something when it comes to delicacies." Yu Yang cast a sidelong glance at the little green snake, thinking to himself that with just 2 venomous fangs, it was rather pretentious to be using its tail to clean its teeth. It should be cautious not to poison itself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the little green snake suddenly let out a cry, revealing a tiny drop of blood at the tip of its tail. It had inadvertently scraped itself with its own fangs while attempting to pick its teeth. Yu Yang, I've been poisoned." It stiffened into a straight line and collapsed from the headboard to the floor, unconscious. Yu Yang picked up the little snake and tucked it into the blankets. He then resumed reading the Travels of Li Bai. After perusing the Travels of Li Bai 3 times, he still had not triggered the prompt for the Qinglian sword song. Yet Yu Yang remained unperturbed. "It took me over 20 readings of the Travels of Li Bai to unlock the Qinglian sword song. I estimate I'll need at least 20 more repetitions to enhance my proficiency." In truth, Yu Yang had attempted to cultivate the technique himself. After all, the method of cultivation had already been etched into his memory when he first unlocked the martial art. However, understanding how to cultivate the technique and actually mastering it were 2 entirely different matters. Setting aside the Travels of Li Bai, Yu Yang then retrieved the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. "My cultivation at the 3rd grade level is rather weak. For now, I shall focus on the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and primarily concentrate on cultivating the 9 Yang divine skill to elevate my prowess. Given that the Travels of Li Bai is concise, I can read it 3 times a day, while I shall read the demigods and semi-devils once per day." With each reading, Yu Yang had already committed the contents of these novels to memory. Although he could not read 10 lines at a glance, he could manage 3 or 4 lines simultaneously. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber comprised 9 volumes, each containing 100,000 words. Yu Yang could finish 1 volume in under 40 minutes. Upon reaching the 4th volume, he received a notification. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber grants you martial arts, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. Buzz. Yu Yang felt a surge of power. If he had previously been at the initial stage of the 3rd grade realm, he had now advanced to the mid-stage. He paid no heed to the notification and continued reading. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber grants you martial arts, 7 injuries, fist 1. Yu Yang's body jolted, and he rubbed his belly, a look of surprise crossing his face as he exclaimed, "What's this? The proficiency of 7 injuries fist has improved, and I find I no longer spit blood. I merely feel some discomfort in my abdomen. Have I become accustomed to this?" By the time he finished reading a volume of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, it was already 5 in the morning. Yu Yang then took out the demigods and semi-devils and began to read. This work contained a total of 1.5 million words, divided into 10 volumes. With each volume approximately 150,000 words. Even at Yu Yang's reading speed, it would take him 9 hours to complete the entire text. By the time he finished the 5th volume of the Demigods and Semi-Devils, it was already 9:40 in the morning. Ding. Upon reading the Demigods and Semi-Devils, one acquires the martial arts technique, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. A resonant dragon's roar emanated from within Yu Yang's body. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment before reopening them. Having mastered the 3rd palm of the technique, the dragon appears in the field. Is it nearly 10 o'clock? Casting a glance at his phone, Yu Yang rose, took a shower, and after a thorough grooming, meandered downstairs. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the College of Arts at Northwest University, a vehicle emblazoned with the words New Century had been waiting for quite some time. Inside, the photographer muttered, "Brother Liang, it's already 10:20. Do you think Yu Yang is stringing you along?" Liang Zilong glanced at his watch, a flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes, though he masked it with a smile, saying, "We agreed on 10 o'clock this morning. However, geniuses tend to be rather proud, so a slight delay is understandable." The other staff members in the vehicle were also voicing their grievances. Yang Zilong cast a disdainful glance and scoffed, "What's this? Can't endure just a 20-minute wait?" "Brother Liang," a female staff member murmured, "we arrived at 9 o'clock. And what of it?" Yang Zilong shot back, his eyes narrowing. "You all know how high the online buzz is surrounding this event. If we can secure an exclusive interview with Yu Yang, waiting an hour, or even a month, would be a small price to pay. As media professionals, we must be prepared to sacrifice for the sake of breaking news." Another 10 minutes passed, and Liang Zilong could no longer contain his impatience. Could it be that Yu Yang would stand him up? He retrieved his phone and dialed Yu Yang. "Mr. Yu, this is Liang Zilong. Are you on your way?" Even through the phone, Liang Zilong's demeanor was exceedingly humble as he continued, "Did we not agree to meet at 10 o'clock this morning at the entrance of the College of Arts?" "Why the rush?" came Yu Yang's calm reply from the other end. "I just finished breakfast and will arrive in about 10 minutes. Yang Zilong's spirits lifted. "Everyone, get ready. Yu Yang will be here in 10 minutes. Check the equipment. Contact the studio to prepare for the live broadcast. Call the streaming platforms to ensure they promote our interview immediately. Remember, we must ensure this exclusive interview proceeds smoothly. Our rise to fame in the media realm hinges on this moment." Before long, a striking figure appeared within Liang Zilong's line of sight. It was Yu Yang, carrying the heaven-slaying sword and dressed in a white tracksuit, exuding an ethereal aura. With a flourish, the car door swung open. Yang Zilong, microphone in hand, swiftly exited the vehicle, followed closely by the photographer and lighting technician. "Mr. Yu, I am Liang Zilong, a reporter from Anqing New Century." As Liang Zilong aimed the microphone at Yu Yang, ready to commence the interview, Yu Yang raised a hand, inquiring, "Wait, where is the interview outline?" "The interview outline?" Liang Zilong was taken aback. Yu Yang furrowed his brows and said, "As a journalist, you surely must be aware of what an interview outline is, correct? However, lacking one is of little consequence. My time is quite precious, so I shall only grant you 10 minutes for this interview. Do you have paper and pen? I will provide you with a list of questions for you to ask accordingly." Yang Zilong was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he murmured, "Mr. Yu, we are currently live streaming. We have already negotiated with several major platforms in the Great Xia." His assistant interjected, "Brother Liang, the live broadcast has commenced." The female assistant continued, "The total number of viewers across all platforms has already surpassed 100,000, and the figure continues to rise. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000. Yu Yang was taken aback. Live broadcast. He cleared his throat, quickly tidied his appearance, and offered a faint smile to the camera. "Hello, Mr. Liang, I am Yu Yang. Now, please feel free to ask your questions." This left Liang Zilong momentarily flustered. Yet, being a seasoned journalist, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Mr. Yu, there has been considerable buzz online regarding you, with your name trending for 3 consecutive days. Many are curious, are you truly 19 years old?" Yu Yang smiled and nodded. "To be precise, I am 19 and a half. By the time the new year arrives in April, I will be 20. Yang Zilong pressed on. "It is said online that you have attained the rank of a 3rd-tier warrior. Given that, in the entirety of Great Xia's population of 700 million, very few reach such a level by the age of 19. This talent is indeed remarkable. Why did you not choose to attend a martial arts academy, but instead opted for the archaeology program at a liberal arts university?" Internally, Yu Yang scoffed at the journalist's lack of preparation, thinking, "I transitioned from economics management to archaeology. For goodness sake." Externally, he maintained a pleasant demeanor and replied, "I have always harbored a passion for reading, particularly regarding ancient cultural studies. The female assistant beside him held up 5 fingers, indicating that the viewership across platforms had exceeded 500,000. Liang Zilong took a deep breath and transitioned to the main topic, asking, Mr. Yu, there are rumors circulating online that you have mastered a divine-level pure yang martial art, which is said to be highly effective against the shadow ghost hand of the Black Heaven sect. Is there any truth to this? It is indeed true, Yu Yang affirmed with a nod. Liang Zilong's face lit up with excitement as he anticipated the viewers' reactions to this revelation. Seizing the momentum, he continued, Many citizens are urging you to disclose the techniques of this martial art. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yu Yang deliberately adopted a contemplative expression. He gazed into the camera, inhaling deeply, and solemnly declared, I have perused the comments online, and I find the sentiments expressed to be entirely valid. As a citizen of the Great Xia and a member of the 6 cities of the Northwest, it is inconceivable for me to conceal my mastery of supreme martial arts. After much contemplation over the past few days, I have arrived at a significant decision. I intend to share my knowledge of these extraordinary martial arts freely on the internet, allowing everyone in the world the opportunity to learn these unparalleled techniques, empowering them to grow stronger and contribute to the fight against the Black Heaven sect. Chapter 38. To master this skill, one must first castrate themselves. At the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, in the office of the headmaster, Zhou Tong hurriedly entered, clutching a tablet. Headmaster, we have a crisis. Lu Yunlong's expression shifted as he took the tablet. On the screen, the live chat was inundated with a flurry of comments, obscuring Yu Yang's handsome visage. Yu Yang's voice resonated. What everyone is saying is correct. I am merely unveiling a martial art technique. I have nothing to lose. He continued. I urge all the strong individuals in the Great Xia and even across the globe to disclose their martial arts techniques for free, so that all may learn. Even through the screen, Lu Yunlong could sense the fervent passion in Yu Yang's tone. This is absurd. Lu Yunlong's face darkened. Did you not communicate with Yu Yang? Why the sudden revelation of his technique? Such knowledge should not be disseminated recklessly. If it falls into the hands of malevolent forces who uncover its weaknesses, those practicing it will be in peril. He turned to Zhou Tong, inquiring, what exactly is going on? What is the intelligence department doing? Why was I not informed earlier about such a monumental announcement? Zhou Tong chuckled helplessly. This situation has unfolded far too suddenly. We had not anticipated it. With the matter at hand, Lu Yunlong found himself unable to control the situation's trajectory. He sighed. I have calculated every possible outcome. Yet I did not foresee that this young man would actually disclose his technique. His tone shifted, tinged with anger. He is merely a third-grade practitioner. Does he truly believe that divine martial arts are as common as cabbages? He commanded, disseminate the information that circumstances have changed. Instruct the lower ranks to act judiciously. I fear it will be exceedingly difficult to catch the fish this time. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Yu Yang's voice resonated again. I will officially announce it by December 5th at the latest. A reporter inquired, Mr. Yu, the audience is asking through which channel they can learn your technique? Through Weibo. Yu Yang replied, as he began registering an account on his phone. The new calendar had now progressed to a point where the internet's development rivaled that of 2022, with advancements in science and medicine far exceeding those of the previous era. After all, the onset of the new calendar brought not only knowledge from underground bases but also unearthed numerous scientific advancements from the old calendar. The social networking applications of this era bore resemblance to those of the past, with Weibo even named after an old calendar social network. My Weibo account is set up. It's called IAM, not Yu Yang. By the way, are there any Weibo staff in the live stream? Could you assist me with the verification? Furthermore, divine martial arts techniques are rather unique, and the one I possess has specific physical requirements. While I will reveal this divine martial art, my advice is for everyone to act within their capabilities. Do not attempt to practice forcefully, as I, Yu Yang, shall bear no responsibility for any consequences that may arise. The live interview lasted for 15 minutes and was drawing to a close. Yu Yang faced the camera, solemnly stating here, I have one more matter to clarify. Concerning the malicious video that circulated online yesterday, I reserve the right to pursue legal action. After the interview concluded, Yu Yang turned and departed. As he extracted the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he intended to engage in reading and cultivation when his phone rang. The call was from Wang Teng. Brother Yang, I just saw the live stream. Are you really planning to disclose the martial arts techniques? Brother Yang, it is evident that this is a scheme orchestrated by the Black Heaven sect. If you do reveal the techniques, they will have achieved their objective. Damn it, it's nothing. Yu Yang replied with a smile, I am well aware of the situation. A flicker of unease crossed his face as the rugged visage of Wang Beiyuan surfaced in his mind. He quickly added, "Let's see how the schedule unfolds. For now, I must take this call." The next call was from Zhang Fei of the Hurricane Warriors team. "It's nothing, Brother Zhang. I am fully aware. Not a problem. Once I finish my tasks in the coming days, I'll come find you for a drink." After a while, another call came through. It was from Ji Xiaonan. "Yu Yang, what is going on? I was in class when I overheard a discussion about you and realized you openly stated your intention to disclose the martial arts techniques. In recent days, Yu Yang had been trending on social media, incited by the hidden forces and online trolls, garnering immense public attention. Following today's live stream, the news spread rapidly. In less than an hour, it reappeared on the trending list, even drawing the interest of martial artists who had previously paid little attention to Yu Yang, fully aware that the Black Heaven sect was behind the scenes. After all, divine-level martial arts are not accessible to everyone. The Jiuzhou Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School offer divine-level techniques for sale, yet the price is exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Even if one could afford it, a confidentiality agreement must be signed, and any unauthorized dissemination would result in severe penalties from both martial arts schools. Now, with the prospect of free divine-level martial arts available for cultivation, who wouldn't be eager? In the span of half an hour, Yu Yang received a plethora of calls, some from Professor Su, others from Counselor Old Wang, and various classmates. Once he had finished a round of calls with acquaintances, he set down his phone and picked up the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber once more. However, just as he grasped the book, another call interrupted him. Upon answering, he heard Zhou Tong's voice. "Yu Yang, where are you? Master Lu wishes to see you. Shall I send a car to pick you up?" In a luxurious villa. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of authority, frowned as he spoke on the phone. How could this be? A divine-level pure yang martial art so readily offered? The middle-aged man found it hard to believe, for the online discourse was orchestrated by his own design. According to his plan, the ensuing week would see public opinion gradually encroach upon Yu Yang's real life, aiming to shatter the young man's psychological defenses under the guise of national duty. To his astonishment, however, the boy's psychological fortitude proved to be remarkably fragile. Before the various plans he had devised could be put into action, Yu Yang was poised to announce the martial arts techniques, wasn't he? After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man remarked, "Since the matter is settled, we need not concern ourselves further. Let the disciples of the Black Sky sect handle the subsequent affairs." He added, "By the day after tomorrow, when the techniques are made public, do remember to send me a copy. The divine-level pure yang martial arts hold considerable reference value." At that moment, Yu Yang had arrived at the office of the head of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Museum in its city. "Yu Yang, you have acted too impulsively," Lu Yunlong exclaimed with a wry smile upon seeing him. "I have been closely monitoring this situation. I intended to discuss it with you in a few days. Yet here you are, deciding to unveil the techniques. I fear this is precisely what the Black Sky sect desires. You only mentioned that you would disclose the divine-level martial arts you have mastered, without specifying the pure yang techniques. I have already submitted a request to headquarters for a standard copy of the divine-level martial arts, which you may announce." Lu Yunlong continued. "A pure yang divine-level martial art is of great significance and cannot be disseminated so carelessly. It is merely a pure yang divine-level martial art. It is of little consequence. If the Black Sky sect desires it, then I shall provide it." Yu Yang replied with a smile. "Moreover, do they have the audacity to practice it? It is not as if the nine yang divine skill is the sole pure yang martial art. Strictly speaking, the Sunflower Classic is also pure yang. This is evident from its very name. Sunflower signifies towards the sun. Having gleaned the cultivation methods of the Sunflower Classic from the smiling, proud wanderer, Yu Yang was well aware of the nature of this technique. Practitioners of the Sunflower Classic experience a surge of pure yang true energy from within, igniting a burning sensation throughout their bodies, causing chaos and instability. Even if one manages to suppress this pure yang energy, their body will still suffer considerable damage. Thus, the method of self-castration leads to the spontaneous generation of true energy that converges into the dantian without obstruction. "Is there a restriction on your technique?" Lu Yunlong inquired, intrigued. Yu Yang responded, "Master Zhou, could you provide me with some paper and a pen?" Zhou Tong retrieved the materials and handed them to Yu Yang. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yang unfurled the paper and inscribed the 4 characters Sunflower Classic at the top. Then, on a new line, he wrote, "To practice this technique, one must first undergo self-castration." Chapter 39, December 5th, Uploading the Cultivation Method, a special offering for Alliance Leader Wang. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration. Hiss. Nearly 8 words sent shivers down the spines of Zhou Tong and Lu Yunlong. Master Lu, Zhou Tong whispered, inquiring discreetly, is this cultivation method not exceedingly bizarre? Castration. Would that not render one a eunuch? I observe that Yu Yang possesses ample masculinity. He does not appear to have undergone such a transformation. Could it be that this technique is merely a fabrication of his imagination? Yu Yang continued to pen his thoughts, writing, should one refrain from castration, the energy will ignite. The heat arises from within, igniting the body. It surges upward, chaotic and unsteady. Even if the heat ceases, the injuries remain unhealed. After castration, the true energy will naturally arise, converging in the dantian without hindrance. The method of energy cultivation requires one to contemplate the bitterness of desire, to abandon attachment, and to achieve a tranquil state of being. Upon attaining tranquility, one's hands may pluck flowers, and the energy will circulate through the meridians and acupoints, ultimately converging in the dantian. Once the energy is formed, one will feel as if reborn, experiencing unparalleled wonders. When this technique is perfected, one's strikes will be as thunder. What need is there for intricate forms? A mere flick of the wrist can catch the enemy unawares, delivering a lethal blow. Yu Yang glanced up to see Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong, both astonished and elucidated. This is the preliminary verse of the sunflower scripture, followed by internal cultivation methods, sword techniques, and acupuncture practices. He then continued to write while explaining, the sunflower scripture is divided into 4 levels. Should one reach full mastery, they will undoubtedly attain the realm of martial divinity. Yu Yang wrote with utmost diligence. As the yang energy of heaven and earth emerges, it coincides with the hours of Zi and Wu. At this moment, one must center the energy, casting aside distracting thoughts, envisioning a celestial maiden presenting incense, allowing energy to arise from the dantian, spiraling down from the right kidney to the right foot. After approximately an hour, Yu Yang completed the entire sunflower scripture, which included foundational sword techniques and the 5 basic acupuncture styles: light lord, 6 harmonies, wind following, cloud resembling, and empty cicada. He even included a diagram illustrating the energy circulation pathways, though his drawing skills were rather lacking, rendering the figures somewhat abstract. Master Lu, Master Zhou, please take a look. After reviewing it and correcting a few typographical errors, Yu Yang presented the cultivation method he had just written to Lu Yunlong. As a master of martial divinity, Lu Yunlong's discerning eye was keen. He meticulously scanned the technique, closed his eyes, and mentally rehearsed it. After a moment of astonishment, he exclaimed, this method is indeed extraordinary. However, it demands exceedingly high standards for practice. One must maintain a mind free of distractions, devoid of desires. Otherwise, the moment stray thoughts arise, one risks deviating into madness. The consequences range from a depletion of vital energy and true qi to complete paralysis and death. Beside them, Zhou Tong suddenly let out a muffled grunt. His complexion flushed. He slowly circulated his true qi, regaining composure after a moment, and remarked, what a domineering technique. No wonder one must undergo castration to practice it. I merely attempted a slight practice, and already felt as though my body were ablaze. Yu Yang was taken aback. This Zhou Tong, truly formidable. He managed to cultivate immediately? You didn't even prepare. And you're not concerned about potential issues arising from your practice? Meanwhile, Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong began to engage in a discussion about the sunflower scripture. They are all masters with exceptional vision, and with the backing of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, they have encountered countless martial techniques. The complete sunflower scripture lies before them, its merits and flaws immediately discernible. The shortcomings of this technique are glaringly apparent. However, should one possess the resolve to undergo self-castration, forsaking desires and distractions, one could potentially experience meteoric advancement, transforming an ordinary martial artist into a formidable expert. While the act of self-castration may seem straightforward, desires and distractions are not so easily severed. After all, this is a divine martial art, and mastering it presents considerable challenges. Achieving mastery is even more daunting. Is it conceivable that one could attain mastery after self-castration and then seek to restore their body? Such an endeavor seems unlikely. Once the body is restored, given the nature of this technique, one would likely suffer tremendous backlash, resulting in severe injury or even death. Listening to the discussion of the two, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Master Lu, Master Zhou, I am currently troubled by a singular concern. If this technique were to be disseminated, and malevolent forces like the Black Sky sect began to practice it en masse, would it spell disaster for the Great Xia? To cultivate the sunflower scripture, one must first undergo self-castration. It is unlikely that a typical martial artist would choose such a path. However, the Black Sky sect is different. Its followers are fervent zealots, brainwashed to fear nothing, not even death, for the sake of their so-called deity. Thus, they would not hesitate to part with such trifles. This realization dawned on Yu Yang only recently. As for ordinary individuals, they are incapable of cultivating true energy and would naturally refrain from committing such a drastic act for the sunflower scripture. Upon hearing Yu Yang's concerns, Lu Yunlong chuckled. Divine martial arts are not so easily mastered. Moreover, if the Black Sky sect were to dare embark on such a path, their doom would be imminent. Lu Yunlong inquired. Yu Yang, are you aware of the origins of these malevolent forces? Yu Yang shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Following the nuclear war, the survivors retreated to underground shelters, striving to endure the prolonged nuclear winter. Yet, the duration of this nuclear winter proved to be shorter than anticipated. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Earth, once rendered wasteland by the nuclear conflict, began to pulsate with life again. However, this revival was accompanied by the mutation and evolution of some surviving beasts. Lu Yunlong recounted the events of that era, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Life was exceedingly arduous for the survivors, but as some powerful awakeners emerged from among them, their existence improved significantly, especially as certain individuals discovered that some inherited martial techniques could indeed be cultivated, leading to the rapid emergence of numerous formidable warriors. With sufficient strength amassed, the survivors began to break free from their underground sanctuaries, driving out ferocious beasts and rebuilding their homeland. It was during this tumultuous time that a terrifying event transpired. At this juncture, Lu Yunlong's fist clenched involuntarily. A statue was unearthed from the depths of the earth, astonishingly coming to life and proclaiming itself as a celestial deity sent to rescue humanity. This statue exhibited extraordinary powers, capable of summoning winds and rains and wielding thunder. As long as it received timely offerings, it promised to fulfill the wishes of humankind. However, as time passed, the statue's demands grew increasingly insatiable. Initially, it required the construction of temples adorned with gold, silver, jewels, and sumptuous feasts. Eventually, it escalated to the need for sacrificial offerings of young boys and girls. Families were compelled to present their daughters to the statue for its approval before their marriages. Failure to comply would result in catastrophic calamities, torrential rains, floods, earthquakes, and plagues. Thus began the darkest years of the new era. Humanity was tasked with rebuilding amidst the ruins while contending with ferocious beasts and battling those so-called deities. It was only after the major urban bases were established that humans developed a modicum of resistance against the monstrous threats, allowing them to turn their attention towards these pretentious gods. Many formidable warriors sacrificed their lives in this struggle, ultimately driving the malevolent deities from their newfound homeland. However, during those 2 years, the dark gods amassed a fervent following, giving rise to numerous nefarious organizations. A significant portion of the populace, seduced by these deities, abandoned the urban bases and, under their guidance, forged the so-called divine realms, evolving into fully feudal theocratic societies through generations of development and tradition. In recent years, under the leadership of Counselor Lin, many divine realms have been dismantled and several malevolent organizations have been eradicated. Nevertheless, the 4 major evil organizations, including the Black Heaven sect and the Black Lotus cult, remain entrenched. Lu Yunlong shifted the conversation, stating, "These dark deities require vast offerings, faith, and incense to maintain their existence among mortals. Hence, the sunflower scripture, if cultivated by all those malevolent forces, would be advantageous. If this were to happen, within a century, the evil forces would crumble without external assault." Yu Yang pondered this notion. It seemed plausible. If all men were to undergo castration, they could no longer propagate their lineage. The absence of new life and faith would inevitably render the dark deities powerless in the mortal realm. Yet, a lingering concern gnawed at him. What if the sunflower scripture inadvertently amplified the strength of these malevolent forces? Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong exchanged knowing glances and laughed heartily. "Yu Yang, you underestimate the might of the great Xia," they exclaimed. "Currently, our Jiuzhou martial arts school openly offers 47 types of divine-level martial arts, while the Thunder Martial Arts School provides 39. Altogether, the various channels have long surpassed 100 types of divine martial arts available for public purchase across Great Xia. Do you truly believe those malevolent forces cannot acquire these divine-level techniques? In martial arts cultivation, anything above the 9th rank is considered a divine ability. If you can achieve mastery in a single divine-level martial art, and even those who do merely attain a level of martial divine ability. The presence of several dozen martial divine beings cannot alter the world's dynamics. With a sigh of relief, Yu Yang inquired, if that is the case, shall I proceed to reveal the sunflower scripture? Go ahead, they affirmed. Lu Yunlong revealed a significant smile, remarking with curiosity about the expressions everyone would wear upon the unveiling of the sunflower manual. After discussing the matter of the manual, Yu Yang presented an assassination list, simultaneously sending 3 photographs to Zhou Tong, stating, these are 3 members of the Black Heaven sect, 1 at the 4th rank and 2 at the 3rd rank. I have heard that there are bounties for killing members of the Black Heaven sect. Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong exhibited little surprise regarding the assassination list, clearly having had prior knowledge of it. Upon mentioning the bounty, Zhou Tong couldn't help but chuckle. Such a meager reward, and you consider it worthwhile? Aren't you set to reveal the Sunflower Manual on December 5th? If it were me, I would simply charge for access, perhaps 3 to 5 yuan per view. By the end of the day, you could easily rake in billions. Yu Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but soon concern took root. If I charge, will they not unleash a torrent of online abuse once they see the Sunflower Manual? After careful contemplation, Yu Yang resolved to charge a nominal fee of 68 yuan. Since criticism was inevitable, he thought it wiser to collect a bit more. After dedicating 8 hours to reading the 1.6 million-word novel, Yu Yang discovered that the new literary work seemingly could not grant him any martial techniques. This appeared to be a form of restriction, otherwise. If he were to compose a novel inventing formidable techniques, he could easily become invincible. Not unexpectedly, Yu Yang accepted this reality. In the time that followed, he remained sequestered in his hotel room, engrossed in readings of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, demigods and semi-devils, and Li Bai's travels. Online discussions regarding Yu Yang's impending announcement of a divine pure yang martial art entirely dominated the trending topics, as hundreds of millions in the Great Xia eagerly anticipated the event. Finally, the moment arrived on December 5th, at 8 a.m. It was set for paid viewing, priced at 68 yuan, and available for download. Happy Children's Day on June 1st. Chapter 40. The Cut at the Scene. Northwest University, College of Humanities. Dormitory 403. Lu Long, Tian Wei, and Ji Xiaonan were gathered early in the morning, anxiously refreshing Yu Yang's Weibo account repeatedly. Damn, it's already 8:30. Why hasn't Yu Yang announced the martial arts technique yet? They had deliberately skipped class to await the revelation of Yu Yang's method. They were not alone in this anticipation. The entire Northwest University, including the College of Humanities and the Martial Arts Academy, was abuzz with countless faculty and students refreshing Yu Yang's Weibo account incessantly. A divine martial arts technique was poised to be unveiled to the public for free, stirring the hearts and minds of many. On the streets and alleys, in tea houses and restaurants, online forums, and group chats, media reports, everywhere one looked, people were expressing their eagerness for Yu Yang's imminent announcement of the extraordinary pure yang martial arts, especially among weaker martial artists, who had done nothing else today but fixate on Weibo, their hearts brimming with joy and anticipation. For them, a divine martial arts technique was a distant dream, yet today, it could be obtained for free. Divine martial arts. I, Zhang San, have only reached the 2nd rank at the age of 30, not due to lack of talent, but rather because of the limitations imposed by conventional martial arts techniques. If I were to practice this divine martial art, I would surely soar to greatness, becoming a martial arts master, achieving remarkable prowess, marrying a beautiful and wealthy partner, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Many martial artists shared this hopeful sentiment. Wuching, northwest direction. In the concealed underground parking lot of a dilapidated town, the 9th elder of the Black Sky sect, cloaked in a dark robe, led a dozen similarly attired figures in kneeling before a 3-foot-tall stone statue, performing strange gestures. As they bowed, an invisible force emanated from them, flowing in wisps and strands into the statue. Once the worship concluded, the 9th elder produced 3 special incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner before the statue. He inquired, "What is the situation? Has the technique been announced yet?" The news of Yu Yang's intention to unveil the divine pure yang martial arts today was common knowledge, and the 9th elder was well aware of the Black Sky sect's role in this affair. One of the cloaked followers retrieved a satellite phone, glanced at it, and reported, "Elder, the technique has not yet been released. However, Yu Yang did post a message on Weibo." "What message?" He replied. He stated that the technique will be published on time in 20 minutes. To counter the perception that free offerings are worthless, he decided to implement a paid viewing and download option. To access the technique, one must pay 68 yuan. This message was posted only 20 seconds ago, and the comments have already surpassed 10,000. Many are saying, is 68 yuan even considered money? For 68 yuan, acquiring a divine martial arts technique is simply too advantageous. Others are expressing, I've loaded my money, let Yu Yang release the technique quickly. Enough? There's no need to read the comments to me. Elder 9 sat cross-legged on the ground, commanding, once the cultivation method is announced, deliver it to me immediately. I am eager to see what kind of pure young martial art can so effectively restrain the ghostly palm of our divine sect. 20 minutes later, a startled exclamation echoed within the underground parking lot. A group of black-robed disciples turned their heads in unison. Elder 9 frowned, displeased, and remarked, what a fuss. What a lack of decorum. Elder 9 reached out, grasping the satellite phone from afar. He focused on the phone screen and read aloud, the sunflower scripture. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration? What in the world is this? At Northwest University, within the College of Arts and the Martial Arts Academy, chaos erupted in the dormitories and classrooms alike. Even some instructors began to question their existence upon viewing the cultivation method released by Yu Yang. This spectacle unfolded almost simultaneously across various regions of the Great Xia. On the streets, exclamations of disbelief rose to a crescendo as strangers who previously had nothing in common suddenly halted in their tracks and began to curse vehemently. A bespectacled middle-aged man trembled as he held his phone. After waiting so long, wishing upon stars and moons, this is what I get. Upon recalling his 68 yuan, he bellowed, damn it, refund me. At Wang Ting's residence, sprawled on a plush mattress, he suddenly froze while staring at the phone screen. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration? The sunflower scripture? Wait a moment. Isn't this the technique practiced by Dongfang Booby in The Smiling, Proud Wanderer? Although the book isn't widely circulated today, it is readily available in street bookstores, and many have undoubtedly read it. In an instant, a cacophony of doubts and curses erupted. With over 1 billion netizens clamoring that Yu Yang is deceiving people with fictional martial arts for profit, demanding a public apology and refunds. Within a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of authority, also received the cultivation method. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration? His initial reaction mirrored that of the billion netizens. However, gradually, his expression turned grave. After thoroughly reviewing the complete sunflower scripture, he solemnly stated, this technique is indeed legitimate. Moreover, it surpasses most divine-grade martial arts. Once mastered, it will undoubtedly elevate one to a formidable expert in the realm of divine powers. Yet, gazing at the phrase to practice this technique, one must first undergo castration, he chuckled wryly. The cost of training in this art is rather excessive. No wonder that young man was so quick to unveil the method. He had this hidden ploy. My lord, how should we address the situation with the Black Sky sect? Address it? The middle-aged man rose, smirking. The Black Sky sect seeks divine-grade pure yang martial arts. Is the sunflower scripture not a divine-grade pure yang martial art? The martial arts technique has been unveiled, and the items promised to me by the Black Sky sect should have arrived. In the office of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School, Lu Yunlong gazed at Yu Yang, astonished. Yu Yang, what brings you here? Yu Yang replied with a smile. As an employee of our Jiuzhou Martial Arts School's Cultural and Technological Research Institute, it is only natural for me to come to work, isn't it? Suddenly, Zhou Tong couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I see you're just trying to escape being attacked by others, hiding here in the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School. I never anticipated such a strong reaction from everyone. My private messages on Weibo were overflowing with inquiries about my well-being. To my dismay, despite my good intentions in revealing a supreme martial art for everyone to cultivate, rather than expressing gratitude, some were clamoring to organize a group to come to Anqing and confront me. With a helpless expression, Yu Yang spread his hands and remarked, moreover, weren't they the ones urging me to disclose the martial arts techniques online? They even accused me of deceiving people with false techniques. They haven't even practiced it yet they claim my methods are fake. This is nothing short of slander. Lu Yunlong chuckled softly. He had seen the derision online and promptly stated, it is indeed challenging for ordinary martial artists to discern the authenticity of such techniques. Moreover, your technique is rather ruthless. Once practiced, it could lead to dire consequences. Who would dare to attempt it? He turned to Zhou Tong and said, in that case, old Zhou, please use our Jiuzhou Martial Arts School's official Weibo account to post a message confirming the authenticity of the Sunflower Manual. Zhou Tong left the office to send out the message. We merely posted a tweet verifying the authenticity of the Sunflower Manual. Why are we being complained about? Lu Yunlong was taken aback. Zhou Tong, with a wry smile, recounted, that lady mentioned that after our school's official Weibo confirmed the authenticity of the Sunflower Manual, her martial arts-obsessed husband took drastic action. Chapter 41. The martial arts and novels are indeed real. Yu Yang stood in stunned silence. Good heavens! Are there truly such formidable individuals? He anticipated that the revelation of the Sunflower Manual would inevitably attract a cohort of fierce practitioners. However, he never expected them to exhibit such ruthlessness. This is not merely trimming nails. Couldn't they have conducted further research for a few more days? What if they failed to cultivate it successfully? Zhou Tong glanced at Yu Yang and said, this is certainly not an isolated incident. In the days to come, you should exercise caution. Those who dare to practice the Sunflower Manual are all formidable individuals. If they succeed, that is well and good, but if they fail, they may harbor resentment towards you. What? Yu Yang replied nonchalantly, scoffing. Do they really think they can come back to take revenge on me? It is those keyboard warriors who shout at me online to reveal the martial arts, and it is the same group that now curses me. Besides, you and Master Lu have reviewed the manual, and I have clearly outlined its flaws. We are all adults here. Whether they choose to practice or not is their own decision, so why should they blame me? You need not feel any pressure regarding this matter. Lu Yunlong chuckled. Every martial art has its merits and drawbacks. According to statistics, over 500 martial artists die each year due to accidents during cultivation. The choice of which martial art to practice lies solely with the practitioner. He then shifted the topic. I am rather curious. Where did you obtain this martial art? Noticing Yu Yang's expression change slightly, Lu Yunlong continued, I do not intend to pry into your secrets. It is just that I came across a mention online of an old martial arts novel titled The Smiling Proud Wanderer. I took some time to skim through it and discovered that the Sunflower Manual is indeed part of its martial arts. Hence, my curiosity led me to inquire. Master Lu, to be honest, I stumbled upon this martial art while researching some ancient texts, Yu Yang replied, having prepared his words in advance. He feigned a look of confusion and added, recently, I have read several old martial arts novels and found that the various martial arts I acquired had all previously appeared in these stories. Is it possible that the author of these novels is, in fact, a concealed master of martial arts? Oh, Lu Yunlong's eyes flickered with interest as he inquired. Apart from the Sunflower Manual, have you acquired any other martial arts from novels? Indeed, Yu Yang replied truthfully. All are from the same author's works. He was not worried that Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong would covet his martial arts. After all, according to the current classification of martial arts levels, techniques like the 9-yang divine skill and 18 dragon subduing palms are regarded as divine-level martial arts. For ordinary practitioners, such divine-level techniques are unattainable. But for Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong, they might not seem as daunting. Given their prowess, they may very well practice even more profound techniques. Moreover, he himself would surely employ the 18 dragon subduing palms, 9-yang divine skill, and 7 injuries fist in the future, rather than allowing others to speculate. It would be better to disclose it openly now. Truth and fiction intertwined would leave Lu Yunlong to ponder. As expected, upon hearing this, Lu Yunlong furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Yu Yang expressed his astonishment. Not a martial arts master? How could someone who writes novels possibly concoct such an array of martial techniques? Lu Yunlong chuckled. In that era, when spiritual energy was depleted and the great paths fell silent, cultivation was impossible. Yet many techniques have been passed down. It's possible he has merely encountered them. Is that so? Yu Yang's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. After a brief exchange, he rose and said, Master Lu, Master Zhou, you both are busy, so I shall take my leave for work. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, grasped the skyward sword, and exited Lu Yunlong's office, heading straight for the Old Calendar Cultural Technology Research Institute building. Once Yu Yang departed, Lu Yunlong glanced at Zhou Tong and inquired, What are your thoughts, old Zhou? This young lad is clever and cunning. His words are a blend of truth and falsehood. Zhou Tong pondered for a few moments before replying. The sword he wields appears to be an ancient weapon of remarkable quality. He himself has admitted to possessing other divine martial arts. I suspect this young man has encountered some fortuitous opportunity, perhaps inheriting the legacy of a powerful ancient martial artist. As for the techniques he knows being akin to those penned by a novelist from the old calendar, it seems you may indeed be correct. Lu Yunlong's lips twitched slightly. If you can conceive such notions, do you think I cannot? What I mean to convey is that while this lad claims to be unafraid of online backlash, he likely harbors considerable anxiety within. Otherwise, why would he have hastened to the martial arts hall and sought refuge in the Old Calendar Cultural Technology Research Institute? Yu Yang navigated his way with ease, arriving at Professor Su's office on the basement level of the Old Calendar Cultural Technology Research Institute. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Professor Su sat at his desk, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen, seemingly oblivious to Yu Yang's arrival. Moreover, a sharp alloy dagger lay on the desk. Glancing at the screen, Yu Yang realized that Professor Su was examining the Sunflower Manual he had published. Was Professor Su contemplating practicing the Sunflower Manual? A surge of alarm coursed through Yu Yang, prompting him to clear his throat to rouse Professor Su from his reverie. Yu Yang, you've arrived? Professor Su startled at the sound of Yu Yang's throat clearing. This Professor Su was indeed formidable. Given his research standing in the Old Calendar cultural sphere, he was not inferior to a grandmaster of martial arts. What could possibly trouble him to the extent of considering self-castration to practice the Sunflower Manual? Yu Yang replied with a wry smile, Professor, while the Sunflower Manual is extraordinary, the prerequisite is that one must be able to cultivate. Your energy channels are damaged, rendering you incapable of generating true energy. Even if you went through with it, you might not be able to return to the path of martial arts. Professor Su pondered for a moment and then asked, is the technique you possess truly the wondrous skill described by that novelist from the Old Calendar? The fervent online discussion surrounding this matter had not escaped Professor Su's notice. Yu Yang nodded and recounted Lu Yunlong's insights once more. Professor Su was utterly astonished. You, my young friend, have encountered an immense stroke of fortune. As he spoke, his tone shifted, murmuring in disbelief. I never anticipated that the martial arts depicted in novels could actually be real. Smiling proud wanderer, the Sunflower Manual. A glimmer of hope suddenly illuminated his eyes, prompting him to inquire if the Sunflower Manual truly exists in this world. Then could the other martial arts described by the author also be real? The 9 Manual, the wave-drifting steps, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the 9 Yang divine art, the muscle change classic? He had previously confided in Yu Yang that he harbored an unwavering obsession with martial arts. His initial pursuit of ancient cultural studies stemmed from a desire to discover methods to restore his energy reservoir, enabling him to reforge his martial path. He had even claimed to have found peace with his aspirations. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness can lead to death in the wilderness, leaving no trace behind. Engaging in the study of ancient culture was also a contribution to the Great Xia, offering safety and tranquility. What could be wrong with that? Yet, it now appeared that he had not truly relinquished his desires. Instead, the fervor within him had only deepened. Yu Yang sighed and remarked, Professor Su, while the 9 Yang divine art is indeed a sacred text for healing, its strength lies in the 9 Yang true qi. If your energy reservoir is damaged, how can you cultivate true qi? And without true qi, how can you hope to restore your energy reservoir? However, the Muscle Change Classic might genuinely hold the key to mending your energy reservoir. Chapter 42, The Flourishing Urology Hospital. Professor Su's countenance brightened at the mention of the legendary texts, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. If the Kueihua secret manual exists in this world, then perhaps the I Ching Jing might as well. With this revelation, there lies a chance for my Qi Si to be restored. Huh? Suddenly, Professor Su's expression shifted as he turned to Yu Yang, his brows furrowing in suspicion. How do you possess such extensive knowledge of the Jiuyang divine skill and I Ching Jing? Yu Yang replied with a smile, because I am proficient in both techniques. What? Professor Su was profoundly shaken, his body trembling with excitement. He recalled that Yu Yang had indeed mentioned acquiring several skills aside from the Kueihua secret manual. For 30 long years, the obsession that had weighed upon his heart surged forth like a tidal wave, impossible to contain. Yu Yang, might you be willing to sell me this skill? Alternatively, I could offer something in exchange. Professor Su's chest heaved with anticipation as he rasped. Over the years, I have devoted myself to the study of ancient cultural traditions. Although I have yet to discover a method to mend my Qi Si, my efforts have not been in vain. I am currently deciphering a technique unearthed from the remnants of an ancient martial master. It is highly likely to be a legendary celestial art. In exchange, I can offer you this celestial technique. Upon uttering these words, Professor Su quickly realized the gravity of his proposition and sighed, My apologies, Yu Yang, I was presumptuous. Such techniques are invaluable and cannot be shared lightly. Yu Yang, however, felt no offense. On the contrary, he empathized with Professor Su. Were he in the same situation, he would undoubtedly act similarly. Since he had revealed his knowledge of the I Ching Ching, he was indeed prepared to share it with Professor Su. Initially, he had not intended to gain anything from the professor. At most, he hoped to leverage Su's standing in the realm of ancient cultural studies to procure more ancient texts. Now, hearing that Professor Su was deciphering a celestial technique piqued Yu Yang's interest, and he inquired, "Professor Su, do celestial techniques truly exist? Did you not say that since the time of Emperor Qin's burning of the books and burying of scholars, the transmission of qi cultivation techniques had ceased, and thus celestial arts vanished?" Professor Su remained silent. Instead, he solemnly retrieved a square metallic box, approximately 30 centimeters in size, from his safe. The box bore a combination lock, which, upon entering the correct code, did not immediately open but revealed a keyhole. Professor Su then produced a key, cautiously inserting it to unlock the metallic box. He slid the box toward Yu Yang, stating, "This represents my most significant discovery and research in the field of ancient cultural studies. Unfortunately, I have only obtained a fragmentary scroll, which remains incompletely deciphered. If I could fully decode it, then perhaps our great Xia could uncover an additional path for cultivation beyond martial arts." Yu Yang approached the box and found several thin, dark golden sheets within, resembling gold foil. As he lifted one, he discovered it was inscribed with a dense array of minuscule characters, akin to cryptic symbols, none of which he could comprehend. This is a record of talismanic script. According to my research and discoveries, ancient practitioners of qi refinement employ this script in their creation of talismans, formations, or artifacts. Professor Su pointed to one of the peculiar symbols and elucidated, "This script translates to 9 heavens. I have studied an ancient text titled the Book of Sui, Treatise on Classics, which states, all who enter the Tao must receive talismans," indicating that ancient qi practitioners needed to master talismanic scripts before acquiring immortal techniques. The path of Tao begins with the 5,000 character talisman, followed by the 3 caverns talisman, then the cavernous profound talisman, and finally the supreme clarity talisman. These records are found in the Book of Sui. Regrettably, the talismanic scripts discovered in the present-day Great Xia are limited, and from this fragment of an immortal technique, I have only deciphered 1/3. Beneath several sheets of gold leaf lay a few sheets of white paper. Yu Yang picked up a white sheet and discovered it was meticulously handwritten with the technique. 9 heavens true essence Tao scripture? Upon seeing the name of the technique, Yu Yang felt a stir in his heart, and a glimmer of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Professor Su observed this reaction, and, knowing that Yu Yang possessed considerable insights into many ancient texts, promptly inquired, "Yu Yang, do you happen to know about this technique?" Yu Yang nodded. In his previous life, he had encountered the 9 heavens true essence Tao scripture in an online novel, and out of curiosity, he had researched it online. This scripture is quite renowned in ancient Taoism, heralded as the first among the 3 wonders of Taoism. There is a saying in Taoism, "The immortal path contains 39 chapters of the great cavern true scripture, if one obtains it. There is no need for the golden elixir path. By reading it 10,000 times, one can become an immortal." Seeing Professor Su's fervent gaze, Yu Yang added, "Professor Su, this 9 heavens true essence Tao scripture is merely a fragment. It would be of little use to me. However, I can pass on the I Ching Ching to you." "Really?" Professor Su exclaimed with joy. Yet, upon hearing that Yu Yang did not wish to keep this fragment of the immortal technique, he hesitated to request the I Ching Ching outright, quickly stating, "Though it is a fragment, its value far surpasses that of divine martial arts techniques. If I were to trade it for a technique of the celestial realm, I fear there would be many willing to exchange. Then how about you keep it? And once you decipher it, provide me with a copy?" Yu Yang suggested with a smile, though his heart was slightly stirred. "Celestial realm? Is that a realm beyond the divine martial arts?" After chatting with Professor Su for a few more moments, Yu Yang remarked, "Professor Su, time is of the essence. I shall go and write out the I Ching Ching for you." He retreated to his own office next door and diligently began transcribing the I Ching Ching. After roughly 2 hours, Yu Yang had flawlessly copied the text. Upon receiving it, Professor Su was overjoyed, his eyes reddening with emotion. Tears of gratitude brimming as he gazed at Yu Yang, and said, "Yu Yang, I shall remember this kindness. If you ever have a request, do not hesitate to voice it. Even if you have an interest in my beloved daughter, as long as you possess the capability to win her over, I shall not stand in your way." Yu Yang's lips twitched at this. Immortal techniques, immortal techniques. After Professor Su departed, Yu Yang murmured several times, reflecting on the astonishing fact that even celestial techniques have emerged in this world, while he is still engrossed in the cultivation of divine martial arts. It seems I must persuade Professor Su to assist me in acquiring more ancient texts. My external aid can only extract techniques from novels of the old calendar. I am uncertain whether those online narratives from the bygone era can still be found. Yu Yong opened his backpack. Whoosh. The little green snake instantly transformed into a streak of azure light and darted out, grumbling, "Damn it, I could hardly breathe in there." "Hey, Yu Yong. Where are we?" "The Jiuzhou Martial Arts Museum, Old Calendar Cultural and Technological Research Institute." "Research Institute?" Yu Yong felt a wave of frustration and hastily zipped up his backpack. After finishing a reading of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he glanced at his phone and noted that it was already 7 p.m. After a moment of contemplation, he opened Weibo to check the discussions surrounding the Kuhua manual. Upon logging in, Yu Yong discovered that the trending topics on Weibo were quite intriguing. The foremost topic, unsurprisingly, was the Kuhua manual. The second trending topic was the phrase, "To master this skill, one must first undergo castration." The third topic read, "Surgeons at men's health clinics experiencing a surge in business." Curious. Yu Yong clicked on this third trend. It was a post from a nurse who claimed to work at a men's health clinic. She recounted how her hospital primarily focuses on treating certain male functional disorders and male infertility. The most common procedures performed include circumcision and a certain type of delay surgery. However, since noon today, an influx of patients, all martial artists, had suddenly arrived at the hospital seeking continuation surgeries. As of now, the hospital is utterly overwhelmed, with beds in high demand. Chapter 43, The Fourth Rank of Martial Arts. The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. Comprehending the essence of the sword. Yu Yang's expression was peculiar. Are there truly so many ruthless individuals in the Great Xia? The sunflower scripture I unveiled at 9 a.m. today has only been less than 12 hours, yet the male clinics are already overwhelmed? However, these individuals lack true ruthlessness. A genuine ruthless person would have completely severed and disposed of the remnants, rather than preserving them intact as a potential escape route. How can one master the sunflower scripture without burning their bridges? Contemporary medicine is highly advanced. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, numerous miraculous properties have emerged in various medicines. Some elixirs can even facilitate the regeneration of severed limbs. Reconnecting a male organ is not particularly challenging. Yu Yong continued to observe the trending topics. The fifth trending topic was particularly intriguing. The content revealed that two martial artists from the Jiang and Bay City had a mishap due to the negligence of the lead surgeon, resulting in the wrongful reattachment of one's male organ. Following the incident, the two engaged in a fierce brawl, leaving the surgeon gravely injured and both martial artists sustaining their own injuries. Is this even possible? Yu Yong was astonished, pondering, with the current state of medicine, even if a mistake occurred, would it not suffice to simply re-excise and reattach? He glanced at the comments and discovered that someone had elucidated the truth. To be frank, I too am waiting for surgery at this hospital. It is said that one of the men had a significantly larger organ than the other, and the hospital has agreed to compensate them. However, the individual with the smaller organ refused to consent to the reattachment. Well, it's finally my turn. My girlfriend is urging me, so I shall proceed to the operating room. There was another popular topic initiated by a female martial artist. Can women cultivate the sunflower scripture? The comments varied widely. In my opinion, this technique can indeed be practiced by women. However, during cultivation, a surge of heat is produced within the body. Men can resolve this through self-castration, while women require tranquility or treasures such as a millennium-old cold jade to counterbalance this heat. Otherwise, the repercussions may outweigh the benefits, potentially endangering their lives. Yu Yong nodded in agreement. This expert made a valid point. The times have changed in this new era. One cannot attain the status of an expert or professor without substantial skill. However, the auxiliary items for calming one's mind and the millennium-old cold jade are rare treasures. Those martial artists who can afford such items have no need to practice the sunflower scripture. Yu Yong also came across another topic, once again initiated by a female martial artist. She had posted several censored images depicting a gruesome scene, seemingly the aftermath of her husband's self-castration. The woman, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "My husband and I have only been married for 3 years. Yet, he secretly castrated himself in the bathroom for this wretched technique. By the time I found out, it was too late. That scoundrel had already fed his organ to the dogs." Sisters, this sunflower scripture is truly harmful. In the future, who knows how many women's happiness will be shattered by this cursed technique? Yu Yong felt a profound sense of moral outrage. To think one would resort to such a method to profit at the expense of others. I propose that we form a group to travel to Anqing and demand an explanation from Yu Yong. In Yu Yang's mind, an image surfaced of countless women surrounding him, seeking answers with fervent indignation. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Today marks the inaugural day of the release of the Sunflower Scripture. While the online buzz is undoubtedly high, it is likely that many are merely following the trend and posting without genuine intent. Surely, not so many would go so far as to harm themselves, even if some did. Furthermore, Anqing lies in the northwest, quite a distance from other major cities. Traversing hundreds of kilometers of wilderness to confront me in Anqing would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. With this thought, Yu Yang felt considerably lighter. He mused aloud, yes. The Sunflower Scripture. I have set it to be available for paid viewing and downloading at a price of 68 yuan. I wonder if I've made any profit. Opening his personal backend on Weibo, the private message inbox and notification icon displayed a staggering 999. By a mere guess, Yu Yang could surmise that these messages were filled with demands for refunds and accusations against him. He dismissed them with indifference. A quick glance at the payment records for the Sunflower Scripture revealed an astonishing 16.88 million views. At 68 yuan each, that amounts to over 1 billion? If I recall correctly, Weibo charges a 2 withdrawal fee, and there are also certain tax advantages for martial artists. After deducting the fees and income tax, I should net around 1 billion. Any divine martial art fetches an exorbitant price. Selling the rights outright to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School would start at a minimum of 20 billion, while 1 billion pales in comparison to 20 billion. It is worth noting that I had initially intended to release it for free. Thus, this unexpected windfall is indeed a delightful surprise. I will apply for withdrawal. Due to the substantial sum, it will take 24 hours to process. Yu Yang was in no rush. He set his phone aside and pulled out his travelogue by Li Bai to read. After finishing the travelogue 3 times, he noticed it was already 10 o'clock. Yu Yang exited his office and made his way to the dining hall of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School, ordering 3 large bowls of rice, 3 meat dishes, and 2 vegetable dishes. He consumed half and saved the rest for the little green snake. Upon returning to his office, Yu Yang opened his bag and released the little green snake. Hurry and eat. No need to dawdle, he urged, tossing bedding and a pillow towards it, admonishing. After you finish, prepare a sleeping area for me. From today onward, I intend to live and work here. After all, the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School is paying my salary. It wouldn't hurt to spend a few days at the office. Yu Yang reclined comfortably, crossing his legs, and resumed reading the demigods and semi-devils. 2 hours later, a notification chimed. Reading demigods and semi-devils has granted you the martial art, Yi Jin Jing 1. Unperturbed, he continued to read, and 3 hours later, another notification chimed. Reading demigods and semi-devils has granted you the martial art, dragon subduing 18 palms 1. Yu Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he closed the demigods and semi-devils. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 4 in the morning. He promptly shut the book and lay down on the bedding arranged by the little green snake, swiftly succumbing to slumber. After a mere 4 hours of rest, he awoke punctually at 8 o'clock the following morning. Professor Su was likely engaged in the cultivation of the guiding techniques and breathing exercises of the I Jing Jing. He pondered on the efficacy of those practices. Upon returning to his room, Yu Yang resumed his studies. He had devised a rigorous reading schedule, adhering to it with discipline. He dedicated an hour and a half daily to peruse Li Bai's travelogue 3 times. Given the extensive length of the demigods and semi-devils, he required 5.5 hours to complete it. With 15 hours remaining in his day, he allocated an hour for meals and bodily needs, an hour for sleep, and devoted the rest of his time to reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Even during meals and visits to the restroom, he kept a book in hand. Time swiftly passed, leading to December 9th. On this day, Yu Yang finished reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Upon reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, you have acquired martial arts, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. A surge of energy coursed through him, and at that moment, he sensed a breaking of barriers within. His cultivation ascended from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. After a brief pause, Yu Yang opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating them. He had reached the 4th rank. No wonder the 4th rank of martial arts was heralded as the medium tier. The leap in his prowess was several times greater than when he was at the 3rd rank, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. With his current strength and the perpetual nature of the 9 Yang Divine Skill, combined with the first 7 techniques of the dragon subduing 18 palms and the 7 injuries fist, he believed he could contend even with a 6th rank martial artist. In high spirits, he set aside the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and picked up Li Bai's travelogue, thinking to himself, having achieved a breakthrough today, I shall grant myself a day of leisure, read the travelogue twice more, then indulge in a feast, take a bath, and perhaps find a companion for a foot massage. However, before he could finish even one reading of the travelogue, another notification sounded. Upon reading Li Bai's travelogue, you have acquired swordsmanship, Green Lotus Sword Song 1. In an instant, a torrent of azure sword chi erupted from Yu Yang, a sharp intent soaring skyward. The little green snake, which had been peacefully sleeping, was abruptly awakened. Its small eyes wide with astonishment, fixated upon Yu Yang. Unbeknownst to it, at that moment, its originally half-foot-long, finger-thick body was rapidly growing. Meanwhile, in the office of the Jojo Martial Arts Hall, the master, Lu Yunlong, suddenly stood up, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed intently at the building of the Old Calendar Cultural and Technological Research Institute, a look of surprise crossing his face as he murmured, "Sword intent?" At the Old Calendar Cultural and Technological Research Institute, has someone comprehended sword intent? Chapter 44, The Solo Bloom of the Blue Lotus, Seeking an Explanation. Sword intent. Following the gaze of Lu Yunlong, Zhou Tong faintly sensed a pervading sword intent. Astonished, he remarked, "Only through the unity of man and nature can one comprehend the power of the realm. Has everyone at the Research Institute advanced to the master level?" No. While there are several martial scholars among the experts, they are still far from achieving the master realm. It is impossible for them to have broken through. Has the sword intent vanished? Before he could finish his thought, that sword intent had already dissipated. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Yunlong stared at the Research Institute building. His initial surprise gradually transforming into a smile as he softly murmured, "Quite intriguing." At the same moment, within the Jojo Martial Arts Academy, any high-tier martial artist vaguely sensed that sword intent. However, those below the high tier remained oblivious. For the power of the realm is an ability only grasped by martial artists who have achieved the unity of man and nature. In the Research Institute building, on the first basement level, inside an office, as Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes, the azure mist of sword energy and intent surrounding him swiftly dissipated. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. No wonder after reading Li Bai's travel notes so many times, I could only manifest the Blue Lotus Sword Song. And after countless readings, I finally unlocked the first movement of the Blue Lotus Sword Song. Previously, Yu Yang only understood that the Blue Lotus Sword Song was of an elevated tier, presumably above divine martial arts like 9 Yang divine skill. However, he never anticipated it to be of such a high caliber. He had attempted to cultivate the Blue Lotus Sword Song himself, yet found himself lost. Now he realized, to cultivate the Blue Lotus Sword Song, one must possess a foundational requirement: sword intent. Only by comprehending sword intent can one practice the Blue Lotus Sword Song. Yet, Yu Yang had not even practiced basic sword techniques, let alone sword intent. It was only natural for him to feel at a loss in his training. Thus, after enduring countless challenges to unlock the Blue Lotus Sword Song, I passively comprehended sword intent. At the 4th tier realm, I grasped the power of the realm that only a martial arts master, who has achieved the unity of man and nature, could comprehend. Yu Yang murmured to himself. He extended his finger, and a beam of sword light flickered at its tip, a manifestation of his own sword intent. He reached out, and with a flicker of sword intent, the sword resting on the ground, the heaven-slaying sword, unsheathed with a clang, soaring into Yu Yang's hand. With eyes closed, he stood holding the sword, contemplating the recently mastered Blue Lotus Sword Song, and suddenly opened his eyes, beginning to practice sword techniques within the office. In an instant, the office was filled with flickering sword light, and the sound of sword energy slicing through the air echoed continuously. After a moment, Yu Yang sheathed his sword, unable to suppress a smile. Impressive. With my martial arts foundation combined with this first movement of the Blue Lotus Sword Song, I can dominate below the high-tier realm, akin to the 18 dragon subduing palms. This time, Yu Yang had merely unlocked the first movement of the Blue Lotus Sword Song. However, while the 18 dragon subduing palms comprises 18 techniques, the Blue Lotus Sword Song consists of only 4 movements. The names of its sword techniques are quite intriguing. The first movement is called the Solo Bloom of the Blue Lotus. This is a technique of offense and defense, where one can attack and retreat in a manner that ensures the enemy's demise while safeguarding oneself. Currently, my inner strength is cultivated through the 9 Yang divine art and the muscle-changing classic, with my palm technique being the 18 dragon subduing palms, my fist technique being the 7 injuries fist, and my sword technique being the Azure Lotus Sword Song. In due time, I shall also refine my agility and leg techniques. achieving a comprehensive mastery. Yu Yang, feeling content, sheathed his skyward sword and said, "Shao Qing, let us venture out." Huh. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to find Shao Qing, the little serpent, languidly sprawled on the ground, exhibiting signs of lethargy. Furthermore, its physique had undergone a noteworthy transformation. Previously, the little serpent measured over half a foot in length and was as thick as a finger. Now, it had grown to about 1.5 feet, considerably thicker than before. Yu Yang approached and gently nudged the little serpent, astonished. "Shao Qing, how have you suddenly become both thicker and longer? Have you advanced?" This little serpent was unlike other fierce beasts. It had the ability to cultivate techniques, and when it concealed its aura, others could not discern its uniqueness. Yu Yang himself had been unable to perceive it before. However, upon grasping the Azure Lotus Sword Song, he discovered that he could vaguely sense a trace of sword intent circulating within the little serpent. And this trace of sword intent was evidently more robust than before. Wait a moment. Sword intent? Yu Yang was taken aback, muttering, "What is this? I only managed to comprehend sword intent at the 4th-tier realm through my external aids. Yet this creature, even if it has advanced to the 3rd tier, possesses sword intent within it?" Gazing intently at the little serpent for a while, Yu Yang felt as though it resembled a sword. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again at the little serpent's droopy demeanor and mused, "It seems that sleepless nights truly take a toll on one's health. I haven't had proper rest lately. And now I'm seeing illusions." He grabbed the tip of the little serpent's tail and lifted it into the air, scolding, "What kind of sword is this? So soft. Let go of me." The little serpent, weak and feeble, with its tongue hanging out, pleaded, "I'm dizzy. Please put me down." Yu Yang released his grip. Thud. The little serpent fell to the ground, whimpering incessantly. What is going on? Does advancing in a fierce beast entail a period of weakness? I've never heard of such a thing. Yu Yang was perplexed and, feeling too lazy to delve deeper, stuffed the little serpent into his blanket, instructing, "I have some matters to attend to outside. You rest here. Remember, do not wander off or make a racket. This is a research facility. I wouldn't want you to be captured for dissection while I'm away." With that, Yu Yang slung the skyward sword over his shoulder and strode out. He arrived at Professor Su's office and found the professor still practicing the muscle-changing classic. He then took the elevator and exited the research building. After leaving the Jojo Martial Arts Hall, Yu Yang first went to a mall to purchase several outfits. And then he sought out a spa for a foot massage and body treatment. As he closed his eyes, relishing the skilled ministrations of the therapist, his phone rang. Upon answering, a gentle female voice came through. "Hello, may I ask if you are Yu Yang?" Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the phone number, confirming it to be an unfamiliar one, and the voice on the line was one he had never heard before. "It's me. May I ask who you are?" "I am your counselor, Lu Piaoyu." With a cold laugh, Yu Yang retorted, "Is this scammer really so unprofessional? Didn't you do any research before calling?" "My counselor's surname is Wang," an elderly balding man. Cursing under his breath, Yu Yang ended the call. Meanwhile, at Northwest University in the College of Arts, Lu Piaoyu, the freshman advisor of the archaeology department, listened to the beeping sound of the call disconnecting, glancing instinctively at the elderly Wang beside her. After Yu Yang transferred to the archaeology department, he was placed in her class. However, 10 days had passed since his transfer, and she had yet to catch a glimpse of him. Thus, Lu Piaoyu reached out to Yu Yang's previous advisor, the elderly Wang, to obtain his phone number, wishing to inquire about his situation. That led to the current scene. During the call, Lu Piaoyu had it on speakerphone, and Yu Yang's words were crystal clear to the elderly Wang beside her. His face flushed crimson. He harbored feelings for Lu Piaoyu, and now, being publicly chastised by a student in front of the woman he admired, he could hardly contain himself. "Teacher Lu, please don't be upset. This little rascal actually dared to hang up on you?" The elderly Wang pulled out his phone and called Yu Yang. "Yu Yang, enough already. Don't call me teacher. Just refer to me as that balding old man. Now that you've transferred to the archaeology department, have you ever considered enrolling?" At the club, Yu Yang appeared bewildered. "Oh no, how did I forget about this? All right, miss, don't press that yet. I have to leave for a bit. Rest assured." A tip of 300 yuan. With that, Yu Yang slung his sword over his shoulder and exited the club. At this moment, in the College of Arts, there was a small restaurant beside the campus entrance, bustling with patrons, all of whom were women. "Sister Wang, where on earth is Yu Yang? It's been 3 days. Why has he shown up?" One woman inquired. "My man is still in the hospital. He just underwent a reattachment surgery and needs assistance," another replied. "What is the point of serving such a man? The woman referred to as Sister Wang was a robust female warrior, her build formidable, weighing over 200 pounds. With a heavy alloy battle axe resting on the table beside her. The axe, an impressive dark golden hue, was strikingly designed, measuring nearly a meter in length and weighing 400 pounds. For a talented 6th-grade warrior, wielding a 400-pound weapon was hardly a challenge. Sister Wang slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "Did those worthless men consider our feelings when they chose to mutilate themselves? Most importantly, it's that Yu Yang. If he hadn't revealed the sunflower scripture, would my man have ever resorted to such extremes?" This Sister Wang was indeed the female warrior who had posted on Weibo. She declared, "I have inquired, and Yu Yang is at the College of Arts and Sciences. Furthermore, he has not attended school these past few days. We shall wait here. Surely, we will seize the opportunity to confront him." However, a female warrior timidly interjected, "It is unlawful to commit murder within the city. I have heard that Yu Yang is affiliated with the Cultural and Technological Research Institute of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Should we truly resort to killing him, we might find ourselves facing dire consequences. But we are not murderers," Sister Wang asserted in a solemn tone. Logically, he made his martial arts techniques public, and he has clearly articulated the flaws of this method. Whether others choose to practice it is their own affair. Yet, I find it unbearable to swallow this grievance. Our objective today is to teach him a lesson and demand an explanation, unbeknownst to her. In the corner of the restaurant, four women exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice. To be precise, there were 3 men disguised as women, heavily made up, making it nearly impossible to discern their true identities upon a cursory glance. "Yu Yang." Suddenly, one of the women exclaimed, "Sisters, Yu Yang has appeared." The numerous women rushed to the window, where they beheld Yu Yang, sword on his back, clad in a white tracksuit, sauntering leisurely towards the College of Arts and Sciences. "Sisters, heed my command." The robust warrior, Sister Wang, sprang to her feet, seizing a metallic battle axe, and called out loudly, "Join me as we demand an explanation." Chapter 45. Are you so powerful because you cultivated the sunflower scripture? Today's events have unfolded in a rather unexpected manner. On the sidewalk, Yu Yang strolled with his sword in tow, the entrance to the College of Arts looming ahead. Suddenly, "Yu Yang," a voice, fierce and commanding, erupted like thunder from across the street. Yu Yang turned to see a formidable female warrior, wielding a metallic battle axe, rushing towards him with remarkable speed. The traffic on the road descended into chaos, the screeching of brakes echoing in the air. Behind her trailed a throng of 40 to 50 women. A formidable force that surrounded Yu Yang entirely. "Yu Yang, you wretched beast, you've caused great harm. Return my husband. XX. Restore my happiness." In an instant, a cacophony of accusations and curses filled the air. Passers-by were left in stunned silence, and upon grasping the situation, "Bah!" An elderly lady spat vehemently. Her teeth clenched. "How can such a harmful technique be disseminated? Isn't this a path to ruin?" "Madam, I cannot endorse your statement," a young man interjected, challenging her perspective. "When Yu Yang faced online abuse and moral coercion, where were your words?" During those days, the entire internet clamored for him to disclose the techniques under the guise of national morality. Now that he has revealed the scripture, they refuse to accept it? What purpose does it serve to disclose such a harmful technique? The elder retorted, her frustration palpable. "Huh." The young man replied, a hint of amusement in his tone, "Madam, the sunflower scripture is a divine-level pure, yang martial art. Do you not realize how many martial artists yearn to cultivate divine-level skills, yet cannot? Yu Yang has forfeited a treasure worth billions, while these women have merely endured a minor inconvenience." The conversations among the onlookers mirrored the recent online debates. Opinions on Yu Yang's revelation of the sunflower scripture varied widely. However, it was undeniable that Yu Yang had clearly articulated the drawbacks of the scripture. The decision to undergo self-castration for cultivation remained a personal choice. In the past few days, Yu Yang had been preoccupied with studying and cultivating, oblivious to the surrounding discourse. Now, encircled by a throng of women, he could not hear the exchanges among the bystanders. At this moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Akin to a stampede of 1,000 alpacas. What on earth? Are they serious? Gazing at the multitude of women and listening to their incessant chatter, Yu Yang felt overwhelmed. At that moment, the imposing female warrior raised her axe, and instantly, the clamor subsided into an eerie silence. Fixing her cold gaze upon Yu Yang, she declared, "Yu Yang, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Wang, and my Weibo account goes by the name Wang. Wang is not a crybaby." Because of your technique, that wretched individual in my household severed his manhood to feed to the dogs. I have only been married for 3 years. In the prime of my life, vibrant and youthful. Yet you have rendered my husband a mere shell of his former self. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Yu Yang. This fellow, is he not the one who posted pixelated images on Weibo? His husband is indeed quite formidable. Of course, she is also no pushover. This person boldly declared on Weibo their intention to take action against themselves. And they have truly come. Yu Yang fixed his gaze upon the robust woman for a moment before speaking, as a martial artist. You must surely comprehend the rarity of divine martial arts techniques. Previously, you clamored online for me to share my skills, and now that I have done so, you come seeking trouble with me. Do you not find this outrageous? His eyes swept across the gathering of women as he continued. I have made it abundantly clear that to practice this technique, one must first undergo self-castration. The drawbacks of the sunflower scripture are well known to your husbands. We are all adults here. Whether to proceed with it or not is their own choice. And it has nothing to do with me. The burly female warrior fell silent. After a moment, she finally spoke. I do not care. You must provide me with an explanation today. Is it easy for me to find a husband? It is not easy. Yu Yang earnestly replied. You are merely being unreasonable. Furthermore, I believe that couples should not be overly concerned with trivial matters in the bedroom. You might consider a different perspective. What if your husband were to achieve great success and become a martial arts master or even reach the realm of divine abilities? Would that not be a tremendous gain? The robust female warrior pondered this and slowly lowered her battle axe. In truth, Yu Yang was not at fault in this matter. She understood this in her heart. However, her indignation, combined with the fact that she was from Yang City and could reach in city in merely half an hour by train, led her to gather a group of sisters to demand an explanation. The other women also appeared to be deep in thought. One could not help but inquire, is this technique truly so miraculous? Can one rapidly advance and become a formidable expert after practicing it? Not necessarily. Yu Yang shook his head and replied, after all, it is a divine martial art. The difficulty of mastering it is undeniable, and a moment's carelessness could even lead to fatal consequences. However, if one can successfully cultivate it, their progress would indeed be remarkable. This statement was not mere hyperbole. In the smiling, proud wanderer, Lin Pingji was originally an obscure martial artist. Yet, after he mastered the evil-repelling sword technique derived from the remnants of the sunflower scripture, he swiftly rose to become a renowned figure in the martial world. Wielding a sword that nearly wiped out the Qingqing sect, even bringing the sect leader Yu Songhai to his demise, as the prospect of conflict waned. For women in the back, their eyes filled with murderous intent, exchanged glances that conveyed a sense of resolve. One of them, a charming woman disguised as a man, raised her voice dramatically. Sisters, do not heed Yu Yang's fabrications. Had he not revealed the sunflower scripture, your husbands would not have to endure this torment. Even if your husbands could truly master the sunflower scripture and become martial arts masters, what then? Would you live as spouses or as sisters? Another woman chimed in, and then one of them swiftly drew a short sword, proclaiming loudly, Sisters, let us unite and slay this scoundrel. The woman appeared frail and delicate, yet her explosive power was astonishing. In an instant, she darted through the crowd, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she lunged towards Yu Yang. Simultaneously, the three men disguised as women sprang into action, each wielding a short sword, their formidable true energy surging forth as they advanced towards Yu Yang. Remarkably, all three were practitioners of the fourth tier. Stop! The burly woman exclaimed, her pupils narrowing as she shouted in anger. She had repeatedly cautioned that the objective was merely to teach Yu Yang a lesson, and that killing in the streets was absolutely forbidden. Yet, an unforeseen incident had transpired. As a sixth-tier warrior, her reflexes were exceptionally swift. The moment the fourth-tier female warrior attacked, she had already reacted, swinging her battle axe with the force of a mountain. The sword-wielding woman attempted to counter, raising her short sword in a desperate bid to block the attack. However, how could such a diminutive blade withstand the might of the battle axe? Moreover, the disparity between a fourth-tier and a sixth-tier warrior was insurmountable. Bang! The short sword was sent flying. The woman's hands shattered like a rag doll as she was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. One side of her chest was cleaved open by the axe, leaving a gruesome wound from which blood gushed forth. In her final moments, she bellowed, Divine light shines upon us, eternal and everlasting. May the heavens bless me. I shall be reborn from the divine light. Though this sequence of events felt prolonged, it unfolded in the blink of an eye. The three men disguised as women had just leapt in front of Yu Yang. They attacked simultaneously, shouting, Divine light shines upon us, eternal and everlasting. Swish, swish, swish. Three short swords lunged toward Yu Yang's head, chest, and back. Members of the Black Heaven sect? Yu Yang's heart stirred as he reached behind him. With a resounding clang, the sound of a sword echoed, and in the next moment, a resplendent beam of sword light erupted. Thud, thud, thud. The three sounds rang out almost simultaneously. As the sword light dissipated, the three disguised warriors halted before Yu Yang. They held their short swords in their right hands, while their left hands struggled to cover their necks, where crimson lines had opened, blood gushing forth between their fingers. Thud. The three corpses fell to the ground in unison. The women around them were left in shock. Among them were several warriors, particularly the burly woman, a sixth-tier practitioner who could easily discern the strength of the three members of the Black Heaven sect. A coordinated ambush by three fourth-tier warriors had been effortlessly countered by Yu Yang's sword, resulting in their own demise. With a graceful flourish, Yu Yang sheathed his sword, casting a glance at the group of women before him. There is no need for animosity towards me, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Everything possesses duality. Moreover, it appears that some of you have infiltrated the Black Heaven sect. Please remain for the time being until the Jojo Martial Arts Academy arrives to investigate, ensuring there are no remaining threats among the crowd. Sisters, please do not leave. Cooperate with the investigation. The burly female warrior urged, recognizing the gravity of the situation as a sixth-tier practitioner. Among the crowd demanding an explanation, the presence of followers from the Black Sky sect emerged, scheming to take advantage of the chaos and assassinate Yu Yang. If Yu Yang were to perish here today, this group would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At that moment, a frail woman within the assembly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with intrigue, surveyed Yu Yang from head to toe and timidly inquired, Yu Yang, you are merely 19, yet possess such formidable prowess. Is it due to your practice of the sunflower scripture? If so, my husband has a younger brother who is also 19. Yu Yang. Chapter 46. I possess exceptional leave-taking skills. The personnel from the Kyushu Martial Arts School swiftly arrived at the scene. They collected blood samples from the four corpses, captured photographs, and only then placed the bodies into body bags, loading them onto a vehicle for transport. The 40 female martial artists were also summoned to the Kyushu Martial Arts School. Given the gravity of the situation, it was inevitable that they would be subjected to an investigation. Mr. Yu Yang, a sixth-rank martial artist from the Kyushu Martial Arts School, stepped forward, extending his hand. I am Captain Chao Nan, leader of the fourth team of the law enforcement unit of the Anshin Kyushu Martial Arts School. Greetings, Captain Chao. Yu Yang reciprocated the handshake. He was well aware of the law enforcement teams from both martial arts schools, akin to the police, yet focused on cases involving martial artists rather than ordinary crimes. After their brief exchange, Captain Chao remarked, based on your descriptions, these four individuals are undoubtedly followers of the Black Heaven sect. But the specifics must await verification by the martial arts school to confirm. Oh? Yu Yang's gaze flickered. He discerned a deeper implication within Chao's words. Are you suggesting that these four adherents of the Black Heaven sect might have been impersonated by others? That seems rather unlikely, he replied, astonished. I, Yu Yang, have always been amiable towards others. Aside from a minor conflict with the Black Heaven sect, I have not provoked anyone. Why would anyone wish to harm me? I merely suggested the possibility. Chao Nan responded with a wry smile. After all, in our northwest region, when someone engages in assassination, they often place the blame squarely on the Black Heaven sect. Mr. Yu, I am glad you are unharmed. Let us exchange contact information. I will inform you of the results once they have been verified. As a captain of the law enforcement team, Chao Nan held a certain level of authority within the Kyushu Martial Arts School. Moreover, being the son of a grandmaster in martial arts, he usually carried himself with considerable pride. Yet, his demeanor towards Yu Yang was remarkably calm, treating him not as a mere youth, but as an equal. Having examined the three corpses, he could confirm that the three fourth-rank martial artists had been slain by a single sword strike. As a sixth-rank martial artist, Chao was confident in his ability to easily defeat three fourth-rank fighters, but to accomplish such a feat in one swift motion was a different matter altogether. As he watched the personnel from the Kyushu Martial Arts School depart, Yu Yang sheathed his sword and made his way towards the academy's entrance. The events that had transpired had already stirred the students of the Arts Academy. At this moment, a throng of 200 to 300 students had gathered at the school gates. Upon seeing Yu Yang approach, they instinctively stepped back, parting to create a path for him. Yu Yang entered the campus, and the crowd of students quickly clustered together again, whispering amongst themselves as they observed Yu Yang's retreating figure. Is that Yu Yang? How handsome. Why hadn't I noticed such a treasure among us in the Arts Academy before? What? Are you swooning? Don't you know that Yu Yang practices the Sunflower Manual? It is inconceivable that such a handsome man would practice such nefarious martial arts. As Yu Yang stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, he realized that he had reached the fourth tier of cultivation, with heightened senses far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Despite the cacophony of discussions among the students, he could not be deceived. What on earth is happening? I am a resolute man of iron and blood. How could I possibly engage in such practices? Hastening his pace, Yu Yang swiftly departed. He arrived at the archaeology department and, after inquiring, located Lu Piaoyu's office. Lu Piaoyu was tall and elegant, clad in a black professional suit with a white blouse beneath. Adorned with glasses and possessing fair skin, she sat at her desk, diligently composing lesson plans, exuding an aura of quiet grace, a true embodiment of gentleness. "Hello, are you Professor Lu?" Yu Yang approached politely, introducing himself. "I am Yu Yang, here to report for duty." Lu Piaoyu looked up, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing the bloodstains on his white sportswear, she inquired with a hint of concern. "What happened to you?" It was only then that Yu Yang realized the blood on his attire. He hastily attempted to wipe it away, but the blood had long dried and would not come off. He could only say, "Professor Lu, there is no need to worry. This is not my blood. I was ambushed by 4 members of the Black Heaven sect at the school gate, and this is their blood." "Were you injured?" Lu Piaoyu asked with genuine concern. With a proud smile, Yu Yang replied, "For 4th-tier members of the Black Heaven sect could not harm me. By the way, Professor Lu, do you know Lu Piaoyu? Have you met my sister?" Through their conversation, Yu Yang discovered that Lu Piaoyu was indeed the younger sister of Lu Piaoyu, 3 years her junior. However, Lu Piaoyu lacked the aptitude to become a martial artist. Thus, while her sister joined the Hurricane Warriors team and now serves as its vice-captain, Lu Piaoyu took on the role of a teacher in the archaeology department at the Northwest Academy of Culture. Since Yu Yang was transferring departments, the formalities were not overly complicated. Moreover, students in the College of Arts did not have fixed classrooms. Classes were typically held in large lecture halls with multiple groups together. Lu Piaoyu handed him a schedule and asked, "Would you like me to show you around the classrooms and introduce you to your classmates?" "There is no need to trouble yourself, Professor. I can manage on my own." "Are you already planning to take a leave of absence upon your arrival?" Lu Piaoyu said, her chest rising and falling in indignation. She had inquired and learned that Yu Yang had not attended class during the past 2 hours. His classmates had yet to catch even a glimpse of him. Observing Yu Yang's vigorous demeanor, having just dispatched several members of the Black Heaven sect at the school gate, he hardly appeared to be in any physical distress. In response to Lu Piaoyu's skepticism, Yu Yang immediately assumed a stance, delivering a powerful punch into the air. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous sound, sending a gust of wind through the office that caused books on the desk to scatter chaotically. This punch was a technique from the 7 Injuries fist, specifically the heart-damaging fist. With this strike, the impact could severely damage the heart, leaving the victim with chronic afflictions, or in the worst case, causing instant death. As he unleashed this blow, Yu Yang felt a sharp pang in his heart, causing his complexion to turn pale. He unleashed another devastating blow, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood. His internal energy had yet to reach maturity. Practicing and executing the 7 Injuries fist meant he would first injure himself before inflicting harm on others, and suffering was an expected part of the process. "Yu Yang, why are you spitting blood? Are you all right? Should I call the school nurse?" Lu Piaoyu was instantly flustered, her composure slipping away. After securing a leave of absence from Lu Piaoyu, Yu Yang felt elated, humming a cheerful tune as he exited the office building. A thought crossed his mind. This method of requesting leave was quite convenient, though the 2-week duration felt rather brief. It seemed he would have to return for another request after that. Just as he stepped out of the building, a voice called out from behind him. What a fascinating martial art. First injure oneself, then harm others. Could this be the 7 Injuries fist described in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? He turned to see a young man with a buzz cut, dressed in a matching tracksuit like his own, smiling warmly at him. The young man exuded an aura that was unremarkable, appearing to be an ordinary person. However, his deep-set eyes gave Yu Yang the unsettling sensation that all his secrets were laid bare. "Who are you?" Yu Yang asked, his expression wary and his voice low. The young man replied with a faint smile, "I am Lin Jiuzhou." Chapter 47, The Celestial Being. The name Lin Jiuzhou is undoubtedly known by all in the Great Xia. He is the foremost powerhouse of the Great Xia. The Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, which he established, spans across major base cities and fortified towns of the Great Xia. upholding social order and safeguarding the populace of each city. Presently, one-third of the divine martial arts techniques available for sale at the Jojo Martial Arts Academy are authored by him. These techniques have cultivated countless masters who have significantly contributed to the defense of the Great Xia. In the past, it was he who led the survivors back to the surface, establishing a new homeland. It was also he who spearheaded the resistance against the ferocious beasts, driving those malevolent deities from their domain. It is no exaggeration to say that without Lin Jiuzhou, there would be no present-day Great Xia. You are Chairman Lin? Upon closer inspection, Yu Yang noticed that the visage of the young man before him increasingly resembled the face he had seen on television, in books, and across the internet. Startled, Yu Yang quickly said, "I am Yu Yang, a student. It is an honor to meet you, Chairman Lin," even though he had traversed through worlds. His respect for this esteemed Chairman Lin was genuine. Lin Jiuzhou waved his hand and smiled. "There is no need for formality. I happened to be passing through Yang City today and heard from Xiaolu about you, so I came to see you." "Ah?" Yu Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Chairman Lin knows our teacher Lu?" "Teacher Lu?" Lin Jiuzhou paused for a moment before realizing, and then he laughed heartily. "When I mentioned Xiaolu, I was referring to Lu Yunlong. He boasted about you over the phone, saying that a genius had emerged in an city, one who was both scholarly and martial, possessing the demeanor of a celestial being. Indeed, upon meeting you today, it is evident. The demeanor of a celestial being?" Yu Yang scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. "Teacher Lu has overestimated me. I merely have a bit of luck and opportunity." "Overestimated?" Lin Jiuzhou chuckled. "I think not. Let us set aside the fact that you're already a fourth tier at the age of 19. The fact that you have comprehended the sword intent at that level indicates that you have achieved the realm of unity between heaven and man. It is a certainty that you will break through to the master realm in the future. I have not encountered such a gifted young person in 60 or 70 years. These words caused Yu Yang's expression to shift momentarily, but he soon relaxed. Who was Lin Jiuzhou? It was only natural for him to discern that Yu Yang had grasped the sword intent. Now, there is no need for you to be anxious. The emergence of a talent like you in the Great Xia is a wonderful thing. Let us continue our conversation as we walk. Lin Jiuzhou exhibited no airs of superiority. He walked alongside Yu Yang, engaging in conversation. Logically, given his stature within the Great Xia, such a prominent figure strolling through the campus would certainly attract a crowd. However, this was not the case. Students passing by recognized Yu Yang and cast glances his way, whispering among themselves about how he was Yu Yang, rumored to practice the Sunflower Manual, and so forth. Yet, they seemed oblivious to Lin Jiuzhou's presence. "Chairman Lin, can they not see you?" Yu Yang inquired, perplexed. Yu Yang marveled inwardly, realizing that Lin Jiuzhou truly deserved his title as the foremost powerhouse of the Great Xia. Lin Jiuzhou remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you must have cultivated the Azure Lotus sword song left by the poetic swordsman Li Bai. The sword intent within you is indeed akin to that depicted in the mural." The poetic swordsman Li Bai, after taking that monumental step, wielded his sword and charged into the heavenly gates, a truly revered figure. Since you have inherited his legacy, it is imperative that you devote yourself to your training and not tarnish this esteemed sword technique. As he spoke, Lin Jiuzhou retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit one for himself, and offered another to Yu Yang. Yu Yang was astonished. To think that such a prominent figure would indulge in smoking? Your martial art is quite unique, injuring both the opponent and oneself. However, from my observations, it seems that once internal power reaches a certain level, such drawbacks can be mitigated. You possess your own fortune and your own path in martial arts. I shall refrain from elaborating further. However, should you require assistance in your training, feel free to seek out Xiao Lu and mention that I sent you. With that, Lin Jiuzhou entered a nearby restaurant, summoned a server, and placed his order. To Yu Yang's surprise, at that moment, the server could see Lin Jiuzhou, yet she did not recognize him. Unbeknownst to Yu Yang, in the eyes of the server and other patrons, Lin Jiuzhou appeared as an utterly unremarkable individual. Upon first glance, one might find his appearance ordinary, and upon turning away, would soon forget what he looked like. Soon, their meals arrived. As Lin Jiuzhou and Yu Yang enjoyed their food, they exchanged amusing anecdotes and casually discussed matters of martial arts. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Jiuzhou's presence had vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Yu Yang felt somewhat dazed, as if everything that had just transpired was but a fleeting illusion. He had just dined with the foremost powerhouse of the Daxia and shared a casual conversation for nearly an hour. After settling the bill, he exited the restaurant, With a fortune of 10 billion in hand, it was time for him to acquire a property. Firstly, to establish a home for himself, and secondly, to facilitate his training. Moreover, carrying the little green snake around was becoming a nuisance. "Hello, Mr. Yu." The real estate agent, a strikingly beautiful woman, immediately recognized Yu Yang upon seeing him. She produced a tablet and said, "Here are all the premium properties our company has to offer. Please take a look, Mr. Yu." Yu Yang accepted the tablet and took particular notice of several villas. In this era, humanity resides within base cities and fortified cities. While the prices of ordinary homes remain relatively stable under official control, the cost of villas is exorbitantly high. Yu Yang was drawn to a standalone 3-story villa, priced at an astounding 12 billion. Even the prices for townhouses started at 5 billion. This sudden realization made Yu Yang, who had recently acquired wealth, feel an unexpected pang of poverty. He had thought that the money he possessed would suffice for a lifetime of comfort. Yet now it seemed barely enough to purchase a small villa. Yu Yang sighed deeply. He began to comprehend why those martial artists, despite quickly earning substantial sums from hunting ferocious beasts, often found themselves impoverished. They earned much, yet spent even more. Daily expenses require money. Cultivation demands financial investment as well. Upgrading weaponry, purchasing elixirs, and acquiring training methods. Each of these entails considerable expenditures. Regarding the villa priced at 1.2 billion, could we discuss its cost? The price is negotiable, though I estimate a reduction of only 30 to 50 million. The agent explained to Yu Yang that the owner of this property is an 8th-grade martial arts master, who spent nearly 2 billion solely on renovating the training room. Recently, many prospective buyers have shown interest in this house. "Mr. Yu, when would you be available for a viewing?" Naturally, Yu Yang did not fully trust the agent's words. However, it was indeed prudent to inspect the property. By the time they finished viewing, night had fallen. Yu Yang said, "Regarding the price, please negotiate on my behalf. I am quite fond of this house, but I currently lack sufficient cash." To Yu Yang's surprise, Li Shiqing was actually in her office. She lay on the desk, deeply asleep, with a droplet of crystalline saliva trickling from the corner of her mouth. The little green snake sensed Yu Yang's arrival and stealthily emerged from its nest. Its period of weakness had passed, and it had regained its vigor, though for some reason, its size had shrunk back to its previous dimensions. Yu Yang noted that this girl had been waiting for over 2 hours and had ultimately dozed off. "By the way, is this girl your woman?" The little green snake inquired curiously. "I have heard that human mating is quite fascinating, yet I have never witnessed it. Since your woman is present, could you possibly demonstrate for me?" "Get lost," Yu Yang retorted, seizing the little green snake and hurling it away. Thud. The little green snake crashed against the wall and slowly slid down, emitting a wail of anguish. Li Shiqing was instantly awakened. Chapter 48. The Earth Origin Pill. Oh, I am perishing. I am perishing. I am perishing. The little green serpent slithered down the wall, wailing in anguish. "Yu Yang, you wretched son, dare you to throw me? I shall fight you to the end." Whoosh. The little green serpent erupted, transforming into a streak of azure light as it charged towards Yu Yang. Quick-witted and agile, Yu Yang seized the serpent by its midsection, firmly grasping it in his hand before swiftly concealing it behind his back. The little green serpent remained oblivious to Li Shiqing's awakening, but Yu Yang was acutely aware. "Oh, Li Shiqing, you are awake?" Yu Yang tightened his grip on the serpent, attempting to pacify it. Li Shiqing, still dazed from her slumber, blinked in astonishment. "What was that? A snake? A snake that could speak and curse?" Hearing the little serpent's continued tirade, Yu Yang exerted more pressure. The serpent's head tilted, and it promptly lost consciousness. Yu Yang, with the serpent now a crumpled mass in his hand, swiftly tucked it into his pocket and feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "Li Shiqing, when did you arrive? Are you here to see Professor Su?" "Yes," Li Shiqing mechanically nodded, then asked, "Yu Yang, what was that? Was it really a snake?" It can talk." "What snake?" "You must be muddled from sleep. No snake can talk." Yu Yang glanced around, pretending to search. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and deftly changed the subject. "Professor Su is currently engrossed in tackling an ancient historical conundrum and may not see anyone for the time being. By the way, do you have something to discuss with him? I can relay your message." Li Shiqing blinked, her mind filled with doubt. Could it be that I truly am dazed? But I distinctly saw a little snake and heard it curse. And then Yu Yang. He stuffed that little snake into his pocket? Li Shiqing stepped forward, pressing. "Then what is this?" Upon seeing her expression, Yu Yang's mind raced. Li Shiqing's beautiful eyes widened, initially frozen with shock for 3 seconds. Then, a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks as she instinctively remarked, "Did you not practice the sunflower manual?" Yu Yang's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, "Who told you I practiced the sunflower manual? It's all over the school forum. They say your remarkable abilities stem from practicing the sunflower manual." Li Shiqing's voice grew increasingly faint. "Blast! How could I possibly practice the sunflower manual?" He hastily opened the campus forum, discovering several posts circulating about him, alleging that he had practiced the sunflower manual with fervor. He posted a rebuttal. "To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Are you saying I didn't practice just because I say so? Indeed, without evidence, your claims are mere nonsense. Moreover, there exists an air of skepticism. Some individuals, seemingly relishing in chaos, clamored for Yu Yang to share images. With a quick temper, Yu Yang felt a surge of anger. He cast a glance at the silent Li Shiqing before retreating to the restroom, where he snapped a dozen photographs, edited them, and emerged with a cold smirk. "I am eager to witness who will dare question me this time." The back end of the Northwest University campus forum inundated him with several system notifications. "Your uploaded photos have been deleted due to suspected violations. Maintaining a healthy online environment is a collective responsibility. Yu Yang." Simultaneously, Yu Yang was engaged in a verbal battle on the Northwest University campus network. In the northwest direction, within a desolate town 100 miles away, the ninth elder of the Dark Heaven sect sat cross-legged before a stone statue, listening to the reports of two cloaked figures. Ninth elder, earlier today, for concealed disciples of the fourth rank in Anqing launched an attack on Yu Yang, who was on the assassination list. As a result, Yu Yang retaliated, slaying 3 of them with a single sword strike. The ninth elder, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, a piercing light flashing within. He fixed his gaze upon the cloaked disciple, an invisible pressure emanating from him as he spoke solemnly. "That Yu Yang is merely at the 3rd rank. How could he possibly slay 3 4th-rank disciples with a single sword?" The cloaked figure, trembling, prostrated himself on the ground and hastily recounted all the information he possessed. The circumstances he described were astonishingly similar to those that transpired at the entrance of the Northwest University's College of Literature. "Ninth elder, our intelligence is flawed. That Yu Yang is certainly not of the 3rd rank. A mere 3rd-rank martial artist could not achieve such a feat even a 6th-rank master. Faced with an all-out assault from 3 4th-rank assailants, would find it nearly impossible to counter with a single strike. This level of power would be considered exceptional even among 6th-rank practitioners." The ninth elder slowly rose, pondering for a moment, then spoke. 19 years old. At the pinnacle of the 6th rank? In the Great Xia, such a genius has emerged? If this talent matures, he may well become another Lu Yunlong. At that moment, another cloaked figure approached, kneeling on one knee and greeting. "Ninth elder, someone has arrived from Anqing." "Oh." The ninth elder's eyes flickered, and a smile quickly spread across his face. "Please, bring him forth." Before long, a slender man wearing a ghostly mask entered the basement, bearing a long sword on his back, an aura of sword intent subtly emanating from him, revealing him to be a martial arts master who had comprehended the essence of the sword. "I have met the ninth elder." He slightly inclined his body in respect, and then addressed the matter directly. "Ninth elder, my master has fulfilled the 3 promises made to you, and he has sent me to retrieve what you promised him." The ninth elder merely smiled faintly. "I am aware that the esteemed elder from your family seeks to collaborate with our divine sect to seize the opportunity to ascend to the realm of divine powers. However, I am also cognizant of your elder's abilities, even with the aid of the Earth Origin Pill, which may facilitate a breakthrough. It is highly probable that he would struggle to withstand the heavenly tribulation that follows." Elder Zhou clapped his hands, and a figure cloaked in black brought forth a jade box. Upon opening it, within lay a pill of crystalline transparency, adorned with peculiar patterns. The moment the box was unveiled, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. In a corner, a 3rd-grade practitioner in black robes, upon inhaling this exquisite scent, felt a surge of vital energy stir within him, and astonishingly, he instantly ascended to the 4th-grade realm. Is this indeed the fabled Earth Origin Pill? Crafted from the blood of earth dragons and infused with 36 varieties of spiritual herbs? The emaciated warrior, masked with a ghostly visage, had his eyes gleaming with avarice beneath the mask. With a decisive clap, Elder Zhou closed the jade box and proclaimed, "Within our divine sect lies an ancient martial armor capable of absorbing and weakening the force of the tribulation. Should your esteemed elder acquire this armor, He will undoubtedly succeed in transcending the tribulation and achieving the realm of divine powers. The gaunt warrior inquired in a low voice, "What is the cost?" Elder Jill responded with a faint smile, "Assist me in eliminating a certain individual." Chapter 49. The Path of Law, Chi Refiners, and Immortal Arts. Launching. Research Institute Building. Basement Level 1. Yu Yang reclined in a chair, his expression one of utter despair. He finally began to grasp the meaning behind the phrases, "The tongues of many can forge gold, and accumulated slander can erode bones." Initially, there were not many who claimed to be cultivating the sunflower scripture on the campus network, yet following his post to vindicate himself. The entire network of Northwest University erupted in fervor. Beside him, Li Shiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. The earlier scene replayed in her mind, leaving her momentarily uncertain whether she had witnessed a snake or something else entirely. Could it be that she had truly been muddled in her slumber? After a lengthy pause, she sought to comfort him. "Yu Yang, you shouldn't take the online comments to heart. I've perused the discussions, and many are merely jesting." Yu Yang replied, "While many are jesting, there are also numerous who take it at face value. Certain matters can be overlooked. But how can one endure claims of not being a man? However, it seems there is no way to prove otherwise. Sharing a photo would be too indiscreet. And mere words hold no weight. I cannot simply run naked down the street or deliberately frequent nightclubs to flirt with women, then seek out journalists to expose myself. Can I? After all, it was nighttime. A lonely man and a solitary woman, confined to the same room, made Li Shiqing feel increasingly uncomfortable. She wandered outside Professor Su's office, only to find the door still firmly locked, prompting her to bid farewell to Yu Yang and depart. Once Li Shiqing had left, Yu Yang retrieved the small green snake from his pocket. The snake had awakened moments earlier, yet it curled into a ball, trembling in feigned death within Yu Yang's pocket. Too frightened to make a sound, once extracted, it swiftly burrowed into Yu Yang's bed, revealing only its head, quivering as it spoke. "Yu Yang, what should we do?" It hesitated, intending to say "I am," but upon receiving a fierce glare from Yu Yang, it quickly corrected itself. "Have I been exposed? That girl won't spill my secrets, will she?" With a flash of its fangs, the little serpent declared fiercely, "If it comes to that, we might as well eliminate her." Silence. Yu Yang, already in a foul mood, reprimanded the incessant chattering of the little green snake. Taking a deep breath, he extracted the heaven sword and dragon saber and began to read. In truth, a few doubts cast upon him would not cost him a piece of flesh. The pressing concern at present was the Black Heaven sect. As Yu Yang read, his mind wandered. The Black Heaven sect had first drawn up an assassination list, then created a wave of online opinion to coerce him into revealing his cultivation method, and today, they had dispatched 4 fourth-grade assassins. This filled Yu Yang with a profound sense of impending danger. Today, they are plotting to arrange an assassination against me at the school gate, and tomorrow, I may be ambushed anywhere. Every time I step outside for leisure, I must worry whether a passerby will stab me when dining out. I must fret that the waiter might poison my food, or that a neighboring diner might suddenly turn violent against me. Even the simple act of visiting the restroom or going for a massage fills me with trepidation. Just the thought of this sends a shiver down my spine. The Black Heaven sect is utterly despicable. If I do not eradicate them, I shall find no peace nor solace. However, the Black Heaven sect has a legacy spanning 2 centuries, with profound depth and the protection of a malevolent deity. As a mere 4th-tier practitioner, my ambitions far exceed my capabilities. I find myself reflecting on a saying, "All fear arises from insufficient strength." If I were at the divine passage stage, or even as formidable as Lin Jiuzhou, my concerns would not be for myself, but rather for the Black Heaven sect. The only course of action available to me now is to strive for self-improvement. As my strength grows, their attempts at ambush and assassination will prove futile against me. I am a martial artist, endowed with remarkable physical prowess, and with each advancement in my cultivation, the circulation of my vital energy cleanses my body and alleviates fatigue. Thus, foregoing sleep is not a considerable issue. Determinedly, I resolve to eliminate my 4-hour sleep schedule starting today and dedicate that time to studying the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. In the depths of night, in a city within a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of authority, sits cross-legged in a training room, eyes closed in meditation. With each breath, a thunderous resonance emanates from within him, and the rhythm of Tao flows around him, his presence surpassing even that of Zhou Tong, a 9th-tier grandmaster. A knock reverberates through the room. Enter. The middle-aged man slowly opens his eyes. At that moment, the thunderous sound within him, the flow of Tao, and the formidable aura all retract. The training room door swings open, revealing a slender martial artist clad in a ghostly mask, carrying a metallic longsword upon his back. The middle-aged man, with an indifferent tone, inquires, "Have you brought the items? Did the Black Heaven sect give you any trouble?" The masked warrior kneels on one knee, bowing his head as he presents a jade box, stating, "I have fulfilled your command, my lord. The Earth Origin Pill is in my possession." The middle-aged man's expression, once apathetic, now gleams with intensity. He rises suddenly, takes the jade box, and after opening it, gazes at the crystalline pill for several moments, exclaiming, "Is this truly the legendary Earth Origin Pill?" According to legend, the Earth Origin Pill is concocted from the blood of the Earth Dragon, combined with 36 spiritual herbs, and refined by a master of Tao using true fire for 49 days, granting a 9th-tier Grandmaster a significant probability of breaking through to the Divine Passage stage. Alas, though we have the formula for the Earth Origin Pill in Great Xia, we lack the Taoist heritage to produce it. A middle-aged man, with a hint of melancholy, tucked away the jade box inside. The so-called Taoist techniques are, in essence, methods of refining one's qi, representing the path of cultivating immortality. Mastery of these techniques could grant one eternal life. Alas, since the pre-Qin era, the practitioners of qi refinement have vanished from the mortal realm, and the lineage of these methods has long been severed. Only the malevolent forces of the Black Heaven sect, who worship deities, can obtain the divine laws bestowed by the celestial beings. The martial path is fraught with challenges. How can one confront celestial deities? If I were to become a council member of the Great Xia, my first proposal would be to permit the Black Heaven sect to propagate their faith in my northwestern territory, thereby acquiring their techniques for immortality. Only by attaining the status of a celestial being can one stand against the divine. To quote an ancient saying, this is akin to employing the techniques of the barbarian to counter the barbarian. After expressing his reflections, the middle-aged man inquired further, what else did the Black Heaven sect convey? His expression darkened. The masked warrior replied, Elder 9 also mentioned that the Black Heaven sect possesses a divine armor that could assist you in overcoming tribulations. If you could help them eliminate a certain individual, they would be willing to lend you this divine armor. Oh? The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, and he asked in a low voice, whom shall we kill? Yu Yang. Chapter 50, The Path of Martial Arts? No need for immortal cultivation? Yu Yang, upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man smiled and remarked, I have also heard about the incident that transpired at noon today. Yu Yang, with a single sword, managed to counterattack and eliminate 3 4th-tier adherents of the Black Sky sect, demonstrating an indeed formidable prowess. The key point is that he is merely 19 years old. His future is boundless. The Black Sky sect cannot tolerate the emergence of genius from the Great Xia. Thus, their intent to eliminate him is quite reasonable. He expressed no surprise, gazing at the masked warrior, and continued, I entrust this matter to you. Once it is accomplished, I shall procure the Tianyuan fruit you desire. The kneeling masked warrior's eyes gleamed with determination as he replied solemnly, Rest assured, my lord, I will execute this task with utmost precision. Excellent. The middle-aged man stepped forward, assisting the masked warrior to his feet, and patted his shoulder, saying, I have complete faith in your abilities. Additionally, that cunning fox, Lu Yunlong, has been attempting to expose me. However, he is still too inexperienced. I am always meticulous in my endeavors, leaving no trace behind. So how could he possibly find a handle on me? We shall act in the name of the Black Sky sect and avoid any confrontations within the city. For with Lu Yunlong's cultivation, he could arrive in less than a minute. At the same time, in the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall, in the office of the Hall Master, Lu Yunlong scrutinized a dossier on his desk and inquired, Has the intelligence department yet to uncover any evidence against that old wretch? That old fox is exceptionally cunning, leaving no room for error, so it is not surprising. Zhou Tong replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. In his earlier years, he rendered significant contributions to the Great Xia, having eliminated numerous experts from the Black Sky sect and slain several high-tier ferocious beasts. Later, he served as the president of the Martial Arts Academy, nurturing countless outstanding martial artists during his 30-year tenure. His prestige is unparalleled in the 6 cities of the Northwest and within the martial arts community of the Great Xia. I never anticipated that such a venerable elder would, in his twilight years, conspire with the Black Sky sect. People can change, Lu Yunlong sighed. He is a 9th-tier Grandmaster, merely a step away from the realm of divine powers. Unfortunately, as he approaches the end of his years, his body's mechanisms have begun to decline. To achieve a breakthrough, he would require the Earth Origin Pill, which is solely possessed by various malevolent factions. Once he successfully enters the realm of divine powers, he could extend his life by an additional 100 years. For a ninth-tier grandmaster nearing the end of his life, the temptation of living for another century is simply overwhelming. However, considering his physical condition, even if he obtains the Earth origin pill, can he withstand the tribulation during his breakthrough? Zhou Tong questioned, perplexed. Lu Yunlong continued. The leader of the Black Sky sect has now achieved proficiency in his cultivation. With his capabilities, he might even forge the legendary treasures. With his strength, supplemented by the Earth origin pill and aided by such artifacts, surviving the tribulation is not beyond the realm of possibility. Alas, Zhou Tong sighed, gazing at the dossier on Lu Yunlong's desk that bore the photograph of the middle-aged warrior, a glimmer of helplessness in his eyes. He asked, should we continue to pursue this matter? According to the judgment of the Intelligence Department, due to his collusion with the Black Heaven sect in recent years, at least hundreds of martial artists have met their untimely demise in the 6 cities of the Northwest. However, there is currently no substantial evidence. Lu Yunlong pondered for a moment and remarked, there is no need for further investigation. This individual is undoubtedly meticulous in his operations and will not leave behind any clues for us to seize. Moreover, should a figure of such stature in the Great Xia be publicly exposed, it would significantly undermine public sentiment. Chairman Lin visited today and mentioned, that person has, after all, rendered great service to the Great Xia and to the millions of citizens in the 6 Northwest cities. Let us afford him some dignity. Meanwhile, outside Anqing, in the depths of the wilderness under the moonlight, Lin Jiuzhou sat casually on the ground, holding a dark longstaff, skewering an iron-haired wild boar, roasting it over a campfire. Beside him sat a young man whom Yu Yang would undoubtedly recognize as his roommate, Ji Xiaonan. Old Ji, come eat some meat. The roast is ready, Lin Jiuzhou said, tearing off a piece and handing it to Ji Xiaonan. Ji Xiaonan accepted the roasted meat, took a few bites, and sighed. After nearly 200 years, your roasting skills have diminished. Haha. Lin Jiuzhou laughed heartily. In our youth, we spent years battling, hunting down demon kings and pursuing evil gods, often having to fend for ourselves when hunger struck. If the meat was subpar, it was our own discomfort to endure. Now, as the foremost champion of the Great Xia and its chairman, I have dedicated personnel to cater to my every meal. And I have not personally cooked for about 160 years. It is only natural that my skills have waned. If Yu Yang were to overhear their conversation, he would likely be startled. For although Lin Jiuzhou appears youthful, he is, in fact, over 200 years old. Lu Yunlong from the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School in Anqing is referred to as Little Lu in his presence. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaonan, a freshman at the Northwest University's College of Liberal Arts like Yu Yang, is humorously addressed as Old Ji. From Ji Xiaonan's words, it is evident that he and Lin Jiuzhou have known each other and fought together for over 2 centuries. The two indulged in drinks and casual conversation for quite some time, but suddenly, Lin Jiuzhou's expression turned serious. He asked, Old Ji, why did you, despite the risks, pursue the remnants of the Taoist scriptures, achieving mastery in your craft, only to leave behind the words do not pursue immortality and undergo the process of disintegration and rebirth? Ji Xiaonan let out a bitter laugh. A profound glimmer appeared in his eyes as a nostalgic expression crossed his face. He replied, in my quest to decode the remnants of the Taoist scriptures, I initially aimed to disseminate the cultivation methods of the Qi refiners and to use the immortal path against those celestial beings. Yet, in the end, I discovered that the scriptures concealed traps. Once mastery was achieved, one would become a puppet of the celestial beings, their fate forever controlled. Hence, at a critical moment, I chose disintegration and rebirth, leaving behind only those 4 words. Ji Xiaonan sighed heavily. I have undergone rebirth multiple times, yet have struggled to escape the confusion of the womb, lost in a haze without awakening my memories. It was not until last month that I suddenly regained my recollections. The celestial path trap. Lin Jiuzhou murmured softly, a trace of helplessness evident on his face. Does this not signify that the propagation of the celestial path within the Xia is rendered impossible? If one cannot cultivate the path of immortality, how then shall we confront the celestial beings? The martial arts were, after all, merely a substitute for the Qi practitioners after their severance. Now, I have reached the pinnacle of martial cultivation, yet the road ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. To achieve another breakthrough, I must forge a path of my own. Yet, this path remains obscured from my vision. Should I venture forth recklessly, the outcome is fraught with peril. If I were to perish, who would safeguard the Xia? Chapter 51. A request for data. Originally, I intended to request additional support today, but I found myself unable to articulate my thoughts. Thus, I am humbly appealing for your assistance, as this week marks the final stretch for my book's debut. I kindly ask for your recommendations to help propel it into the top 30 of the new book rankings. Moreover, I am pleased to share that my child is set to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. The morning will involve 4 sessions of fluid administration and 2 nebulization treatments, followed by the necessary discharge procedures. I will strive to write as much as possible during the fluid infusion to ensure that updates remain timely. Once my child is home, I shall be able to relax and promptly address any outstanding updates. In closing, I sincerely appeal for your recommendations, support, and continued readership. Thank you, dear readers, for your generosity. Chapter 52. Professor Su emerges. Yu Yang borrows a book. As Lin Jiuzhou gazed at the waning moon above, traces of fatigue washed over his visage. He held the esteemed position of Speaker of the Great Xia, recognized as the foremost powerhouse of the realm. Over the years, with Lin Jiuzhou's steadfast presence, the numerous malevolent forces dared not launch large-scale incursions, despite their incessant minor schemes. It had been over 30 years since a significant tide of ferocious beasts had erupted. His tyranny and might were well known throughout the nation. Yet, who truly comprehended the immense burdens he bore during these years of relentless struggle? Martial arts emerged as a substitute after the cessation of the Qi practitioners, evolving over a span of nearly 1,400 years since its inception. During that era, the various martial clans and sects were entrenched in their elitism, rendering mutual exchanges and the sharing of martial knowledge nearly impossible. Even the profound martial techniques of esteemed families often adhered to the archaic rule of passing down only to male heirs. Under such circumstances, what heights could be reached in 14 centuries? Lin Jiuzhou, through years of diligent cultivation in martial arts and the exploration of ancient relics, had amassed countless opportunities. He had already reached the pinnacle of martial prowess 30 years prior. However, the path ahead seemed blocked. In the Great Xia, there was none but him capable of bearing the weight of the nation. He could not afford to recklessly seek a new path. Ji Shaoan had cautioned him that the path of immortality was fraught with traps, rendering cultivation nearly impossible. This thought instilled a sense of powerlessness within Lin Jiuzhou. For 3 decades, he had made no progress, while the leaders of the malevolent forces, endowed with divine laws, had begun to achieve their own successes in their mystical arts. Recently, the malevolent factions had grown increasingly audacious. This was, in essence, a test. The moment the Great Xia displayed even a hint of weakness, it would undoubtedly face a coordinated assault from the major sinister forces. Ji Shaonan, having awakened her memories, understood Lin Jiuzhou's sentiments. There is an ancient saying that I hold dear: where there's a will, there's a way, and a ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Martial arts, too, is a creation born from nothingness. If the predecessors could forge the 5 realms of martial arts, I firmly believe that you, Lin Jiuzhou, can carve a new path for martial arts. As Ji Shaoan savored her roasted meat, she remarked with a smile, the Lin Jiuzhou I know never speaks of surrender. In the days when ferocious beasts roamed and evil gods spread their doctrines, wreaking havoc, you still led us, carving out a bloody path under the most arduous conditions. Didn't you? What's the matter? Lin Jiuzhou's eyes widened. Is it not permissible for me to voice my grievances? Lighting a cigarette, he grumbled, back in the day, you were silent as the grave, disappearing without a trace after your reincarnation. That rascal Lao Lei claimed he would infiltrate the enemy's ranks and vanish for 20 years. Am I to shoulder this mess all alone? Seeing Ji Shaonan with grease on her lips, Lin Jiuzhou felt a surge of irritation and, in jest, pressed her down, playfully delivering several light punches. Ji Shaonan's pleas for mercy mingled with laughter, a testament to Lin Jiuzhou's restraint in his playful assault. With Lin Jiuzhou's current cultivation, should he truly engage in combat, a single punch could level not just Ji Shaonan, but even a mountain. After a brief tussle, Ji Shaoan shook his head and said, martial arts have their limits. Taking that next step is exceedingly difficult. Throughout history, how many have truly managed to cross that threshold? I have undergone reincarnation, recultivating over several lifetimes, and I have accumulated some insights. I wish to attempt to forge a new path in cultivation. Ji Shaoan took a hearty bite of the roasted pork, savoring the flavor, and earnestly continued. The methods of cultivation were created by Qi practitioners. Since the currently circulated methods are fraught with pitfalls, I shall create a new way to cultivate. The two conversed further, and Ji Shaonan mentioned Yu Yang. I have a roommate. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuzhou was astonished. That Yu Yang is your roommate? I met him today. It seems he harbors a significant secret. At the fourth tier, he has already comprehended sword intent and grasped the legacy left by the poet swordsman Li Bai. His aptitude is hardly inferior to what I had in my youth. Is he truly at the fourth tier? Ji Xiaonan exclaimed. When I awakened my memories last month, he was still an ordinary person, and now, in just a few days, he has become a martial artist. How could he have advanced so quickly? It appears he has indeed encountered a tremendous opportunity. But this is not unprecedented. You and I were once in the same situation. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber grants martial art. 9 Yang Divine Skill, Level 1. Unbeknownst to the outside world, Yu Yang sat in the basement office of the Research Institute, diligently reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber grants martial art. 7 Injuries, Fist Level 1. From 10 p.m., he immersed himself in reading until 3 a.m., after which he reread the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Feeling a bit parched, he considered calling upon the little green snake to fetch him a bottle of water. But the creature lay coiled in bed, lazily flicking its tongue and snoring, bubbles escaping its nostrils. This left Yu Yang quite helpless, forcing him to take matters into his own hands. Within books like Golden Houses, within books like Beauties, he mused. If only reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber could summon a maid like Xiao Xiao. With a sigh, Yu Yang retrieved Li Bai's travel diary and read it 3 times. Then, he picked up Demigods and Semi-Devils. Ding. Reading Demigods and Semi-Devils grants martial art. Jing Jing Level 1. Ding. Reading Demigods and Semi-Devils grants martial art. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Level 1. Ding. Reading Demigods and Semi-Devils grants weapon, Crystal Dagger. As Yu Yang continued reading Demigods and Semi-Devils, he did not receive any further prompts until 9:30 a.m. the next morning, when he completed all 10 volumes. Suddenly, 3 crisp sounds echoed in his mind. Within Yu Yang's body, his muscles and bones resonated. As the I Jing Jing improved, he sensed subtle changes within himself. His internal vital energy had also thickened somewhat. The I Jing Jing is not merely a practice for strengthening bones and cleansing marrow. Rather, it is a profound internal cultivation technique that enhances one's spiritual development, which is entirely reasonable. Simultaneously, a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar emanated from Yu Yang, indicating that he had mastered a technique of the 18 dragon subduing palms. However, his gaze was fixed upon the dagger in his hand. This dagger, measuring no more than a foot in length, was entirely crafted from crystal, translucent and clear, allowing one to see through it. Having watched Demigods and Semi-Devils several times, Yu Yang was well aware of this crystal dagger. It belonged to the disciple of the carefree master, the Tianshan child Nun, and was also the weapon of Wang Yuyan's grandmother, Madame Li Qingshu, who was the mother of Li Qiushui. In the novel, Li Qiushui used this crystal dagger to effortlessly sever a leg of the Tianshan child Nun with a mere slice. What a splendid dagger! Yu Yang brandished it a few times, and instantly, a sound akin to the breaking of air resonated within the office. As he infused it with his vital energy, the crystal dagger became even more transparent, nearly invisible. How on earth was this crafted? In terms of sharpness, it was scarcely inferior to the Sword of Destiny, and its transparency rendered it an indispensable instrument for stealth and assassination. Yu Yang concealed the crystal dagger upon his person and mused, "Yet I, Yu Yang, am a scholar. How could I engage in such sordid acts of ambush and assassination? I carry this dagger solely for self-defense." After refreshing himself, Yu Yang took the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber and prepared to head to the cafeteria. Just as he stepped out of his office, the door to Professor Su's office swung open. Professor Su, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, his eyes bloodshot and filled with excitement, emerged from his office in a disheveled state. Nevertheless, his spirit seemed quite buoyant, a smile of exhilaration gracing his face. Yu Yang inquired, "Professor Su, have you succeeded?" Professor Su shook his head, then nodded. "Although I have not fully recovered, there has been significant progress. At this rate, within half a month, I shall restore my vitality and return to the martial way. Yu Yang, you have rendered me immense assistance, a debt of rebirth. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to find peace." A thought struck Yu Yang, and he replied with a smile, "Since you mention it, Professor Su, I do have a matter for you to assist me with. You see, I have a penchant for researching ancient literature and novels from the old calendar, and I hold a deep affection for those ancient texts. As a prominent figure in this circle, you possess extensive connections and acquaintances. Could you possibly help me acquire some ancient novels from the old calendar?" Chapter 53, The Most Beautiful Master of Anqing. A novel from the old calendar? Thank you, Professor Su. Yu Yang's expression brightened. With Professor Su's connections, he would undoubtedly be able to procure numerous novels. Ideally, they would be those classic online fantasy, immortal, and martial arts novels from his past life, allowing him to casually summon a technique or two for cultivation, capable of obliterating planets with ease. Those dark sects and malevolent forces would be nothing more than ashes beneath his palm. Professor Su, would you care to join me for a meal? Professor Su raised his arm, took a whiff of his armpit, and nearly retched. For the past few days, he had been tirelessly practicing the I Ching in his office. He hadn't even washed his face, let alone bathed. The sweat was one thing, but for a researcher to go several days without a shower was quite normal. However, the impurities expelled from practicing the I Ching were another matter entirely, an unbearable stench that was simply excruciating. He chuckled. You go ahead and eat. I need to tidy up first. Otherwise, my appearance would surely send everyone in the cafeteria fleeing. Being of his caliber, his office was equipped with various facilities. A simple shower was all that was needed, so he didn't have to go elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yu Yang, holding 2 copies of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, made his way to the cafeteria. After purchasing his meal, he found an empty seat and began to eat while delving into the pages of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. Yet, just as he had taken a few bites, a voice filled with surprise rang out. Is that really you, Yu Yang? He turned his head, and his expression darkened. The newcomer was none other than Feng Xiaoyu. Feng, with a tray in hand, casually pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Yu Yang, exclaiming, I heard from a colleague that they spotted you dining in the cafeteria the other day, but I never got to see you. I thought that person was just joking. But here you are. By the way, Yu Yang, I heard you were ambushed offline by a group of people a few days ago. Are you all right? Yu Yang. Also, I heard that you made it onto the assassination list of the Dark Heaven sect. Haha, what a coincidence. I'm on it too. Yu Yang. Is this really something to celebrate? Feng Xiaoyu took a bite of his chicken leg, looking around before suddenly lowering his voice to ask. Yu Yang, there are rumors online that your prowess stems from having cultivated the Sunflower Manual. Is it true? Of course, it goes without saying. Yu Yang took a hefty bite of his meal, his expression grim as he replied, That is absolutely false. Haha. Feng Xiaoyu appeared skeptical, casting a glance at Yu Yang's lower half and saying, I want to believe it unless you show me. Indeed, the moment this topic arose, Feng Xiaoyu entirely forgot about the Sunflower Manual and, filled with excitement, spoke of how he had been valued by the Pavilion Master Lu, who personally ordered his transfer to the interrogation department of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, specifically to interrogate the followers of the Dark Heaven sect. Valued? More like they feared you might join other departments and stumble upon the secrets of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, leaking them with your big mouth. Alas, Feng Xiaoyu sighed, a rare expression of helplessness crossing his face. The followers of the Black Heaven sect have all been indoctrinated. In their hearts, the deity they revere is the sole, true God. Recently, I have been tasked with interrogating 2 adherents of this sinister cult. Despite employing the most rigorous methods of torture, I have been unable to extract even a morsel of useful information from them. It is a well-known fact that the disciples of malevolent forces possess an unyielding spirit. This is not a reflection of my inadequacy. Yu Yang offered a comforting remark. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoyu burst into laughter and declared, I have pondered deeply and concluded that inflicting harsh punishment on these brainwashed followers is futile. Only through love can they be swayed. Consequently, I arrived at work 3 hours early and left 4 hours late to engage them in heartfelt conversations. In the end, they were moved by my affection and divulged some valuable information before choosing to end their lives by colliding with a wall. Yu Yang, for some inexplicable reason. At that moment, a voice surged in my mind. Humans are born of humans, while monsters are born of monsters. Could it be that this rascal Feng Xiaoyu has incessantly nagged those 2 Black Heaven disciples, breaking down their defenses? If they were truly swayed, why would they resort to suicide? During a meal, Yu Yang found himself increasingly exasperated. Feng Xiaoyu continued to chatter incessantly beside him. The esteemed Lu, the head of the establishment, had even personally met with me, promoting me to the position of team leader for the interrogation unit, entrusting me with specialized responsibilities regarding interrogations. By the way, Yu Yang, have you truly not practiced the Sunflower Manual? Yu Yang slammed his empty plate onto the table and, struggling to suppress his urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Feng Xiaoyu, said, Feng, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. We can converse further when time permits. He clutched his copy of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber and hastily exited the dining hall. Upon stepping outside, his phone rang. After answering, a sweet feminine voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Yu Yang, this is Xiao Zhang. Do you have a moment? The caller was the real estate agent. I have contacted the property owner. She has heard that you are interested in purchasing a house and wishes to meet with you to discuss the price in person. Do you have time now? Oh, Yu Yang responded. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that the owner of that villa is a martial arts master? Indeed, the agent replied. This martial arts master is quite renowned in Anqing. You must have heard of her. Mr. Yu, shall I arrange a meeting? That would be acceptable. After hanging up, Yu Yang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Renowned in Anqing? Anqing is a major city in the northwest, teeming with experts. There must be dozens of martial arts masters within its bounds. How could I possibly deduce who it is? Before long, the agent called again, providing Yu Yang with an address. Mr. Yu, the lady has prepared a light banquet and is waiting for you here. Northwest Hotel, room 909. Yu Yang murmured to himself. The Northwest Hotel, renowned in Anqing, is certainly a five-star establishment by any standard, embodying a grand fusion of dining, entertainment, and accommodation. It is said that this hotel hosts various events every few months, such as martial arts competitions. Yu Yang hailed a taxi and arrived at the Northwest Hotel. Guided by a waiter, he made his way to room 909. Good day, Mr. Yu, greeted a tall female martial artist who approached him at the door of room 909. Sister Song has been waiting for you for quite some time. Sister Song? A flicker of recognition sparked within Yu Yang. The owner of that villa was a woman? A master named Song? A name surged to the forefront of his mind. He pushed open the door. Inside the room stood a strikingly attractive woman, tall and alluring. Clad in form-fitting athletic attire, her high ponytail accentuating her commanding presence. She exuded an aura of coldness as she extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Song Lanqin. Song Lanqin, age 34, was a 7th-tier martial arts master, well known in Anqing's martial arts circles, once celebrated as the city's foremost beauty in the discipline. It was said that several martial arts masters had courted her, yet all were met with her firm rejection. She had boldly declared that martial arts masters were of little consequence, a statement that the media had sensationalized at the time. Little did they know, the very next year, Song Lanqin would break through to the 7th tier, achieving this remarkable feat shortly after her 30th birthday, thus becoming the youngest female master in Anqing. However, she had since faded from the limelight, her presence becoming scarce in recent years. Yu Yang was certainly familiar with her reputation. He stepped forward to shake her hand. Smiling as he remarked, I never imagined that villa belonged to Master Song. After exchanging pleasantries and taking their seats, Song Lanqin said, Mr. Yu, the reason I invited you here today is not solely for that villa. There is a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Oh, Yu Yang replied, surprised. As a mere 4th-tier martial artist, what could I possibly offer to Master Song? I require your partnership in dual cultivation to harmonize yin and yang. Chapter 54. Because you have practiced the Sunflower Manual. What? Yu Yang was astonished. His first reaction was, could there be such a fortuitous event? He looked towards Song Lanqin, his face a mask of confusion. This woman, who had rebuffed the advances of several masters before she even attained the rank of martial arts master, surely could not be so indiscriminate. However, Song Lanqin appeared remarkably composed. The icy aura that enveloped her was entirely distinct from the cool demeanor of Lu Piaoyan from the Hurricane team, while Lu Piaoyan exuded a sense of aloofness. Song Lanqin's chill was palpable, almost as if one were stepping into a frigid current upon approaching her. She fixed her gaze on Yu Yang and said calmly, You did not mishear. I wish to invite you to cultivate together, to assist me in harmonizing the yin and yang. Once this is accomplished, I shall bestow upon you that villa, free of charge. Yu Yang furrowed his brow. Engaging in dual cultivation with you is not out of the question. However, as a man, receiving a house from you after our union, that does sting one's pride. He waved his hand dismissively and continued, Master Song. The villa is one matter, and the dual cultivation is another. I would like to understand why you chose to cultivate with me. Specifically, how do you envision this dual cultivation? I once trained in a unique divine martial art to expedite my ascension to the rank of master, Song Lanqin began to explain, a hint of bitterness surfacing on her otherwise icy visage. This divine martial art, which I stumbled upon by chance, is known as the Xianbing True Formula. It is profoundly yin and frigid, possessing immense power. Those struck by this technique find their bodies rendered cold and uncontrollable. Even their true energy becomes frozen. After merely 3 months of cultivation, I attained the rank of martial arts master. Yet, I later realized. Song Lanqin exhaled deeply and curiously. Her breath manifested as white frost, causing the temperature in the room to drop perceptibly. She sighed. Although this technique is potent, its drawbacks are even greater. The longer I cultivate, the more cold poison accumulates within my meridians. Initially, I could suppress the cold poison through my martial will, but now, the outbreaks have become increasingly frequent. On every full moon night, the cold poison erupts, causing my blood vessels to crystallize into frost, inflicting excruciating pain. Only by consuming the fresh blood of fierce beasts can I quell the cold poison. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang felt a stir in his heart. The description of the Xianbing true formula reminded him of the ice silk palm practiced by the green-winged Bat King in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. That technique also necessitated blood consumption for its resolution, leading to the notorious reputation of the green-winged Bat King, who ultimately had his cold poison resolved by Zhang Wuji using the 9-yang divine skill, restoring him to normalcy. I see, Yu Yang remarked. Master Song seeks to utilize my pure yang true energy to harmonize with your yin, thereby alleviating the cold poison within you? At this point, Yu Yang understood that Song Lanqin's notion of dual cultivation differed significantly from his initial assumptions. However, he still harbored a question that he could not resist asking. To my knowledge, the 5 Thunder Morning origin skill of the Thunder Martial Arts School is also a divine-level pure yang martial art. Although this skill is notoriously difficult to master, there are still a few practitioners within and city, including several martial arts masters who have cultivated the 5 Thunder Morning origin skill. With your connections, Master Song, it should not be an insurmountable task to find a martial arts master who practices pure yang martial arts, even if I am merely a humble 4th-grade practitioner, right? Song Lanqin fell silent for a few seconds before fixing her gaze on Yu Yang and said, "There is an excess of cold poison accumulated within me, which has permeated my entire meridian system. In the process of dual cultivation, it is necessary to shed our garments and engage with sincerity. The 5 Thunder Morning origin skill is exceedingly domineering, which is why it is rarely practiced by women. I, Song Lanqin, have maintained my purity to this day and do not wish for other men to behold my body." Yu Yang was taken aback, a question mark appearing on his face. You are nearly being tormented to death by the poison within you, yet you concern yourself with such matters? Wait a moment. Master Song, you say you do not wish for other men to see your body. A sense of foreboding rose within him as he darkly inquired. Then why seek me out? Song Lanqin replied calmly. Because you cultivate the sunflower scripture. What? Yu Yang inhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. Master Song, to speak candidly, I have not actually mastered the sunflower scripture. I am a genuine man. Please do not believe the idle gossip circulating online. Oh? Song Lanqin scrutinized Yu Yang for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. In that instant, her icy demeanor transformed, evoking in Yu Yang a sense of breathtaking beauty akin to a flourishing garden. Covering her mouth, she laughed. Mr. Yu, you need not conceal it. If you have cultivated it, then you have. It is merely a trivial matter. It can be severed if need be. I truly have not practiced the sunflower scripture. Yu Yang protested, feeling quite helpless. Divine-level pure yang martial arts are exceedingly rare. The fact that you were able to dispel the poison from the son of the king of tyrants indicates that you indeed practice pure yang martial arts. Surely you do not wish to claim that you possess another divine-level pure yang martial art besides the sunflower scripture? Song Lanqin's reasoning was sound and persuasive. Yu Yang found himself at a loss for words. To admit that he possessed another divine-level pure yang martial art? To reveal it to Song Lanqin? Shaking his head, he said, Master Song, I truly have not castrated myself. If you insist on believing this, it matters not. A gentleman should not gaze upon that which is inappropriate. I, Yu Yang, am a scholar. During our dual cultivation, feel free to shed your garments, and I assure you, I shall not cast my eyes upon you more than necessary. Men are truly peculiar beings, thought Song Lanqin. According to her judgment, Yu Yang undoubtedly practiced the sunflower scripture. In truth, it was not just her. The rampant rumors online had their basis. Among the numerous divine-level martial arts circulating in the Great Xia, there are hundreds of them. However, there exists only one divine-level pure yang martial art, the 5 Thunder Morning origin skill from the Thunder Martial Arts School. The scarcity of divine-level pure yang martial arts is indeed apparent. Aside from the sunflower scripture, does Yu Yang possess another divine martial art of pure yang? The likelihood seems slim. After receiving Yu Yang's affirmative response, Song Lanqin chuckled and said, Mr. Yu, let us first enjoy a meal. The chef at the Northwest Hotel is truly exceptional. Once we finish dining, we can engage in dual cultivation. I have just dined, Yu Yang remarked, glancing around the room. This space was entirely reminiscent of a presidential suite. featuring a living area, dining room, and a bedroom with a grand bed. Yu Yang pointed towards the large bed in the bedroom and said, "Master Song, let us commence at once. We can indulge in a meal afterward." Having attained the status of a martial arts master, Song Lanqin was certainly not one to dither. She descended from the grand bed, gracefully shedding her garments, and leaped back onto the bed, assuming a meditative posture. Yu Yang was momentarily entranced. Was this exceedingly exhilarating? Such a scene was one he could witness without any expenditure. Just as he was about to disrobe, Song Lanqin softly urged from the bed, "There is no need for you to undress. Just come up." Chapter 55. Resolving the chill and unforeseen malice. Yu Yang found the scenario rather absurd. Why must one undress to tend to a lady's wounds while men are exempt? Yet, it is perhaps for the best to remain clothed to avoid any ensuing awkwardness. He leaped onto the bed, sitting cross-legged, facing Song Lanqin. As a martial arts master, her years of rigorous training had sculpted her physique exquisitely. Even at the age of 35, her appearance and skin radiated a youthful glow, surpassing that of many women in their 20s, perhaps out of shyness. A delicate blush began to grace Song Lanqin's cheeks. One must not gaze upon that which is inappropriate, Yu Yang reminded himself. Striving to maintain composure as his eyes roamed over Song Lanqin, finally asking, "Master Song, what shall we do next?" Raising her hands, Song Lanqin instructed, "Channel your true energy. Harmonize the yin and yang. However, you are merely at the 4th tier of cultivation, still relatively weak. We shall proceed cautiously for now, and practice more in the future." Yu Yang lifted his hands, aligning them with hers. In an instant, a chilling sensation emanated from Song Lanqin's palms. The coldness intensified, forming a layer of frost upon his hands and arms. Such formidable ice true energy, Yu Yang thought, sighing inwardly as he activated the 9-yang divine art. The explosive warmth of his true energy surged forth, dissipating the chill almost instantaneously. The frost upon his limbs transformed into vapor. As the scorching 9-yang true energy began to flow towards Song Lanqin, she distinctly felt a wave of warmth infiltrate her frostbitten body, gradually dissolving the relentless chill that tormented her veins. Her skin began to flush, and mist enveloped her body, instilling a profound sense of comfort. This sensation was so delightful that Song Lanqin struggled to suppress a moan, but she reminded herself that Yu Yang was a man. Despite knowing he had cultivated the sunflower scripture, she found it difficult to abandon her restraint before him, biting her crimson lip, caught between pleasure and discomfort. Yu Yang was a normal man, brimming with youthful vigor and righteousness. Faced with such a scene, how could he remain unperturbed? Naturally, this spectacle did not escape the keen gaze of Song Lanqin, a martial arts master. Initially lost in the comfort of her chill being gradually alleviated by Yu Yang's pure yang true energy, she suddenly blinked and fixated her gaze intently on his form. Song Lanqin's body quivered. "Didn't he remove it?" Yu Yang glanced down at a particular part of his body, awkwardly stating, "Master Song, please do not lose focus, however." This was a minor concern compared to the nearly 1/5 of chill that had already been alleviated within her. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Yang, gritting her teeth as she enunciated, "Yu Yang, did you deceive me? How could that be considered deception?" He replied. Song Lanqin hastily donned her attire, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, filled with a desire to confront Yu Yang with a fierce reprimand. Yet, she soon recognized the validity of his words. He had indeed clarified on multiple occasions that he had not practiced the Kawewa Sutra, but merely lacked belief in it. As for Yu Yang's assertion that the physician's perspective did not differentiate between genders, she dismissed it as utter nonsense. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, what more could she say? She could only compose herself, dress appropriately, and join him at the dining table, taking a resolute bite of dessert. When she noticed Yu Yang retreating to the bedroom, she gritted her teeth and called out, "Yu Yang, will you not come out? Must I formally invite you?" With a stoic expression, he swiftly pulled out a chair and seated himself, hastily consuming 2 cups of iced tea. Their eyes inadvertently met for a fleeting moment before they both averted their gazes, one indulging in dessert, the other using chopsticks to eat cold dishes. For a good 6 or 7 minutes, the room was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of their eating. Yu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, as if he were on the verge of social demise. Yet, remaining in silence was not a viable option, so he decided to change the subject. "Master Song, how do you feel?" Song Lanqin replied, "What I mean is, after our dual cultivation, has there been any alleviation of the internal toxins?" Yu Yang quickly offered an explanation. She nodded. "The cold toxins within me have diminished by nearly 1/5, and I feel considerably more comfortable. My vital energy flows much more smoothly. If this continues, after 4 more sessions of dual cultivation, I could entirely expel the cold toxins. And my cultivation might even allow me to reach the 8th grade of martial arts. She paused for 3 seconds, then looked at Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, let's exchange contact information. When you have time, perhaps you could assist me with the harmonization of yin and yang. Yu Yang was taken aback, asking, Master Song, I have not practiced the Kawewa Sutra. Does that not concern you? Song Lanxin rolled her eyes in exasperation. What does it matter now that you have already seen it? Besides, you mentioned that you are merely a healer. To a doctor, there is no distinction between genders. Also, regarding that other villa, when you have time, it can be transferred at your convenience. Absolutely not. Song Lanxin's beautiful eyes blinked, fixing her gaze on Yu Yang for several seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. She covered her mouth, chuckling. Yu Yang, do you think that accepting my villa would make you feel as if you were being kept? Unbeknownst to her, as the cold toxins within her body dissipated, her demeanor brightened as well. No longer the icy figure who repelled strangers, she even initiated playful banter. The atmosphere between them became significantly more vibrant. After their meal, they arranged to meet for dual cultivation 3 days hence, at which time they would finalize the transfer. Song Lanxin personally escorted Yu Yang out of the Northwest restaurant. Just as they reached the entrance, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she abruptly turned to gaze across the street. However, the thoroughfare was bustling with people, revealing no suspicious figures. Yu Yang, puzzled, inquired, Master Song, what is the matter? Song Lanxin shook her head, pondering for a few moments, and said, Yu Yang, you must exercise caution. I have just sensed a faint aura of malice. It appears to be directed towards you. After struggling for quite some time without success, I was left with no choice but to delete over 400 words. Chapter 56, The Esteemed Elder? Is this directed at me? Yu Yang's gaze darkened as he coldly remarked, it must be the people from the Black Heaven sect. These persistent nuisances are utterly repugnant. When will they cease their incessant meddling? Such malevolent forces have, over the years, assassinated countless martial geniuses of our great Xia. Over 2 decades ago, in an attempt to eliminate a prodigy from the Jiangnan base city, the Black Lotus sect even resorted to deploying those at the divine realm. One must never underestimate the depths of depravity these evil factions are capable of. Song Lanxin, a martial arts master, possessed a deeper understanding of the Black Heaven sect than Yu Yang. She raised her gaze once more across the street, contemplating for a few seconds before lowering her voice. However, the individual who just targeted you may not be affiliated with the Black Heaven sect. The moment I sensed their murderous intent, they retracted it and vanished amidst the crowd, eluding my perception. Their cultivation level is likely on par with mine. Oh, could it possibly be a martial arts master? Yu Yang's heart stirred as he spoke in a low tone. Am I being pursued by a martial arts master? If that is indeed the case, it seems unlikely that they are from the Black Heaven sect. Yu Yang was somewhat informed about the current situation in the 6 cities of the Northwest. Last month, a sweeping operation had eradicated the majority of the Black Heaven sect's clandestine strongholds within those cities, capturing many of their lurking experts. It was certain that remnants of the sect still concealed themselves deeply within the 6 cities, as evidenced by the 4 assassins who previously targeted Yu Yang. However, the presence of a martial arts master was improbable. The target of a martial arts master is far too significant. With nearly 30 million inhabitants in its city, how many martial arts masters could there possibly be? They could hardly remain hidden. At this critical juncture, deploying a master to the 6 cities of the Northwest would be akin to delivering oneself for slaughter. Yet, what perplexed Yu Yang was the thought that he had always been on good terms with others and harbored no enmity towards anyone. Aside from the Black Heaven sect, could there truly be others wishing to take his life? Could it be that my public disclosure of the Sunflower Manual has threatened certain interests? Or perhaps someone seeks to stir chaos and take advantage of the confusion? Alas, it seems the only course of action available to me is to continue enhancing my own strength. I wonder about the combat prowess of a martial arts master and how one might defend against an assassination attempt by such an individual. As Yu Yang pondered these thoughts, he hailed a taxi. He intended to leave, but was halted by Song Lanxin. Yu Yang was taken aback, Sister Song. Do you have a driver? Typically, martial arts masters are not short on funds, yet few would hire a chauffeur. Song Lanxin, unfazed by Yu Yang's address, responded. Sister Song is still in business? What kind of business? Is it profitable? Just enough to make ends meet, at most providing me with some resources for cultivation. She gestured towards the 18-story Northwest Grand Hotel behind her and added, This hotel is mine. In addition, I have invested in a restaurant in Xia City. All right. The car has arrived. Yu Yang glanced at the towering building behind him, and then at Song Lanqin, his expression one of disbelief. Is this what you call a small business? A sleek black van came to a halt before him. The driver swiftly exited the vehicle, opening the door for Yu Yang and Song Lanqin. To Yu Yang's surprise, the driver was a strikingly beautiful woman and a martial artist at that. Yu Yang slipped into the spacious back seat, which was adorned with soft, comfortable upholstery and a panoramic sunroof. As for the brand, he couldn't quite place it. The car brands of this era were unfamiliar to him. Song Lanqin also entered the vehicle, personally escorting Yu Yang to the entrance of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School. After he alighted, the window rolled down, and Song Lanqin advised, "Be careful, Yu Yang. I will come to pick you up in 3 days." "Thank you, Sister Song," Yu Yang replied with a sweet smile. As he watched Song Lanqin's vehicle depart, Yu Yang turned to enter the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School, only to find Feng Xiaoyu standing nearby, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yu Yang, if I'm not mistaken, that was the renowned beauty and master of Anqing, Song Lanqin, right?" He rushed over, curiosity ablaze, and pressed, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Master Song? How did you end up in the same car? What does it mean that she said she would pick you up in 3 days? How did this guy catch that?" Yu Yang frowned, remaining silent as he strode into the martial arts school. Feng Xiaoyu, undeterred, followed closely behind, chattering incessantly. "Master Song is the dream goddess of many martial artists in Anqing. Come on, Yu Yang, tell me how you won her over." Upon entering the research building, Yu Yang stepped into the elevator. Feng Xiaoyu attempted to follow but was abruptly kicked out by a foot that shot out from within the elevator. The doors then closed, descending to the basement level. "Feng Xiaoyu, I wish you a daily struggle with laryngitis." Meanwhile, the little green snake, looking dejected and resembling a sluggish caterpillar, crawled to Yu Yang's feet and weakly complained, "Yu Yang, where have you been? Why haven't you brought me food these past few days? I'm starving to death." "My apologies, I forgot." Yu Yang glanced at the time and replied, "There are still 2 hours until the cafeteria serves dinner. Just hang in there for a bit." After dismissing the little green snake, Yu Yang picked up the heaven sword and the dragon saber and began to read. Yet, his mind was in turmoil, unable to settle. The martial arts masters had reached a state of unity with heaven and earth, akin to the awareness of a cicada before autumn winds stir. Thus, Song Lanqin's perception could not be mistaken. But who exactly wished to take his life? Yu Yang felt overwhelmed. If it were merely an ordinary disciple of the Black Heaven sect, it would be manageable. With his current strength, he held no fear. However, the threat posed by a hidden martial arts master loomed large, as no one could predict when they might strike. What a pity. I currently possess skills in swordsmanship, palm techniques, fist techniques, and internal martial arts. However, I lack a defensive technique. If I could acquire the Golden Bell Shield or the indestructible Diamond Divine Skill, I would dedicate myself to mastering it, forsaking food and drink. In that case, even a martial arts grandmaster may find it challenging to harm me. I wonder if Professor Su has managed to inquire about borrowing a novel. As Yu Yang pondered this, a knock echoed through the room. "I have some promising news regarding your request to borrow a novel. In its city, there resides a venerable elder of great repute, who possesses an extensive collection of ancient texts. I have arranged a visit with him. Let us go." "Really?" A smile brightened Yu Yang's face as he rose and exited the research institute with Professor Su. He drove Professor Su's car, guided by his directions, into a picturesque and luxurious villa district. This neighborhood was merely 2 streets away from the one where Song Lanqin's villa was located, both situated in the heart of a city. Curiosity piqued, Yu Yang could not help but ask, "Professor Su, who is this esteemed elder? You undoubtedly know him." Professor Su replied with a smile, "He is Jinan, the esteemed elder he." "Elder he? Could he be the 9th grade grandmaster, the former dean of the Martial Arts Academy?" "Master he?" Chapter 57. He Lao's study within the opulent villa. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of authority, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Yu Yang is with Song Lanqin?" The masked warrior nodded in affirmation. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Song Lanqin is merely at the 7th rank. She hardly poses a significant concern. It is said that she acquired a mysterious ice energy, which, although allowed her to ascend to the realm of martial arts masters, has left her afflicted with accumulated cold poison, rendering her unable to take action. Many in the city are aware of this. If Yu Yang is with her, it is likely that she has summoned him to harmonize the yin and yang to resolve her cold poison. If that is the case, could it be true, as rumored online, that he is cultivating the sunflower manual? To master this art, one must first undergo castration. The Sunflower Manual is indeed a remarkable martial art. Alas, the prerequisite of self-castration ensures that few in the Great Xia would dare to practice it. However, the Haitian sect may very well send individuals to experiment with it, I suppose. At this juncture, the middle-aged man shook his head, expressing his dismay. Yu Yang is unwittingly empowering the enemy. A rapid mastery of such a divine martial art could give rise to countless experts among various nefarious factions in a short span. For this alone, he deserves death. The masked warrior standing nearby bowed his head in silence, though his eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. Isn't it you who orchestrated the public sentiment, compelling Yu Yang to reveal his techniques? What crime has he committed? Yet, such words were never to be uttered. He was bound to serve, partly due to He Lao holding leverage over him, and partly for the sake of the Tianyuan fruit. There were matters he must attend to, lest he face his own demise. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. A voice called from outside, "He Lao, Professor Su has arrived." Understood. I shall be down momentarily. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the masked warrior and stated, "I have inquired about the Tianyuan fruit. I will secure it for you within half a month." The masked warrior discerned the underlying implication and replied promptly, "Within half a month, Yu Yang shall surely perish." He swiftly departed through a concealed passage behind the bookshelf, while the middle-aged man exited the study and descended to the villa's ground floor. His gaze swept over Professor Su, momentarily pausing on Yu Yang, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. In the living room, Professor Su and Yu Yang rose to greet him. "Director He." Professor Su hastened forward, recognizing the esteemed He Lao, formerly the head of the Martial Arts Academy, under whose guidance he had once studied. He Lao. Yu Yang also approached respectfully, eager to pay his respects to this venerable elder whose exploits he had long admired. In his youth, He Lao had traversed the wilderness, ascending to the rank of martial arts master, having vanquished countless formidable beasts and Haitian sect experts. In his later years, he served as the director of the Martial Arts Academy, nurturing a multitude of talented practitioners. It is said that of the dozens of martial arts masters in its city today, no fewer than 10 have benefited from He Lao's tutelage. This year, he may have reached the venerable age of 140, yet his appearance belies this, resembling that of a man in his 40s or 50s. "Xiao Su, how is your recent research progressing?" Mr. He, with his affable demeanor, grasped Professor Su's hand and remarked with a smile, "I have perused your recent paper. It is indeed intriguing. The Burning of Books and Burying of Scholars by Qin Shi Huang, the Forging of the 12 Golden Men, the Severing of the Alchemical Lineage, and Liu Bowen's Obliteration of the Dragon Vein, all serve to render humanity commonplace, enlightening the masses, dispelling superstition, and dismantling the deities within one's heart. This may be the closest we come to the truth of history. I merely conjectured based on scant evidence," Professor Su replied. "The ultimate truth of history requires rigorous validation." After exchanging pleasantries with Professor Su, Mr. He turned his gaze to Yu Yang, displaying a hint of astonishment, and inquired, "Xiao Su, who is this young man? At such a tender age, he has already attained the 4th rank of cultivation. When did Anqing produce such a prodigious talent?" Professor Su introduced Yu Yang to Mr. He, recounting Yu Yang's exploits and publicly revealing his martial arts techniques and successfully countering an assassination attempt by the Black Heaven sect. "So it is you who has disseminated the sunflower scripture?" Mr. He chuckled. "I am of an age where I do not closely follow online happenings. Yet I have heard whispers of this technique. To practice this art, one must first undergo castration. You certainly possess a dark heart to dare publish such a malevolent practice." "I was left with no other choice," Yu Yang replied, appearing quite earnest, flashing a sheepish smile. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. He had been observing him closely, fully aware of his every action. The present astonishment was merely a fade. "Xiao Su, you mentioned borrowing a few books. What is the situation?" Mr. He settled onto the sofa and continued, "Xiao Su, Xiao Yu, please sit and converse." Professor Su and Yu Yang took their seats on the sofa as the housekeeper brought in tea. After explaining his intentions, Mr. He cast a surprised glance at Yu Yang and remarked, "I did not expect Xiao Yu to possess such remarkable talent not only in martial arts but also in the study of ancient cultural texts." "Mr. He flatters me. I have merely dabbled in it," Yu Yang replied humbly. Mr. He laughed. "I am well aware of Xiao Su's character. If you lacked substantial knowledge in ancient culture, he would not have taken you under his wing. I do indeed have a collection of ancient texts at home. Come, let us proceed to my study." He rose and led Yu Yang and Professor Su to his study. However, the arrangement of the study indicated that it was clearly not the same room where he had conversed with the masked warrior. That particular study housed far too many of his secrets, which he would not allow even the act of cleaning to be conducted by anyone but himself, let alone take Yu Yang and Professor Su inside. Upon entering the study, Mr. He gestured toward a bookshelf, saying, "The ancient texts I have collected are all here. Feel free to choose whichever you wish to borrow." Such an abundance of books? Yu Yang felt a surge of astonishment. Gazing at the dazzling array of books upon the shelf, an unmistakable delight sparkled in his eyes as he hastily approached. His gaze swept across the collection, and he casually pulled out a volume. The cover was pristine, devoid of any title or illustration, likely a remnant of Mr. He's meticulous rebinding. Clutching the book, Yu Yang cast a fleeting glance at Mr. He and Professor Su, who were engaged in jovial conversation within the study, and he promptly began to leaf through the pages. Although Abin's high school grades were less than stellar, they had nonetheless secured him a place in a private institution near Taipei. To his astonishment, Mr. He had managed to acquire even such a forbidden tome. He stole another sidelong glance at Mr. He, noting that the elder was oblivious to his actions, and then withdrew another book from the shelf. This volume, too, bore no title and appeared to have been rebound. As Yu Yang opened the book, he was confronted with the notion that the world is a vast sea of suffering. Humanity, adrift upon this ocean, is akin to a vessel, with the body as the ship and the soul as its passengers. The ship sails toward the distant shore. Should one fortify the vessel of the flesh to reach the other side of this sea of anguish? Or should one cultivate the soul, allowing the passengers to master the waters? It was at this moment that Yu Yang's pupils constricted, and a flicker of ecstatic realization ignited within his eyes. This novel, he had perused it several times in his past life. Chapter 58, Shattering the Void, The Sun God. The Sun God. With just these few brief sentences, Yu Yang immediately discerned the title of this book. He had perused this work countless times in his previous life. It was among his most cherished online novels. This tome belongs to the fantasy genre, characterized by a straightforward cultivation system divided into two distinct paths, martial arts and Taoist techniques. The martial arts path, which cultivates one's destiny, is further categorized into 9 realms: martial novice, martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, innate martial master, grandmaster, martial sage, human immortal, and shattering the void. The Taoist path, which cultivates the spirit and soul essence, is divided into 9 significant stages: concentration of spirit, shell departure, night wandering, day wandering, object manipulation, manifestation, and possession. Ghost immortal, thunder tribulation, and the sun god. As a fantasy novel, the power system of the sun god, in truth, is considerably less formidable compared to those tales where heroes effortlessly seize stars and shatter galactic realms. However, in comparison to the martial arts of the present era, it appears to possess a greater degree of strength. As Yu Yang leafed through the pages, myriad thoughts flickered through his mind. Setting aside the martial arts cultivation system for the moment, he found himself particularly intrigued by the Taoist cultivation system crafted within the narrative. Within this story, once the barrier between life and death is transcended, the in-spirit soul can attain the status of a ghost immortal, allowing for the possibility of corpse dissolution and rebirth, thus extending one's lifespan. Moreover, should one successfully navigate the thunder tribulation, the potential for extraordinary powers to manifest from one's thoughts becomes even more pronounced, creating worlds, traversing space, and conjuring in the void. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yang quelled his excitement and sought out the remaining volumes of the Sun God. This book comprises nearly 3 million words. On Mr. He's bookshelf, there are 8 volumes, each a hefty tome containing approximately 300,000 to 400,000 words. Setting the 8 volumes of the Sun God aside, Yu Yang continued to rummage through the shelf. Water margin? This is Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Les Miserables? The 300 Tang poems? The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Mr. He's study is indeed replete with a wealth of ancient literary treasures, all meticulously rebound and preserved with new covers, ensuring their remarkable condition. Among these, aside from some well-known classics, there are also a number of time-honored novels, such as The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Demigods and Semi-Devils, and even The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, all of which grace his shelves, including several forbidden texts from Yu Yang's past life. However, these hold little utility for him. The only truly valuable work is the Sun God. As the cover bore no title, he gene and was unaware of the book Yu Yang had selected. He smiled and nodded, casually taking a volume from Yu Yang's hands. After glancing through a few pages, he remarked, "Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I have read this book at least 3 times, and some of its political intrigues and military strategies are particularly profound. It is said that Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Dream of the Red Chamber, Water Margin, and Journey to the West are collectively known as the four great classical novels, each representing the pinnacle of the four major literary genres: officials, bandits, deities, and mortals. Alas, Journey to the West remains inadequately studied by experts from the two major martial arts schools, and I find myself uncertain if I shall ever read all four of the great classical novels in my lifetime. Upon hearing He Jinan's lament, Professor Su hurriedly offered words of comfort. Director, there is no need for such despondency. With your profound foundation, you shall undoubtedly transcend your constraints and enter the realm of martial divinity, extending your life by a century. He Jinan rose, suddenly exuding a spirit of grand ambition. Laughing as he declared, martial cultivation is, after all, an endeavor against the heavens. I was born during the most challenging times of the Great Xia, battling ferocious beasts and malevolent forces. Now, I shall test my strength against the heavens themselves, to see if this heavenly tribulation can vanquish me. Director, he will surely overcome the heavenly tribulation and attain the pinnacle of martial divinity, Professor Su asserted earnestly. He Jinan waved his hand dismissively, stating, from this day forth, I shall enter seclusion to nurture my spirit in preparation for breaking through to the divine realm. Before the breakthrough, I will venture into the wilderness. If I can survive the heavenly tribulation, that would be splendid. If not, then it would be quite excellent to take a few ferocious beasts down with me before I depart this world. Yu Yang stood in solemn respect. Truly, this esteemed elder, who had rendered great service to the Great Xia, possessed a profound awareness. It was remarkable. In fact, many veterans in the Great Xia shared this mindset. Having fought valiantly throughout their lives, they would never succumb to a quiet death. Before their demise, they would delve deep into the wilderness, battling ferocious beasts, shining forth their final glimmers of brilliance. At that moment, it was already afternoon. Yu Yang, I intend to enter seclusion for half a month to diligently practice the I Jin Jing, striving to restore my Qi in one fell swoop. Professor Su handed Yu Yang a compilation of materials he had organized, saying, this contains the remnants of the martial arts methods I have deciphered, along with some conjectures regarding historical truths. When you have leisure, you might take a look. After feeding the little green snake, Yu Yang took out Yangshan and began to peruse its pages. Though autumn had passed and no snow had fallen, the chill grew increasingly intense with each passing day. Yangshan, a novel spanning 3 million words, was an extensive read, even though Yu Yang could now read 3 to 4 lines at a glance. After a night of exhaustive reading, he had only managed to get through half of it. No techniques had emerged. He set the book down, rubbing his slightly sore eyes, feeling no surprise. The power system within Yangshan was far superior to that of contemporary martial arts. The awe-inspiring sacred lands and the profound legacies of noble families therein surpassed even the Qinglian sword song. If he had managed to glean any techniques without completing a single read-through, that would have been truly unexpected. The martial arts within Yangshan could not be grasped instantaneously. Moreover, given the sheer volume of text, even reading tirelessly would likely require a full day to complete. Setting Yangshan aside, he retrieved the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He understood that the martial arts within Yangshan were vastly more powerful than those in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Yet now, he was under the watchful gaze of a martial arts master. The pressing concern was to swiftly elevate his strength. Under the condition of ensuring a steady improvement in his abilities, he could gradually absorb the essence of Yangshan. Just as Yu Yang immersed himself in his reading, at He Lao's villa, within the secret study, he once again received the masked martial artist with the ghostly visage. I shall retreat for 7 days to rejuvenate my spirit and vitality. After this period, I will declare my departure from the city to undertake a final endeavor. Approximately 14 days hence, I shall prepare for a breakthrough. He gazed at the masked warrior, speaking thus. As for Yu Yang, he visited my residence today. However, it is absolutely impermissible to take his life within my home. Therefore, I entrust this matter to you. We shall rendezvous at the designated location in 14 days. The Tian Yuan fruit shall be bestowed upon you at that time. Chapter 59. What merits have I acquired? Night. The crescent moon hung like a blade. It was already mid-December. The weather in the northwest had turned frigid. Although snow had yet to fall, nighttime temperatures easily dipped below freezing. However, in the wilderness, there was no sign of winter's arrival. The vegetation remained lush and verdant. Some wild grasses bore vibrant blossoms, while green fruits still clung to the branches of trees. The resurgence of spiritual energy had induced a degree of evolution and mutation in these plants, allowing many that once thrived only in summer to now bloom and bear fruit even in the depths of winter. In the wilderness, 100 miles from the city of Wu, shadows moved swiftly through the darkness. The king of heaven covers the earth. The pagoda suppresses the river demon. Under the starlight, it was evident that these figures were all cloaked in black robes, members of the Black Heaven sect. After exchanging secret phrases, one of the black-robed figures at the entrance of an underground garage in a dilapidated town spoke, "Brothers of the Divine Sect. Elder 9 has been waiting for quite some time. Please, proceed." Nearly 100 black-robed individuals entered the underground garage. Inside, large candles flickered, casting twisted shadows of the congregation on the walls. Elder 9, with a grim countenance, stood in the center of an open area, holding incense as he worshipped a stone statue before him. The black-robed members knelt in reverence, palms turned upward, their foreheads touching the ground as they chanted complex and unintelligible phrases, sacred words bestowed by the deities for the faithful to pray. As nearly 100 black-robed figures bowed, a faint divine light suddenly flickered above the stone statue. This divine light abruptly shot forth, landing upon one of the black-robed members. Boom! The individual, originally at the 4th rank of martial arts, experienced a transformation, instantly ascending to the 5th rank. The other black-robed members gazed upon him with fervent envy. Elder 9, observing the uplifted member, remarked with a smile, "This is the power granted by the divine. As long as you all sincerely worship and diligently serve our sect, the divine light will shine upon you, bestowing strength upon everyone." After delivering his brainwashing discourse, he waved his hand. With a rustling sound, several black-robed figures emerged, carrying wooden platters. On these platters lay an array of sharp daggers. They walked past the nearly 100 black-robed members, distributing the daggers among them. Elder 9 continued, "Everyone, you must have perused the sunflower scripture, right? This technique has been reviewed by our divine master, who holds it in high regard, believing it to be a divine-level martial art that allows for rapid mastery. Once one begins to cultivate it, one's prowess will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and it is entirely possible to become a master of martial arts in a short time. Everyone, it is time to dedicate yourselves to the divine sect." At Elder 9's command, the nearly 100 black-robed members simultaneously removed their trousers. In the dim candlelight, their shadows on the wall raised their hands in unison. With a swift motion, the daggers fell, and the scene turned grim. Amidst the crowd, 3 figures clad in black robes hesitated momentarily before refraining from action. With a flick of his finger, Elder Gio unleashed 3 bursts of true energy, instantaneously eliminating the 3 individuals. To defy the divine mandate is to be deemed a traitor, he proclaimed, his demeanor as nonchalant as if he had merely crushed 3 ants underfoot. "Esteemed ones, the divine master has bestowed upon you miraculous elixirs, which will be distributed shortly. You shall apply them externally and consume them internally. Within a day, your wounds will heal. At dawn tomorrow, I shall convene to impart the profound essence of the Sunflower Sutra." The following morning, after paying homage to the stone statue, Elder Gio sat cross-legged to elucidate the Sunflower Sutra to the gathered warriors in black robes. Initially, the disciples were engrossed in their practice, and all seemed well. However, by noon, suddenly, one of the black-robed acolytes trembled violently and coughed up blood. He collapsed to the ground, emitting agonized cries as he convulsed, ultimately succumbing to death. Elder Gio's brows furrowed in concern as he remarked, "To cultivate the Sunflower Sutra, one must maintain a tranquil heart and avoid impatience. This individual has sacrificed himself for the grand cause of our divine sect. May he dwell with the divine, and when the divine light illuminates the world, may he return to life from its radiance." The lifeless body was removed and discarded in the wilderness, quickly devoured by passing beasts, leaving no trace behind. Half an hour later, another black-robed disciple spat blood. However, he did not perish, but his meridians were severely damaged, rupturing in multiple places. He too was taken away and cast into the wild. Just 5 minutes later, yet another black-robed figure met a similar fate. Elder Gio's expression darkened. His brow knitted in confusion. "What is happening? My sect's disciples possess pure intentions, free from distractions save for the divine in our sect. How could they suffer such backlash?" In his hand lay the Sunflower Sutra, which he had meticulously copied from the internet. As his gaze scrutinized the text repeatedly, despite not having practiced this technique himself, Elder Gio's mastery as a 9th-tier grandmaster allowed him to discern the flaws within the method. To cultivate divine power, one must be willing to make sacrifices, refining potions and medicines, harmonizing the internal and external. The path of qi cultivation hinges upon guiding one's thoughts in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The purity and clarity of heaven and earth give rise to humanity. The cultivation of qi involves refining one's spirit to purge impurities. Qi is the master of life, while form serves its purpose. Elder Geo recited the incantation, his eyes falling upon a particular annotation. This note had been included by Yu Yang when he published the technique online. In cultivating this skill, one must first nourish the heart. Only by keeping the heart free of distractions and remaining detached from worldly affairs can one succeed. Should one harbor distractions, not only will one achieve nothing, but one's very life may be at risk. In the span of a single day, nearly 100 black-robed disciples suffered casualties, with over 70 either dead or injured, leaving merely 24 survivors. Among these, 9 failed to successfully cultivate the technique, while the remaining 15 had made significant progress with the Sunflower Sutra. Elder Geo was filled with elation. It appears that the power of faith is not merely a distraction. Among nearly 100 individuals, it suffices that 15 succeed in their cultivation. With the aid of elixirs provided by the sect and the miraculous teachings of the Sunflower Scripture, these 15 can aspire to reach the realm of martial grandmaster within a year, and within a decade, they may achieve the state of divine powers. In 20 years, our sect could witness the emergence of numerous beings at this exalted level, sweeping across the great Xia and spreading the faith. He summoned the 15, bestowing upon them precious spiritual pills, engaging in a session of indoctrination, and personally elucidating the Sunflower Scripture until the early hours of the morning. Now, immerse yourselves in your training. When you attain success, our sect shall not neglect you. Elder 9 approached the statue, seated in meditation, his eyes gently closed. Soon, a night passed. Upon the break of dawn, Elder 9 awoke to the sound of hurried footsteps. A figure in black stumbled into the underground garage, disheveled and chaotic. What a disgrace, Elder 9 remarked. The figure in black, voice trembling with distress, replied, Elder 9, it's dire. The 15 who mastered the Sunflower Scripture have killed several of the night watchmen and escaped. What? Elder 9's expression shifted dramatically. Realization struck him as he exclaimed, Curse be it, is the fervent power of faith truly a distraction? Those who harbor distractions cannot successfully cultivate the Sunflower Scripture. If they have succeeded, it implies they have broken free from our sect's control. Curse be it, the elixirs I dispatched last night, worth billions. If the Divine Master learns of this, I shall surely be condemned. Suddenly, his expression changed again as he intently commanded, quickly, retreat. Boom. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed, followed by a boisterous voice from outside. Ha ha. The rabble of the Black Sky sect dares to cause trouble in my domain of Wu City. Do they take me for a fool? Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, you have acquired the martial art, 9 Young Divine Skill 1. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, you have acquired the martial art, 7 Wounds Fist 1. In the Research Institute, on the first underground level, within the office. Feeling the surge of true energy within, Yu Yang closed the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. After 3 days of relentless study, my cultivation has finally seen a significant enhancement. Following this trend, within 10 days at most, I shall break through to the 5th tier. And I could also master the complete 18 dragon subduing palms, with the potential to refine the second form of the Blue Lotus Sword Song, advancing my sword intent further. Content with his progress, Yu Yang exited the Research Institute. He made his way to the dining hall, purchased a meal, and, while holding the travelogue of Li Bai, mused. Today is already December 15th. The 3 days agreed upon with Song Lanqin have elapsed. I wonder when she will come to fetch me. The mere thought of Song Lanqin conjured vivid images in Yu Yang's mind. Of course, his thoughts of her were not merely for the alluring scenes, but rather to aid her in dispelling the cold poison. Yu Yang. At that moment, Zhou Tong unexpectedly approached. With a joyful expression, he laughed heartily. Yu Yang, my boy, you have accomplished a great feat. Yu Yang, looking bewildered, replied in astonishment, what achievement have I made? PS1. One must maintain a tranquil heart, transcending worldly distractions. Should one harbor such distractions, not only will there be no merit, but there may even be a threat to one's existence. This phrase was discovered within the teachings of the Sunflower Scripture on Baidu. My interpretation is that those indoctrinated by malevolent forces, consumed by fervent faith, are, in fact, the embodiment of the greatest distractions and desires. Please refrain from harsh criticism. PS2. Additionally, the sayings found online are mere fabrications. The rogue has merely referenced them. I implore everyone not to pursue any form of practice based on these, as I shall not be held accountable for any unfortunate incidents that may arise. Chapter 60. The First Poison of the Heavenly Sword. The 10 Fragrant Soft Muscle Powder. I have just received news that a significant stronghold of the Black Heaven sect in the wilderness outside Wu City has been utterly eradicated. The 9th elder of the Black Heaven sect has been captured alive, while several others have been slain, and more than 60 followers of the sect have been apprehended. Zhou Tong was exceedingly exhilarated. This was a tremendous victory. Following the previous battle, most of the strongholds in the 6 cities of the northwest had already been dismantled, delivering a substantial blow to the Black Heaven sect. Today's triumph, coupled with the capture of the 9th elder and the apprehension of dozens of their adherents, undoubtedly severed the sect's intelligence network in the 6 northwest cities. In the short term, the situation in these cities would stabilize significantly. This was indeed a moment of great joy. Yu Yang nodded, albeit with some confusion. But what does this have to do with me? Zhou Tong chuckled. This is all thanks to the sunflower scripture. He briefly recounted the information he had gathered, laughing heartily. I never expected that your sunflower scripture would possess such remarkable efficacy. The devoted followers of the Black Heaven sect are fanatical zealots, their faith in the vile deity of the sect having reached a perverse level. These adherents of evil forces believe that the dark god can grant them strength, illuminate their paths, and even resurrect them from death. What immense desires and greed they harbor. Thus, when practicing the sunflower scripture, experiencing backlash resulting in either death or injury seems rather commonplace. Yu Yang found this hard to fathom and inquired with astonishment. What about the 15 individuals who have fully mastered it? They joined the Black Heaven sect under coercion and had not been completely brainwashed. Moreover, while cultivating the sunflower scripture, they must maintain a clear mind and a tranquil spirit. Perhaps during their practice, some effect allowed them to break free from the sect's control. Subsequently, they seized the opportunity to escape to Wu City and strike at that stronghold. Zhou Tong replied, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. The personnel from the 9 provinces martial arts school in Wu City will bring those 15 individuals to Wu City tomorrow, and we shall have the answers then. Initially, I was concerned that those wicked forces might send agents to cultivate the sunflower scripture, rapidly producing a cadre of skilled fighters. However, it appears my worries were unfounded. Zhou Tong smiled and continued, for this matter, you are the principal contributor. The martial arts school has decided to reward you. Speak up. What is it that you desire? Our school has amassed a bit of wealth, be it elixirs, weapons, or techniques. Would you like me to draft a list for you? Yu Yang's eyes flickered. He set down his chopsticks and asked, Master Zhou, can this reward be converted into money? Zhou Tong paused. Yu Yang, some cultivation resources cannot be purchased with money. You are currently at a crucial stage of advancement, and it is essential to have supplementary resources to enhance your abilities. It's fine, just convert it into money. In truth, Yu Yang had little need for cultivation resources. After all, matters such as these were entirely managed by Zhou Tong. As for the potential reward, Yu Yang speculated that, given the grandeur of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall, capturing an elder of the Black Heaven sect and dismantling a significant stronghold of theirs must surely merit a small accolade for himself. Zhou Tong was in a hurry. Coming and going swiftly, he was often burdened with the myriad affairs of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall. Were it not for his current circumstances, he might have already attained the realm of martial prowess. Before departing, he cast a glance at the book in Yu Yang's hands. Yu Yang was acutely aware that Zhou Tong had discovered his reading of Li Bai's travels. After their meal, the little green snake, feeling rather listless, mumbled, Yu Yang, when shall we venture into the wilderness? I've been cooped up in this decrepit office for days, and it's driving me to madness. Do not fret. Yu Yang replied with a smile. Once I have secured my own strength, I shall take you out. Having finished reading Li Bai's travels, he set it aside and took up the sun god once more. Over the course of 3 days, he had dedicated time each day to reading the sun god. This nearly 3 million word novel was already in his second reading. After several hours engrossed in the sun god, Yu Yang glanced at the time on his phone, furrowing his brow in confusion. What is going on? Song Lanqin mentioned she would call today to fetch me. Why is there still no word? Yet, despite his puzzlement, Yu Yang refrained from making any inquiries. He closed the sun god and switched to the heaven sword and dragon saber to continue his reading. Ding. Reading the heaven sword and dragon saber has granted you the poison, 10 fragrant softening powder. Just as Yu Yang had barely begun perusing the heaven sword and dragon saber, a crisp sound echoed in his mind. Immediately after, whoosh, A package of yellow-brown cowhide paper containing 10 fragrance softening powder appeared in his hands. 10 fragrance softening powder. Yu Yang was astonished, realizing that his earlier conjecture was not entirely accurate. Beyond martial arts techniques, special abilities, and weaponry, one could also obtain other items from the novels. He had previously extracted the ability of drunken immortality from the demigods and semi-devils. This was the prowess of Qiao Feng, who could consume alcohol by the barrel without ever becoming inebriated. As for the exact effect, Yu Yang had yet to test it. Now, having acquired 10 fragrance softening powder from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he was reminded of the saying, "In books, there are golden houses. In books, there are beauties." Contemplating the 10 fragrance softening powder in his hands, his thoughts began to whirl. He was well aware of this poison. It was colorless and tasteless. And once its effects took hold, the victim's muscles would become weak and their inner strength rendered useless. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, it was presented by a monk from the western regions to Zhao Min, the daughter of the king of Ruyang. Zhao Min had used 10 fragrance softening powder to ambush the 6 major sects, nearly capturing all their elite fighters. Its potency was indeed formidable, warranting its title as the most fearsome poison in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. As for the practical effectiveness, possessing the 9 Suns' divine skill, I naturally harbor no fear of the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder. Yu Yang's thoughts shifted as he turned to glance at the little green snake. The creature shivered, tremblingly exclaiming, "Yu Yang, why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to harm me, you wretched creature?" Yu Yang, expressionless, stepped forward and grasped the little green snake by its vital spot. The snake winced in pain, opening its mouth to cry out, "Ah, ah, ah, it hurts, it hurts." Seizing the opportunity, Yu Yang sprinkled a minuscule amount of the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder into the snake's mouth. Releasing his grip, he watched as the little green snake vigorously shook its head, its entire body writhing awkwardly on the ground, eventually curling up like a caterpillar and weakly uttering, Yu Yang, what did you give me to eat?" The 10 fragrance soft muscle powder was indeed effective. Yu Yang kicked the little green snake aside, secretly rejoicing in his heart. He carefully stowed the remaining powder into his pocket. Such a substantial package of 10 fragrance soft muscle powder must weigh at least half a pound. If mixed into food or drinking water, it could incapacitate a large group of skilled individuals. At that moment, a call from Song Lanqing came through. "Yu Yang, where are you?" "I've arrived at the entrance of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School. You should come out now." Yu Yang stood up and made his way to the entrance. Indeed, Song Lanqing's car was parked there. With no pressing matters at hand, waiting a little longer was of no consequence. Yu Yang smiled and said, "Sister Song, shall we head to your home or a hotel? It's already dark. Let's engage in some dual cultivation early." Chapter 61. Skipping books to cultivate? Within a luxurious villa, Song Lanqing gradually shed her garments, striving to maintain her composure as she beckoned, "Yu Yang, come up." Yet, her voice trembled ever so slightly, for this was their second time engaging in mutual cultivation. Yu Yang, however, was well versed in the process. He ascended the bed, seated himself cross-legged, and extended his hands, allowing the 9 yang true qi within him to surge forth, infusing it into Song Lanqing's body. As he felt her slightly trembling hands, Yu Yang encouraged, "Sister Song, focus your mind and dispel any errant thoughts. I am commencing." Gradually, Song Lanqing's skin began to flush. The accumulated cold poison within her was gradually expelled, and a mist of white vapor began to rise around her. This process lasted approximately 15 minutes, after which both withdrew their true qi. Let us conclude here for today. You are only at the 4th tier. Should your true qi be depleted, it would be quite troublesome if the yin energy within me retaliated against you. If we continue in this manner today and engage in mutual cultivation 3 more times, I can completely eliminate the cold poison within me. With that, Song Lanqing hastily gathered her clothes and fled into the bathroom. Feeling the ceaseless flow of 9 yang true qi within him, Yu Yang contemplated. With such a level of consumption, he could easily endure not just 15 minutes, but even 3 additional 15-minute sessions and eliminate Song Lanqing's cold poison in one go. However, if he did so, would he not be at a loss? After all, such a scene was not something one could witness casually. Moments later, Song Lanqing emerged from her shower, dressed and with her hair dried. "Do you have your ID with you? Tomorrow, I will have my assistant handle the transfer for you. Additionally, my personal belongings can be moved out by tomorrow, and you will be able to move into this villa the day after." Song Lanqing took Yu Yang's ID, and they proceeded to discuss the property price. Song Lanqin initially intended to gift the villa to Yu Yang as a reward for assisting her in balancing her yin and yang through mutual cultivation. When Yu Yang declined, she proposed, "How about this? I have listed the villa for 2 billion. You can give me 1 billion. And I will remember this favor for helping me eliminate the cold poison. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Very well. The shift in address indicated that their relationship had deepened. At this moment, it was already 10 p.m. Song Lanqin urged, smiling, "Since this villa will be yours tomorrow, why not stay for the night and experience it?" Casting a glance at the increasingly enchanting Song Lanqin, who glowed with beauty as the cold poison was expelled from her body, Yu Yang was inclined to stay. Upon entering, the little green snake slithered weakly to his feet, murmuring, "Yu Yang, I fear I am unwell. I have felt utterly drained and feeble all day. Have I been cooped up too long and caught a strange ailment? You need not worry. You are not ill, merely poisoned." Yu Yang scooped up the little green snake and used 9 Yang True Qi to expel the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder before casting it aside and retrieving the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Preparing for a night of reading, he read until the clock struck 3 in the morning. Ding! By delving into the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he acquired the martial art, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. Ding! Again, by reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he obtained the martial art, 7 Injuries Fist 1. 2 crisp notifications resonated in his mind. Yu Yang distinctly felt that his 9 Yang true energy had grown more robust. At this rate, in approximately 5 days, he would likely reach the 5th tier of cultivation. Oh! Before he could finish this thought, an odd expression crossed Yu Yang's face. Wait. The notification for 7 Injuries Fist 1 came after the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Why did I not spit blood? Not only did he not bleed, but Yu Yang felt no pain in his internal organs at all. What was going on? Although the 9 Yang Divine Skill could suppress the 7 Injuries Fist, his mastery of the 9 Yang Divine Skill was not yet perfected. It should have been impossible to practice the 7 Injuries Fist without suffering harm, right? The 7 Injuries Fist, when practiced before mastering one's internal energy, would cause injury to oneself before inflicting harm upon others. Initially, when Yu Yang practiced the 7 Injuries Fist, it indeed inflicted damage upon him. However, now, upon careful introspection, he discovered that not only had the 7 Injuries Fist ceased to harm him, but it seemed that, with the enhancement of the 7 Injuries Fist, his internal organs had grown somewhat stronger. Could it be due to the combined effects of practicing both the I Jing Jing and the 9 Yang Divine Skill? Yu Yang was perplexed. This was something beyond reference. After all, in Jin Yang's novels, there had never been a character who practiced the 9 Yang Divine Skill, I Jing Jing, and 7 Injuries Fist simultaneously. Even Zhang Wuji, while training in the 7 Injuries Fist, had already perfected the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. In martial arts cultivation, the low and mid-tier practitioners refine their true energy, temper their bodies, and strive for unity with the heavens as they grasp the essence of power, honing their internal organs. It is said that grandmasters of the 9th tier can even undergo blood and marrow transformation, rendering their blood as fluid as mercury. Here he was at only the 4th tier, having comprehended sword intent and begun refining his internal organs. Yu Yang felt that the sole disparity between him and a 7th-tier martial arts grandmaster might simply be insufficient cultivation. Moreover, with his simultaneous practice of the 2 supreme martial arts, I Jing Jing and 9 Yang Divine Skill, his cultivation was far beyond that of his peers. His internal energy flowed incessantly, and his recovery speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals, supplemented by the dragon subduing 18 palms and 7 Injuries Fist, both of which were paramount martial arts techniques, alongside the Qinglian Sword Song, which transcended even divine level and celestial level martial arts. Was it conceivable that he could contend with an ordinary 7th-tier martial arts grandmaster? Yu Yang assessed his combat prowess. The distinction between the 6th and 7th tiers was indeed a significant hurdle. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his mindset, Yu Yang retrieved the demigods and semi-devils and resumed reading. He immersed himself in the demigods and semi-devils until noon the following day. Ding! By reading the demigods and semi-devils, he acquired the martial art, I Jing Jing 1. Ding! Again, by reading the demigods and semi-devils, he obtained the martial art, dragon subduing 18 palms 1. As Yu Yang closed the tome of demigods and semi-devils, he refreshed himself and took Li Bai's travelogue to the cafeteria. After finishing his meal, he procured an additional portion for the little green snake. Upon returning to his quarters, Yu Yang perused Li Bai's travelogue twice more before extracting the sun god to continue his reading. That evening, he received a call from Zhang Fei of the Hurricane Warriors, inviting him for a drink. The group convened at a spicy hot pot restaurant, where Luo Yu and a sniper known as Lao Ba were present. Luo Yu, is your brother doing well? Yu Yang inquired. Nothing serious, Luo Yu replied nonchalantly. Our captain went to great lengths to procure some bone repair ointment for my brother. His broken leg has healed, and he is currently undergoing rehabilitation training. Luo Yu continued. Yu Yang, our squad has a significant operation in 3 days. Would you care to join us? Yu Yang politely declined, citing his academic commitments. The gathering indulged in food and drink until the clock struck midnight. Upon returning to the research institute, Yu Yang once again engaged in a night of diligent study. The following day, he received a call from Song Lanqin. He shouldered his backpack, brought along his books, the sky sword, the crystal dagger, and the little green snake, and relocated to the villa to celebrate his new abode. He contemplated inviting old Ji and the others for a meal. Yu Yang attempted to contact Ji Xiaonan, but the call did not connect. He then reached out to Lu Long and Tian Wei, and the three arranged to meet at a restaurant. What is going on with old Ji? Yu Yang queried upon their meeting, surprised that his call indicated he was out of service. I have no idea, Lu Long replied with a wry smile. This fellow went off the rails 5 days ago, declaring he was done with studying and was taking a leave to pursue immortality. At first, Tian Wei and I thought he was joking, but he vanished the very next day, and we couldn't reach him. Our advisor mentioned he has taken an extended leave. Lu Long added, Tian Wei and I were just about to tell you about this. Yu Yang blinked in astonishment, exclaiming, taking a leave to pursue immortality? Chapter 62, The Past of the Amitabha Sutra, The Cycle of Life and Death of the Celestial Beings. Yu Yang, do you think that old Ji is encountering some troubles? Perhaps he has been afflicted with a terminal illness and wishes to keep it from us, using this excuse instead? It is a possibility. Why don't we find some time to visit his home? Old Ji resides in Xia City, correct? I have heard that he is an orphan, having lost both parents and raised in an orphanage since childhood. Tian Wei and Lu Long exchanged banter, speculating wildly. Yet, Yu Yang appeared lost in thought. Ji Xiaonan exuded an air of mystery, possessing knowledge beyond the ordinary. Perhaps, what he said is indeed true. Cultivating immortality. Cultivating immortality. Professor Su mentioned that there are no complete Taoist teachings in the Great Xia today. Could it be that Ji Xiaonan possesses such knowledge? Lu Long lifted a beer bottle and, rising to his feet, declared, enough pondering over unpleasant matters. Yu Yang has become a martial artist, achieving a 4th-grade cultivation level, and single-handedly vanquished 4 assassins from the Black Heaven sect, earning renown in city. Having purchased a house, he is indeed successful. Tonight, the 3 of us shall not return until we are intoxicated. Come, allow me to pour for everyone. As promised, we would not return until inebriated. Yet, scarcely had we consumed 5 crates of beer when Lu Long and Tian Wei succumbed to drunkenness. In contrast, Yu Yang remained unfazed. Alas, these two have such poor tolerance for alcohol. 1 crate each was enough to fell them. I had hoped to test whether my claim of being able to drink 1,000 cups without inebriation was true. Upon returning to the villa, it was already deep into the night. Yu Yang had just turned on the lights when, whoosh, the little green snake transformed into a streak of light, darting towards him. It swiftly burrowed into Yu Yang's collar, whimpering, Yu Yang, where have you been? Do you realize how perilous it was just now? I, the snake master, was nearly captured for dissection and study. The little green snake trembled in fear. Yu Yang, taken aback, extracted the little green snake from his collar and inquired, what transpired? The little green snake replied, not long after you departed. A masked man entered through the window and roamed around our home before leaving. He did not steal anything. He must have been after me. At that moment, I nearly wet myself, hiding in your shoe, and dared not make a sound. A masked figure? Could it be that martial arts master? Yu Yang's vigilance heightened instantly, and he cautiously began to inspect the room. However, he had only just moved into the villa today and was unfamiliar with its layout, making it difficult to ascertain if the intruder had tampered with anything. The little green snake trailed behind Yu Yang, exclaiming, Yu Yang, there's no need to search anymore. He departed an hour ago. Yu Yang approached the window and pulled it open, peering outside, but the darkness enveloped everything, leaving no trace of the intruder. This villa community was filled with the affluent, and it was said that several martial arts masters resided here. Surely, that individual would not linger here for long. The joy of moving into a new home had been thoroughly disrupted. Cursed be it, a distinguished martial arts master. Sneaking around in such a clandestine manner, how could he ever be worthy of the title of master? Yu Yang gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. However, if this seventh-tier martial arts master conceals himself in the shadows and does not confront you directly, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Should he take advantage of my slumber to strike unexpectedly, would it not be a most unjust fate? Yu Yang reflected, fortunate that he seldom sleeps. Even if he intended to launch a surprise attack, he would not have the opportunity. He grasped the little green snake and instructed, "Little green, go outside and keep watch. Your diminutive size allows you to conceal your presence, making it nearly impossible for others to detect you. If anyone approaches, promptly alert me." The timid little green snake quivered in fear, shaking its head vigorously. Upon hearing Yu Yang promised to procure 10 pounds of roasted meat for it the following day, its eyes gleamed with excitement. "No, I require 20 pounds. No, at least 30 pounds. And it must be wild boar meat." It slithered to the entrance of the villa, blending into the greenery and suppressing its aura. Not even during the day could anyone passing by discern its presence. Indeed, this little creature has finally proven its worth. Yu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With the little green snake on watch, he felt considerably more at ease. As the young girl entered the hall, she instantly illuminated the room, her beauty striking and captivating. Zhao inquired, "May I ask, Miss Xiao Xiao, who taught you the arts of the mysterious 8 trigrams and the principles of yin and yang? At such a young age, how have you acquired such extraordinary skills?" Xiao Xiao replied, "This is a family legacy, not worthy of the princess's praise." The characterization of Xiao Xiao was masterfully crafted, endearing her more than Zhao Min, Zhou Zhuo, and Ju'er combined. As Yu Yang observed this, he could not help but express his admiration. Xiao Xiao was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also astute and knowledgeable in the arts of the 8 trigrams, the principles of yin and yang. Her lightness in martial arts was commendable, and her leadership among the Ming cult's disciples in fending off the Yuan soldiers at Green Willow Village showcased her exceptional military acumen. Truly the dream goddess of every man. It is often said that within books, one can find beauty like jade. Yet, despite having read this particular tome 4 or 5 dozen times, I have yet to encounter such beauty. Yu Yang mused silently, casting aside the heaven sword and dragon saber and retrieving the sun god to read. After several nights of studious reading, Yu Yang had completed the sun god twice. Today marked his 3rd reading. He devoured tens of thousands of words in one breath. And as the night faded, the dawn began to break. Having gone without sleep for an entire week, Yu Yang felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Just as he contemplated resting for a brief moment on the sofa when suddenly, ding! A crisp sound resonated in his mind. Immediately afterward, a familiar string of words, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Reading the sun god, acquired Taoist technique, passed Amitabha Sutra. Ding! Reading the sun god, acquired martial arts, will of life and death of all heavens. As the 2 notifications sounded, a torrent of information surged into Yu Yang's mind. He closed his eyes, savoring the influx of knowledge, which comprised the cultivation methods for the Taoist technique, past Amitabha Sutra, and the martial arts, wheel of life and death of all heavens. After a moment, Yu Yang opened his eyes. He exhaled deeply, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. The novel Yangshan is replete with a myriad of Taoist arts and martial disciplines, each prominent family and sacred place possessing their own unique and inherited techniques. Among these, the past Amitabha Sutra stands as one of the most formidable Taoist arts, while the cycle of life and death of all heavens is regarded as one of the most powerful martial arts. How fortunate am I to have effortlessly unlocked them all in one breath. The previously weary Yu Yang now felt invigorated. He took a moment to calm his tumultuous emotions and began his study of the past Amitabha Sutra. Within Yangshan, the past Amitabha Sutra, together with the present Tathagata Sutra and the future No-Birth Sutra, is revered as the trio of divine scriptures, once the supreme teachings of the Grand Zen Temple. Known for their unity that could lead to the achievement of the Yang God and transcendence to the other shore. Thus have I heard. Yu Yang beheld within his mind a magnificent golden Buddha seated in the void, surrounded by countless celestial bodies of sun, moon, and stars, all bestowing their radiant light upon this resplendent figure. The Buddha's eyes were gently closed, hands forming a seal, emanating an immense yet serene presence, exuding tranquility rather than overwhelming pressure. Whether one has read Yangshan or not, it does not hinder the experience of reading. Chapter 63. What about my precious armor? The spirit resides in the celestial realm, a sanctuary for the deities in the abode of all enlightened beings. Yu Yang meticulously studied the cultivation methods detailed in the past Amitabha Sutra. This sacred text encompasses a myriad of doctrines and techniques, with the most fundamental being the visualization method aimed at strengthening the primordial spirit. During the cultivation process, envisioning starlight entering the spiritual platform conjures various illusions. If one can dispel these illusions, the spirit shall be fortified. Should one manage to subdue the malevolent entities within these illusions, they could even harness them for personal gain. Conversely, Yu Yang refrained from hastily embarking on his cultivation journey. The Amitabha Sutra stipulates that one must purify oneself through bathing in incense before sitting in tranquility, reciting incantations. And only then may one proceed with cultivation. A tranquil heart is akin to still water. It enhances the efficacy of one's practice, while agitation does the opposite. Having just encountered the Amitabha Sutra and the celestial cycle of life and death, Yu Yang felt an overwhelming excitement that was not conducive to his practice. He turned his attention to the celestial cycle of life and death. A shift in his thoughts led him to revisit his recollections of this text. In the novel Yangshan, the celestial cycle of life and death is depicted as the father of the protagonist and a formidable antagonist, a grandmaster who devoted his life to crafting an unparalleled martial art that encompasses the entirety of martial knowledge. This art includes numerous techniques, styles, and forms, representing the zenith of martial achievement in Yangshan. The martial artist's indomitable spirit and physical prowess stand in stark contrast to the subtlety of Taoist practices. However, such strength cannot endure indefinitely. Thus, practitioners of martial arts, aside from shattering the void, cannot attain immortality. While Taoists face tribulations of thunder in 9 stages, martial artists endure trials of the heart, also in 9 stages. The term celestial refers to the multitude of deities. What constitutes a deity? It is the Tao. The Tao embodies the divine, and the divine is the Tao. The martial artist, in channeling their divine essence, governs the nexus of the Tao, overseeing the cycle of life and death among all beings. The opening of the celestial cycle of life and death serves as a comprehensive guide and a core principle, even as it is transformed into his own memory. Yu Yang still perceives an overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from it. Following this, there are numerous cultivation methods outlined. At the heart of this martial text hangs an emblem, seemingly capable of controlling the life and death of all sentient beings. This is the celestial cycle of life and death, a supreme martial art that can lead to the realm of human immortals and even the transcendence of the void. Yu Yang silently pondered. He endeavored to cultivate the celestial cycle of life and death, striving to grasp its profound essence. Yet, after much contemplation, he found its techniques elusive. Such mastery is not attained in a single day or night. Yu Yang remained unhurried. He began to compare the martial realms described in the celestial cycle of life and death with those of the contemporary era. The classifications of martial arts: flesh training for martial practitioners, tendon training for martial apprentices, skin training for martial warriors, bone training for martial masters, organs training for innate martial masters, marrow training for grandmasters, blood exchange for martial saints, and aperture training for human immortals, display a remarkable similarity to the present classifications. Martial arts, in its lower and intermediate forms, indeed involves the rigorous training of flesh, sinews, and skin. However, a true master of martial arts possesses the ability to refine the internal organs. These two martial arts cultivation systems share numerous similarities. As for the realms of Taoist techniques recorded in the Amitabha Sutra, Yu Yang finds himself at a loss for comparison. According to his understanding, the Great Xia does not possess a comprehensive method of cultivation. Conversely, various sinister factions seem to be favored by celestial fortunes, and it is likely that the leaders of these malevolent forces practice Taoist techniques. Yet, Yu Yang remains unaware of how to classify the levels of qi cultivation. With a reclusive mind, Yu Yang freshened up and stepped out of the villa. At this moment, daylight had fully arrived, with the winter sun casting a warm, red glow. "Little green snake, stay put and don't wander around. I'm going out to buy some breakfast." After finding Little Green Snake in the grass, he offered this admonition before walking out of the villa complex. Now that it was broad daylight, with Little Green Snake on watch outside, and considering the abundance of skilled individuals within this villa area, it was unlikely that the martial arts master would be audacious enough to attempt an assassination in the light of day. Yu Yang entered the bedroom, reclined on the bed, and soon drifted into slumber. It was not until 5 in the afternoon that he was roused from his deep sleep by the persistent ringing of his phone. "Hello?" He answered groggily. On the other end, Zhou Tong spoke. "Yu Yang, the 9th elder of the Black Heaven sect, has been escorted to An City. He wishes to meet you." The mention of the 9th elder jolted Yu Yang awake instantly, and he replied, "All right, I'll be there shortly." He was aware that for the past half-month, all operations of the Black Heaven sect in the 6 cities of the Northwest had been orchestrated by this very ninth elder. Before long, Yu Yang arrived at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Tong had already arranged for someone to meet him at the entrance. Mr. Yu, Assistant Zhou sent me to escort you. Please follow me. Following the martial artist, Yu Yang entered a building that was starkly different from the old Calendar Cultural and Technological Research Institute. Upon entering, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him, and faint cries echoed from deep within the structure. The martial artist leading Yu Yang explained, "This building houses the law enforcement and interrogation departments of our martial arts hall. The ground level contains offices, meeting rooms, and interrogation rooms, while there are 3 levels of dungeons below, where prisoners are kept. The 9th elder is confined in the 3rd level underground, along with Pavilion Master Liu and Assistant Zhou. The dungeons here differ significantly from those depicted in period dramas. In those stories, dungeons are often filthy, chaotic, and infested with vermin, leading to frequent deaths among prisoners and the risk of plague. The dungeons of Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall, however, are simply named so because they are underground. They house violators of laws and unruly martial artists or disciples of the Black Heaven sect." Just as Yu Yang stepped into the dungeon, in a secret study, He Jinan, a middle-aged man, sat cross-legged on the floor, quietly cultivating his energy. He had been in seclusion for 4 days. The entire essence and spirit of the individual seemed to have reached an apex, poised to emerge from seclusion and venture into the wilderness, ready to acquire the promised divine armor from the Black Heaven sect. With the consumption of the Earth Origin Pill, he would transcend into the realm of martial mastery. However, at that moment, creak, the bookshelf in the study abruptly parted to the sides. He Jinan opened his eyes, a flicker of anger manifesting on his face. He directed his gaze toward the bookshelf, where a concealed door emerged. A masked warrior, bearing a long sword of alloy, stepped forth from the shadowy passage. He Jinan's voice was frigid as he intoned, "I have stated that during my seclusion, no one is permitted to disturb me. He Lao, an urgent matter has arisen," the masked warrior hastily explained. "The Black Heaven sect's outpost in the wilderness outside Wu City has been eradicated, and the 9th elder has been captured alive by the Wu City S2 Liu. Just an hour ago, he was escorted to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Hall in An City." What? In an instant, He Jinan sprang to his feet. The tranquility of his recent meditation was shattered, and a look of anxiety crossed his features as he gravely inquired, "What of the divine armor he promised me?" Chapter 64. Am I cursed? He Lao felt a stir of trepidation within. He feared that even with the protective armor of the Haitian sect, he might not withstand the tribulation of lightning. Observing He Jinan's reaction, the masked warrior's gaze flickered, and thoughts began to churn in his mind. However, this matter was of no concern to him. He acted on behalf of He Jinan solely for profit, driven by the legendary Tianyuan fruit, said to possess the power to regenerate severed limbs and the desire to save his son. Once he secured the Tianyuan fruit, whether He Jinan lived or died would be of no significance to him. Yet, the Tianyuan fruit was not yet in his grasp. The masked warrior spoke, "I have inquired, and this matter is related to Yu Yang." Yu Yang? He Lao's expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Impossible. Even if Yu Yang is a prodigy, he is merely at the 4th rank. The 9th elder of the Haitian sect is a 9th rank grandmaster. His prowess only slightly inferior to mine. How could someone of Yu Yang's caliber be involved in such matters?" The Yu Yang himself was not directly implicated. The situation arose due to the publication of the Sunflower Scripture by him. The masked warrior succinctly shared the information he had gathered. This matter was not overly confidential. As a martial arts master, he naturally had access to the inside scoop. The Sunflower Scripture, astonishingly miraculous? Upon hearing the masked warrior's words, He Jinan's anxiety gradually dissipated, replaced by a demeanor of confidence and certainty. Once the masked warrior departed, He Jinan contemplated before stepping out of his study. He called for his 2 sons and daughter, stating, "My lifespan draws to a close, and I wish to make one final venture into the wilderness in search of a last glimmer of hope. If I do not return in a month, it is certain I have perished beneath the heavenly tribulation. You need not seek me. Instead, prepare a coffin for me and bury the weapons I once wielded." In An City, he was a highly respected elder. He had devoted himself to martial arts in his youth and did not marry until the age of 90, later becoming a father to 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom were martial artists. For a grandmaster in martial arts, 90 years were akin to the prime of life. His daughter and eldest son were both at the 6th rank, one working in the education sector and the other teaching at a martial arts academy. His second son had achieved the rank of 7th-rank martial artist and held a high position in the In-City Thunder Martial Arts School. Eugenin's daughter, nearing 40, maintained a youthful appearance, showing no signs of age. With red-rimmed eyes, she smiled and asked, "Dad, when do you plan to depart?" "The day after tomorrow," Eugenin replied. "I called you here primarily for 3 matters. First, I intend to pass on my lifetime of martial arts experience to my eldest son and daughter. As for my second son, you are already a martial arts master and have forged your own path. My knowledge may not be of great use to you. Furthermore, over the years, I have managed to save some funds, which I have divided equally among the 3 of you. Thirdly, I implore you to assist me in arranging a few tables for a banquet. Before my departure, I wish to share a drink with my old friends." The 3 siblings, with their eyes glistening, rose and busied themselves with the preparations. They understood all too well that their father's journey might lead to dire consequences. Yet none uttered a word of discouragement. Such is the fate of warriors in the Great Xia. Only those who perish in battle are honored. No warrior dies of old age. Once the siblings had taken their leave, Eugenin exhaled a long breath, sinking into the sofa as his thoughts began to swirl. With Yu Yang, the 9th elder of the Black Heaven sect, captured alive and a major stronghold dismantled, the losses were catastrophic. Such immense damage would undoubtedly provoke revenge from the Black Heaven sect. However, since the 9th elder had been apprehended, if I were to visit him in the dungeon of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy without cause, it would surely arouse the suspicions of that cunning fox, Lu Yunlong. Thus, I must alter my plans and venture into the wilderness ahead of schedule, seeking a way to establish contact with the higher echelons of the Black Heaven sect. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, on the 3rd level, Yu Yang found himself in a clean and tidy solitary cell, face to face with the 9th elder of the Black Heaven sect. The elder had a sallow complexion, a hooked nose, and a gaunt physique. He sat cross-legged on the floor of the dungeon, his eyes closed. Having been captured, his energy was sealed, rendering him incapable of utilizing his powers. As Yu Yang entered, the 9th elder suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at Yu Yang with an intensity that seemed to burn with fury. "Yu Yang," he rasped, his voice hoarse and laced with hysteria as he nearly roared. "Do you dare to thwart the divine plans of my sect? You are doomed. I curse you to descend into the abyss of hell upon your death, to suffer endlessly and be trapped in the sea of suffering for eternity." The elder's frenzied demeanor and venomous curse sent a chill down Yu Yang's spine. After delivering his malediction, the 9th elder fell eerily silent, slowly closing his eyes. Blood oozed from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth as he coldly remarked, "Lu Yunlong, Zhou Tong. One day, the divine light shall illuminate the earth. When the celestial gate opens, your great Xia will transform into the divine realm of my God." With those final words, the 9th elder's head tilted, and he was no more. Yu Yang stood in stunned silence. What is happening here? This wretched creature summoned me only to hurl curses? Not only he, but even Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong were equally taken aback, never anticipating that he would bleed from his 7 orifices and perish after uttering just a couple of curses. Zhou Tong rushed into the cell to investigate and declared, "This is not a feigned death. He must have employed some secret method to shatter his own heart meridian. How could this be?" Lu Yunlong furrowed his brow in confusion. If he wished to die, he would not have allowed himself to be captured by Bachelou. There was no need for him to wait until now to meet his end. Yu Yang, too, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He shuddered slightly, unable to restrain his curiosity as he inquired, "Master Lu, esteemed Grandmaster Zhou, within the Black Heaven sect, are there any peculiar malevolent sorceries or witchcraft? Perhaps those that require the sacrifice of one's own life to curse others?" Chapter 65. Cultivating Tao Techniques, Exorcising Curses, and the Soul Leaving the Body. Dark arts? Witchcraft? Curses? Lu Yundong's expression shifted slightly, and with a shift in his aura, an invisible force descended, enveloping Yu Yang. Within Yu Yang's heart, an unsettling feeling akin to being stripped bare arose. Yet, he did not resist. 3 minutes later, Lu Yundong retracted his aura. Yu Yang nodded, though a sense of trepidation lingered within him. This 9th elder of the Black Heaven sect, neither dead nor alive, had met his demise with a vicious curse uttered upon encountering him, resulting in a shattered heart meridian and a bloody end. It was hard for Yu Yang to believe that this man had not left some mark upon him. Yu Yang, along with 15 practitioners of the Sunflower Scripture, had arrived in its city. They wished to meet him to seek guidance on their cultivation. Zhou Tong, noticing Yu Yang's glum demeanor and subdued voice, cautiously inquired, "Do you think you could meet with them and offer some guidance?" Not a chance. Before Zhou Tong could finish, Yu Yang interjected. I am not even practicing the sunflower scripture. How could I possibly offer any guidance? He grumbled as he exited the dungeon, faintly muttering a curse under his breath. Zhou Tong's lips twitched at this. Lu Yundong chuckled. The more I observe Yu Yang, the more I find him endearing. His character bears a striking resemblance to my own in my youth. Were you really like this in your younger days? Zhou Tong asked incredulously. I recall you being rather subdued, always courteous to others. The nickname Smiling Tiger for Lu Yundong only emerged after you transcended the Thunder Tribulation and achieved mastery in martial arts, did it not? The two shared a deep friendship. Having known each other since their youth, engaging in martial arts and philosophical discussions, and exploring the wilderness together. Zhou Tong was well aware of Lu Yundong's youthful misadventures. As Zhou Tong appeared ready to divulge more, Lu Yundong cleared his throat and said, Those 15 individuals need to be well taken care of. They escaped the clutches of the Black Heaven sect and rushed to Wu City to report the Ninth Elder. This is a significant achievement, deserving of reward. Not only should they be rewarded, but we must also widely publicize their actions. Let those who have not been deeply brainwashed and who have not committed heinous acts see how we treat those who reform from the Black Heaven sect. Meanwhile, Yu Yang instructed, Little Green Snake, go on watch. I wish to comprehend a martial art. Remember, the moment anyone approaches, notify me immediately. Yu Yang pondered along the way. Lu Yundong had found no abnormalities within him. Perhaps it was because curses and dark arts affected the mental and spiritual realms, invisible to the naked eye. Thus, he felt nothing, and Lu Yundong had not detected anything. So, what if he successfully cultivated the past Amitabha Sutra? When his soul left his body, would he be able to locate the remnants of the Ninth Elder left within him? He must uncover this promptly. Otherwise, he would not find peace in sleep. Uncertain of what the Elder had left behind and when it might manifest. Entering the bathroom, he took a shower, adjusting his mindset and delving into the study of the past Amitabha Sutra with utmost seriousness. The practice of Taoist arts involves focusing the mind, breaking free from one's shell, and traversing the realms of night and day. Only those whose spirits possess a certain strength can emerge from their shells, otherwise. If the spirit is too weak, it is merely a wisp of energy that, upon venturing out, could be scattered by the slightest breeze, leaving one unaware of their demise. He ascended to the open balcony on the second floor of the villa, seated himself in a lotus position, and began to attempt the visualization method recorded in the past Amitabha Sutra, aimed at enhancing the origin of the mighty spirit. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he found himself repeatedly interrupted by a cacophony of errant thoughts. Without tranquility of mind, one cannot engage in focused meditation. Yu Yang understood this principle. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to try twice more. If he failed again, it would indicate a lack of innate talent for the Taoist arts, leading him to rely solely on scholarly pursuits for his cultivation. Calm the mind, but how? Some find solace in bathing, burning incense, or meditative breathing. The protagonist of the book Yangshan achieves tranquility through writing. He pinned the character for stillness multiple times, and soon his mind was devoid of distractions. Yet, these methods did not resonate with Yu Yang. After some deliberation, he retrieved a cigarette, ignited it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled the smoke. Then drew it back through his nose, releasing it once more. After repeating this ritual thrice, he felt as though all his worries and sorrows had evaporated. He promptly settled into a lotus position and resumed his visualization practice. He envisioned the starlight from above cascading down, entering his mind inch by inch. Gradually, a sensation of coolness enveloped him, as if he were bathed in a gentle spring breeze, feeling as though he might ascend into the air. This was merely an illusion. Yet it held the power to influence reality. Much like the way one quenches thirst by imagining plums or satisfies hunger by picturing a feast. Some may salivate at the thought of green apricots, while others might be entranced by visions of beautiful maidens. This principle reflects the first layer of the powerful spirit origin visualization method from the past Amitabha Sutra. Engaging in spirit visualization requires total immersion. One must blur the lines between reality and illusion. During this process, it is vital to maintain clarity of mind, lest one succumb to the seductive comfort of the experience. A lapse in focus could lead to irrevocable consequences, as cultivating Taoist arts is fraught with peril, especially for novices. Yu Yang promptly envisioned a golden Buddha, clinging tightly to his mental fortitude. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The cascading starlight morphed into a torrent of blood, teeming with malevolent spirits, fearsome asuras, and demons encircling him, their anguished cries echoing in his ears. Amidst this phantasmagoria, a shadowy figure emerged, its features indistinct. yet evoking a resemblance to the ninth elder of the Black Heaven sect. Upon its emergence, it let out a piercing scream, its voice laden with dread. What was this? Were these Asuras and demons from hell? Was this the abyss itself? No. No. This elder is a servant of the divine, loyal to the celestial deities. Upon death, I shall enter the realm of gods, destined to be reborn in divine light. It is utterly impossible for me to descend into hell. This is false. All of it is a fabrication. With my very life, I invoke sacred arts to curse Yu Yang, aiming to imprint my true spirit upon him. One day, when I am reborn in divine light, I shall seize his corporeal form. How could this happen? You treacherous creature, you indeed harbor ill intentions. Yu Yang erupted in fury. A malevolent ghost wielding a bloodied trident let out a deafening howl as it lunged towards the hazy, ethereal figure. With a mere thrust, that spectral form shattered, transforming into a unique force that dispersed within Yu Yang's spiritual realm, merging into his very soul. Instantly, Yu Yang felt his spirit swell, a sensation of buoyancy blossoming within him. He envisioned himself standing atop a mountain, then leaped into the void. Boom! In that fleeting moment of thought and leap, Yu Yang felt his body lighten, as if he were floating. The starry sky remained unchanged. The villa still stood as before. Every detail of the scenery was identical. Yet, when Yu Yang glanced down, he found his physical form seated cross-legged upon the ground, breath faint, eyes tightly shut, as though in slumber. The little green snake, perhaps sensing the commotion from the second floor, climbed up the wall. As its tiny head peeked over the edge of the balcony, it beheld this scene and screamed at the top of its lungs, "Ghost! Ghost!" And then, slap! It tumbled straight down from the second floor. This little green snake, how could it perceive the emergence of my spiritual thoughts? The released thoughts of my soul are akin to a ghost in nature, since I have yet to cultivate to the stage of manifestation. Others should be unable to see them. How could the little green snake have seen it? Chapter 66. Am I poisoned again? Yu Yang cast a glance at the edge of the balcony. Here on the second floor, the little green snake, with its thick skin and coarse flesh, would likely only be stunned from a fall, certainly not dead. Ignoring the little green snake, Yu Yang pondered the fleeting moment of his soul's departure from his body. A wave of confusion washing over him. According to the scriptures of the Amitabha Sutra, the initial stages of cultivating Taoist arts are fraught with peril. Yet, during the moment of soul separation, there was an inexplicable sense of comfort, akin to a fish returning to water, compelling him to embrace the thrill of wandering through the night. Could it be that I have already stepped into the realm of nocturnal wandering? A thought stirred within Yu Yang. The pathway of cultivation encompasses 9 major realms, focusing the spirit, soul departure, nocturnal wandering, diurnal wandering, material manipulation, manifestation and possession, ghost immortals, thunder tribulations, and the Yang spirit. In the early stages of cultivation, progress is indeed facilitated, yet it cannot be this effortless, can it? Merely half an hour of practice, and I find myself in the realm of nocturnal wandering? Is it possible that although my martial talent may be lacking, my aptitude for Taoism is extraordinary? With an invigorated spirit, Yu Yang envisioned himself standing atop a mountain, leaping forth, and the next moment, his soul departed, gliding through the darkness. A night breeze swept by. And while he felt a tinge of chill, it was not the numbing sensation he had anticipated. Indeed, I have entered the realm of nocturnal wandering. He attempted to extend his soul's consciousness into the distance, but after moving 20 meters away from his body, he felt a strain. Yu Yang recognized that this difficulty stemmed from his nascent proficiency in the realm of nocturnal wandering, with his soul still weak. As he continued to cultivate, allowing his soul to strengthen and shatter the barriers of life and death, reaching the ghost immortal realm would enable him to traverse hundreds or even thousands of miles with ease. Legend has it that some can sleep soundly in their homes only to awaken with knowledge of events occurring miles away. This phenomenon is, in essence, the soul's departure. But wait, even a prodigy could not possibly achieve the realm of nocturnal wandering upon first encountering Taoist art suddenly. Yu Yang recalled the ethereal shadow left by the 9th elder of the Black Sky sect, and clarity dawned upon him. It must be that the essence of that shadow merged with his soul after being shattered, becoming a part of his own power, thus allowing him to leap into the realm of nocturnal wandering in such a short span. After all, that figure was a grandmaster of the 9th rank. Even though his focus was on martial arts, at such a level of cultivation, the unity of heaven and man allows one to comprehend the forces of the universe. His spirit would not be lacking. It is only natural that the remnant of his true spirit, which I have refined, would yield such effects. I have heard that there are many elders in the Black Sky sect, If I were to be cursed by several individuals akin to the ninth elder, would that not mean my rise to greatness? Calming his mind, Yu Yang resumed his practice of the Umparalleled Sutra, conjuring various illusions. In an instant, malevolent spirits swarmed before him, and hell itself materialized. There appeared celestial palaces and ethereal maidens, their veils dancing in seduction and endless allure. Yu Yang steadfastly guarded his mind against temptation, when suddenly the scene transformed again. His body began to decay, infested with flies, maggots, and worms, voraciously consuming him from within. No wonder they say there is great terror between life and death. Merely through visualization, I am beset by fear. How much more terrifying would it be to confront death in reality? Yu Yang banished the fear that gripped him. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with starlight. He sensed that his soul and thoughts seemed to have endured myriad tribulations, yearning to ascend to the heavens. The exquisite sensation was ineffable, rendering one almost helplessly entranced. Suddenly, Yu Yang regained his composure and hastily employed his visualization technique, conjuring the image of a golden Buddha to stabilize his spirit. In a heartbeat, his soul returned to his corporeal form, and he was drenched in cold sweat. What a close call. Had I allowed my spirit to ascend unchecked, I fear that once it reached the heights, it would be irretrievably lost. He retrieved his phone and glanced at the time, discovering it was already 3 in the morning. Once I enhance my cultivation and surmount the challenges before me, I shall devote myself to mastering the Yang spirit, delving into the martial arts of the celestial cycles of life and death, and practicing the Umparalleled Sutra. Surely, I shall soon achieve remarkable progress. As Yu Yang munched on snacks and leisurely read a book, a strange silhouette glided through the air above the city. This figure was extraordinary, seemingly weightless, as if it floated effortlessly. Were Yu Yang able to perceive this apparition, he would certainly recognize it not as a corporeal being, but as a spirit unshackled from its physical form. Moreover, the potency of this spirit far surpassed that of his own soul as projection by countless measures. Likely nearing the threshold of manifestation, the spirit glided past, descending upon the villa area where Yu Yang resided. Within this enclave, there were indeed many formidable individuals, including 4 martial arts masters. The development of our great Xia over the past 200 years has truly fostered a flourishing martial arts culture. The spirit observed quietly, its thoughts flickering with perplexity. I sensed fluctuations of Taoist energy. It appears someone is practicing. But where are they? The spirit circled the night sky before swiftly descending, hovering about 3 yards above the ground. Coincidentally, it found itself hovering just outside Yu Yang's villa. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, it caught sight of Yu Yang lounging on the sofa, munching on peanuts while sipping chilled beer, engrossed in reading Yang's spirit. Yu Yang? The spirit paused momentarily in astonishment, exclaiming, "This young man has purchased a house?" Indeed, when he released the sunflower scripture, he set a paid download option. He must have earned over $1 billion, making the acquisition of a villa quite feasible. As the spirit gazed upon Yu Yang, it perceived a formidable vitality emanating from him, like a long rainbow encircling his being. It was taken aback, exclaiming in admiration, "This lad's vigor is astonishingly powerful. He likely rivals a 7th-tier martial arts master in internal refinement." However, the spirit remained oblivious to the small green snake concealed in the grass below. Earlier, the little snake had fallen from the 2nd floor and was momentarily dazed. Upon awakening, it was utterly bewildered. A ghost? How could Yu Yang have transformed into a ghost? Surely, it must be my eyes deceiving me, conjuring illusions. Yet, before this thought could fully settle, the little snake beheld another ghost descending from the sky. It was inherently timid, and upon witnessing this scene, it trembled in fear, yearning to cry out, yet daring not to utter a sound, resorting instead to biting down on its own tail to stifle any noise. After a brief moment, that ethereal spirit dissipated like a wisp of gentle breeze. Only then did the little green snake release its tail from its mouth. It gazed longingly at Yu Yang, who lounged upon the sofa in the villa, contemplating its entrance, yet found itself engulfed in a shroud of darkness, its body feeling limp and uncontrollable. Curse it, Yu Yang. I have succumbed to poison once more. Chapter 67. The elevation of sword intent and the surge of power. Inside the villa, Yu Yang set down his chilled beer and glanced outside, exclaiming in surprise, "Did I just hear Shaoqing's call?" He perked up his ears, yet found no sound, momentarily suspecting he had misheard. He promptly grabbed some peanuts, tossed a few into his mouth, and took a swig of the icy beer, delightfully immersing himself in the heaven sword and dragon saber. He read until 10 a.m. the following day, when Shaoqing the snake rushed into the villa. It bore an expression of sheer terror, staring at Yu Yang with wide eyes filled with fear, trembling as it spoke. Yu Yang, you're not dead? I'm perfectly alive. How could I possibly be dead? Yu Yang replied, fully aware of the reason behind Xiaoqing's astonishment. He set his book aside and chuckled. What you saw last night was merely an illusion. An illusion? Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, muttering, is it really an illusion? But I saw you as an illusion. What about your roommate? A flicker of realization crossed Yu Yang's mind. Xiaoqing continued. Last night I fell from the second floor and was knocked unconscious. When I awakened, I saw a ghost that looked just like you, descending from the sky. That ghost was identical to your roommate, Ji Xiaonan. Ji Xiaonan? Yu Yang's thoughts raced, and he quickly deduced. It appears Ji Xiaonan has indeed embarked on the path of cultivation, and he has also experienced a soul separation? Could it be that the cultivation system in this world resembles that of the Yang spirit? Perhaps he sensed the commotion caused by my practice of the Amitabha Sutra and sought me out? It seems I must exercise greater caution in my training from now on. By the way, why didn't you inform me immediately last night? Yu Yang inquired, turning his gaze toward Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing fidgeted, hiding its tail behind itself. The tip of its tail bore 2 small holes, the result of its own fangs. Did you poison yourself again? Yu Yang chuckled, though he felt a twinge of confusion. Professor Su had claimed that there was no path of cultivation in the Great Xia, yet Ji Xiaonan was evidently practicing. His ability to separate his soul and descend into this villa community indicated a considerable mastery of the arts. It seemed there were aspects even Professor Su was unaware of. Yu Yang discovered that after cultivating the Amitabha Sutra, his soul had grown robust, and his mental acuity had significantly sharpened. His reading speed had increased tremendously. While the claim of reading 10 lines at a glance might be an exaggeration, reading 6 or 7 lines at once was not difficult. Previously, it took him nearly 5 or 6 hours to complete a reading of the nearly 1 million words in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. However, from 3 a.m. yesterday until now, within the span of 7 hours, he had read it twice and unlocked 2 instances of the 9 Yang Divine Skill and the 7 Injuries Fist. His cultivation had surged significantly, and his internal organs had also seen a degree of refinement. The 18 dragon-subduing palms still had 6 palms left to learn, and he had only mastered the first form of the Green Lotus Sword Song. In addition, the I Ching Jing, the Wheel of Life and Death of All Heavens, and the Amitabha Sutra all required further cultivation. Yu Yang sought out the travels of Li Bai once more. In merely 25 minutes, he completed the reading of Li Bai's travelogue at his current pace. Upon finishing, he lifted his gaze and discovered a small green snake nestled beside him on the sofa, peacefully asleep. Yu Yang initially contemplated shooing the little serpent away to stand guard. However, considering it was daytime and the snake had experienced fright and intoxication the previous night, he reconsidered. Let it rest. After all, it is merely 3 years old. Still a child. I shall allow it to recuperate and send it out to keep watch at night. With that thought, Yu Yang resumed his perusal of Li Bai's travelogue. In the 2nd year of the Zhenyuan era, A.D. 786, on the 6th day of the 11th month, the weather was overcast. I journeyed across the world. Yet, he had read only a few thousand words when a chime resonated. Upon reading Li Bai's travelogue, you have acquired the sword technique, Blue Lotus Sword Song. Buzz. Almost instantaneously, as the crisp sound echoed in his mind, a fierce sword intent erupted from Yu Yang's being. He found himself involuntarily immersed in a state of enlightenment. Surrounding him was a swirling aura of azure sword intent, which, from a distance, resembled a blooming blue lotus of sword energy. At that very moment, as the sword energy surged forth from Yu Yang, the little green snake, curled up on the sofa and half awake, suddenly unfurled uncontrollably, transforming into a straight serpent-like staff. Astonishingly, it too emanated a sword intent identical to Yu Yang's. It opened its eyes wide, emitting frantic cries as it struggled to regain control over its body. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The serpent's form was influenced by Yu Yang's radiating sword intent, causing it to spiral and soar, becoming a part of the azure sword energy lotus. Its body began to swell, and a layer of scales, intricate like sword patterns, emerged upon its azure form. Simultaneously, within the same villa community, several martial arts masters residing there felt a stirring in their hearts, turning their attention toward Yu Yang's villa. Such formidable sword intent. One 7th-tier master narrowed his eyes, glancing at the sword hanging on the wall of his training room. The sword trembled, vibrating as if compelled by the sword intent, yearning to unsheath itself and fly forth. Swiftly, the martial arts master grasped the sword from afar, suppressing its energy with his own sword intent, murmuring, "When did our neighborhood produce such an accomplished swordsman? His understanding of sword intent surpasses my own. He must have reached the 8th tier level. That villa, it seemed to belong to Master Song Lanqing. I heard she sold it. I wonder which sword master from Anqing has acquired her villa. I must pay a visit tomorrow." This thought flickered through the minds of the other 3 martial arts masters residing in the same community. Yu Yang, however, remained blissfully unaware of it all. After approximately 5 minutes, the sword intent emanating from him gradually receded. Thud. The little green snake fell to the ground. As the sword energy whirled around, the snake spun for an indeterminate number of revolutions within 5 minutes, becoming utterly disoriented. Upon landing, it began to retch violently, exclaiming amidst its convulsions, "What on earth is happening? All I did was take a nap, and suddenly I'm airborne." Suddenly, after finishing its bout of vomiting, the little green snake exclaimed in delight, "I've grown longer and thicker." It raised its tail and thumped it against the ground several times, continuing, "And I've become sturdier." Its body had extended to 1 meter in length, and its girth was now about 3 fingers wide. The sword intent emanating from it was now even more pronounced, exuding a powerful aura that approached the 5th rank of mastery, especially noticeable in the fine, sword-patterned scales covering its body. What a peculiar creature. It increasingly resembled a sword. Yu Yang opened his eyes and swiftly grasped the little green snake, waving it about nonchalantly. Instantly, the snake's body tensed, and it let out a series of piercing sounds akin to sword energy slicing through the air. However, it soon slackened, cursing, "Yu Yang, you rascal. Put me down this instant." Shaking his head, Yu Yang tossed the little green snake onto the ground, pondering, "What exactly is this little green snake? Every time I make a breakthrough in my practice of the Qinglian sword song, it seems to advance as well." Considering that I discovered the little green snake in Li Bai's tomb, a sudden realization struck him. Could this creature possibly be Li Bai reincarnated? Wait, this notion is utterly absurd. Even if the poetic sword immortal Li Bai were alive, he could hardly have been reborn as a snake. Confounded, Yu Yang decided to abandon the thought. He then attuned himself to his own sword intent, reflecting on the second form of the Qinglian sword song he had just comprehended. The first form, known as Qinglian Duxiu, serves as a lethal strike, emphasizing an attack that ensures the enemy's demise and guarantees salvation for the one who strikes. The second form, titled Elian Ku Du, is an exceedingly intricate sword technique imbued with numerous transformations. It focuses on the astute application of force, seamlessly integrating offense and defense, using the enemy's strength against them, while the practitioner remains steadfastly invulnerable, reminiscent of Tai Chi swordsmanship. Given my current prowess, I wonder if I could rival a 7th-rank martial arts master. Perhaps I should consider sparring with Sister Song during our next dual cultivation session? Just as Yu Yang was musing over this, a call from Professor Su interrupted his thoughts. "Professor Su, you've emerged from your retreat?" Yu Yang inquired, astonished. "Has your energy reservoir been restored? Has it only been a few days, and you have already mastered the I Ching Jing?" "Not yet," Professor Su replied on the line. "I have received word that Director He intends to venture alone into the wilderness, seeking an opportunity for a martial arts breakthrough. He has been a benefactor to me, and I wish to see him off." "Oh." Yu Yang's gaze flickered with interest. "When is Elder He departing? He has also extended his kindness to me. I shall accompany you to bid him farewell." Chapter 68. Does Elder He harbor murderous intent towards me? Has he also shown you kindness? On the other end of the line, Professor Su was momentarily taken aback. He had once been a prodigious student at the Martial Arts Academy, receiving invaluable guidance from He Jinan, which significantly aided his martial journey. Although his cultivation was later rendered ineffective, he had always cherished this debt of gratitude. As for Yu Yang, how old could he be? By the time Yu Yang was born, Elder He had already retreated from the world. Aside from the previous occasion of borrowing a book, could there be another connection? Nevertheless, since Yu Yang suggested it, Professor Su would naturally not decline. Considering that there were numerous individuals willing to deliver news to Elder He, he replied, "Prepare yourself. Let us meet at the entrance of our dojo in half an hour." After hanging up, Yu Yang donned a brand new white tracksuit. He retrieved the heaven-slaying sword, held it in his hand, and, glancing at his reflection, he adjusted his hairstyle. Unable to suppress a smile, I finally grasped the meaning behind the phrase "a gentleman as graceful as jade," unparalleled among his peers. If I were to grow my hair long and wear a flowing white robe, how striking would I appear? Yu Yang was already handsome, and with his entry into the martial arts realm, his understanding of sword intent, and the mastery of the past Amitabha Sutra, his entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. The change in aura was difficult to articulate, yet it imparted an entirely different sensation to those around him. Once prepared, Yu Yang was ready to depart to meet Professor Su. After all, Elder He had bestowed kindness upon him. Had he not lent him the sun god text? Where else would he have learned the two formidable arts, past Amitabha Sutra and cycle of life and death? Yu Yang, where are you off to? However, before Yu Yang could exit his room, the little green snake lunged at him. It had recently experienced a breakthrough, its body having grown significantly thicker and longer. Yet it had reverted to its previous form, about the thickness of a thumb and half a foot in length. I am going to see an esteemed elder, Yu Yang replied, glancing at the little green snake. Today, there will likely be many skilled individuals present. You should stay home and guard the door. Do not follow me, for fear of being discovered. However, the little green snake had already slithered up Yu Yang's pant leg to his shoulder. In this regard, the little green snake was not lying. It was quite extraordinary. When Yu Yang had previously taken it to Lu Yunlong's office, even Lu Yunlong, a master of martial arts, had not detected it. Now that its cultivation had increased to the 5th rank, it was unlikely that anyone in its city could uncover its presence. I can accompany you. Feeling the soft, cool mass coiled around his chest and sensing the hint of sword intent emanating from the little green snake, Yu Yang could not help but say, "But could you possibly move from my chest? It feels rather awkward. How about you stay in my sleeve instead?" The little green snake wriggled and nestled into Yu Yang's sleeve. Its small head peeked out from the cuff, grinning mischievously. "Yu Yang, this is a fine hiding spot. In the future, if you engage in combat, I can stealthily ambush your foes without them noticing." Yu Yang's eyes glinted. He was evidently intrigued by the little green snake's suggestion. The little green snake has now reached the 5th rank, and its sword intent is no less formidable than my own. If it were to suddenly launch a surprise attack, even a 7th-rank martial arts master would meet their demise. One person and one snake exited the villa. Within my sleeve, the little green snake chattered incessantly. "Yu Yang, what do you think of my idea? What shall we name our move? How about sleeve snake?" Yu Yang interrupted. Silence. Hailing a taxi, Yu Yang arrived at the entrance of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Professor Su, dressed impeccably in formal attire, had been waiting at the entrance. He had not driven, stating, "I received word that many are escorting Elder He today. Driving would certainly lead to a traffic jam. Let us walk." As the two strolled towards the city gate, they witnessed a procession of vehicles congested like a long dragon, with martial artists bearing swords and ordinary citizens of Anqing heading towards the city gate. "Elder He is quite esteemed in Anqing, isn't he?" Yu Yang couldn't help but inquire. Professor Su chuckled. "Indeed. With Elder He's reputation, should he break through to the divine realm, he could represent the 6 cities of our northwest and become one of the rare counselors of the Great Xia." Upon reaching the city gate, they beheld He Jinan clad in a suit of alloy battle armor, wielding an alloy battle knife. Beside him stood his 2 sons and daughter, along with Lu Yunlong, Zhou Tong, and several martial arts masters from Anqing, including Wang Teng's father, Wang Beiyuan, the parents of Feng Xiaoyu, the current dean of the Martial Arts Academy, and Master Chen Mingyuan, the head of the Academy's swordsmanship department. Even Song Lanxin was among the crowd. Upon noticing Yu Yang, Song Lanxin discreetly glanced his way. Their eyes met, and Yu Yang realized that. She seemed to wink at him. It appeared that Sister Song was seeking to cultivate with him. However, initially, Sister Song had been rather cold. Such demeanor likely stemmed from the chilling effects of her own martial arts. Now, through their dual cultivation, the balance of yin and yang had alleviated much of the cold poison within her, transforming her disposition significantly. How curious it was that so many were casting flirtatious glances in his direction. In our great Xia, there are no martial artists who die of old age, only those who perish in battle. At that moment, Professor Su murmured, "Some elder martial artists, before passing, choose to venture into the wilderness alone, even unto death, to contribute their final efforts for the great Xia. Thus, it is customary for us to see them off." The two refrained from approaching, as aside from Elder He's own children and relatives, all present were martial arts masters. They were merely there to bid farewell, with no intention of conversing with Elder He. Yet unexpectedly, Elder He cast his gaze toward them. "Little Su." He took a step forward, approaching Professor Su, offering a warm smile, and saying with a hint of nostalgia, "I remember when you were a spirited young man. Who would have thought time would pass so swiftly? You too have aged. Focus on your research. Do not give up. A damaged chi may not be a terminal affliction." Tears welled in Professor Su's eyes. Meanwhile, an unusual sensation stirred within Yu Yang at that moment. It was clear that Elder He was indeed speaking to Professor Su. However, the sensation he experienced suggested that Professor He's entire attention was fixated upon him, even to the extent of feeling a subtle aura locking onto his very being. This aura was exceedingly obscure. Had it not been for his recent advancement in sword intent, he might have struggled to discern it. After exchanging a few words with Professor Su, Oldie turned his gaze towards Yu Yang. He reached out and gently patted Yu Yang's shoulder, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he advised, "Yu Yang, among the younger generation in Anqing, your talent surpasses all. Diligently cultivate your skills and do not squander the gifts you possess." With that, he pivoted, clasped his fists in salute to the crowd, and laughed heartily, proclaiming, He am merely striving to carve a path for myself, not seeking demise. Very well, let us part ways here." As he spoke, Oldie moved with a sudden swiftness, executing a technique unknown to him, and in an instant, he was several meters away, his form flickering as he exited the city gate. Inside the city, the onlookers paid their respects until his silhouette vanished from sight, at which point the martial artists and citizens began to disperse. Song Lanqin approached, speaking in hushed tones. "Yu Yang, when will you be available?" "Anytime," he replied. "Shall I come by this evening?" "Certainly." With that brief exchange, Song Lanqin melted into the crowd. Meanwhile, within Yu Yang's sleeve, a small green serpent stealthily slithered up to his collar, whispering, "That old fellow just harbored murderous intent towards you." "Really?" Yu Yang's expression shifted subtly. The serpent continued, "It's not just him. There is another. He too desires your death." Following the direction indicated by the serpent, Yu Yang spotted a lean figure, a swordsman with a centipede-like scar on his face, gazing intently at him. Upon noticing Yu Yang's stare, the scarred swordsman nodded with a semblance of a benign smile, before turning and disappearing into the throng. However, that smile, marred by the scar, appeared somewhat unsettling. The centipede scar, wielding a sword. Could it be the infamous Wushan of the 13 Swords of Fate? Surely he is a master of martial arts. Is he the one fixated upon me? A haze of uncertainty enveloped Yu Yang's mind. He pondered the names Jinin and Wushan. I bear no grudge against them. I hadn't even met Oldie prior to borrowing the book. Why would they harbor intentions to kill me? Suddenly, a realization struck him. If that were the case, everything would make sense. Yu Yang's gaze darkened as he cast his eyes towards the direction Wushan had vanished, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting within him. Chapter 69. He couldn't possibly last even 30 seconds, could he? Yu Yang, you have developed a murderous intent. Within the collar, the little green snake shivered and murmured, I truly cannot comprehend you humans. If peaceful coexistence is possible, why resort to violence? In this era, though it appears prosperous and the populace lives in comfort, the wilderness is ravaged by ferocious beasts, and numerous malevolent forces wreak havoc upon the land, with oppressive celestial beings looming overhead. In such a world, how can one avoid bloodshed? Yu Yang chuckled derisively and retorted, moreover, as a mere snake, what right do you have to ponder such matters? He cast a glance at Professor Su, who was engaged in lively conversation with several individuals resembling fellow professors, and refrained from interrupting. Instead, he sought out Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong. Master Lu, Master Zhou, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Yu Yang began. It concerns Elder He. Oh? Noticing Yu Yang's solemn expression, Lu Yunlong's heart stirred with suspicion. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Tong, suspecting he had divulged certain information to Yu Yang. Zhou Tong shook his head, though a sense of perplexity arose within him. Elder He Jinan had concealed himself too effectively. Both he and Lu Yunlong had pursued him for 4 years, relying on the intelligence network of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School, piecing together countless clues, only to ascertain his identity. Even then, they had failed to gather any substantial evidence to bring He Jinan down. How had this young man discovered the whereabouts of Elder He? Lu Yunlong surveyed their surroundings and remarked, This place is crowded and noisy. Let us retire to my office. Upon returning to the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School and entering Lu Yunlong's office, Yu Yang wasted no time. He spoke directly, Master Lu, Master Zhou. I suspect that Elder He has allied himself with the Black Heaven sect. He intends to kill me. In addition to him, the 13 Swords of Death, Wushan, has likely also joined forces with the Black Heaven sect. The 13 Swords of Death? Zhou Tong queried, perplexed. How do you know he is allied with the Black Heaven sect? He and Lu Yunlong had traced the threads leading to He Jinan, but had never paid heed to this Wushan, because he wishes to kill me. Not just him. When I went to deliver Elder He today, I sensed a murderous aura emanating from him. After careful contemplation, I have concluded that He Jinan has likely reached some form of agreement with the Black Heaven sect. Yu Yang articulated his reasoning, The previous incident of online harassment aimed at me, pressuring me to surrender the divine-level pure yang martial arts, may have been orchestrated by him from the shadows. As for the 13 swords of death, there must be some vested interest between them and He Jinan. Considering his high standing in the city, making it impossible for him to act directly. Noticing that Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong displayed little surprise, Yu Yang's heart stirred. And he added, could it be that Master Lu and Master Zhou are already aware of this matter? We have uncovered some leads regarding Elder He, Lu Yunlong replied. However, we have yet to investigate the 13 swords of death. You are aware of Elder He's dealings? Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. Colluding with the Black Heaven sect is a grave crime. Since you are aware, why have you allowed him to leave the city? Why orchestrate such a grand affair to send him off today? This matter is indeed difficult to articulate. Lu Yunlong let out a bitter laugh. Responding helplessly, He Lao is a distinguished contributor to the Great Xia. Having rendered immense service, as you can see, his reputation in the city is unparalleled. If the allegations of his collusion with the Black Heaven sect were to surface, it would be a tremendous blow to many. Yu Yang initially harbored some discontent. However, upon reflection, he recognized the truth in Lu Yunlong's words. If an old hero, who dedicated the better part of his life to the Great Xia and achieved remarkable military feats, were found to be involved with the Black Heaven sect, how would others perceive this? The revelation would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the morale of the Great Xia. Of course, the crux of the matter lies in the absence of substantial evidence. While it is true that He Lao has rendered great service to the Great Xia, the number of martial artists who have perished due to his collusion with the Black Heaven sect over the years is not insignificant. Thus, Chairman Lin has decided to afford him a dignified exit. Lu Yunlong continued, you need not concern yourself with He Lao. Chairman Lin has already arranged for powerful individuals to discreetly follow him. Perhaps this time, we might even ensnare a significant figure from the Black Heaven sect. That was sufficient for Yu Yang. His purpose in seeking out Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong was precisely this. After all, He Jinan is a 9th-rank grandmaster, and Yu Yang's current strength is insufficient to confront him. With someone else responsible for He Jinan, Yu Yang felt reassured. However, Lu Yunlong added, as for the 13 sabers of death, Wu Shan, he is a martial arts master, and until we possess concrete evidence or confirm his collusion with the Black Heaven sect, we cannot act recklessly. To apprehend a martial arts master without justification would raise eyebrows among other masters. We cannot simply regard a threat against us as sufficient evidence. What if Wu Shan denies it and counters by accusing you of slander? The repercussions of falsely accusing a martial arts master can be severe. Yu Yang had already contemplated this on his way here. However, he could not remain passive simply due to a lack of evidence. Such an action was not in his nature. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, Lu Pavilion Master, Zhou Master, there's truly no need for such complications. Oh, do you have a plan? Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong turned their gazes toward Yu Yang simultaneously. Isn't Wu Shan intent on killing me? Yu Yang replied nonchalantly. Within the city, he would not dare to act thus. I shall provide him with the opportunity. I will serve as bait and venture into the wilderness. If he truly wishes to kill me, he will surely strike when I am in the wild. At that point, regardless of whether he is affiliated with the Black Heaven sect, it will no longer matter. For me, those who seek my demise must perish. No, Zhou Tong exclaimed urgently. Though the 13 sabers of death has recently ascended to the 7th rank and has only spent 2 years at this level, his saber technique is cunning and ruthless, swift as the wind. Even martial arts masters of the same rank would be compelled to retreat. You are merely at the 4th rank, how could you possibly withstand him? If he intends to kill you, a single strike could very well suffice. Yu Yang, a martial arts master, truly formidable? Zhou Tong solemnly remarked, a martial arts master embodies the unity of heaven and man. With each strike, one can summon the might of the cosmos. A casual blow surpasses the prowess of a peak 6th grade warrior by tenfold. Your single sword can counter 3 4th grade warriors, indeed showcasing remarkable combat strength. However, when faced with a martial arts master, there remains no glimmer of hope for survival. Zhou Tong failed to discern that Yu Yang had already grasped the essence of sword intent. Although he was a 9th grade grandmaster, his perception paled in comparison to that of Lu Yunlong, a practitioner of the divine realm. Nonetheless, Lu Yunlong only vaguely sensed the sword intent within Yu Yang and was unaware of the depth of his comprehension. Yet, that was sufficient. To command the power of intent signifies that one has reached the realm of unity with heaven and man. Thus, the only remaining disparity lies in cultivation level. Even if one cannot prevail, instant annihilation is not a foregone conclusion. He rose and stated, this plan is viable, Yu Yang. Whenever you intend to leave the city, inform me, and I shall discreetly follow to ensure your safety. With the protection of Master Lu, I can rest assured. Yu Yang replied, I initially planned to depart today, but given the martial arts master's formidable prowess, I must prepare thoroughly. Master Lu, shall I message you tomorrow morning? Upon seeing Lu Yunlong nod, Yu Yang did not linger. Once Yu Yang departed, Zhou Tong began to voice his grievances. Master Lu, how could you indulge Yu Yang's recklessness? Our city has painstakingly produced a prodigy who has garnered the praise of even Chairman Lin. How can we allow him to take such risks? He is merely at the 4th grade level. How can he safeguard his life against the assassination of a 7th grade martial arts master? Yet Lu Yunlong confidently replied, Do not worry. If that individual truly dares to act, I shall arrive within 30 seconds at most. If Yu Yang is indeed a genius, surely he can withstand at least 30 seconds, cannot he? Chapter 70, 4th rank? Shaoqing. You shall stand guard while I enter seclusion to strive for the 5th rank in martial arts. He summoned Shaoqing, promising her 30 pounds of roasted meat, and dispatched her to the surrounding greenery, reiterating firmly, Remember, if anyone approaches, notify me at once. He then ascended to the 2nd floor training room and began to read the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. It was currently 2 in the afternoon, and he had until 8 the following morning, approximately 18 hours. His reading speed had significantly increased. He could now complete a reading of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber in just 4 hours. Staying up all night to elevate his cultivation to the 5th rank would not be overly challenging. Initially, Yu Yang believed that with his enhanced strength, he was not far from a true 7th rank martial arts master, even if he did not quite match one. However, after hearing Zhou Tong's remarks today, his confidence wavered. The crux of his uncertainty lay in the fact that he had never engaged in combat with a martial arts master, nor had he witnessed one in action. He lacked a clear understanding of their prowess. His intention was to make the most of this night to better himself, preparing to face the 13 swords of death with all his might. He did not seek to kill or injure, but merely to hold out until Lu Yunlong could intervene. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber grants martial art, 9 Yang Divine Skill Level 1. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber grants martial art, 7 Injuries Fist Level 1. For hours later, darkness enveloped the outside world. Yu Yang finished reading the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, and as the notification echoed in his mind, he felt his 9 Yang true Qi swell significantly, strengthening his internal organs further. He was now poised to step into the 5th rank at any moment. At that moment, Shaoqing burst in, exclaiming, Yu Yang, a martial arts master is approaching. It's a female, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Yu Yang rushed to the window to glance down and saw Song Lanqin arriving, carrying a box of gifts. She looked up, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. He hurried downstairs to open the door. Song Jia, you need not bring anything. Your mere presence is enough. Yu Yang greeted her with a smile. Song Lanqin replied with a grin, This is now your home. How could I come empty-handed? He understood that she had brought a healing pill, valued at approximately 2.5 million, a sum that would take most ordinary people a lifetime to accumulate. However, for a martial arts master like Song Lanqin, it was merely a trifle. Not wishing to be overly formal, Yu Yang accepted the gift box and said, Please, go upstairs and wait for me. I will join you shortly. As he watched Song Lanqin ascend the stairs, Yu Yang stepped outside and released Shaoqing from his sleeve, instructing, I will be conversing with Song Lanqin. Keep watch outside, and remember, do not enter without my permission. Shaoqing protested, grumbling. Do you take me for a fool? You clearly intend to mate with that woman. No way. I have yet to witness such human activities. I want to see. Mate? Nonsense. Yu Yang forced a wry smile and explained, We seek to cultivate together, to harmonize the yin and yang, and to dispel the cold poison within her body. I have read extensively, so do not attempt to deceive me. The little green snake scoffed coldly. Isn't cultivating together synonymous with mating? Begone. Yu Yang swiftly drew a crystal dagger, positioning it at the little green snake's vital point, and declared with indignation. You can either let me turn you into soup, or you can stand guard. The choice is yours. The little green snake, feeling wronged, retreated into the greenery. Yu Yang, satisfied, sheathed the crystal dagger and ascended the stairs. Upon entering the bedroom, he found Song Lanqin, already disrobed, sitting shyly on the bed. She softly remarked, Yu Yang, I have a meeting at 8 o'clock. Let us not dawdle. Very well. Yu Yang swallowed hard, bending his body as he sat cross-legged opposite her. Noticing Song Lanqin's gaze wandering, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and explained, Sister Song, please do not mind. I am merely a vigorous youth. And my cultivation method is rather unique. Now, let us begin. He channeled his 9 yang true qi, engaging in dual cultivation with Song Lanqin, harmonizing their energies. After approximately 15 minutes, the bedroom was enveloped in mist. What kind of cultivation method is this young man practicing? Though he is merely at the 4th tier, he possesses such strength. At this rate, even if we engage in uninterrupted dual cultivation for an hour, it seems entirely possible to expel the cold poison from my body in one go. Song Lanqin was astonished. Due to their dual cultivation, she could distinctly sense that Yu Yang's true energy had not diminished after 15 minutes. It flowed ceaselessly, as if it would never deplete. At that moment, Yu Yang spoke, feigning a weak demeanor. Sister Song. Song Lanqin thought, this little rascal. She clenched her teeth, silently cursing. How could she not understand his little scheme? I can tell how much energy you're expending. She immediately played along, saying, your cultivation is too weak. Indeed, we cannot sustain this for long. You should recover for a moment while I take a shower. This bedroom was once her own. In the bathroom, some toiletries remained. After she finished her bath and exchanged a few words with Yu Yang, mentioning a meeting she had to attend, she hurriedly departed. Yu Yang had intended to spar with her to gauge the strength of a martial arts master, but he had to abandon that thought. After seeing Song launching off, he settled onto the sofa and resumed reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Acquired martial art. 9 yang divine skill 1. Ding. Reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Acquired martial art. 7 injuries fist 1. Around 11 o'clock at night, as the notification echoed in his mind, Yu Yang felt a surge of power. His cultivation transitioned from the 4th tier to the 5th. He felt invigorated and pulled out demigods and semi-devils, smiling as he said, since I have broken through, I shall read demigods and semi-devils once more. After all, enhancing my evolving muscle technique can also stabilize my cultivation. Chapter 71. Baiting the Hook. Fishing beyond the city. After a prolonged period of cultivating his internal energy, Xiaofeng suddenly heard 2 faint sounds coming from a high point in the northwest corner, signaling the presence of martial artists traversing the rooftops. At 1 a.m., Yu Yang was engrossed in his reading. Suddenly, the petite green snake stealthily slithered into the room and spoke. That scar-faced master has just paid a visit. Oh. Yu Yang's eyes flickered with interest as he responded. It seems the one fixated on me is indeed the formidable Wushan of the 13 Swords of Death. Where is he now? He lingered outside the villa for a few minutes before departing. The green snake grumbled. That scoundrel was hiding right beside me, leaving me so frightened that I dared not even breathe. Haha. Fear not. Tomorrow I shall take you beyond the city to exact vengeance upon him. Yu Yang chuckled. Returning to his book. Around 3 a.m., he completed reading Demigods and Semi-Devils. Ding. You have read Demigods and Semi-Devils, gaining the martial art, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms 1. Ding. You have read Demigods and Semi-Devils, gaining the martial art, Jing Jing 1. A notification echoed in his mind. Within his body, a faint dragon's roar resounded, filling him with satisfaction. He set the book aside, assuming a meditative posture, and began to cultivate his spiritual essence according to the method recorded in the past Amitabha Sutra to strengthen his soul. A myriad of illusions cascaded before him. Yu Yang envisioned the golden Buddha guarding his spiritual platform, dispelling the numerous illusions, remaining undisturbed. He practiced until 4 a.m., feeling invigorated, as if his spiritual power had grown stronger. Indeed, my talent for Taoist arts is quite remarkable. Relishing the thrill of this cultivation, Yu Yang took out Yangshin and resumed his reading. While he could cultivate the past Amitabha Sutra through his own abilities, he remained perplexed about the cycle of life and death of all heavens, relying solely on reading to decipher its profound mysteries. Meanwhile, over 300 miles from An City, in a desolate ruin, He Jinan stood quietly atop the corpse of a massive, ferocious beast, a battle blade slung across his back. This beast, resembling a wolf, was pitch black with wings on its back and measured an impressive 30 meters in length. It was the infamous 8th grade ferocious beast, the dark heavenly wolf. Clap, clap, clap. Indeed, you are as robust as ever. The dark heavenly wolf fell before you in less than 5 moves. In the darkness, a voice of applause resonated. He Jinan turned to see a man clad in an ancient-style azure robe, his long hair flowing down his shoulders, and a precious sword at his back, striding toward him. He appeared to be in his 30s, and as the night wind tousled his hair, it added an air of nonchalance to his demeanor. However, upon seeing the man's face, He Jinan's pupils constricted in shock. Nia Chi Feng of the Shadowless Sword? How could it be you? I thought you perished years ago. Nia Chi Feng of the Shadowless Sword. This name, once renowned in the Northwest, is now known to but a few. However, during the era of He Jinan, Nie Feng was a name that resonated throughout the 6 cities of the Northwest, renowned by all and sundry. His reputation surpassed that of the contemporary Yu Yang, and at the tender age of 25, he had already ascended to the status of a martial arts master, making him one of the youngest martial arts masters among the hundreds of millions residing in the 9 major cities of the Great Xia. It is worth noting that even today, to achieve mastery in martial arts by the age of 25 is to be considered a prodigy among prodigies. More than a century ago, martial arts was just beginning to establish itself as a legitimate discipline. And Nie Feng's extraordinary accomplishments during that period speak volumes of his innate talent. Yet, he was later seduced by the Black Heaven sect, becoming one of its followers, and was subsequently wanted by the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. In a fierce battle, he, as a 7th-tier martial arts master, faced 3 adversaries, 2 at the 7th tier and 1 at the 8th tier, but ultimately fell in battle. Who could have imagined that he survived? No, wait. You are older than I am. Even if you faked your death back then, your lifespan should have reached its limit by now. Your aura suggests you have not broken through. Why are you still alive? He Jinan, regaining his composure, spoke solemnly. With your exceptional talent, Nie Feng, how is it that you have not yet transcended? It seems that your faith in this so-called evil god is not as miraculous as one might expect. Rather, the power of belief has morphed into an obsession, impeding your martial path. The man in the blue robe sighed deeply, reflecting, I never anticipated that in present-day Great Xia, there would still be those who remember this name. He then shifted his tone, stating, however, the Nie Feng of your has long perished. I am now a Scorpion Star General under the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord imparted upon me a celestial technique, allowing me to commune with the heavens and draw star essence into my being, thus extending my life. Now, I am adept in both martial and mystical arts. It is not that I am incapable of breaking through, but rather, once one steps into the realm of divine powers, the spirit and flesh become one, causing all martial techniques to dissipate, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. He Jinan's gaze flickered with astonishment as he remarked, according to legend, apart from the mysterious sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, there are also guardians, 12-star generals, and numerous elders. I never would have imagined that you have become one of the 12-star generals, integrating into the core of the Black Heaven sect. Yet, I am aware that the evil forces cultivate their arts through divine bestowals, and apart from the leader, no other can truly practice these arts. How is it that you have acquired the methods of cultivation? The foundation of my divine sect is beyond your imagination. The man in the blue robe smiled faintly, suddenly raising his voice. He Jinan, how much have you sacrificed for the Great Xia throughout your life? And in the end, what have you truly gained? To extend your life, you must rely on my divine sect's assistance. His voice resonated with an enchanting power. As he continued, the Divine Lord has decreed that if you are willing to betray the Great Xia and join my divine sect, he will personally intervene to prolong your life and may even assist you in obtaining divine blessings, making the cultivation of eternal life a possibility. He Jinan felt a stirring within, bowing his head in contemplation. As he approached the twilight of his years, he was reluctant to succumb to death so easily. After all he had done over the past 5 years, what was it all for? Upon witnessing He Jinan's peculiar expression, Nie Feng chuckled and remarked, you might believe that your current alliance with me and the divine sect does not equate to betraying the Great Xia. However, consider the actions of the past years and the intelligence you have conveyed to the divine sect. How many warriors and prodigies of the Great Xia have perished due to your revelations? Even 2 masters of martial arts have met their demise indirectly because of you. This is indistinguishable from treachery against the Great Xia. After a prolonged silence, He Jinan lifted his gaze and hoarsely inquired, what must I do? Those who comprehend the times are indeed wise, Nie Feng replied. Your decision is astute. Firstly, Yu Yang must die. This is a direct order from the Divine Lord. His copy of the Sunflower Scripture has not only led to the demise of our 9th elder, but has also claimed the lives of over 1,000 individuals within the divine realm due to their practice of this technique. His death is essential to quell our wrath. Secondly, after your betrayal of the Great Xia, our divine sect will incite sentiments across various regions of the Great Xia, publicizing this matter. He produced his mobile phone and made a call. Within 3 days, I expect to hear of Yu Yang's demise. The Tianyuan fruit has been reserved for my daughter. In my study, there lies a confidential letter at that time. You may retrieve the Tianyuan fruit by presenting this letter to my daughter. Subsequently, your ailing son shall regain his health. However, Neither He Jinan nor Nie Feng noticed that not far from them, a large rat, measuring a foot in length, lay concealed beneath the ruins, observing them intently. The rat's eyes shimmered with an almost human-like glint. Moments later, the rat trembled, and its gaze became muddled once more. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, Ji Xiaonan, seated cross-legged beneath a grand tree, slowly opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. This old fellow has left himself a contingency. He intends to eliminate my roommate? He took out a satellite phone and sent a message to Lin Jiuzhou, who subsequently relayed this information to Lu Yunlong. Soon, dawn broke. In the office of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School in Anqing, Lu Yunlong, who had spent a sleepless night, gradually opened his eyes and glanced at the mobile phone resting beside him. A message from Yu Yang had arrived. Director Lu, I am ready and can depart at any moment. In the villa, Yu Yang took a deep breath, stowed away his phone, shouldered his backpack, grasped the heaven-slaying sword, concealed the crystal dagger, and announced, Shaoqing, let us depart. Out of the city. Fishing. Chapter 72. A sword to vanquish the master. Is this it? Yu Yang, there is a threat. To the northeast, approximately 30 meters away. Just as Yu Yang stepped out of the villa district, he heard the voice of the little green snake from within his sleeve. He feigned indifference and glanced toward the northeast, yet found nothing amiss. Turning his gaze southwest, he spotted the elusive Wushan, the 13th sword of death, masquerading as a mere passerby. Yu Yang was momentarily speechless, silently resolving to take the time to teach this fellow some basic navigation and literacy skills. He hailed a taxi and made his way outside the city, disembarking to walk toward the wilderness. However, just as he exited the electric fence entrance, a heavy-duty pickup truck screeched to a halt beside him. A head popped out of the window, exclaiming, Brother Yang, what a coincidence. Are you heading to the wilderness too? Come on, get in. I'm also off to train in the wild. We can go together. The driver was none other than Wang Tang. He was exuberant, hopping out of the vehicle to pull Yu Yang aboard. Yu Yang hesitated. For today, he had ventured out to serve as bait, luring the formidable Wu Shan. If Wang Tang accompanied him, any misfortune could lead to dire consequences for them both. Wang Tang, I have important matters to attend to outside the city. It's best if we don't go together, Yu Yang explained. Wang Tang, grinning, replied, I understand, Brother Yang. Rest assured, I snuck out too. Whatever I see or hear on this journey, I promise not to tell a soul. I swear on my father's honor. Should I speak out of turn? I guarantee that my father and my stepmother will have a tumultuous relationship for the rest of their lives. With such a declaration, Yu Yang found it impossible to refuse. Just as he climbed into the truck, another heavy-duty pickup truck passed by. The driver was none other than Wushan himself. However, Wushan was well disguised. As he drove past, he didn't even cast a glance at Yu Yang, instead continuing straight into the wilderness. Had it not been for the little green snake's early warning of the impending danger, Yu Yang would have remained oblivious even if they crossed paths in the wild. As Wang Ting drove the vehicle, Yu Yang couldn't help but inquire, by the way, you mentioned sneaking out. What's the situation? Aren't you already at the third rank? Wang Tang, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. With January approaching, I want to take advantage of the Martial Arts Academy's holiday to venture into the wilderness and hone my skills, pushing my cultivation to the peak of the third rank. During the break, I aim to break through to the fourth rank. At that point, being a freshman at the fourth rank would certainly earn me a place in the annals of the Martial Arts Academy. You have an 8th rank father to guide you. Why must you struggle in the wilderness? Yu Yang asked with a smile. Wang Ting shook his head, his expression earnest. While my father can impart a wealth of martial arts knowledge, sparing me from many pitfalls, I believe that a true martial artist should not live sheltered within the protective confines of the city, but rather venture into the wild to carve out their own path in the martial realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Wang Ting. He had not anticipated that this fellow possessed such remarkable insight in terms of lineage and wealth. Both Wang Teng and Feng Xiaoyu could undoubtedly be classified as second-generation elites. Wang Teng's father, Wang Beiyuan, was a renowned master of blade techniques in its city, an 8th-grade grandmaster known for his formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoyu's parents were famously referred to as the Black and White Twin Swords. His father was an 8th-grade grandmaster and his mother a 7th-grade martial arts master, boasting an even more illustrious pedigree. Yet, both Wang Ting and Feng Xiaoyu exhibited none of the typical traits associated with their privileged backgrounds, instead demonstrating an industriousness that surpassed that of many ordinary individuals. This phenomenon could be attributed to the prevailing societal conditions, though the primary factor remained their upbringing. As the vehicle progressed, the road gradually grew rugged and bumpy, indicating a deeper venture into the wilderness. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Compared to Feng Xiaoyu, Wang Tu was not particularly talkative. After exchanging a few words with Yu Yang, he found himself at a loss for further conversation. Meanwhile, Yu Yang was preoccupied with contemplating how to deal with Wu Shan's situation. Perhaps sensing that the silence was becoming awkward, Wang Tung ventured, "Brother Yang, shall we listen to some music?" He fumbled with the controls on the dashboard, awkwardly admitting, "This car has been in my dad's garage for several years. It seems to be broken. Never mind, let me sing you a song instead." It's said that this song was once all the rage during the old calendar, beloved by many, even by some elderly folks. With that, he began to hum the tune. "You are my little apple. No matter how you are never too much for me. Your rosy cheeks warm my heart." Yu Yang was astonished. He never expected to hear such endearing music in this day and age. However, Wang Tung's voice was rather coarse and utterly out of tune, rendering his performance rather overwhelming. Yu Yang quickly intervened, pulling out a book titled Sun God to distract himself, prompting Wang Tung to cease his singing out of embarrassment. After approximately half an hour of driving, the road conditions continued to deteriorate, and the vegetation on either side of the path thickened, with distant, ominous growls of ferocious beasts echoing in the air. "Brother Yang, let us walk the last 5 kilometers. I know there is an open area ahead where many martial artists honing their skills near the base city leave their vehicles," Wang Ting announced, suddenly slamming the brakes. Yu Yang looked up to see a pickup truck obstructing the road ahead. Standing beside it was Wu Shan, the sword master of the 13 swords, with the hood of his vehicle propped up high, seemingly broken down. "Hey, that's Wu Shan, the sword master of the 13 swords," Wang Ting exclaimed joyously. "Has his car broken down?" Yu Yang replied, "Let us get out and greet him. Perhaps we can offer some assistance." He unbuckled his seatbelt and made to exit the vehicle, but Yu Yang reached out to stop him. "Wang Tung, stay in the car and do not get out." Yu Yang's expression turned serious as he took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Wu Shan is here to kill me. Wait for the right moment to act. If an opportunity arises, make haste to drive away from here." He opened the car door, stepped out, and inquired with a smile, "Master Wu, has your vehicle broken down? Is there any way I could be of assistance?" Despite his words, within Yu Yang, the 9-yang true chi was already in motion, and the heaven-slaying sword in his hand had been drawn 3 inches from its sheath. The sword's intent surged from his body, ready to unleash its most formidable strike at any moment. Even the little green snake concealed within his sleeve had coiled itself into a straightened form, the sword intent swirling around it, giving Yu Yang the illusion that he harbored a blade within his garment. Wu Shan's expression was grim. He had long surveyed the surroundings. Here, over 30 kilometers from its city, was a desolate place, perfect for murder. Typically taciturn, upon seeing Yu Yang exit the vehicle, his gaze revealed a flicker of astonishment. "Yu Yang, I never expected that within a single night, you would break through to the 5th rank. Moreover, you have achieved a unity with the heavens." Comprehending the essence of sword intent, no wonder the Black Heaven sect is willing to expend such resources to eliminate you. At this moment, Yu Yang's aura erupted, the sword intent around him soaring, a faint green sword energy enveloping him. How could Wu Shan not sense it? "From your demeanor, it seems you are aware of my intent to kill you. However, being at the 5th rank does not mean you can defy a master." Clang. The long sword at his back suddenly unsheathed, the murderous intent emanating from him as he darted towards Yu Yang, unleashing a torrent of strikes in an instant, transforming the surroundings into a veritable storm of sword shadows. Yu Yang felt as though the very heavens and earth were being commanded by Wu Shan's blade, pressing in upon him. In that moment, Yu Yang's heart remained unexpectedly calm. He was devoid of distraction, fixated solely on one thought: battle. Since a martial arts master was so formidable, he would fight with all his might, at least until the arrival of Pavilion Master Lu. Otherwise, not only would he lose his own life today, but Wang Tung would also meet his demise. Boom. The 9-yang true chi within him erupted instantaneously. Yu Yang pushed forth with his left hand, the sound of a dragon's roar resonating as the first stance of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, Konglong Yui, transformed into a golden dragon's true energy, crashing towards the multitude of sword shadows. Simultaneously, from his sleeve, the little green snake emitted a strange cry, shouting, "Ultimate skill." Sleeved green snake. Whoosh. It transformed into a streak of green sword light, concealed within Yu Yang's attack, shooting forth with great speed. Clang. In his right hand, the heaven-slaying sword was already unsheathed. He thrust it forward, executing the first stance of the Qinglian sword song, Qinglian Duxiu. His formidable sword intent coalesced entirely within this strike, revealing a green sword energy that pierced through, surrounded by blooming green lotuses. With a soft sound, the myriad sword shadows dispersed in an instant. Wu Shan, wielding his long sword, displayed a look of horror in his eyes, struggling to utter 4 words. Such powerful swordplay. His body fell straight back, and at the moment of his descent, blood began to seep from his brow, chest, and the corners of his mouth. Yu Yang sheathed his sword, a look of astonishment dawning upon his face as he murmured, "What on earth? Did Assistant Show not say that martial arts masters are exceptionally formidable? I defeated one with a single stroke? Is this all there is to it?" Chapter 73, Manifestation of Possession, the Great Accomplishment of the Yin Spirit. The tale is lengthy, yet in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yu Yang departed from the vehicle to inquire, to Wu Shan's decisive action, the two exchanged merely 4 sentences. Then, in a sudden eruption of violence, Wu Shan attempted to take Yu Yang's life, prompting Yu Yang to retaliate with a forceful strike. From initiation to conclusion, not even 10 seconds elapsed. In the rear, within the pickup truck, Wang Ting gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes wide as saucers, his mind momentarily bewildered. He was still enveloped in the chilling declaration Yu Yang had made before exiting the vehicle. Wu Shan has come to kill me. Failing to grasp the gravity of the situation, suddenly he witnessed Wu Shan launch an attack toward Yu Yang, who countered with a palm strike. Resonating with the mighty roar of a dragon, as a manifestation of his true energy soared forth like a golden dragon. Then, Yu Yang thrust forth his sword, the azure blade slicing through the myriad of sword shadows, piercing through Wu Shan's brow. It was not until Wu Shan's lifeless body crumpled to the ground that Wang Ting felt a surge of disbelief. Gulp. Wang Ting's throat bobbed as a trio of existential questions echoed in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Am I hallucinating? My brother Yang. Did he just slay a martial arts master with a single strike? At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens. It was Lu Yunlong. From the instant Yu Yang emerged from the villa, Lu Yunlong had been stealthily shadowing him. Nevertheless, Wu Shan, being a martial arts master, possessed an acute awareness. Having reached a state where he could sense the slightest disturbance, a mastery akin to perceiving the autumn breeze before the cicadas stir. Outside Song Lanxin's hotel, Wu Shan merely glanced across the street at Yu Yang, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his heart, which was promptly sensed by Song Lanxin. Although Lu Yunlong was formidable in his own right, being in the realm of martial arts transcendence, he was cautious not to draw too near, lest he attract Wu Shan's attention. Yet, he could not afford to remain too distant either. He had to ensure his arrival on the battlefield within 30 seconds after Wu Shan made his move. Based on his assessment of Yu Yang's combat prowess, he believed that even if Yu Yang could grasp the unity of heaven and man and comprehend sword intent before reaching the 7th rank, the disparity in their cultivation levels was too vast. He would likely only be able to withstand Wu Shan's onslaught for a mere minute. However, that minute was fraught with uncertainty. Yu Yang, after all, lacked experience in battling formidable opponents, and thus Lu Yunlong dared not let his guard down. Almost as soon as Wu Shan revealed his murderous intent and drew his sword, Lu Yunlong sprang into action. The overwhelming power of his martial arts prowess was unmistakable in that instant. His physical form tore through the air, his speed surging to nearly 250 meters per second. In merely 10 seconds, he reached Yu Yang's side. And then he witnessed, bang, the 13 swords of pursuit struck Wu Shan's lifeless body, which fell heavily to the ground. Lu Yunlong stood momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Beside him, Yu Yang, observing Lu Yunlong's expression, softly remarked, Director Lu, are you hoping to capture him alive? I apologize. Masters, you said that a 7th rank martial arts master is exceedingly powerful. He would likely not need more than a single strike to eliminate me. Therefore, I could not afford to be careless and had to exert my full strength. I did not anticipate that a martial arts master would be so easily dispatched. As he spoke, he stepped closer, scrutinizing Wu Shan's face intently, muttering, Director Lu. Could this individual be a disguised follower of the Black Heaven sect? Could this individual possibly be a false master? Lu Yunlong took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult of emotions within him, striving to maintain a composed tone as he spoke. He is indeed Wu Shan, the 13th sword of pursuit. And he is undeniably a 7th-tier martial arts master. Yet, the astonishment in his eyes was difficult to conceal. He gazed at Yu Yang, a hint of excitement flickering within him, and solemnly remarked, Do you realize, Yu Yang, that you have annihilated a martial arts master? Before Yu Yang could respond, he continued, 4th tier. Wait, you have already reached the 5th tier? Lu Yunlong was momentarily taken aback. As a master of the divine realm and the head of the Anqing Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, he had witnessed countless extraordinary events. Yet today's revelations were astonishing beyond belief, verging on the extraordinary. How long had it been since their first encounter? At that time, Yu Yang was merely at the second tier, having slain a third-tier disciple of the Black Heaven sect with a single strike in the assessment hall of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy. Calculating the time, it had only been a little over 20 days. In just over 20 days, ascending from the second tier to the fifth tier? Within the realm of the Great Xia, there were countless talented individuals blessed with immense fortune, but few could achieve such a feat. The fifth tier embodies the comprehension of the unity of heaven and man, a prodigy who grasps the power of intent. Since the dawn of the new era in 208, there have indeed been some, but Lu Yunlong had never heard of anyone capable of dispatching a seventh-tier martial arts master with a mere sword strike at the fifth tier. Such a notion was beyond his imagination. Even the esteemed Chairman Lin from years past would likely have been unable to accomplish such a feat. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Yunlong found himself at a loss for words. He gazed intently at Yu Yang for several moments before finally exhaling. Truly deserving of the esteem held by Chairman Lin. Yu Yang, if your accomplishments today were to be disseminated, the entire martial arts community of the Great Xia would surely be shaken. However, such matters must remain undisclosed, otherwise the leaders of various malevolent factions may take it upon themselves to eliminate you. This statement was not made lightly. Why are the malevolent factions so eager to assassinate the prodigies of the Great Xia? Because they fear the emergence of another Lin Jiuzhou, or even more. In the future, it is best not to proclaim it. Yu Yang replied with a smile, as you see fit, Master Lu. I value my life far more than fleeting fame. It is said that the leaders of these malevolent factions are masters of the occult, having practiced the past Amitabha Sutra. Yu Yang understood that true masters of the occult can kill silently and unexpectedly. Until he has sufficiently honed his own skills, he must avoid drawing their attention. He stepped forward, offering a brief admonition, and, with a swift motion, grasped the body of Wu Shan, the 13th sword of pursuit. Lifting into the air and soaring towards Anqing. Once Lu Yulong departed, Wang Ting leaped from the vehicle and rushed to Yu Yang's side. His expression one of astonishment as he exclaimed, Yang Gu, you. Perhaps realizing that his voice was too loud and recalling Lu Yulong's earlier admonition. He quickly lowered his tone, his excitement palpable. Yang Gu, you have slain a martial arts master. You dispatched a martial arts master with a single strike. It was merely luck, Yu Yang humbly replied. Primarily, Wu Shan was careless and did not defend himself. Otherwise, how could I have taken him down with one sword? He turned to Wang Teng and said, Wang Teng, we must part ways here. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and you are but a third-tier martial artist. Venturing alone into the wild, you must take great care. With that parting advice, Yu Yang turned and plunged into the thicket. 200 meters away, behind a bramble, he found the little green snake. At that moment, the little green snake was retching violently, its venomous saliva having poisoned a large swath of the vegetation, leaving it yellowed and withered. Yu Yang, we should refrain from using the sleeve green snake technique in the future. It's utterly revolting. The little green snake scolded as it saw Yu Yang approach. When I pierced its heart, I forgot to keep my mouth shut. Ended up swallowing a mouthful of blood. Ugh. I, the Snake Lord, am well read and understand the principles of humanity. Devouring raw flesh and drinking blood is not the conduct of a civilized being. But, you are a snake, Yu Yang retorted. The little green snake paused its retching, tilted its head in contemplation, and replied, What's wrong with being a snake? I'm not one of those ignorant fools. Even if I consume flesh and blood, it must be cooked. Do you look down upon snakes? Yu Yang, weary of debating with the little green snake, remarked. Since we have left the city, let us venture deep into the wilderness and test our mettle against some fierce beasts, while also gathering some game to eat. The encounter with Wu Shan was over in mere 3 seconds and lacked any thrill. Meanwhile, deep within the wilderness, in a city of ruins, He Jinan and Nie Qingfeng sat cross-legged together. He Lao, have you considered carefully? The path of martial arts is arduous, and longevity is rare. Though you possess the Earth Origin Pill and, with the aid of the Divine Master's crafted armor, could survive the lightning tribulation to attain the realm of martial arts' supernatural powers that would only extend your life by a century at most. Given your aptitude, the prospect of breaking the constraints of humanity to enter the celestial realm is nearly non-existent. Conversely, Taoism is the path to longevity. Only through the cultivation of Taoist arts can one hope for eternal life. Should you undergo the tribulation and attain supernatural powers, your spirit and flesh would become one, rendering any further cultivation of Taoist arts impossible. A flicker of conflict crossed Jinan's face. He yearned for immortality. Thus, he had gradually found himself descending into the ranks of the Heaven's Black Sect. Yet he was acutely aware that the Taoist arts of the Heaven's Black Sect were not easily acquired or practiced. With only a few years remaining before his lifespan reached its limit, he knew that if he did not obtain the secrets of cultivation within these years, he would eventually face the decline of his physical form and the fading of his vitality. Even with the Earth Origin pill and the armor, it would be difficult to survive the lightning tribulation. However, if he were to simply undergo the tribulation to become a martial arts supernatural being, extending his life by merely a century was something he could not accept. It remains to be seen whether you, He Lao, can bring useful news to Shenzong. Nia Qifeng chuckled and replied, "Let us first discuss this after you have dealt with Yu Yang." He Jinan retrieved his satellite phone. Glancing at the message sent by Wushana the 13 Swords of Pursuit that morning, and said with a smile, "Rest assured, results will come swiftly." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. Both He Jinan and Nie Qingfeng's expressions shifted dramatically as they looked up. A chilling wind swept through the sky, howling ominously, and a dark cloud descended. That cloud coalesced into the figure of Ji Xiaonan, who floated down from above. He gazed at the two men and spoke with a calm demeanor. Wushana the 13 Swords of Pursuit colluded with the Black Heaven sect, intending to assassinate the great Yu Yang of Ardisia. Just moments ago, he was struck down by Liu Yunlong. He Jinan, Nie Qifeng, you both were once the proud paragons of martial prowess in Ardisia. Why have you chosen to ally yourselves with such malevolent forces as the Black Heaven sect? Nie Qingfeng, taken aback, exclaimed in shock, soul projection, manifestation, the completion of the Yin spirit. Who are you? How is it possible for such a master of the arcane arts to exist within Ardisia? Chapter 74. The Thunder of Winter and the Peril of Transcendence. In the realm of Taoist arts, once one's spiritual essence attains the night-wandering state, they may be referred to as a Yin spirit. With focused mind, one may transcend the physical shell, embark on nocturnal and diurnal explorations, command objects, and manifest their form. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of manifestation can one truly be deemed a fully realized Yin spirit. To progress even further, breaking through the barriers of life and death leads to the state of ghost immortal, allowing one to seize possession of another's body and be reborn, thus acquiring a prolonged lifespan. Ji Xiaonan once ascended to the realm of ghost immortal. Yet, at the very moment he attained this status, he discerned the pitfalls within the Taoist arts. To extricate himself from control and evade becoming a mere puppet of the celestial beings, he relinquished all his Taoist skills and underwent the process of body dissolution and reincarnation. However, although Ji Xiaonan had achieved the ghost immortal state, he had yet to endure the thunder tribulation, resulting in his thoughts remaining purely yang, ensnared by the mysteries of gestation in his new life. It was only in this lifetime that he awakened his previous memories. He resumed his cultivation of Taoist arts, and in less than a month, he had reached the pinnacle of Yin spirit. Yet, daunted by the prospect of further advancement, Ji Xiaonan hesitated to continue his cultivation. He yearned to forge his own path in the arts, for even if he were to become a ghost immortal once more, he would still be ensnared by the traps of Taoist practices. Casting a glance at Nie Qifeng, Ji Xiaonan smiled and remarked, as a grandmaster of the 9th rank, proficient in Taoist arts, you have reached the realm of object manipulation. You must be practicing the stellar skill of the Black Heaven sect. Am I correct? I am somewhat acquainted with this art. Its power is formidable, yet alas, it is but a remnant. It seems that in this lifetime, you have reached the limits of the object manipulation realm, with no hope of further progress. Such nonsensical words shall not disturb my resolve. He sank to the ground, channeling his Taoist arts, and his spirit leapt forth, transforming into a gust of Yin wind. Simultaneously, a slender short sword ascended from his being. The Yin wind, conjured by Nie Qingfeng's spirit, surged directly into the short sword. This sword was no ordinary object, but a magical sword, in the hands of a martial artist. Such a sword holds little value, even inferior to an S-grade alloy weapon. Yet, for those who practice Taoist arts, it is worth its weight in gold. Upon reaching the object manipulation realm, the flying sword becomes a lethal weapon, nearly impossible to defend against. Nie Qingfeng proclaimed, with dual cultivation of martial and Taoist arts, the realm of object manipulation is my domain. As his spirit emerged from its shell, he commanded the flying sword, which transformed into a radiant beam, slicing toward Ji Xiaonan. The sword light shimmered like starlight, and as it struck, a fierce wind howled, exuding tremendous might. However, when the sword light approached within 3 feet of Ji Xiaonan, it suddenly halted. A magical sword? Ji Xiaonan, with a smile gracing his lips, lightly flicked his finger, dislodging Nie Qingfeng's spirit from the sword, erasing the imprint of his thoughts, and reclaimed the magical sword. My flying sword. Startled, Nie Qingfeng opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in despair, only to be engulfed in darkness, with stars swirling before him as the ground spun, causing him to faint. Though lengthy in narration, all transpired in the blink of an eye. Beside Nie Qingfeng, He Jinan bellowed fiercely, unleashing the full force of his pinnacle 9th rank cultivation, wielding a battle blade as he struck toward Ji Xiaonan. Swish. A blade's aura descended with fierce intensity. Ji Xiaonan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, neither flinching nor evading, allowing the blade's arc to cleave him in two, subsequently carving a deep gash into the earth, extending for several dozen meters. Then, before He Jinan's astonished gaze, his bisected form rejoined seamlessly. He Jinan, taken aback, swung his blade once more. Though advanced in years, his martial prowess remained formidable, and he unleashed a flurry of 18 strikes, each more ferocious than the last. Ji Xiaonan, undeterred, permitted the first 17 blows to land upon him, only evading the 18th, which saw him transform into a wisp of shadow, appearing behind He Jinan. Turning around, He Jinan ceased his assault, panting heavily, his eyes fixed intently on Ji Xiaonan. With a hoarse voice, he murmured, "Is this the legendary path of the Tao? The soul departing the body. So wondrous? Blades and swords are ineffective? Martial artists' vitality, the essence of their blades, can indeed harm the soul," Ji Xiaonan replied calmly. "You are a 9th rank grandmaster, with a formidable blade intent and a vitality as radiant as a rainbow. Were I merely an ordinary manifestation of the soul, your 17 strikes would suffice to injure my ethereal form. Yet, the great Xia possesses a tradition of the Tao." He Jinan laughed heartily, casting aside his weapon. Despair and resentment etched across his face. "If the great Xia has a tradition of the Tao, why are we not permitted to cultivate it? I, He Jinan, have dedicated the better part of my life to the great Xia. Am I not worthy of practicing this art of longevity? Were I to possess such a method, would I have betrayed the great Xia?" His expression became frenzied, spiraling into a state of utter hysteria. In his state of soul departure, Ji Xiaonan could distinctly sense the overwhelming resentment emanating from He Jinan, a grievance against the perceived injustices of the great Xia. The Tao practices currently held by the great Xia were fraught with peril. Remaining composed, Ji Xiaonan elucidated. The Tao can only be mastered by shattering the barriers of life and death, reaching the realm of the ghost immortal, thereby attaining rebirth and extended longevity. However, upon crossing into the ghost immortal realm, one risks falling into the snares of the celestial entities, becoming enslaved to malevolent gods, reduced to mere puppets of the divine. When I initially pursued the Tao, I intended to disseminate it nationwide. Yet upon uncovering this truth, I was compelled to undergo reincarnation. The great Xia remembers its valiant contributors. You have ascended to the 9th rank, have a family, a stable life, and earned the respect of others. I can comprehend your desire to survive. But if that desire leads you to conspire with the Black Heaven sect, endangering the citizens of the great Xia and innocent martial artists, can you reconcile that with the countless ancestors of the great Xia resting in the martyrs' cemetery? With this final proclamation, Ji Xianan's voice crescendoed, resonating powerfully. He secretly invoked a form of Tao, which struck He Jinan's ears like a thunderclap. He Jinan stood frozen, the manic resentment on his face gradually fading. Ji Xianan's shout restored clarity to his mind, causing his obsessions to dissipate. After a moment, he hoarsely inquired, "When did you discover this?" Ji Xiaonan naturally comprehended his intentions and stated, "Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong have had their sights set on you for several years. Over these past years, you have repeatedly leaked confidential intelligence, directly or indirectly resulting in the deaths of 684 innocent civilians in the 6 cities of the Northwest, alongside 538 martial artists." He enumerated He Jinan's transgressions one by one. Tears streaming down his face, He Jinan knelt toward the direction of an city, prostrating himself 9 times with heavy thuds. From his bosom, he retrieved a jade box and said, "Within this jade box lies the Earth Origin Pill I obtained through dealings with the Black Heaven sect. I am aware that many, like myself, are grandmasters trapped at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, merely a step away from breaking through. This Earth Origin Pill shall be left for their use." At this moment, Ji Xiaonan, in a state of disembodied spirit, was an ethereal shade. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the jade box, having already inspected the Earth Origin Pill within, and spoke. "This Earth Origin Pill contains a trace of the power of an evil deity. Should you consume it, you will become a mere puppet of the evil god. He Jinin let out a bitter laugh and continued. I possess a celestial origin fruit at home. The renowned Wu Shan of the 13 Swords of Pursuit would willingly serve me for this fruit. His son was once an exceptional martial artist, but 2 years ago he suffered injuries in the wilds, resulting in the loss of both legs. I have seen that young man. He possesses great talent. He remains unaware of his father's plight. Please, I beseech you, deliver the celestial origin fruit to him. My collusion with the Black Heaven sect is unknown to my son and daughter. Could you kindly inform them that I perish beneath the thunder tribulation? Ji Shaonan nodded and replied, Chairman Lin's intention is to afford you dignity. If you do not disclose it, we shall proceed as such. That is splendid. He Jinin suddenly rose, laughing heartily. I, He Jinin, have devoted the better part of my life to the great Xia. In my youth, my dream was to eradicate all ferocious beasts and vanquish all malevolent forces. Yet, I find myself in my old age, bewildered, having strayed onto the path of evil. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the winter sky, despite it being late December. By the heavens! Ji Shanan's expression changed dramatically. The old man was actually employing secret arts to expend his own vitality to summon a heavenly tribulation? In his disembodied state, Ji Shaonan feared the thunder above all else. He immediately shifted his thoughts, transforming into a wisp of shadowy wind, swiftly carrying Nie Chi Feng far away. This was the might of the heavens. Though the tribulations faced by martial artists were not as formidable as those encountered by ghostly immortals, they remained a force not to be underestimated by an ethereal shade. Ji Shaonan grasped the unconscious Nie Chi Feng and retreated 5 more miles. Just then, boom, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended. Ha ha ha, damn the heavens. He Jinin's laughter resonated amidst the thunderclaps, as a colossal blade aura surged skyward, cleaving through the heavenly lightning. Following swiftly, a second bolt of lightning fell, and He Jinin wielded his blade once more to strike it down. A third bolt descended, yet no blade aura rose to meet it. Why is there thunder in this frigid winter? Meanwhile, 150 miles away, the little green snake hung upon Yu Yang's shoulder. Gazing into the distance in astonishment, could it be that a ferocious beast has attained sentience, struck by lightning? Chapter 75. Acknowledgements for donations on the 14th and 6th. 15. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Naiku for their generous donation of 100 points. My sincere appreciation goes to the illustrious Song Sanyi for their remarkable contribution of 340 points. I am profoundly grateful to the distinguished Yellow Boak for their extraordinary donation of 1,500 points. Thank you to the eminent Wanli for their generous 500 points. My thanks also go to the notable Jinyu and Jingxing for their contributions of 500 points each. I express my gratitude to Song Sanyi once again for their donation of 200 points. I am thankful to the dedicated Zhai Suazai Wanyu and Wuhui for their 100 points. Thanks to the humble Xiaonong for their 100 points. I also appreciate the fervent Hen Chiquan for their 100 points. My thanks extend to the notable Xie Shui for their 100 points. I am grateful to Emo Yang for their 100 points, and to the esteemed Jiaming Hao Yanghuo for their 100 points. Thank you to the distinguished Ev Fei for their 100 points and to the remarkable Eiji Shouqi Fan for their 100 points as well. Additionally, there were 2 points in donations that were not displayed on the writer's assistant backend. Upon reviewing the data on my computer, I would like to express my gratitude to the illustrious Yunluo Fanxing, Zima, Huanjia Moing, and Lang Yuwang for their generous donations. Thank you all immensely. Chapter 76. The Dragon Vein of the Great Xia, the Tribulation of the Ghost Immortal. Yu Yang halted his steps and raised his gaze. In the distance, dark clouds billowed ominously, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Was this the heavenly tribulation? Was someone undergoing tribulation in the wilderness? He had witnessed the live broadcast of Master Hong Qiuyang from Summer City facing his tribulation, and the scene had been reminiscent of this very spectacle. Judging by the position of the tribulation clouds, they were perhaps a little over 100 miles away. Was this tribulation being faced by a master from the 6 cities of the Northwest? Or perhaps a member of the Haitian sect? As Yu Yang fixated on the tribulation clouds, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be He Jinin was undergoing tribulation? Remarkably, this possibility seemed quite plausible. According to Lu Yunlong's remarks, should He Jinin be publicly dealt with, it would undoubtedly shake the people's morale. Thus, Lin Jiuzhou had dispatched a master to afford him a dignified end. Boom. The might of the heavenly tribulation was immense, even from over 100 miles away. Yu Yang could hear the deafening roar of thunder. 3 bolts of tribulation lightning descended in succession, and then the tribulation clouds began to dissipate. Had the tribulation failed? If the one undergoing tribulation was indeed He Jinin, Perishing beneath the thunderous onslaught would certainly be a dignified demise. However, Yu Yang was aware that a martial artist entering the divine ability realm would face a quadruple lightning tribulation. Thus, the fact that only 3 bolts had struck indicated that the tribulation had failed, and the individual had been struck down by the heavenly tribulation. There was no other possibility. I shall scout ahead. The little green serpent leapt from Yu Yang's shoulder and burrowed into the undergrowth. It raised its head and said, "Yu Yang, I inquired of a few minor fierce beasts and learned that a swordsman arrived here yesterday, slaying numerous formidable beasts, including the 8th grade fierce beast, the dark celestial wolf, which had ruled this area. The remaining beasts have fled for their lives." Oh? Yu Yang's gaze shifted, and he smiled. A swordsman capable of slaying an 8th grade fierce beast must undoubtedly be He Jinan. It seems that the one who just failed his tribulation was indeed him. Let us change our course. Accompanied by the little green serpent, he ventured in another direction. Along the way, they encountered several fierce beasts, the weakest being of the 3rd grade, while the strongest was of the 6th grade. Yu Yang did not even draw his sword. Instead, he engaged in close combat, effortlessly dispatching several fierce beasts using the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the 7 wounds fist. During this process, Yu Yang discovered another intriguing phenomenon. While employing the 7 wounds fist in battle, he felt as though his internal organs were also being tempered. This effect, though not as pronounced as it had been during his studies, was undeniably real. No wonder the 7 wounds fist, despite its significant side effects, could be regarded as a divine martial art. The mere ability to temper one's internal organs was sufficient to elevate it to such a status. With a quiet sigh, Yu Yang lifted his gaze to the horizon, where a vast and majestic mountain range came into view, spanning several dozen miles. Could this be the Qinling Mountains? Yu Yang gazed intently at the mountain range, and suddenly, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. He swiftly ascended a towering tree, and from this elevated vantage point, he beheld the verdant expanse of the mountains, which resembled a colossal dragon sprawled across the earth. Above the peaks, enormous birds of prey circled gracefully, descending into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Faintly, the low, ominous growls of fearsome beasts echoed from within the mountain's recesses. What is happening? Why do I sense that the Qinling Mountains feel different? In his past life, Yu Yang had visited the Qinling Mountains on numerous occasions and was quite familiar with the area. The distance from Xi'an to the Qinling was less than 100 kilometers, a journey of just over an hour by car. At that time, it was a scenic area frequented by many tourists. The Qinling Mountains were indeed picturesque, with the main peak, Mount Taibai, soaring over 3,000 meters and preserving relatively intact relics of quaternary glaciers, making it a rare natural laboratory for scientific research. However, at this moment, the distant, undulating Qinling evoked a sensation in Yu Yang akin to a dragon reclining upon the earth. This was not mere metaphor. It was an authentic feeling. Even the small green snake resting on Yu Yang's shoulder uttered a surprised sound, its tail pointing toward the mountains as it exclaimed, "Yu Yang, have you noticed? That mountain is peculiar, almost like a dragon's head. The continuous range resembles the body of a dragon." Yu Yang descended from the tree and retrieved the satellite phone he had purchased for 500,000 just a few days prior. He connected to the internet and entered Qinling Mountains into the search bar. Instantly, a page about the Qinling Mountains appeared, accompanied by a note in parentheses indicating the content was derived from ancient texts. The Qinling Mountains, also known as Nanshan, stretch approximately 1,600 kilometers from east to west and vary in width from 10 to 300 kilometers from north to south. They serve as the boundary between the Guangzhou Plain and the southern regions of Shanxi, extending from the Kunlun Mountains in the west, passing through Longnan and southern Shanxi. To the east, where they meet the borders of Hubei, Hunan, and Anhui, the Qinling is a watershed between the Yangtze and Yellow River basins, situated at the very heart of the Great Xia territory. The main peak, Mount Taibai, is also referred to as the northern and southern boundary of Great Xia. Moreover, the Qinling is revered as the dragon vein of Great Xia. Only the Qinling Mountains dare to proclaim such a title. The dragon vein of Great Xia. Dragon vein, dragon vein. Yu Yang repeated these words, contemplating their significance. After traversing through so many experiences since his crossing, certain matters demanded reflection. The first unified state of Great Xia, the Qin dynasty, established its capital at the foot of the Qinling. 13 dynasties, including the Western Zhou, Qin, Western Han, Xian, Eastern Han, Western Qin, former Zhao, former Qin, later Qin, Western Wei, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang, built their capitals here. Was all of this mere coincidence? Yu Yang felt the mists of mystery enveloping him, igniting an irresistible urge within his heart to explore and unveil the obscured truths. He continued to scrutinize his phone, discovering information regarding the formidable beasts dwelling deep within the Qinling Mountains. In the depths of the Qinling Mountains, it has even been mentioned that formidable beasts exist, surpassing the rank of 9. The periphery of the Qinling Mountains is rife with such beasts, most of which are of mid-tier rank. Moreover, as the rank of these beasts increases, so does their intelligence, leading to a heightened sense of territorial awareness. Typically, the high-tier beasts residing deep within the Qinling Mountains seldom venture out. Thus, the outer regions of the Qinling Mountains have become a favorite training ground for many martial artists from the 6 cities of the Northwest. Yu Yang put away his phone and said, "Let us go, Shaoqing. Let's take a stroll around the Qinling Mountains." Accompanied by a serpent, they ventured 2 miles when they encountered a second-tier beast. Yu Yang was unaware of its name, but it was as large as an ox, emitting a bleating sound. It was a goat that had evolved into a formidable creature. With a swift motion, Yu Yang struck the goat down and remarked, "The meat of such beasts must be quite delectable. Shaoqing, gather some firewood. Let us ignite a fire and prepare some mutton skewers." After a delightful barbecue that lasted over 2 hours, Yu Yang arrived at the foot of the Qinling Mountains as night fell. At that moment, the surroundings seemed to diverge from the known realm of the Great Xia. The mountains and land stretched out, revealing their boundaries, possibly spanning only a few hundred miles. At the heart of this world stood an immense and majestic temple, with a towering divine statue reaching a height of 100 meters. Streams of people continuously approached, bowing in worship before the statue, offering incense. They appeared almost like soulless entities, only showing a glimmer of life in their eyes when kneeling at the feet of the divine statue. Wisps of incense and the power of faith swirled around the statue. Within the temple, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged, contemplating the principles of Tao. "Divine Lord," a figure emerged from the darkness, kneeling on the ground, and spoke, "I have just received word that Jinan has perished during the tribulation. The Scorpion Star has vanished, and the mission to assassinate Yu Yang has failed. Our sect has suffered significant losses in the 6 cities of the Northwest." "I understand," came the calm voice of the elder. "No need." Rising slowly, the elder smiled and said, "During the last sacrificial rite, 300,000 citizens of the divine realm offered their blood, flesh, and souls. Should we conduct another sacrificial rite, the population within the divine realm would drastically diminish. It would be challenging to gather sufficient offerings of faith for the divine in the next 50 years. The elder continued, "Convey this order. Instruct the followers of our sect in various locations to refrain from action for the time being and to focus on worship and cultivation. It is already late December and spring is approaching. My reserves are sufficient once the spring thunder sounds. I shall transcend the tribulation and ascend to the realm of the ghostly immortals, significantly enhancing my Taoist abilities. The population of millions in the 6 cities of the Northwest will be well within our grasp." When Liu awoke, he discovered that he had traversed into the world of the game Eternal Tao. At this moment, there remained 6 months before the arrival of players. The impending calamity of the demonic forces had yet to commence, and the death zones such as the Putrid Swamp, the Golden Desert, the Ghost Nation of Yin Mountain, and the Infinite Demon Sea remained in silence. The entire Qinkuan realm was enveloped in tranquility. Liu, capitalizing on his foresight, seized the opportunity to develop discreetly. After the game launched, by the banks of Clearwater River, players often encountered a high-level NPC adorned with a dazzling golden ID, engrossed in fishing. Chapter 77, The Dragon's Cry in the Mountains, The Spirit Shattered. On this night, within the depths of an city at the Jiuzhou Martial Arts School, in a dimly lit interrogation room on the 3rd level of the dungeon, a figure adorned with long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an air reminiscent of ancient chivalry, was none other than Nia Qifeng. Presently, he appeared disheveled, his garments tattered, his hair caked with dust, and his head hung low as he sat restrained in a specially crafted alloy interrogation chair, his hands and feet shackled. His eyes were tightly shut, still in a state of unconsciousness. "Master Liu, the identity has been confirmed," Zhou Tong murmured as he approached Liu Yunlong. "Indeed, it is the Nia Qifeng of your. He is now one of the 12-star generals of the Black Heaven sect, a core member of their ranks." Liu Yunlong's gaze flickered, and he spoke, awakened him. As one of the 12-star generals, he must possess considerable knowledge. If we can extract some information from him, it would greatly enhance our understanding of the Black Heaven sect. Beside them, Ji Xiaonan slurped on instant noodles. Hearing their conversation, He raised his head with a smile, saying, "Do not bother. His spirit has been shattered by me, and his soul is severely damaged. In his current state, he resembles a vegetative state. Even if you were to kill him, he would not awaken." Both Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong were taken aback. In spirit, damaged soul. Is this terminology from Taoist arts? Most individuals were only vaguely familiar with Taoism. They knew that the Black Heaven sect and the Black Lotus cult, among other nefarious forces, had inherited Taoist arts, which were said to be divine techniques for immortality. However, few understood the intricacies of such practices or their various realms. Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong, in particular, were not well versed in these matters. Upon hearing Ji Xiaonan's words, their curiosity about his identity deepened. Such youth. When did our great Xia produce such a prodigious talent? Ji Xiaon scanned the room, seemingly perceiving their thoughts, yet he chose not to elaborate. After finishing his noodles and setting down his chopsticks, he suddenly waved his hand. With a whoosh, a chilling wind swept through the interrogation room. Before the naked eye, a radiant particle materialized and descended upon Nie Qingfeng's brow. The once unconscious Nie Qingfeng shuddered and instantly opened his eyes. His gaze, now crimson, fixated on Ji Xiaon as he rasped, "Who are you? Who exactly are you? There is no Taoist inheritance in Great Xia, even if there were. How could one so young possibly cultivate to the realm of manifestation and embodying the Yin spirit? Even I, as the first star general and protector of the divine sect, have barely reached the stage of manifestation. You need not concern yourself with my identity." Ji Xiaonan rose with a smile. "I merely wish to inquire why, at such a tender age with boundless potential, you chose to betray Great Xia and join the Black Heaven sect? Furthermore, to what realm has the sect master of the Black Heaven sect cultivated his Taoist arts? Humph. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, and without the prospect of immortality, only through the cultivation of Taoist arts can one attain eternal life. I have my own aspirations. Moreover, the followers of my divine sect are also citizens of Huaxia. How can that be deemed a betrayal of Great Xia?" Yet, he remained silent regarding Ji Xiaonan's second question. Very well, very well. You have been brainwashed by the evil god and subjected to severe torture. It seems unlikely we shall glean any valuable insights from you. Soul absorption technique, seeking souls and demanding life. Ji Xiaonan was too lazy to inquire further. As his spirit split, with a mere thought, a dark light manifested, resembling a hand descending toward Nie Qingfeng's head. What kind of sorcery is this? Thoughts ignited. Retreat. Retreat. Almost instantaneously as the dark hand was unleashed, Nie Qingfeng cried out. Although his limbs were bound, his soul could still escape. In a heartbeat, his spirit emerged, igniting thoughts as a shadowy essence transformed into a fleeting light, intent on fleeing for his life. However, the dark hand suddenly erupted, morphing into a pitch-black vortex. The moment the vortex appeared, Nie Qingfeng's shadowy spirit felt an irresistible force pulling him backward. Even Zhou Tong sensed an overwhelming sensation, as if his very soul were being drawn out. As for Lu Yulong, being in the realm of divine powers, united in spirit and flesh, he remained unperturbed by such sorcery. Ji Xiaonan let out a cold chuckle. Yet, the instant Nie Qingfeng's shadowy spirit was drawn into the dark vortex, Ji Xiaonan's expression drastically changed. In the next moment, the vortex exploded with a tremendous force, unleashing a powerful thought that surged forth, manifesting and possessing a perfected shadowy spirit. So it is you, Ji Zhongtian, you achieved the status of a ghost immortal and could have pursued eternal life, gaining prolonged longevity. Yet you risked losing yourself to be reborn now. You have returned? This is merely a fragment of thought. I cannot contend with you thus. I shall not linger. A wave of mental energy resonated within the minds of the three in the interrogation room. Soon after, that fragment of thought violently erupted, unleashing a tempestuous shadowy wind within the room. When the wind subsided, both Lu Yulong and Zhou Tong gazed at Ji Xiaonan in disbelief, their eyes igniting with fervor. They clasped their fists and bowed, saying, "We did not recognize you, esteemed Counselor Ji. If our hospitality fell short, we hope you will be forgiving." They could not be unaware of the name Ji Zhongtian. When humanity returned to the surface, besides Lin Jiuzhou, many others had made significant contributions. The founder of the Thunder Martial Arts School was among them. Furthermore, the third counselor of the Great Xia was one of those figures, as was Ji Zhongtian. The fourth counselor. They never imagined he would stand before them now. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Ji Xiaonan waved his hand, stating, "The name Ji Zhongtian is one I have long since forsaken. In this life, I am Ji Xiaonan. You may call me Mr. Ji." The recent explosion of thought evidently inflicted some injury upon Ji Xiaonan's soul. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his expression grew grave as he stated, I did not expect the leader of the Black Heaven sect to leave a fragment of thought within Nie Qing Feng. Such a fragment possesses formidable power. I fear his realm is not far from transcending the Thunder Tribulation. Transcending tribulation? Lu Yulong inquired, perplexed. Mr. Ji, does cultivating sorcery also require transcending tribulation? The process of transcending tribulation in sorcery differs from that of martial practitioners entering the realm of divine powers. Jie Xian spoke. The ghost immortal is indeed comparable to a martial Dao celestial being. If he were to survive the Thunder Tribulation and attain pure young thoughts, he would likely not fall short of Lin Jiuzhou. At that point, 2 or 3 ghost immortals could sufficiently restrain Lin Jiuzhou. Li Yinling and Zhut Ying's expressions changed dramatically. Lin Jiuzhou is currently the stabilizing force of the Great Xia. If he were to be restrained, the tranquility that the Great Xia has enjoyed for decades would likely be shattered in an instant. Ying, however, remained oblivious to all of this. At this very moment, he had already delved into the Qinling Mountains. After slaying a 6th-grade ferocious beast on the outskirts of Qinling, Ying found a cliff and, using the heaven-obeying sword, carved out a stone cave. He then concealed it with foliage and took refuge within alongside the little green snake, seated cross-legged within the cave. He did not immediately engage in reading or cultivation, but instead spoke, Little Green, guard my physical body while I project my spirit and practice some Dao techniques. Ying activated the past Amitabha Sutra, his spirit leaping forth, transforming into a wisp of Yin wind as it escaped the cave and ventured into the night. My spirit is still feeble, and my Yin spirit is newly formed. I cannot stray too far from my physical form. As he concentrated, he directed his Yin spirit deeper into the Qinling Mountains. There, he beheld formidable blood-red auras soaring into the sky, teeming with demonic energy, indicating the presence of numerous powerful ferocious beasts within the depths of the mountains. Just as he was about to observe further, a sudden roar erupted. A dragon's roar, ancient and profound, resonated with an indescribable aura, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that echoed like thunder in spring, instantly shattering Ying's spirit into fragments. Within the cave, Ying, seated cross-legged, trembled violently, his breath fading rapidly, his mind blank, even his thoughts ceased to function. His spirit had been utterly dispersed. Chapter 78. The Reunion of the Spirit, Purple Lingji. Yu Yang, what has happened to you? Why have you fallen silent? The little green snake, sensing something amiss with Yu Yang, trembled in fright, rising high and emitting a mournful wail. Do not frighten me. Woe is me. In this desolate wilderness, if you have truly perished, what shall become of me? Is this what death feels like? It seems to have lasted but a moment, yet also an eternity. At last, Yu Yang's thoughts began to function once more, gradually becoming lucid. Outside the cave, a mass of imperceptible thoughts slowly coalesced, transforming into Yu Yang's form. The dragon's roar resonated like thunder, its might astonishing. Had I not cultivated the past Amitabha Sutra, I might have been scattered into oblivion by that fierce sound. Such is the uniqueness of the past Amitabha Sutra. Even when the spirit is shattered, as long as one can maintain an unwavering and undisturbed essence, the spirit may be reassembled. Upon reuniting his ethereal form, Yu Yang felt an overwhelming weakness, daring not to linger in the night sky any longer. That dragon's roar was too terrifying. Should it resound again, even with the past Amitabha Sutra, I might not withstand its force. It was then he noticed the little green snake lying feebly on the ground, weeping and cursing incessantly. Yu Yang's lips twitched. He longed to rise and put an end to this wretched creature, only to find himself utterly devoid of strength. This was merely a side effect of his spirit being shaken by the roar, a minor inconvenience. Weakly, he spoke, I am not dead. Why do you weep? The little green snake sprang up from the ground, initially overjoyed, then quickly wiped away its tears with the tip of its tail, sneering with feigned indifference. Which of your eyes saw this esteemed serpent weeping? I am a snake, a cold-blooded creature, and cold-blooded creatures do not shed tears. Yu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly found this loquacious creature somewhat endearing. I am fine, merely shaken by the dragon's roar. Did you hear that sound just now? Dragon's roar? The little green snake asked, perplexed. What dragon's roar? Oh, you did not hear it? A thought struck Yu Yang. If there truly were dragons within the Qinling Mountains, such news would surely have spread far and wide. After all, countless warriors venture here each year to hone their skills and hunt ferocious beasts. Yet now, there are no rumors or reports in the 6 cities of the Northwest regarding dragons in the Qinling Mountains. And the little green snake did not hear that thunderous roar either. It appears there are no true dragons within the Qinling Mountains. The roar I heard must have been related to the dragon vein. The dragon vein, capable of producing a dragon's roar. Could it be that this dragon vein has birthed a spirit? My current cultivation is too weak, my ethereal form just beginning to take shape. Perhaps in due time. Once my cultivation matures, I may delve deeper into the Qinling Mountains to investigate. Yu Yang contemplated silently as he retrieved the heaven sword and the dragon saber from his bag and began to peruse its pages. Before departing the city, he had prepared a lamp. In this remote wilderness, fraught with peril, he could only wonder what ferocious beasts lay hidden in the shadows. In this setting, reading late into the night by the light of a lamp brings forth a unique ambience. Ding. By delving into the heaven sword and dragon saber, I acquired the martial art, 9 Yang Divine Skill 1. Ding. By reading the heaven sword and dragon saber, I obtained the martial art, 7 Injuries Fist 1. As the chime of notifications resonated in my mind, Yu Yang set aside the heaven sword and dragon saber and took out demigods and semi-devils to immerse himself in its pages. Ding. By reading demigods and semi-devils, I acquired the martial art, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms 1. Ding. By reading demigods and semi-devils, I obtained the martial art, I Jing Jing 1. Upon completing demigods and semi-devils, the sky outside was already brightening. Yu Yang laid down the book and mused, with the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. I am but 2 techniques away from mastering this formidable and overwhelming martial art. At that point, I wonder if I could glean additional martial techniques from demigods and semi-devils. He then retrieved the sun god from his backpack, preparing for a thorough study. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. The small green snake, which had been wandering who knows where, slithered into the cave, exclaiming, Yu Yang, trouble. A 2-headed monstrous wolf has suddenly emerged outside, pursuing your friends. A 2-headed wolf? Could it be a mutated beast? Pursuing my friends? In this desolate wilderness? What friends do I have? Yu Yang hurriedly peered through the gaps in the foliage at the cave's entrance, only to see a dozen figures rushing toward the distance. Being chased by a gigantic wolf, 7 to 8 meters long, with 2 menacing heads. The Hurricane Martial Team? Yu Yang recognized the Luo brothers and Lu Piaoyun among the group. The 2-headed giant wolf exuded a fierce aura, far surpassing an ordinary 6th-tier beast, though it had not yet reached the 7th tier. Nevertheless, mutated beasts are typically formidable. This 6th-tier pinnacle 2-headed wolf could likely contend with several beasts of the same rank. Among the Hurricane Wua team, there was also a 6th-tier member, their captain. This captain was a robust middle-aged man, approximately 1.9 meters tall, bald, wielding a metallic staff with remarkable prowess as he fought against the 2-headed giant wolf, retreating while engaged in combat. Although he was at a disadvantage, his strength was evidently formidable. However, the 2-headed giant wolf was incredibly cunning. After failing to subdue the bald captain after a prolonged struggle, it suddenly darted toward the other members of the martial teams. You vile creature, how dare you? The captain bellowed. His speed could not match that of the 2-headed giant wolf. Yet, the metallic staff followed closely, slicing through the air and creating a resounding whoosh as it struck down from above, audible even from 100 meters away. At that moment, bang, a gunshot rang out. A specially designed composite armor-piercing sniper round was fired from the side, striking the 2-headed giant wolf's eye with unerring precision. Upon penetrating, the bullet unleashed a tremendous explosive force, shattering one of its heads like a watermelon. Old 8, well done. Zhang Fei shouted exuberantly. The 2-headed giant wolf, deprived of 1 head, suffered a significant decline in combat prowess and was swiftly overwhelmed by the multitude of members from the Hurricane Warrior Squad, who dispatched it with a flurry of blades. Ha ha, we have struck gold. Zhang Fei, standing atop the carcass, brandished his phone to snap selfies, exclaiming with glee, a peak 6th-grade mutated beast like this is worth at least 2 to 300 million. The real treasure, however, is the precious purple spirit mushroom it guarded, an essential ingredient for concocting the purple spirit pill, which could fetch at least 2 billion when sold to the Thunder Martial Arts School. The bald, muscular man re-entered the Qinling Mountains and quickly harvested a mushroom-shaped plant that emanated a shimmering violet glow. Just then, an arrogant laugh echoed through the forest. A man clad in a metallic battle suit, wielding a long sword, emerged, accompanied by 12 others, equally armed, both men and women, each exuding formidable energy. Chao Dehua, your fortune seems quite favorable. To find such a treasure as the purple spirit mushroom, even on the outskirts of the Qinling Mountains, the leading man of the 13 remarked. casting a disdainful glance at the hurricane warrior squad. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who would have thought our 13 swords of Anshan would play the role of the oriole today? Chao Dahua, surrender the purple spirit mushroom, and we may spare your lives. Feng Yuanzheng. In the hurricane warrior squad, the hot-tempered Zhang Fei scoffed at the audacity of their opponents. You think you can snatch our possessions? Look at yourselves. However, before he could finish his retort, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Damn it. I can't muster my true energy. Feng Yuanzhang, have you poisoned us? His words sent a shockwave through the hurricane warrior squad, prompting them to circulate their true energy, only to discover that their abilities were severely hampered, rendering them weak and unable to exert more than 30% of their strength. Chao Dahua glared intently at the swordsman named Feng Yuanzheng, his voice low and serious. You, Feng, have resorted to poison? Yet Feng Yuanzheng remained unfazed, replying with a nonchalant smile. The Poison King's creation is indeed a masterpiece. This soft bone powder cost me a hefty sum to acquire from the Poison King's disciple in Wuching. It is colorless and tasteless. I dispersed it into the air, where the wind carried it to you, and you had no chance to detect it. Those poisoned become utterly weak and their strength diminishes. Chao Dahua, all I desire is the purple spirit mushroom. Hand it over, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Soft bone powder? This substance bears a resemblance to the specially crafted 10 fragrance soft muscle powder. Within the cave, Yu Yang silently retrieved a vial of 10 fragrance soft muscle powder from his pocket. Sensing the wind direction, he discreetly sprinkled a pinch into the air. Chapter 79, Revealing Strength, defeating a 5th-ranked warrior with one strike. The name 13 Swords of Incity, while seemingly trivial, is indeed a serious title for a martial arts team, well regarded within Incity. Their captain, Feng Yuanzhang, is a master swordsman at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, his prowess nearly rivaling that of Chao Dahua, the leader of the Hurricane Warriors. At this moment, the members of the Hurricane Warriors wore grim expressions, their faces etched with unwillingness. A single purple spirit mushroom and a mutated 2-headed giant wolf at the peak of the 6th rank represented a significant bounty, yet now, the duck had flown from their grasp. However, there was no need to worry about being silenced after surrendering the mushroom. The two martial teams had long-standing grievances, often embroiled in disputes over spoils, and this was not the first time such conflicts had arisen. They had even clashed violently in the wilderness before, though they had always exercised restraint to avoid fatalities. What's this? Feng Yuanzheng stepped forward, fixing a cold smile upon the bald, burly figure of Chao Dahua. Still not willing to surrender? Do you wish for us to take matters into our own hands? You have been struck by the softening powder within the hour. Your combat capabilities will diminish severely. My brothers are not known for their restraint, and if a confrontation arises, you may find yourselves facing considerable hardship. Boss, let him have it. Nearby, a figure emerged from the treetops. The sniper, Old 8, jumped down with his rifle, his demeanor now fierce as he glared at the 13 Swords of Incity. I hope next time you don't fall into our hands, for we will certainly ensure you spend a day submerged in a cesspit. At these words, Chao Dahua's lips twitched. The expressions of the other members of the Hurricane Warriors shifted dramatically as they turned to Old 8, astonished. Damn it, Old 6, are you a mole for the 13 Swords of Incity? As expected, a young man with a sword on his back from the 13 Swords stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother, that's a splendid idea. They are currently incapacitated by the softening powder and lack any resistance. Why not find a dung pit and toss them in? Old Zhang Fei, with his bushy beard, was incensed. His eyes reddened as he retorted, 13 Swords of Incity. Should you dare today, it will be a fight to the bitter end. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt weak, collapsing to the ground. Not only he, but the other members of the Hurricane Warriors also fell, one after another. Although they had been weakened by the softening powder, they could still muster some of their strength. Now, however, they found they could barely summon even a fraction of their power. Zhang Fei felt utterly powerless, as if even a mere first-ranked beast could easily dispatch him. Beside them, Feng Yuanzheng was momentarily stunned. What was happening? All of the Hurricane members had collapsed? The softening powder was potent, but surely not to this extent. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of weakness washed over him. Instinctively, he attempted to channel his energy, only to discover he could barely muster even a minuscule amount. Thud, thud. Before him lay the fallen bodies of his 12 brothers. Chao Guangtou, have you poisoned them as well? Feng Yuanzheng exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground with a feeble roar. This is impossible. I have been watching closely. You had no time to poison them. What kind of poison is this? It's remarkably potent. Chao Guangtou, we are in the Qinling Mountains. Do you not fear being annihilated by a passing beast in this mutual destruction? Quickly, bring the antidote. I can forego this purple spirit mushroom. Chao Dahua's expression was filled with confusion. When did I poison anyone? The 10 fragrant soft muscle powder truly lives up to its reputation. At that moment, a voice emerged. The members of the Hurricane Warrior Squad and the 13 Swords of Anqing turned their gazes to see a dashing young man, clad in a white tracksuit, a bulging backpack slung over his shoulder, and a sword in hand, striding forth from the thicket. Is that not Yu Yang? Yu Yang? Brother Yu Yang? Haha. It's you. The faces of the Hurricane Warrior Squad lit up with joy. Zhang Fei, the Luo brothers, the sniper Lao Ba, and Bachalu greeted him warmly. However, the expressions of the 13 Swords of Anqing shifted slightly. Yu Yang was now a renowned figure in Anqing, and they were well aware of it. They had not expected him to be acquainted with the members of the Hurricane Warrior Squad. Feng Yuanjing's expression became serious as he spoke somberly. Yu Yang. This is a conflict between the 13 Swords of Anqing and the Hurricane Warrior Squad. Do you intend to intervene? Behind Feng Yuanjing stood a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard, who lifted his delicate fingers and said sharply, Yu Yang. Do you dare to poison us from the 13 Swords of Anqing? Do you not fear a retribution? Yu Yang glanced over. This one. Has he perhaps cultivated the Sunflower Manual? He chuckled. I once thought Lao Ba from Hurricane was foolish enough. But it seems the 13 Swords of Anqing have their own share of absurdity. What is the current situation? You are the fish, and I am the butcher. And you still dare to threaten me? Do you think you can kill us? The man with the delicate fingers sneered. Why must I kill you? Yu Yang patiently explained. The poison I used is called the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder. It is colorless and odorless. Once its effects take hold, your muscles will weaken, making it difficult even to walk, and recovery will take several days. The members of the 13 Swords of Anqing all changed their expressions. If that was the case, once Yu Yang took away the members of the Hurricane, they would undoubtedly perish. As for any official inquiry, if everyone were dead, what good would it do even if there were an investigation? Feng Yuanzhang, being a shrewd character, quickly donned a smile after weighing the pros and cons, saying, Brother Yu Yang, we hold no grievances against one another. Why resort to such extremes? I apologize on behalf of my brothers. Moreover, during our venture into the wilderness, we acquired some materials from fierce beasts, valued at over 200 million. We would like to present them to you as an apology. How does that sound? A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through just means. Yu Yang solemnly declared. I have resorted to poisoning solely to assist the friends of the Hurricane. If I were to accept your ferocious beast materials, would it not imply that I, Yu Yang, am motivated by your wealth? However, he then shifted his tone, stating, the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder has no antidote. I must expend my internal energy to heal your wounds and dispel the poison. As for the ferocious beast materials, I shall forego them. Simply transfer the payment to me as a token of appreciation for my efforts in alleviating your affliction. Yu Yang had no intention of creating difficulties for the 13 Swords of Anqing. Yet, upon being threatened by them, he felt compelled to impart a lesson. Given the circumstances, the members of the 13 Swords dared not utter a word of dissent. Feng Yuanjing retrieved his phone, inquired about Yu Yang's account details, and promptly transferred the funds. Yu Yang then unleashed his 9 Yang True Qi, first alleviating the poison from the members of the Hurricane Warrior Squad, before methodically dispelling the toxins afflicting the 13 Swords of Anqing. Remarkably young, his internal energy was profoundly deep. Once the poison had been completely neutralized from the members of the 13 Swords, Feng Yuanjing signaled to a 5th-tier warrior within their ranks. The 5th-tier warrior understood the cue, stepped forward, and gazed intently at Yu Yang, saying, I have long heard of a young genius emerging from Anqing, who single-handedly bested 3 4th-tier disciples of the Black Heaven sect with unparalleled swordsmanship. I am Ma Chao, and I have a profound interest in sword techniques. I humbly seek your guidance. Almost as soon as the words I humbly seek your guidance left his lips, the warrior named Ma Chao had already drawn his sword. His pinnacle 5th-tier cultivation erupted instantaneously, and his sword transformed into a flurry of sword shadows descending upon Yu Yang. The poison Yu Yang had administered not only prevented the 13 Swords from obtaining the 2 billion worth of purple spirit mushrooms, but also inflicted a loss of 200 million. Having just been afflicted by the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder, they were compelled to bow their heads. Ma Chao, you court death. At the very moment Ma Chao attacked, Lu Piaoyan let out a cold scoff, preparing to intervene. However, Yu Yang extended his left hand to halt Lu Piaoyan. Simultaneously, his right hand pushed forward, unleashing a palm strike. With a roar, the ferocious nine-yang true qi erupted, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A dragon-shaped true qi surged forth from Yu Yang's palm, shattering the sword shadows and striking Ma Chao directly. Ma Chao was sent soaring through the air like a ragged sack, crashing into a large tree 8 meters away before finally coming to a halt. Yu Yang did not even glance at Ma Chao, instead turning to Lu Piaoyan with a smile. Sister Lu, remain calm. I can handle this trivial matter. Chapter 80. The Cycle of Life and Death. Ma Chao. Brother Chao. My dear. The members of the 13 Swords of Anqing rushed towards Ma Chao. Meanwhile, Ma Chao, bleeding profusely, tilted his head and fell unconscious. Clang. As his words fell, the heavenly sword in Yu Yang's hand was drawn from its sheath. Yu Yang did not employ any sword techniques but merely swung the sword in a casual arc. This strike appeared utterly unremarkable, akin to a child wielding a sword for the first time. In truth, it was precisely so. Aside from the Qinglian sword song, Yu Yang had not mastered any sword techniques. Yet, this seemingly casual strike unleashed a terrifying power. A surge of sword intent rose, and as the sword descended, it transformed into a streak of azure sword energy that cleaved through the air. Sword intent. Feng Yuanjing's expression changed dramatically. He roared in anger and immediately executed his most formidable defensive sword technique. A radiant sword light enveloped him, akin to an impermeable eggshell protecting his body. In the next moment, the azure sword energy descended. The sword light before Feng Yuanjing dissipated inch by inch. He staggered back 3 paces, leaving 3 deep impressions in the earth beneath his feet. His sword-bearing arm trembled uncontrollably, a drop of blood trickling down to the ground. Yu Yang sheathed his sword, turned to Feng Yuanzhang, and remarked coolly, Your swordsmanship is quite commendable. You managed to withstand my casual strike. It seems you are not far from comprehending sword intent. 5th tier martial arts, the unity of man and heaven, mastery of sword intent. Feng Yuanzhang fixed his gaze on Yu Yang, his eyes filled with disbelief. After several seconds, he finally exhaled deeply and said, Such talent, perhaps only comparable to Feng Jingming from 60 years ago. Losing to you is no disgrace. He called out, instructing someone to carry Ma Chao, and the group of 13 quickly vanished into the forest, hastening towards Anqing. After traveling a full 8 miles, Feng Yuanzhang finally slowed his pace, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Boss, you're bleeding. In the team, a swordman with delicate fingers produced a handkerchief. Softly speaking and swaying his robust waist, intent on wiping Feng Yuanjing's blood, but was halted by a glare from Feng Yuanjing, wiping away the blood from his mouth. Feng Yuanjing replied, I was merely wounded by sword intent. It is not serious. That Yu Yang held back. Otherwise, with his strength, a single strike would have been enough to severely injure me. Humph. Within the group, a young man with a sword on his back sneered, This Yu Yang, with a modicum of talent, is so ostentatious. Does he truly believe himself invincible? He ought to be wary of the Haitian sect learning of this and sending strong individuals to assassinate him. Feng Yuanjing's gaze turned icy as he looked over. As for you, whoever seeks to avenge against Yu Yang, I will not impede. However, should anyone attempt to use him as a pawn, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. This is the bottom line for a warrior of the great Xia. It must not be crossed. These words, of course, were beyond Yu Yang's hearing, far away 8 miles distant. Yu Yang, what is your situation? When did you reach the 5th tier? Sword intent. This is a power that can only be mastered by a 7th grade martial arts master. Prior to reaching this grade, I have only heard of prodigies who can grasp the essence of power, but I have never witnessed it myself. It is said that Feng Jingming, a member of our great Xia, achieved unity with heaven and earth and mastered sword intent even while at the 5th grade level. He became a master at the age of 23, entered the realm of divine power at 33, and at 45, he stepped into the celestial realm of martial arts, becoming the youngest member of our great Xia. The members of the Hurricane Warrior team, who were familiar with Yu Yang, spoke up, their astonishment evident in their voices. Those who had never met Yu Yang before regarded him with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely. 19 years old, 5th grade realm. He comprehended the unity of heaven and man, wielding sword intent to defeat Feng Yuanjing, who was at the peak of the 6th grade realm. Such prowess and talent are simply unbelievable. However, figures of such caliber have appeared in history. The current member of the great Xia, Feng Jingming, and other powerful individuals displayed strength in their youth that was not inferior to what Yu Yang has demonstrated now. After a moment of shock, Chao Dehua stepped forward. He clasped his fists in gratitude towards Yu Yang. Then, he took out a purple spirit mushroom and said, "Mr. Yu, we owe you a great debt today. Without your assistance, not only would we have lost the purple spirit mushroom, but we would also have struggled to preserve the remains of the two-headed mutated wolf. And some of our brothers might have suffered greatly. In gratitude, our hurricane team would like to present this purple spirit mushroom to you." Yu Yang looked at Chao Dahua in surprise. I must say, Chao Dahua possesses remarkable courage. To offer something worth 2 billion so readily is impressive. Moreover, the other members of his team did not display any emotional reaction, indicating his effective leadership and the respect he commands among the warriors. The recently encountered Feng Yuanzheng is also a remarkable figure. With strength and courage, these two will undoubtedly enter the ranks of martial arts masters given time. Such a gesture is trivial, Yu Yang replied, but Chao Dahua insisted on keeping the purple spirit mushroom. Brother Yu Yang, you are indeed a man of integrity. Consider us friends from the Hurricane Warrior team. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. As he watched the Hurricane Warrior team depart, Yu Yang turned and ventured back into the Qinling Mountains. Peeking out from his collar, the little green snake inquired, "Yu Yang, didn't that surname Liu advise you not to reveal your strength to avoid attracting the attention of the experts from the Black Heaven sect? What if your capabilities are publicized now? What I revealed was merely a fraction of my true strength." After enduring so many experiences, Yu Yang has come to understand a crucial principle. As long as one's strength increases rapidly enough, there is no need to fear ambush. Unless the leader of the Black Heaven sect disregards martial ethics and intervenes personally. Entering the Qinling Mountains, Yu Yang began to wander leisurely. With his capabilities, even in the outer regions of the Qinling Mountains, where high-grade ferocious beasts are rare, he could stroll without concern, dispatching any encountered beasts with a single palm strike. If one strike was insufficient, then he would use two. Yu Yang felt a twinge of regret at the effort required. However, his venture into the mountains was not motivated by the pursuit of ferocious beasts, but rather by a desire to uncover the secrets of the Qinling Mountains. As night fell, Yu Yang, having found little success in his exploration, excavated a cave and burrowed inside. After all, this was merely the periphery of the Qinling Mountains, and it was not surprising that he had not made any discoveries. Once his strength had grown, he would delve deeper into the heart of the Qinling Mountains for further exploration. In fact, he even contemplated that once he achieved mastery of the Yin spirit and transcended the barriers of life and death, he could venture underground to seek the truth. Yu Yang refrained from further practicing his Taoist techniques. If this place truly was a dragon vein, engaging with the Yin spirit here would be tantamount to courting death. He retrieved the Yang spirit, turned on the lamp, and began to read with great earnestness. He read throughout the night, and in a single sitting, he completed the nearly 3 million words of the Yang spirit. Ding! By reading the Yang spirit, he acquired the Taoist technique, the past Ummaba Sutra 1. Ding! By reading the Yang spirit, he acquired the martial art, the cycle of life and death of the heavens 1. 2 crisp notifications echoed in Yu Yang's mind, and he felt his spiritual power surge significantly. Immediately afterward, he shuddered as a unique essence of fist intent began to rise from his body, coalescing above his head into a hazy, ethereal will imprint. This will spun incessantly, emanating an aura of life and death. Within the wheel, images flickered like a lantern parade, as if the sun and moon, creation, yin and yang, the 6 realms, and the myriad deities were all encompassed within. Chapter 81, The Bull Demon S Mighty Technique and the Tiger Demon S Bone Training Fist. Just as the wheel of life and death manifested in that fleeting moment, a series of crisp sounds erupted from within Yu Yang, akin to the crackling of frying beans. At that instant, Yu Yang felt every sinew, every layer of flesh, and every bone in his body undergoing an intense refinement. He could distinctly perceive his true energy and physical strength rapidly amplifying. This process lasted for approximately 5 minutes. Gradually, the crackling noise subsided, and the wheel of life and death above his head dissipated. He rose slowly, stretching languidly, feeling utterly refreshed and light, as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Yu Yang took a moment to assess his own condition. The cultivation system of the Great Xia allows for the honing of flesh, sinews, bones, skin, and internal organs. However, it primarily focuses on the cultivation of true energy, with these effects being merely supplementary. Conversely, the martial system within the Sun God narrative is fundamentally opposed to that of the Great Xia. Martial practitioners cultivate flesh. Martial disciples refine sinews. Martial warriors train their skin, while martial masters strengthen their bones. This bears resemblance to the body refinement practitioners of the Great Xia. Though such individuals are exceedingly rare due to the exorbitant costs associated with body refinement, which are beyond the means of average families. Furthermore, the Great Xia lacks profound body refinement techniques. In this contemporary era, while martial arts have become widespread, the number of individuals who can truly become martial artists remains a minority. With a population of 700 million in the Great Xia, only a little over 2 million have registered for assessments at the two major martial academies. A mere 1 in 300 can emerge as a martial artist. This scarcity is attributed to the specific requirements of the cultivation techniques, which necessitate a certain level of innate talent. Without sufficient aptitude, one cannot perceive true energy and thus cannot cultivate it. The techniques recorded in the Wheel of Life and Death, however, impose no such requirements on aptitude. The only variable is the rate of progress. The Wheel of Life and Death was created by the protagonist's father, Hong Xuanji, who gathered the world's martial and mystical arts, encompassing a diverse array of techniques. Among these foundational martial arts are the Bull Demon S Mighty Technique and the Tiger Demon S Bone Training Fist from the Great Zen Temple. If I were to disseminate these two martial arts, would not every individual among the 700 million in the Great Xia have the potential to become a martial artist? How many formidable beings could arise from such a vast populace? The likes of the Black Heaven sect and the Black Lotus cult would be obliterated with a mere snap of the fingers. Yu Yang inhaled deeply, contemplating. However, this matter requires careful deliberation. At the very least, until I possess the means to protect myself, I cannot rashly promote it. Otherwise, the leaders of those malevolent forces would surely stop at nothing to eliminate me, and even the deities behind them might turn their wrath upon me. Having quelled his thoughts, Yu Yang began to introspect once more. The initiation into the Wheel of Life and Death had significantly enhanced his sinews, skin, and bones. I find myself at the initial stage of the 5th realm, my strength comparable to the pinnacle of the 6th realm, akin to the likes of Chao Dahua and Feng Yuanzheng, even without invoking the essence of sword intent. Having now comprehended the cycle of life and death of the heavens, although my cultivation and vital energy have seen little alteration, my prowess has significantly augmented. The crux of this transformation lies in the profound understanding of the cycle, which has unveiled to me a profound truth of martial arts. With a sudden clench of his fist, Yu Yang unleashed a powerful punch. The resounding impact reverberated through the stone cave, shattering the branches and foliage that concealed the cave's entrance, as the essence of his fist permeated the chamber. This singular strike possesses the might to slay a being at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Yu Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. He had grasped the essence of fist intent, channeling the formidable forces of the universe through an ordinary punch, which now exuded tremendous power. Were he to execute the 7 injuries fist with this newfound intent, even the martial master's adept at internal arts would struggle to withstand its force. Yet, the fist intent is but a secondary aspect. The primary significance lies in the cycle of life and death itself, a creation of the illustrious Hong Xuanji that encompasses the entirety of martial arts and mystical techniques. It incorporates a plethora of skills, palm techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, knife techniques, body techniques, and seal techniques, to name but a few. Notably, among these myriad techniques, there exists a body technique known as glittering shadows, which amalgamates the sacred teachings from various revered realms, including the supreme path and the path of creation, showcasing unparalleled mastery. This newfound understanding has transformed Yu Yang into a figure of martial expertise, imbuing him with an air of a master. Such a metamorphosis is indescribable and elusive. The little green serpent gazed at Yu Yang for several seconds, scratching its head with its tail, unable to restrain itself from inquiring, "Yu Yang, what is happening? Why do you seem even more handsome?" It has now been 3 days since he departed the city, and Yu Yang has arranged to meet Song Lanqin for a dual cultivation session that evening. Thus he cannot afford to disappoint her. However, after searching the outskirts of the Qinling Mountains for over 2 hours, he encountered not a single fierce beast, as if they had vanished overnight. Puzzled, he stood atop a height, gazing into the depths of the Qinling Mountains, where the sounds of beasts galloping and various roars echoed incessantly. What is occurring? Why have the beasts from the periphery retreated into the mountains? A sudden realization struck Yu Yang. The gathering of fierce beasts bodes ill, potentially leading to a beast tide. Yet, it has been decades since the Great Xia has witnessed such an event, and the powerful among these beasts are aware of the current might of the Great Xia, likely deterred from provoking conflict. If not for the constraints of several malevolent forces, these beasts would have been eradicated long ago. The intelligence of these formidable beasts is not to be underestimated. They can articulate human speech and understand that inciting a beast tide is akin to self-destruction. Thus they would not recklessly initiate such a calamity. During his journey, he encountered several fierce beasts, all of which met their demise at his hands. Utilizing the glittering shadows technique, he traversed the terrain with such swiftness that he appeared as mere smoke, covering 2 miles in mere moments. This glittering shadows technique, undoubtedly the most formidable body technique within the cycle of life and death, surpasses any lightness skill found in the Great Xia. Yu Yang felt a surge of joy within him. With this newfound agility, even a 9th-grade grandmaster would find it challenging to catch up with him. However, the floating light and shadow technique had significant drawbacks. It consumed an immense amount of energy when executed. Were it not for Yu Yang's cultivation of the 9 Yang divine art, an average warrior would exhaust their energy after just a few evasive maneuvers. Even Yu Yang, after dashing 60 or 70 miles, felt a considerable drain on his vital energy. Upon returning home, Yu Yang took a refreshing shower, donned a set of clean clothes, and retrieved his phone, intending to call Song Lanqing to invite her over for dual cultivation. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed the name Ji Xiaonan. Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Upon answering, he chuckled. "Old Ji, I thought you had taken leave to pursue immortality? How? Have you returned with accomplishments?" "Yes, I just got home. Wait for me. I have something to give you," Ji Xiaonan said before abruptly ending the call. Approximately 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Yu Yang opened the door to find Ji Xiaonan standing outside in a black training outfit, wearing old black shoes with white edges. Having cultivated the past Amitabha Sutra, Yu Yang keenly sensed a profound aura emanating from Ji Xiaonan. His eyes appeared somewhat dim, reminiscent of an elder rather than a youth. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a vortex within the depths of his gaze, as if it could draw on one's very soul. Yu Yang even felt a faint sense of danger emanating from the depths of his own spirit. Ji Xiaonan's Tao techniques have advanced to such heights? Yu Yang pondered, recognizing that the disparity in their strengths was substantial. As he invited Ji Xiaonan into the villa, his thoughts raced. Forming a judgment, it was likely that Ji Xiaonan had reached the realm of soul differentiation, manifesting an embodiment of his spirit. Yet, he was uncertain whether Ji Xiaonan's spirit had reached full maturity. If so, that level of Taoist talent would be quite formidable. Yu Yang was unaware of Ji Xiaonan's reincarnation. He only knew that Ji Xiaonan was merely a month older than himself. To achieve mastery of the Yin spirit at such a young age would be akin to reaching the martial sage level in martial arts, comparable to the divine realm of martial artists in the Great Xia. Without further ado, Ji Xiaonan produced a jade box and placed it on the coffee table, opening it. "This was given to me by Hejinan before his demise. It is the earth origin pill he obtained while serving the Black Heaven sect." Immediately, a rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted toward Yu Yang. He looked closer and saw a crystal-clear spirit pill nestled within the jade box, adorned with intricate patterns that made it exceptionally beautiful. Ji Xiaonan smiled and said, "Lin Jiuzhou wishes to present this pill to you. You have already achieved harmony with the heavens and comprehended the sword intent. The only barrier left to becoming a martial master is your cultivation level. This earth origin pill can bridge that gap, allowing you to swiftly break through to the realm of martial master." Chapter 82. The 7 Treasures That Shake the Heavens. The Great Method of Yin and Yang Chaos. Lin Jiuzhou. This statement, of course, carries a hint of indirect meaning. Ji Xiaonan is well aware of Yu Yang's ulterior motives. However, he had never intended to conceal his reincarnation after shedding his mortal form. Now that Lu Yunlong and Zhou Tong are already aware, there is no harm in revealing this to his roommate. Why not? He chuckled. Isn't a name simply meant to be called? The name Lin Jiuzhou is not a taboo. Can it not be uttered? In those days, it was thanks to my guidance that Lin Jiuzhou embarked on the path of martial arts. Back then, he affectionately called me Brother Ji. You and Counselor Lin are contemporaries? Yu Yang, halfway through his sentence, suddenly realized, I understand now. You were the 4th counselor, Ji Zhongtian. Regarding that 4th counselor, Yu Yang recalled having studied about him in middle school textbooks. He was Lin Jiuzhou's mentor in martial arts, and one of the sages who led humanity back to the surface to rebuild a new homeland. The seat of the 4th counselor had remained vacant for nearly 2 centuries in his memory. Reincarnation after shedding one's mortal form. Upon deducing Ji Xiaonan's identity, the words reincarnation after shedding mortal form flooded Yu Yang's mind. Thus, Ji Xiaonan is the reincarnation of the 4th counselor Ji Zhongtian. The ability to reincarnate after shedding one's mortal form indicates that he had once shattered the barriers of life and death, achieving the realm of the ghost immortal. However, his absence for the past 2 centuries may be due to his unresolved troubles of being ensnared in the womb. Hence, this life. He has only now awakened his memories? In light of this, Yu Yang mused that Ji Xiaonan's aptitude for the way might be rather ordinary. Yet, his face betrayed an expression of shock, even feigning a hint of reverence as he fixed his gaze upon Ji Xiaonan's visage, exclaiming in astonishment, "No. I've seen the portrait of the fourth counselor in my middle school textbook. He does not resemble you. Moreover, the fourth counselor is several years older than Counselor Lin. How can you be this youthful?" Ji Xiaonan felt a surge of pride within. Observing the expression on his roommate's face, he was thoroughly satisfied. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to reveal the underlying reason. By chance, I obtained a lineage of Taoist teachings, forsaking martial arts to cultivate the way, ultimately shattering the barriers of life and death to attain the realm of the ghost immortal. Yet, alas, the Taoist techniques currently available to the Great Xia are intentionally left by celestial beings in the mortal realm, hidden with traps set by these divine beings. Should one break the barriers of life and death and achieve the ghost immortal directly, one risks falling into those traps, losing their consciousness to the celestial beings and becoming a mere puppet of the divine. Ji Xiaonan regarded Yu Yang, saying, "You have come this far, perhaps blessed with great fortune. It is possible that you too might one day acquire the methods of cultivation. I share this with you to convey that the way should not be pursued lightly, lest you tread the same path I did." Upon hearing this, Yu Yang pondered for several seconds before inquiring. Professor Su is currently studying the 9 heavens true scriptures, which are said to be methods of cultivation. Could there also be traps set by celestial beings within? I have heard of the 9 heavens true scriptures as well. Ji Xiaonan remarked that this technique is hailed as the foremost among the 3 great esoteric texts of ancient Taoism, representing a profoundly intricate method of cultivation with a long-standing legacy, inscribed in talismanic script, presumably not intended for mortal dissemination by celestial beings. However, the lineage of talismanic writing has long been severed. It remains uncertain whether the experts and scholars within the country can decipher the 9 heavens true scripture. Then, Yu Yang inquired, having undergone corpse dissolution and reincarnation, do you still pursue the path of cultivation? He continued, given that there are celestial traps within Taoist arts, why do you not practice martial arts? With your credentials, the Great Xia would undoubtedly provide abundant resources for martial cultivation. Beyond the 5 realms of martial arts, there lies no further path. Ji Xiaonan responded earnestly, though I have transcended and reincarnated, fully aware of the traps within the arts. I have chosen to cultivate Taoism in hopes of discovering a new avenue for the Great Xia. Yu Yang was taken aback by this. He understood the 5 realms of martial arts: postnatal, prenatal, divine power, celestial being, and Tao realm. These 5 stages have been passed down from the ancient martial era. To offer a clearer classification of martial prowess, the Great Xia has subdivided the postnatal and prenatal realms into the 9 grades of martial arts, where the lower and middle grades correspond to the postnatal realm, while the higher 3 grades align with the prenatal realm. After some contemplation, Yu Yang assessed that the Tao realm likely equates to the Thunder Tribulation ghost immortal depicted in Yangshan, akin to a human immortal. However, the Thunder Tribulation ghost immortal can withstand 9 tribulations, with further stages beyond it, including the Yangshan and concepts of transcending the other shore. As Yu Yang had never witnessed the Tao realm in action, he could not ascertain how it compared to the number of tribulations or the level of human immortals. He pondered the poetic sword Immortal Li Bai, who seemed to have forged his own path, breaking through the heavenly gates with his sword. What realm might that represent? Yu Yang then asked, are you now Ji Xiaonan or Ji Zhongtian? I am both Ji Zhongtian and Ji Xiaonan. Ji Xiaonan replied, untroubled by the inquiry. Yu Yang pressed on, to what realm have you ascended in your cultivation of Taoism? Ji Xiaonan, candid in his response, stated, the cultivation of Taoist arts differs from martial arts. It encompasses the realms of focusing the spirit, shell emergence, night wandering, day wandering, object manipulation, apparition, and ghost immortal, 7 realms in total. I once shattered the barrier of life and death, achieving the status of a ghost cultivator. Now, having undergone corpse dissolution and reincarnation, I awakened my memories and, within a month, reached the realm of spirit differentiation and apparition. He elaborated in detail, concerned that Yu Yang might not grasp the nuances of Taoist realms. Yu Yang chose not to delve further and turned his attention to the Earth Yuan pill, asking, what are the specific effects of this Earth Yuan pill? Ji Xiaonan expounded on the properties of the Earth Yuan pill, stating, the Black Heaven sect did not harbor noble intentions in giving Eugene in this pill. It contains a fragment of the sect leader's consciousness. Should Eugene consume the Earth Yuan pill, even if he survives the Thunder Tribulation, he would nonetheless fall under the control of the Black Heaven sect's leader. Rest assured, the lingering thought within the Earth origin pill has been resolved by me. You may consume it without worry. The leader of the Black Heaven sect has cultivated his Taoist arts to a level where he can transcend the thunder tribulation. It is likely that other malevolent forces' leaders are equally formidable. The situation in the Great Xia is on the brink of monumental change. Yu Yang, focus on your cultivation and swiftly enhance your strength. Otherwise, when the chaos ensues, how will you safeguard yourself? With that, Yu Yang rose and escorted Ji Xian out of the villa. The yin-yang chaos great method is a Taoist technique recorded within the cycle of life and death of the heavens. It originally belongs to the peach god Tao, the sacred place of cultivation within the realm of the Yang god. Although it may not compare to the past Amitabha Sutra, it is indeed profound enough to elevate one to a remarkably advanced state. The techniques documented within, such as the galaxy vortex and the yin-yang chaos hammer, are exceptionally powerful. Furthermore, the yin-yang chaos great method also contains the crafting methods for the 7 treasures that shake the heavens: the heaven-shaking bow, the limitless arrow, the demon shark armor, the wishful stick, the yin-yang cannon, the peach god sword, and the shattering god doll. However, the peach god Tao was annihilated by the great Qian, and the 7 treasures, along with the sect's ultimate techniques, fell into the hands of the Deluo sect. As the Grand Master of the great Qian, Hong Xuanji naturally collected the ultimate techniques of the peach god Tao. Yu Yang diligently pinned the cultivation methods of the yin-yang chaos great method while contemplating. The ultimate technique of the peach god Tao is indeed the yin-yang chaos great method, while the martial arts ultimate technique is known as the starry yin-yang path. Although the starry yin-yang path is not overly profound, it can nonetheless lead one to the pinnacle of martial sage. After 2 hours of effort, he finally completed the writing of the yin-yang chaos great method and began to inscribe the starry yin-yang path. This martial art stands in stark contrast to the current cultivation system of the Great Xia. It may inspire Lin Jiuzhou and guide him toward his own martial path. The cycle of life and death of the heavens also records many advanced martial arts, such as the Supreme Tao and the Creation Tao, including the martial arts of the great Qian royal family. Alas, my cultivation is still too low, having just grasped the essence of martial arts. Such profound techniques require the evolution of this essence to extract their quintessence. However, for now, the yin-yang chaos great method and the starry yin-yang path are sufficient, enabling Ji Xiaonan to cultivate to the ghost immortal realm. As for the crisis that Ji Xiaonan mentioned, Yu Yang was not overly concerned. Should the sky fall, there will be tall figures to support it. If this tall figure is slightly lacking, I can assist in elevating him. Besides, it is only late December now. The middle of November in the solar calendar indicates that the spring thunder typically arrives after the awakening of insects, which falls between mid-March and early April in this world. There is still ample time to worry about. With a tall figure to shield me, I can study comfortably and peacefully. After completing the starry yin-yang path, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He glanced at the time and was suddenly startled. Oh no, is it so late? I promised to cultivate with Sister Song, and I left her waiting. Hastily, Yu Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Song Lanqin. Yet, after several attempts, there was no answer. Glancing outside, he noticed a full moon suspended in the sky, and a wave of concern washed over him. On this night of the full moon, the cold poison could erupt. Sister Song had not completely rid herself of the cold poison. Could it be that she is experiencing an outbreak and has encountered misfortune? Chapter 83. It's not your responsibility. Song Lanqin cultivated the Xianbing True Qi, an art of profound coldness and chilling essence. Although the power of this technique was formidable, it came with significant drawbacks. It left behind a lingering frost poison within her meridians during cultivation. As this frost poison accumulated, it grew increasingly potent, threatening to engulf her entire being in a frigid embrace upon eruption. For the past few years, Song Lanqin had relied on consuming the blood of fierce beasts to suppress the impending outburst of the frost poison. However, this was merely a temporary remedy, aggravating the situation and making the next eruption even more violent than the last. Thus, she sought out Yu Yang for dual cultivation, aiming to harmonize the dualities of yin and yang. Yu Yang was acutely aware of this predicament. He stored away the recently inscribed yin-yang chaotic method and constellation yin-yang path, and called upon the little green snake, instructing her, "Little green, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please watch the door and refrain from wandering." Without allowing the little green snake a moment to voice her grievances, Yu Yang departed the villa with haste. Song Lanqin had adorned a suite on the top floor of the Northwest Grand Hotel, a fact known to Yu Yang. Exiting the villa area, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver straight to the hotel. Thanks to Yu Yang's generous tip, the driver managed to reach the hotel entrance in a mere 8 minutes. Upon alighting, Yu Yang strode into the hotel lobby. Sir, are you here to check in? A staff member approached him. Ignoring her, he made his way to the staircase. Sir, what are you doing? She called after him, prompting a nearby security guard. Wait, what the? Although the hotel staff were not martial artists, they exhibited commendable speed, having evidently trained in basic agility. Yet, after just 3 steps and 2 calls, she found herself frozen in place, witnessing a fleeting shadow vanish at the staircase. In the vast lobby, only a gust of wind remained, accompanied by the fluttering of the staff member's hair. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, her expression one of disbelief. What just happened? Did I just hallucinate? Without delay, she reported the incident. Meanwhile, Yu Yang had employed his skill, floating light and shadow, to ascend to the 18th floor of the Northwest Grand Hotel. Upon arrival, a wave of icy air enveloped him. The corridor was blanketed in frost, and at Song Lanqing's door, the frost resembled a thick layer of ice. Yu Yang's expression shifted slightly as he propelled his foot forward, kicking the door open. What lay before him was a room transformed into a wintry realm. Ice enveloped the furniture, decor, floor, ceiling, wine glasses on the table, and the bed in the bedroom. On the bed, an ice sculpture sat in a meditative posture. Within the icy form was Song Lanqing, her eyes closed. Yu Yang's expression changed, and he softly called out, Sister Song. Noticing that the eyelashes of the ice sculpture seemed to flutter gently. Relieved that she was still alive, Yu Yang exhaled deeply. The icy formation was merely the manifestation of the cold poison erupting within Song Lanqing's body. As a martial arts master with a resilient life force and formidable internal organs, she could withstand not just a few hours, but even several days encased in ice without significant consequence. After confirming Song Lanqing's condition, Yu Yang exited the room and made his way to the corridor. Shortly thereafter, the elevator indicator lit up. The hotel manager, accompanied by several martial artists, arrived at the 18th floor. It is you. As the elevator doors opened, the manager of the Northwest Hotel recognized Yu Yang. She was considered a confidant of Song Lanqing and was fully aware of the troubles afflicting her, including Song Lanqing's request for Yu Yang's assistance in harmonizing the dual forces of yin and yang. Upon stepping out of the elevator, she immediately sensed a chill in the air, her expression shifting as she dismissed the accompanying martial artists and rushed to the room. Upon entering, her countenance changed dramatically, and with a trembling voice, she implored, Mr. Yu, I beg you to help. Please save Sister Song. I have indeed come for this purpose. The manager hastily made arrangements. A few minutes later, Yu Yang, carrying the ice sculpture, arrived at the 17th floor and entered an opulent suite. He placed the ice sculpture on the bed, gazing at the frozen Song Lanqing within, and could not help but chuckle. Sister Song, just hold on a moment. I'm here. Yu Yang placed his hands atop the ice sculpture, channeling his Jiuyang true energy, cautiously applying his power. After all, Song Lanqing's current state was exceedingly fragile, necessitating a gradual approach. Once the ice encasing her began to melt, he could expedite the process. Under the influence of the searing Jiuyang true energy, the ice sculpture began to dissolve within moments. The suite filled with mist, and the once soft bed became drenched as the ice melted away. Approximately 20 minutes later, only a thin layer of ice remained. Inside, Song Lanqing blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly opening them wide. With a surge of strength, she shattered the ice layer and emerged. Exhaling deeply as she looked at Yu Yang with a lingering fear, Yu Yang, if you hadn't arrived in time, I fear I would have perished here today. After Song Lanqing's explanation, Yu Yang understood that she believed the cold poison within her had been significantly alleviated. Thus, she had not prepared the blood of ferocious beasts for this night of the full moon. Little did she know, when the cold poison erupted, it was more ferocious than before, and she could not suppress it. Yu Yang's expression turned contemplative upon hearing her words. He pondered for several seconds before speaking, Sister Song. It seems that your profound ice true energy is ill-suited for women to cultivate. Relying solely on pure yang true energy for dual cultivation and harmonizing the yin and yang is merely a temporary remedy. Your current cultivation is still weak enough for you to manage, but should you reach the 8th or 9th rank, once the cold poison erupts, then even divine intervention may be futile. Having comprehended the cycle of life and death of all heavens, Yu Yang developed a unique perspective on martial arts. His words were not mere rhetoric, but rather a deduction based on Song Lanqing's current predicament. To his surprise, Song Lanqing remained remarkably composed upon hearing this. She fixed her gaze upon Yu Yang and declared, "There is but one method to thoroughly resolve the shortcomings of the Xianbing true qi." "What is it?" Yu Yang instinctively inquired. Song Lanqin paused momentarily, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks. Yet, as a formidable martial arts master, possessing assets worth billions, she did not falter. Instead, she summoned her courage, gazing intently at Yu Yang, and earnestly stated, "Only through our mutual cultivation, harmonizing yin and yang, can we alleviate the drawbacks of the Xianbing true qi." Yu Yang was taken aback. "Haven't we already engaged in mutual cultivation several times? It merely addresses the symptoms." He realized midway through his sentence that she was referring to a genuine mutual cultivation. A thrill surged within him as he responded with restraint, "Sister Song, this might not be entirely appropriate. You are unmarried, and I am yet to be wed, and besides, Sister Song Lanqin is still a maiden. You would not be at a disadvantage." Song Lanqin's face flushed even deeper. She endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Yet her voice quivered slightly as she bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she murmured, "Moreover, this is a matter of healing. Sister understands you are still young, while I am no longer in my prime. You need not take responsibility." Chapter 84. A day in the realm. Upon uttering these words, Song Lanqin felt her heart race with fervor, her cheeks ablaze with a profound warmth. She lowered her gaze, wishing to bury her face in that impressive chest, too timid to meet Yu Yang's eyes. Without a doubt, Song Lanqin was a woman of considerable modesty. Otherwise, she would not have endured 4 years of suffering from the cold poison. Given her status and connections, finding a martial arts master skilled in the cultivation of pure yang martial arts, specifically the 5 Thunder Morning Origin technique, would not pose a challenge. Her approach to Yu Yang stemmed from an initial misconception that he practiced the sunflower scripture. Today, she had articulated such a request after much contemplation. Having faced Yu Yang candidly during their 3 dual cultivations, her initial embarrassment and shyness gradually transformed into a sense of adaptation. Moreover, she needed to resolve the drawbacks of the mysterious ice true qi, coupled with Yu Yang's striking appearance. Why not solicit his assistance to wholly eradicate the flaws of the mysterious ice true qi? However, upon voicing this request, Song Lanqin felt an overwhelming shyness. Would Yu Yang perceive her as a frivolous woman? Would he disdain the idea of an older woman pursuing a younger man? What if he rejected her? A multitude of thoughts raced through Song Lanqin's mind. After a prolonged silence of several seconds with no response from Yu Yang, she assumed he intended to decline her request, leading to an acute sense of embarrassment. With her head bowed, she stammered, "Yu Yang, actually, I was just joking." Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze only to be taken aback. Yu Yang, why are you taking off your clothes?" Yu Yang had remained silent, not contemplating how to reject her, but rather using his 9 yang true qi to dry the damp bed. Upon hearing Song Lanqin's joking remark, he immediately adopted a serious tone. "Sister Song, how can one jest about such matters? Furthermore, I believe ailments must be treated. The drawbacks of the mysterious ice true qi must be eradicated promptly. This is a matter of urgency that cannot afford delay." As he spoke, he extended his hand, saying, "Sister Song, your clothes are soaked. You must be quite uncomfortable. Come, let us remove them." "Wait." Song Lanqin trembled. "Turn off the lights." With a click, the room was enveloped in darkness. Meanwhile, deep within the wilderness of the Qinling Mountains, a figure emerged, weary and haggard, escaping the depths of the mountains. This individual, robust and rugged, bore a battle blade upon his back and exuded a fierce aura. He was none other than Wang Beiyuan, known as the Dominator of Blades and father of Wang Tong. Wang Beiyuan hurriedly reached the foot of the Qinling Mountains, where he paused to catch his breath, seated heavily upon the ground as he regulated his energy. After approximately half an hour, his breath steadied, and upon opening his eyes, he gazed into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Unable to suppress his frustration, have the ferocious beasts of the Qinling Mountains gone completely mad? I just broke through and sought a weaker 9th grade beast to hone my swordsmanship and solidify my realm, and yet an overwhelming number of high-grade ferocious beasts have emerged. What is the meaning of this? Reflecting on the recent scene, Wang Beiyuan felt a lingering trepidation and could not suppress a shiver. He had merely exchanged a few blows with that 9th grade ferocious beast. Yet 7 or 8 high-grade feral creatures had surrounded him. This was utterly devoid of martial ethics, were it not for his recent breakthrough to the 9th grade, which greatly enhanced his strength. He might have met his demise today, even at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. He could distinctly hear the echoes of beastly roars emanating from the depths of those mountains, though his words were laced with curses. Wang Beiyuan's gaze bore a weight of seriousness. He was somewhat rough around the edges, but far from foolish. He understood all too well what such changes within the Qinling Mountains signified. Without a moment's delay, he rose and set off towards Anqing, cloaked in the starlit night. Contemplating to himself, "It has been 7 days since I ventured into the wilderness. I wonder if that rascal Wang Tung has stirred up any trouble at home. Alas, this boy is becoming more rebellious by the day. It is partly my fault. With his mother passing away early and my obsession with martial arts, I have neglected our communication. However, after our last expedition to the tomb of the poetic swordsman Li Bai, this lad seemed to have matured somewhat after his brush with death." A smile involuntarily graced Wang Biyuan's lips at this thought. As he swiftly traversed the path, he reflected, "I must temper my temper. My son has grown up, and I cannot resort to violence at every turn. I must reason with him." Suddenly, Wang Biyuan halted. He cast a sidelong glance at a nearby open area. There, an old pickup truck was parked, emblazoned with the character Wang. "This vehicle resembles the one I have stowed away in my garage." On December 28th, the weather was overcast. Winter had truly arrived, and the temperatures in the northwest had noticeably dropped, with the wind turning sharply cold as if it had transformed into a knife overnight. On the streets, pedestrians donned thick down jackets. However, the change in weather did not dampen the spirits of those eagerly anticipating the new year. Festive slogans adorned every corner. The year 209 of the new calendar was fast approaching. At 8 a.m. in Anqing, within the Northwest Grand Hotel, Yu Yang awoke from a comfortable slumber, took a shower, donned his attire, and approached the bed where Song Lanqing lay curled beneath the covers. He advised her gently, "Sister Song, the Xianbing True Qi is excessively cold and domineering. The 3 rounds of dual cultivation we performed last night did nothing to alleviate its drawbacks." Song Lanqing blushed, responding in surprise, "I feel that the cold poison accumulating within me has been entirely resolved. The drawbacks of the Xianbing True Qi seem to have vanished. That is merely an illusion," Yu Yang replied earnestly. "The drawbacks of divine level, excessively cold martial arts cannot be so easily dispelled. We must engage in dual cultivation regularly to harmonize yin and yang, thereby completely resolving the issues of the Xianbing True Qi and liberating you from the affliction of cold poison." As the conversation reached this point, Song Lanqing could no longer be oblivious to Yu Yang's feelings, and she promptly nodded with a flushed face in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Yang retrieved the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and began to read. This time, he completed the entire novel in just 3 hours. Ding. Upon reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he acquired the martial art, Jiuyang Godly Skill 1. Ding. Upon reading the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he acquired the martial art, 7 Injuries Fist 1. Feeling the enhancement of his internal organs and the growth of his cultivation, Yu Yang blinked in astonishment and mused, "It seems my reading speed has increased yet again. Is it due to my progress in Taoist arts, which has strengthened my Yin spirit and sharpened my mind? If that is the case, I shall henceforth prioritize the Yang spirit, using the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, demigods and semi-devils, and Li Bai's travel notes as supplementary materials." As for the Earth Origin Pill, Yu Yang did not rush to consume it. Instead, he carefully stored it away. According to Ji Xiaonan, the 9th grade peak of the Earth Origin Pill yields the best effects, and consuming it now would be a waste. After all, with his current capabilities, breaking through to the martial arts grandmaster level is straightforward, making the consumption of the Earth Origin Pill unnecessary. In the following days, Yu Yang only slept for 4 hours each night. The remaining time, aside from bathing, was devoted entirely to reading, even during meals and bathroom breaks. Hard work indeed pays off. Finally, on the morning of January 1st at 9 o'clock, ding. Upon reading Young God, he acquired the Taoist art, past Umaba Sutra 1. As the prompt resonated in his mind, Yu Yang felt his spirit jolted, and in the next moment, his Yin spirit emerged, floating within the villa. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon his Yin spirit, enveloping him in a sense of comfort. Have I entered the Dater realm? With a thought, Yu Yang's Yin spirit soared out of the villa and ascended into the sky. Looking around, he beheld a festive scene enveloping the entire city, with the distant sound of firecrackers echoing continuously. Just then, whoosh, a sudden sound of breaking air pierced the atmosphere. In the villa area where Yu Yang resided, fireworks erupted, bursting in the sky and releasing a dense scent of sulfur that filled the air. This is bad. Alarmed, Yu Yang hastily commanded his Yin spirit to return. In the next moment, a sky full of fireworks exploded, creating a dazzling spectacle above the villa area. Stepping outside, Yu Yang gazed at the fireworks above. Feeling a lingering dread, my Yin spirit is still too weak. A Yin spirit at the Detour realm would likely be injured by even the intent of a martial arts grandmaster's punch. However, once I reach the material control realm, dealing with ordinary martial arts grandmasters will be as easy as slicing through vegetables. At that moment, whoosh, a chilling wind swept through. Ji Xianan's Yin spirit descended from the heavens. He looked at Yu Yang in shock and exclaimed, Yu Yang, I just emerged with my Yin spirit and sensed a fluctuation in Taoist arts. Could it be that just now, it was you? Yu Yang had meticulously prepared the yin-yang chaos technique and had no intention of concealing his cultivation from Ji Xiaonan. He nodded in affirmation, stating, by a stroke of fortune, I acquired a lineage of Taoist arts and have only begun my practice a few days ago. Ji Xianan's eyes widened in disbelief. You've only been practicing for a few days? It is broad daylight, and the air is filled with the sound of firecrackers and fireworks. To dare venture out in such a state of spirit detachment, one must at least be at the Detour realm, and I fear your Yin spirit may not be weak at all. Is this what you call a few days of practice? However, this was not the crux of the matter. Ji Xiaonan sighed helplessly, her tone earnest. Yu Yang, you should refrain from further cultivation for the time being. Once I have resolved the celestial traps within the Taoist arts and developed an entirely new path, you shall be the first to receive its teachings. Otherwise, should you fall into the celestial traps, it would lead to great complications. It's all right, Yu Yang replied with a smile. The Taoist arts I am practicing do not possess any celestial traps. Chapter 85. A chance to strike Lin Jiuzhou. What? Ji Xianan's spiritual essence trembled as he exclaimed, Is there really a form of Taoism devoid of divine traps? Surprised, are you? Yu Yang chuckled. Our great Xia boasts a rich history. It is quite natural for a few genuine schools of Taoism to have been preserved. The Nine Heavens True Tao scripture that Professor Su is currently studying is a prime example. This assertion holds merit. However, the path of mortal Qi practitioners has been severed for an exceedingly long time. Additionally, with Emperor Qin's infamous book burning and the persecution of Confucian scholars, a vast number of Taoist manuscripts were destroyed, resulting in a meager inheritance of Taoist teachings in the mortal realm. A school of Taoism that lacks divine traps is indeed a rare treasure. Over the years, Great Xia has excavated countless relics. Yet aside from the enigmatic fragments of the Nine Heavens True Tao scripture, there are no known methods of cultivation that are devoid of traps, neither heard of nor seen. It is no wonder Ji Xiaonan found himself so flustered. He understood that a form of cultivation free from divine traps signifies monumental implications. If this information were to spread, the very landscape of cultivation in Great Xia would undergo transformation. Taking a deep breath, he confirmed once more, Yu Yang, are you certain that the Taoist arts you practice are devoid of divine traps? With your past as a ghost immortal and your current mastery over the division of the soul, you should be able to discern if there are any traps, shouldn't you? I can discern? Ji Xiaonan was taken aback. Noting that Yu Yang was not jesting, he earnestly replied, Yu Yang, my good brother, I am grateful. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. A lineage of Taoist teachings free from divine traps is indeed priceless. In his previous life, Ji Xiaonan had reached the ghost immortal realm, and to evade falling into divine traps at the first opportunity, he had chosen to undergo corpse transformation and reincarnation, showcasing his formidable resolve. Since Yu Yang chose to share his Taoist arts, Ji Xiaonan would not hesitate. He followed Yu Yang into the villa. The little green serpent, dozing on the sofa, opened its eyes and glanced at Ji Xiaonan. In the next moment, it sprang 3 feet into the air, swiftly burrowing beneath the sofa, exclaiming in terror, Oh my! A ghost! Ji Xiaonan was startled, asking, Yu Yang, was that a snake? What cultivation level does it possess? With just a glance, he discerned the little green serpent's form and even pierced through its cultivation. A 5th-tier ferocious beast? However, a 5th-tier ferocious beast could actually speak? It could see through him? Ji Xiaonan had already achieved the manifestation of his spirit in the pinnacle of the Yin spirit realm. His manifested spirit appeared indistinguishable from a real person. Not to mention a 5th-tier beast, even an entity of divine powers would struggle to perceive his state. How could he not be astonished? Ji Xiaonan thought, what on earth? Comparing a snake with a parrot? Upon hearing Yu Yang acknowledge its identity, the little green serpent poked its head out from the sofa's crevice and scolded, Yu Yang, you ungrateful wretch. You would sell out your dear snake like this? Sell you out? With a sudden twitch of the veins on his forehead, Yu Yang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, come out from beneath the sofa this instant. Ji Xiaonan is my brother. He would never harm you. Really? The little green snake appeared skeptical, replying, "Let him swear an oath. If he doesn't Snake Master will not emerge even if I have to beat him out." Ji Xiaonan observed, somewhat bemused. "This snake seems rather peculiar." Yu Yang stepped forward, grasping the snake by its midsection and pulling it from its hiding place. "Old Ji, please don't take offense. This wretched creature is known for its sharp tongue and thoughtless words. You're the one who speaks without thought. Your entire family does," the little green snake retorted, thrashing wildly and spewing insults. With a gentle squeeze, Yu Yang rendered the snake unconscious, its tongue flickering momentarily before it succumbed. Tossing the fainted serpent onto the sofa, he retrieved a few crumpled A4 sheets from his pocket, smoothing them out on the coffee table. "Old Ji, take a look at this. This technique I possess is called the yin-yang chaotic method, and it contains numerous teachings of the Tao. And also the method for refining the tremor bow and the infinite arrow. If perfected, the tremor bow and infinite arrow could potentially slay even a ghostly immortal with the aid of a master from the martial Taoist celestial realm." Ji Xiaonan's interest was immediately piqued by the mention of the yin-yang chaotic method. He leaned over the coffee table, meticulously studying each word and incantation inscribed within, his spirit reverberating as he endeavored to cultivate the technique. Soon enough, he turned to the final A4 sheet. Instead of text, it bore an illustration, a hand-drawn image by Yu Yang. The drawing resembled a child's haphazard doodling, with countless overlapping circles in the center of the paper, devoid of artistic finesse. Yet, this image encapsulated Yu Yang's martial essence. It represented the quintessence of the yin-yang chaotic method, as inspired by the teachings within the cycle of life and death. Upon merely glancing at it, Ji Xiaonan felt as if his very thoughts were magnetically drawn to the illustration. The circles seemed to whirl endlessly, conjuring an aura of chaos. Suddenly, his spiritual essence erupted, transforming into a chilling wind as thoughts manifested like tangible forms above the coffee table, creating a scene reminiscent of a starry sky, intertwined with chaos. "Oh, has he grasped the essence of the yin-yang chaotic method so swiftly?" Yu Yang's gaze flickered, though he was not overly astonished. Ji Xiaonan, having undergone several reincarnations, possessed the ability to awaken memories from his past life, and his innate talent was undoubtedly remarkable. Moreover, as a former ghostly immortal, he had amassed profound foundations through his past lives. For him, breaking through the barriers of life and death was merely a matter of finding a technique free from divine traps. Without disturbing Ji Xiaonan's meditation on the yin-yang chaotic method, Yu Yang quietly delved into his own reading of the Yang spirit. After approximately 2 hours, a sudden gust of wind erupted, causing Ji Xiaonan's thoughts to disperse like bubbles, only to reassemble and once again take the form of Ji Xiaonan as he landed on the ground. "Yu Yang, this particular technique is indeed profoundly intricate, surpassing by countless folds the esoteric art I practiced in my previous life, which was enmeshed with celestial traps." Ji Xiaonan, filled with excitement, declared, "All I need to do is to meticulously reconstruct my spirit according to the great method of yin and yang chaos, tidying my thoughts, and I shall be able to dismantle the shortcomings of my past cultivation. In no more than a week, I will be able to re-attain the realm of the ghost immortal, thereby securing an extended lifespan. Now, what is it that you desire? As long as it is within my capabilities, I, Ji Xiaonan, will ensure it is accomplished." Yu Yang, however, responded with a smile, "Indeed. There is a matter I would like to trouble you with. Speak freely." Although Ji Xiaonan is in a state of yin spirit, he confidently thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Even if you wish to strike Lin Jiuzhou, I will summon him for you to unleash your wrath, without him retaliating." "Really?" Yu Yang inquired. "Go ahead and call Chairman Lin to come over now." Chapter 86, The True Strength of Lin Jiuzhou. Ji Xiaonan opened his mouth, struggling for quite some time before finally managing to utter a sentence. "Do you truly wish to confront Lin Jiuzhou?" Yu Yang, with a playful spirit, nodded with a smile. A wave of exasperation washed over Ji Xiaonan. "Did you take my jest seriously? Moreover, for no apparent reason, why would you want to challenge Lin Jiuzhou?" However, having already made such a bold claim, Ji Xiaonan could only brace himself and say, "Very well. I shall first return my spirit to its shell and then contact Lin Jiuzhou." With a whoosh, his spirit dissipated in an instant, transforming into a flurry of thoughts that coalesced into a stream of starlight, carried by the winds of the netherworld, soaring out of the villa. The reason I asked Ji Xiaonan to call Lin Jiuzhou was to entrust him with the starry yin-yang path, and to discuss the promotion of the mighty bull demon technique and the tiger demon bone training fist. He surely doesn't think I genuinely intend to challenge Lin Jiuzhou, does he? Yu Yang cast a glance in the direction Ji Xiaonan had departed, muttering to himself. He then procured paper and pen, seated himself on the sofa, and inscribed the 5 characters, Mighty Bull Demon Technique. The Mighty Bull Demon Technique and the Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist are martial arts from the Great Zen Temple, preserved by Hong Xuanji within the Wheel of Life and Death of all heavens. The former cultivates the flesh, muscles, and membranes, while the latter can train all 206 bones of the body. These are foundational martial arts that anyone can practice, once mastered. These 2 techniques signify the attainment of external prowess, and with just one more step, one could enter the realm of innate masters, equivalent to the current 7th-rank martial arts master. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaonan had already returned his spirit to its shell. His residence was not far from Yu Yang's villa. Separated by 5 or 6 streets, a mere 10-minute walk. He lived in a nearly 300-square-meter flat, tastefully decorated with an air of scholarly elegance. This apartment was purchased by Ji Xiaonan less than half a month ago, after he awakened his memories and sought Lin Jiuzhou to fund his acquisition. Upon reaching the balcony, he gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the festive atmosphere of the new year on the streets below, listening to the continuous sound of fireworks and firecrackers. Ji Xiaonan silently retrieved his phone. After locating Lin Jiuzhou's number, he did not dial it immediately but took a deep breath, mentally organizing his thoughts before finally pressing the call button. Approximately 10 seconds later, the call connected. Haha, old Ji. Lin Jiuzhou's hearty laughter echoed. After exchanging pleasantries and wishing each other a happy new year, Ji Xiaonan tentatively inquired, Old Lin, if a complete path of cultivation without any divine traps were presented before you, but the condition was that you must endure a beating to obtain it, what would your choice be? Is there even a choice to make? Lin Jiuzhou replied, if a beating could grant me a complete path of cultivation, I'd be willing to endure it every day. Wait a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized, Old Ji, why do you ask this all of a sudden? All right, I shall come right away. In the city of Kyoto, at the headquarters of the Jiuzhou Martial Arts Academy, a figure soared into the sky, vanishing instantaneously into the depths of the night. Approximately half an hour later. What? Yu Yang? In the spacious abode of Ji Xiaonan, Lin Jiuzhou shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who am I, Lin Jiuzhou? How could I possibly remain motionless while a younger generation dares to strike me? I have already boasted, so isn't it merely a matter of saving face? However, Ji Xiaonan chuckled. Moreover, Yu Yang merely uttered that in jest. He may not actually intend to confront you. Come, let us proceed to his residence. At that moment, Ji Xiaonan played a clever trick. He did not disclose to Lin Jiuzhou that he had already perused the yin-yang chaotic great method. With his soul's division and the mastery of his yin spirit, having studied it once and practiced it anew. This arcane technique had long since been indelibly etched into his memory. At present, it was midday. As Lin Jiuzhou stepped out of the door, he remarked, I have been busy all day and have yet to dine. Old Ji, let us agree that you must treat me to a meal today. The two arrived at the entrance of Yu Yang's villa and rang the doorbell. Yu Yang opened the door, smiling, Chairman Lin, please, come in. Lin Jiuzhou entered the villa, while Ji Xiaonan quietly remarked, Yu Yang, Lin Jiuzhou, and I have already made arrangements, if you truly wish to confront him. It wouldn't pose much of a problem. Lin Jiuzhou's ears perked up at this, but he heard Yu Yang reply, Old Ji, I was only joking. Did you take me seriously? I summoned Chairman Lin not to confront him, but rather to bestow upon him a supreme martial arts secret that may aid him in forging his own path in the martial world. With a sudden motion, Lin Jiuzhou turned to Yu Yang, his eyes flashing with disbelief. After the 5th realm of martial arts, there seemed to be no further path ahead. This had been the case since the ancient martial era, and throughout history, a few formidable figures had indeed carved their own paths. Yet none had left behind any traces of their teachings. Take, for instance, the poet swordsman Li Bai. He claimed to have taken that step, wielding his sword to pierce the gates of heaven, yet he left no words to elucidate that transcendental moment. Lin Jiuzhou had reached the pinnacle of martial arts 20 years prior. For years, he had been seeking a breakthrough, yet stepping beyond that threshold was exceedingly arduous. A slight misstep could lead to utter ruin. His own demise mattered little, but what would become of the great Xia if he were to fall? Seeing Lin Jiuzhou in such a state, Yu Yang remained unperturbed and inquired with a smile, Chairman Lin, I previously heard Old Ji mention that beyond the 5th realm of martial arts, there is no further path. While the leaders of various nefarious factions have cultivated their arts to an exceedingly profound level, might the situation in the Great Xia soon undergo a significant transformation? Such matters were hardly shrouded in secrecy. Lin Jiuzhou nodded, saying, "The major evil factions, supported by malevolent deities, possess substantial foundations. They have been repressed by me in the past, deterred from recklessness. Now that the leaders of several malevolent factions have attained mastery in their arts, should they survive the Thunder Tribulation and attain pure Yang thoughts, it would only require 3 Thunder Tribulation Ghost Immortals to potentially restrain me. The remaining individuals would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to incite chaos. The 3 Thunder-stricken Ghost Immortals. It appears that Chairman Lin's cultivation has not yet reached the level of a human immortal. He seems to be akin to a peak martial sage, where the essence and intent of his fists are fused into one, his vitality akin to the smoke of a raging fire. Otherwise, 3 Ghost Immortals undergoing their first Thunder Tribulation would be incapable of restraining a single human immortal. A flicker of realization stirred within Yu Yang, as he began to form a rough assessment of Chairman Lin's cultivation. The fusion of fist intent and spirit, with vitality reminiscent of a peak martial sage, could rival that of a 3-time thunder-stricken ghost immortal. To ascend further would mean attaining the realm of a human immortal who has mastered the apertures. When the intent of the fist resonates with heaven and earth, and one can perceive the sun, moon, and stars, they achieve a body without flaws. At such a level, ordinary thunder-stricken ghost immortals would find it impossible to approach him. A single roar from a human immortal could disperse the souls of ghost immortals. Approaching the sofa, Yu Yang took out the freshly pinned Bull Demon Strength Technique and Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist, presenting them to Lin Jiuzhou, saying, "Chairman Lin, as a master of martial arts, what is your opinion on these 2 martial arts techniques?" Chapter 87. The Cultivation of the Celestial Practitioner. Lin Jiuzhou slays the dragon. The Bull Demon S Great Strength Technique? The Tiger Demon S Bone Training Fist? Lin Jiuzhou took the A4 sheet, glanced at the names of the techniques, and remarked with a smile, "They seem to belong to the body refinement category. Indeed, such techniques are scarce in our great Xia." But wait. However, as he perused the content of the techniques, the smile on his face abruptly froze, his expression turning grave, his eyes widening in astonishment. Witnessing this scene, Ji Shaoan leaned in to take a look, and his expression mirrored that of Lin Jiuzhou's. Yu Yang chuckled softly, bringing over 3 bottles of beverage, remaining silent as he waited patiently. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Jiuzhou exhaled deeply, setting down the A4 paper. He turned to Yu Yang with a serious demeanor, inquiring, "Yu Yang, where did you acquire these 2 techniques?" "Chairman Lin, you know I have a penchant for researching ancient texts and records. I stumbled upon these techniques quite by accident," Yu Yang replied casually. Naturally, Lin Jiuzhou was not convinced by such a claim. However, since Yu Yang was reluctant to elaborate, he chose not to pry further. With his profound martial arts knowledge, Lin Jiuzhou could discern the uniqueness of these 2 techniques. They represented an entirely new martial arts system, one that offered the populace of Great Xia hope of becoming warriors. The mere fact that Yu Yang was willing to share these techniques was sufficient. Training the flesh, the sinews, the skin. Lin Jiuzhou was somewhat exhilarated, unable to contain himself. These 2 martial arts are astonishing. Presently, martial arts in Great Xia are cultivated from the inside out, beginning with the internal energy, followed by the honing of the body. Yet, to cultivate true energy, one must first possess a sense of qi. Without sufficient aptitude, one is unable to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making cultivation impossible. However, these 2 techniques differ. They cultivate from the outside in, starting with the flesh, skin, and sinews. Once practiced to a certain extent, internal energy will naturally manifest. If these techniques could be widely promoted, the number of warriors in Great Xia would undoubtedly surge, and everyone would have the chance to become a warrior. This is precisely why I sought you out, Chairman Lin. Yu Yang continued, I wish to disseminate these 2 martial arts, but should they be made public, not only would the strength of Great Xia be enhanced, but malevolent factions would also acquire these techniques. That is simple, Lin Jiuzhou replied with a smile. We can initially promote them secretly within the military. Additionally, we could select a group from the 2 major martial arts academies and scout the common populace for suitable candidates to secretly practice and refine. Of course, we must be stringent in our vetting process to ensure that no members of the malevolent factions infiltrate. He looked earnestly at Yu Yang, stating, Yu Yang, these 2 techniques are of monumental significance. Your contribution is nothing short of revolutionary for Great Xia. Speak. What are your demands? Let us set aside the matter of demands for now, Yu Yang smiled. Chairman Lin, I trust you have discerned that these 2 techniques are foundational martial arts. Essentially external skills. Mastery of external skills will pave the way to the realm of innate martial artists. where one can cultivate the internal organs. Oh, Lin Jiuzhou's gaze flickered, and he remarked, this cultivation system bears a remarkable resemblance to that of our great Xia. I wonder what realm follows the innate martial master stage. After the innate grandmaster, one reaches the realm of marrow refining grandmaster, which corresponds to the current 9th grade grandmaster. Yu Yang elucidated without reservation. Above the marrow refining realm lies the blood exchange martial saint realm. In this realm, one's marrow is as frost and blood resembles mercury. Achieving a transformation akin to rebirth, purging the body and refining the marrow, merging spirit and flesh, rendering the body immaculate. This stage is roughly equivalent to the martial divine ability realm. Lin Jiuzhou and Ji Xiaonan exchanged glances, both perceiving a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. The fact that Yu Yang could articulate this indicated that he had already mastered this entirely new martial arts system, and perhaps he might even possess the methods of cultivation beyond the innate grandmaster stage. Both individuals were prominent figures in Great Xia, recognized as top-tier talents globally. In this moment, they listened intently, refraining from interrupting Yu Yang's discourse. Yu Yang turned his gaze to Lin Jiuzhou and inquired, Chairman Lin, as the foremost martial artist in Great Xia, could you briefly describe your current martial realm? Certainly, Lin Jiuzhou replied without hesitation. In the martial path's 5 realms, I have now cultivated to the limit of the Dao realm. The Dao realm, in essence, involves entering the Dao through martial practice, evolving into a unique domain of its own. Is that so? Developing one's potential, merging the essence of fist intent and spirit, attaining the law yet forgetting the law. Lin Jiuzhou murmured, repeating Yu Yang's words several times, his eyes gradually brightening as he declared, the cultivation of martial arts to refine oneself, to unlock the potential of the human body. The potential of human anatomy is boundless. I have erred. It seems the path I have tread was flawed. The martial paths of our predecessors were also misguided. He laughed heartily, as if having attained a profound understanding, and excitedly exclaimed, if martial cultivation is to refine oneself, why should one rely on the forces of heaven and earth? I entered the Tao through martial arts, yet I abandoned the very foundation of martial practice, inadvertently stepping into a pitfall of cultivation. Yu Yang, what realm follows the martial saint stage? I find it hard to fathom how one continues to develop human potential at such a level. Anticipation filled Lin Jiuzhou's eyes. He understood that if Yu Yang were to reveal the next steps in cultivation, it would signify that the martial path had a future. Not only he, but even Ji Xiaonan gazed at Yu Yang with a look of eager expectation. Yu Yang took a sip of his drink to wet his throat, then spoke in a measured tone. The potential of the human body is inexhaustible. One practices the flesh, tendons, skin, bones, internal organs, marrow, and after blood exchange, naturally proceeds to refine the acupoints. With the intent of the fist reaching into the heavens, sensing the sun, moon, and stars, one achieves a flawless body, becoming a refined acupoint immortal. Refined acupoint? Immortal? Lin Jiuzhou trembled, lost in contemplation. Ji Xiaonan exclaimed, Yu Yang, is this truly so? A refined acupoint immortal, with a flawless body. Could it be that you possess a complete method of martial cultivation beyond mere Taoist techniques? Yu Yang remained silent, merely retrieving a piece of A4 paper from his pocket, inscribed with the teachings of the star constellation Yin Yang Dao. He spoke, this martial arts supreme skill possesses a complete lineage for cultivating to the pinnacle of martial saints. However, within it, there is no divine transmission, merely a record of a single acupoint. Chairman Lin, as for the subsequent acupoint positioning and the cultivation methods, I am currently unaware of the techniques involved. This requires your personal exploration. At that moment, a piercing dragon roar resounded. Inside the villa, Lin Jiuzhou and Ji Xiaonan's expressions shifted as they rushed out. Yu Yang also dashed out of the villa. He looked up to see a monstrous aura rising from the direction of Qinling Mountain, where a massive dragon shadow intermittently emerged amidst the ominous clouds, surrounded by a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, as wind, rain, and thunder converged, heading towards the city. The people of the Great Xia have strayed from the righteous path, showing no reverence for the deities. Today, this king transforms into a dragon, following the command of the heavenly gods, to bring calamity as a form of retribution. The dragon shadow roared, speaking in human words. As it soared above the city, the surrounding ominous clouds rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire city. In an instant, what had been a joyous celebration of the new year in the city was plunged into darkness. Fierce winds whipped about, rendering the citizens unable to open their eyes. The extraordinary phenomena surrounding the dragon shadow transformed into bizarre weather, and hailstones the size of fists began to plummet from the sky. These hailstones, akin to stones, fell from great heights. Not only would they crush people, but even buildings would crumble. The citizens of City fell into a state of sheer panic, screaming and fleeing. A mere little serpent dares to incite turmoil? The people of Great Xia, self-reliant, neither believe in deities nor gods, taking charge of their own destinies. What fault lies therein? At that moment, a blade aura shot skyward. This blade aura blazed like the sun, instantly tearing through the darkness, restoring light to City. In an instant, the hailstones, the wind, rain, thunder, and the ominous clouds that shrouded the city were all cleaved asunder by this strike. In the sky, the dragon shadow split in two, its immense form plummeting from the heavens. A demonic wind surged forth from the dragon shadow, within which flickered thoughts that transformed into a flood dragon, racing towards Qinling Mountain while exclaiming, "Lin Jiazhou, how dare you appear in City? Black Heaven sect, do you dare to deceive me?" In the sky, Lin Jiazhou did not pursue. He waved his hand, retrieving the fallen dragon carcass from the sky, landing it before Yu Yang's villa. His expression graved. He spoke, "This demonic serpent has actually cultivated it. The various malevolent forces must have allied with the ferocious beasts." Chapter 88. Yu Yang becomes a counselor. Enshrined as the mountain deity, Ji Shanan's expression was grave. In ancient times, demons roamed the earth. Even prior to the Qin dynasty, there were numerous accounts of formidable demons possessing the power to upheave the world. In contemporary times, the monstrous beasts are akin to demons, yet they differ in significant ways. Demons cultivate their wisdom and practice their arcane arts, while the ferocious beasts emerge from the mysterious energies born of nuclear fallout and the resurgence of spiritual essence, evolving and mutating as a result. Although these beasts are formidable, they lack the understanding of cultivation techniques. However, the situation has changed. The serpentine dragon, after being slain by Lin Jiazhou's blade, astonishingly managed to escape with its spirit. This indicates that it had attained the status of a yin spirit, undoubtedly colluding with malevolent forces to acquire cultivation methods. The formidable beings among these monstrous beasts are exceedingly terrifying. During their evolution and mutation, they may have developed extraordinary abilities. Now, with access to cultivation techniques, they could prove even more challenging to confront, potentially even transcending the tribulations of lightning to become demon immortals. Ji Xiaonan, well-versed in the ways of cultivation, understood the dire consequences if these beasts were to successfully master their arts. If they were to ally with various malevolent factions, the situation in the Great Xia would become increasingly precarious. He took a deep breath and sighed. Fortunately, with the yin-yang chaos great method of Yu Yang, I am confident that within a week, I can attain the status of a ghost immortal. With my foundation, once the spring thunder sounds, I will be able to transcend the tribulation. If I can also forge the heaven-shaking bow and the limitless arrow from the yin-yang chaos great method, I may just find a way to contend with the future challenges. Lin Jiazhou, upon hearing this, appeared considerably more at ease. His gains today were significant. Previously, the path of martial arts seemed shrouded in uncertainty, but now, a clear direction had emerged. Achieving the status of a celestial immortal was merely a matter of time. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Yu Yang, from this day forth, you shall be the 29th counselor of our Great Xia, entitled to all the rights and privileges of a counselor, along with an annual allocation of 30 billion in cultivation resources." "Counselor?" Yu Yang quickly interjected, "Chairman Lin, this hardly seems appropriate. To be a counselor of Great Xia, one must be at the celestial human realm of martial arts or have made significant contributions to the nation. I am but a 19-year-old youth, not even a master yet. This is rather hasty. Is your contribution not substantial enough?" Lin Jiazhou chuckled. Setting aside the complete arts of yin-yang chaos and the starry yin-yang path, the contributions of the bull demon strength technique and the tiger demon bone training fist alone are sufficient to alter the future landscape of Great Xia. To be frank, I would even consider relinquishing the chairmanship to you. Please, no? Yu Yang felt that Lin Jiazhou was not jesting. He might truly entertain such a notion. With a wry smile, Yu Yang replied, "Holding the title of counselor is one thing, but to be chairman, I lack the capability to govern. Besides, aside from you, Chairman Lin, who else in Great Xia is qualified for such a position?" Yu Yang's statement was devoid of flattery. It was an unvarnished truth. It can be said that without Lin Jiazhou, there would be no present-day Daxia. Lin Jiazhou remarked, "I will have the media report this matter tomorrow. However, your identity must remain concealed for the time being. lest you attract the attention of various malevolent forces. Yu Yang nodded in agreement. That would be best. At that moment, a figure soared from a distance, landing nearby. It was a middle-aged man clad in a black training outfit. Chairman Lin, when did you arrive in Anqing? This middle-aged man exuded an air of authority and strength. Yu Yang felt a sense of familiarity but could not recall where he had seen him before. Upon hearing Lin Jiazhou refer to him as Councilman Tang, he suddenly realized, so it is Councilman Tang. I have seen his video of slaying the Demon King online. I never expected him to be in Anqing. Indeed. Lin Jiazhou had just mentioned that he was the 29th Councilman of Daxia, which suggested that there were quite a number of martial arts experts at the Celestial Realm in Daxia. It was only reasonable for a base city to have a martial arts master stationed there. Soon, Lu Yunlong also arrived, and alongside him, several martial arts practitioners from Anqing flocked to the villa area. Lin Jiazhou had openly demonstrated his prowess by slaying the dragon, and the escape of the dragon's spirit had invoked his name, drawing these martial artists to him. Chairman Lin, Chairman Lin, Chairman Lin. After exchanging pleasantries, many of the experts could not help but cast curious glances at Ji Xiaonan and Yu Yang. Who was Lin Jiazhou? The chairman of Daxia, the foremost expert of Daxia. How could he be in the company of these two young individuals? Among them, only Lu Yunlong and Shou Tong were aware of Ji Xiaonan's true identity, while some martial arts masters did not even recognize Yu Yang. After all, Yu Yang had only risen to prominence in the past month. Many martial arts masters had ventured into the wilderness for months, sometimes not returning for extended periods, or were engrossed in secluded cultivation, making it unsurprising that they were unaware of Yu Yang. Chairman Lin, Councilman Tang, I take full responsibility for today's events. Lu Yunlong spoke. 4 days ago, I received news of unusual movements among the ferocious beasts of Qinling Mountain and arranged for experts to be stationed outside to monitor the situation, preventing a beast tide. Little did I expect that these movements were caused by the Demon King's transformation into a dragon, and even more astonishing was its audacity to wreak havoc in Anqing. This matter is not your fault. Meanwhile, in Qinling, the dragon-like spirit, controlling the sinister winds, swiftly flew deeper into the mountains. Wherever it passed, ferocious beasts prostrated themselves, growling lowly as if paying homage to their king. The entire Qinling mountain range stretches over 1,600 kilometers, with towering peaks and a plethora of majestic trees, thick vines hanging between them, creating an atmosphere of wildness and primitivity. Most astonishingly, within the depths of Qinling, stone temples could be found perched upon the slopes of the mountains. Judging by the markings, the stone temples appeared to be newly constructed. The style of the stone temple bears a resemblance to the ancient mountain deity shrines, with an incense burner positioned before it and an open doorway revealing a stone statue within. This statue depicts a colossal serpent demon, lifelike and formidable, adorned with a single horn atop its head. Fierce beasts come to pay their respects at the stone temple, and even monkey demons offer incense to the statue. In the depths of the Qinling Mountains, there exist 36 such stone temples, with the most opulent and grand situated on Mount Taibai in the heart of the range. Suddenly, a spirit resembling a flood dragon rushed forth, landing before the mountain god temple, exclaiming in anger, Gong Sun Yang, do you dare deceive this king? Lin Jiazhou is in Anqing. Why do you still require me to go there? Inside the mountain god temple, an elderly man slowly turned, appearing to be around 60, with a tuft of goat's beard. He gazed at the ominous spirit before him, initially taken aback, but then he smiled and said, Dragon King, please temper your wrath. We, the divine sect, were unaware that Lin Jiazhou was in Anqing. However, this may prove beneficial. Now that you have liberated yourself from the constraints of the flesh, you can assume control over the stone statue with your spirit. Once our deity communicates with the celestial beings and secures the decree for you, you shall be the legitimate mountain deity sanctioned by heaven and earth. At that time, the divine essence of the Qinling Mountains will be yours to command, and the achievements that await you will far surpass those of mere flesh and blood.